Sisters, it's time to check in at the fortune sign-in spot. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Jiteng, if you marry Gao Jianren, you won't have to go to the northern province. The weather there is freezing and you've always been delicate. You wouldn't be able to handle it. Before your mother passed away, she asked me to take good care of you. I'm only keeping my promise to her. In a few days, you'll turn 20. You should go and get your marriage certificate with Jianren then. I've looked into it. Jianren is an honest and decent man. Although he only finished middle school, his father is the committee director. With his father's support, Jianren will at least become a deputy factory director in the future. Marrying him will be a good match for you. The gentle, persuasive voice made Shen Jitong tremble all over. Hadn't she been pushed into the road by the two ungrateful members of the Gao family and hit by a truck? How is she alive again? Wasn't her father, Wu Xiaolong, supposed to have secretly gone to Hong Kong in August 1966? Once there, he used the Shen family's fortune to live a life of luxury, quickly joining the city's upper class. He made generous donations and soon became a well-known, respected figure. And now, that same man was looking at her with a kind smile, speaking gently. Shen Jitong touched her face. It was warm and smooth. Her hands were slender and fair, her nails painted a soft pink, with no roughness from years of housework. She turned toward the rosewood cabinet where a calendar sat, but as she took a step, her legs nearly gave way. Looking down, she saw herself dressed in a stylish indigo cheongsam that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. On her feet were silver high heels. She looked every bit the fashionable young lady she once was before marriage, always leading the trends in Shanghai. "Dad, what year, month, and day is it today?" she suddenly asked. "It's August 3rd, 1966. My dear, you had a fever yesterday. Are you still feeling unwell? You don't even remember the date?" Wu Xiaolong leaned forward, pretending to check her temperature with the back of his hand. Shen Jitong stepped back, avoiding his touch. She didn't want him near her. At that moment, she finally understood. After dying in that accident, she had been reborn. Reborn on August 3rd, 1966, the very day her father tried to persuade her to marry Gao Jianren. In 7 days, she would turn 20 and be old enough to get a marriage certificate. Her father urged her to marry because he had heard from inside sources that a major political storm was coming, one that would greatly affect families like theirs, who were considered wealthy capitalists. Gao Jianren's father, Gao Ming, was a high-ranking committee director, and Gao Jianren himself was the head of purchasing at Shanghai's largest textile factory. If she married him, she would be safe during the coming turmoil and wouldn't have to be sent to the countryside. "Dad, my sister Qian Fun is already 21. She doesn't even have to wait a few days. She could get married today. Why don't you let her marry Gao Jianren?" Shen Jitong gave a cold laugh. In her previous life, all her suffering had begun after marrying Gao Jianren. Now that she had been given another chance, she would never marry him again. How could your sister marry Gao Jianren? He has a serious health problem. Do you want her to live a lonely life? As soon as Shen Jitong said that, her stepmother, Lu Xiaomei, whose lips were painted a bright red, jumped up angrily. "Oh, so you're worried your sister would be unhappy, but you don't care if I am? Dad, did you hear what she just said? Is that something a person should say? Are you really going to sacrifice me just to protect yourselves?" Shen Jitong's sharp words left both Wu Xiaolong and Lu Xiaomei speechless. "Xiaomei, where did you hear such nonsense? Don't spread rumors. Jianren is tall, strong, and healthy. How could he have any problem like that?" Wu Xiaolong first scolded Lu Xiaomei, then turned to Shen Jitong with a gentler tone. "Your aunt has been spending too much time gossiping with the neighbors and picking up bad habits. I'm not trying to scare you, but the political storm has already started in the capital. Once it reaches Shanghai, families like ours won't just lose our home. We'll be sent to the countryside, maybe even to the freezing north. Could you handle that kind of life? Dad, please let me think about it for a few more days. I'm not old enough to get the certificate yet anyway. I'll seriously consider what you said. That's my good girl. I'm your father. I'd never harm you." Wu Xiaolong's face softened with affection when he saw his daughter's expression ease. You'd never harm me? That's the biggest lie of all. Shen Jitong left the unfaithful couple downstairs, went up to her bedroom, locked the door, and collapsed on the bed. Scenes from her past life flashed through her mind. In her previous life, Wu Xiaolong had tricked her into marrying Gao Jianren. Soon after, he used Gao Jianren's connections at the textile factory to secretly board a cargo ship carrying textiles and smuggle himself to Hong Kong. There, Wu Xiaolong used the Shun family's fortune, which he had taken with him, to start a business and made a huge profit. Meanwhile, Gao Jianren lied to his parents, claiming he was unable to have a normal married life and refused to share a room with her. 3 years later, Gao Jianren brought home a pair of children, saying he had adopted them from an orphanage. Shen Jitong cared for them wholeheartedly and raised them as her own. After the economic reforms, the Gao family suddenly became rich. They started a large company and moved into a luxurious villa. The 2 children she had raised became one of the wealthiest young elites in Shanghai. However, Shen Jitong never got to enjoy the family's success. One night, the 2 children took her to a quiet street near the company and told her the truth. They were actually Gao Jianren's biological children. Their father's supposed illness had been a lie. He had remained loyal to his true love, Liu Shihuan. They said their father was a great and devoted man, deeply in love with their real mother, and that Shen Jitong had only ever been a stand-in. Now that their family was successful, it was time for her to step aside and let their real mother return home. Shen Jitong was struck by the truth like lightning. Before she could react, the 2 pushed her into the road, where a heavy truck hit her. In a daze, she felt herself being lifted by a tall man in a military uniform. Shen Jitong? Wake up. It's me, Wu Yuanjing. Do you remember me? Hold on, I'll get you to the hospital right away. Tears rolled down the man's determined face and fell onto hers. It hurts. It hurts so much, she whispered weakly. Ignoring her injuries and the blood, the man held her tightly. Stay with me. I'll save you. Commander, the ambulance is here. Commander, please put her down so the doctors can help. Commander, Comrade Shun is gone. Please accept our condolences. Before dying, the final scene flashed through Shen Jitong's mind. The shock was so strong that her head throbbed, and she fainted. Shen Jitong, this was meant to be a token of my love for you. Now let it return to its rightful owner. I never married in my life, because I was waiting for you. I never thought we would meet again like this. Wu Yuanjing's voice was hoarse with pain, tears streaming down his face. With trembling hands, he placed a bracelet on Shen Jitong's lifeless wrist. Her blood slowly seeped into the bracelet. A flash of white light appeared, and Shen Jitong woke from her unconsciousness. At that moment, she finally understood why she had been reborn. It was all because of Wu Yuanjing's final act. The jade bracelet Wu Yuanjing gave her had absorbed her blood, merged with her body, opened a hidden space, and helped her come back to life. As soon as she realized this, her vision blurred, and she found herself standing inside the bracelet's space. She was now on a small piece of dark, fertile land, about an acre in size. The soil was rich and slightly damp, but nothing had been planted yet. To her right was a clear spring, gently flowing. Shen Jitong guessed that this spring could water the entire field. To her left stood a large villa, which looked exactly like the one she had renovated before her death, but never had the chance to live in. Feeling thirsty, she walked to the spring, crouched down, and scooped some water with her hands. She drank several mouthfuls. The water was sweet and refreshing. As it went down her throat, a warm current spread through her body, making her feel comfortable and full of energy. Shen Jitong then walked into the villa. The moment she stepped inside, she knew it was indeed her own house. The furniture and layout were exactly as she had arranged them. When she bought the villa, it was still unfinished. She had handled all the renovations herself, putting in great effort to make it perfect. But before she could move in, she was betrayed and killed by 2 ungrateful people. Still, there was some comfort in knowing that this villa had never been touched by Gao Jianren's family, so it didn't make her feel uneasy. After checking around, She found everything in the villa worked just like in the real world. The appliances functioned, the kitchen stove lit up, and the pool water shimmered invitingly, as if calling her to take a swim. In the basement gym, brand new fitness equipment was neatly stacked, still unused. Shinji Tong was very pleased. Just then, she suddenly felt an itch on her body and noticed a faint, unpleasant smell. Looking down, she saw a layer of greasy substance covering her fair skin. She quickly went to the bathroom on the second floor, turned on the shower, and scrubbed herself thoroughly. When the dirt was washed away, she looked in the mirror and was surprised to find that her already delicate skin now seemed to glow softly, as if moonlight had melted into milk, smoother and fairer than before. Since childhood, people had called her Milk Doll because of her snow-white skin that everyone admired. She had thought that the skin of a 19-year-old girl was already perfect, but now it seemed even better. Shen Jitong guessed that this must be the effect of the spring water she had drunk earlier. The greasy layer must have been toxins being expelled from her body. Besides her skin, she also felt an itch on her scalp. When she touched her head, she realized her hair had become thicker. Looking closely in the mirror, she was amazed to see new hair growing in. Her only flaw, slightly thin hair, was now full and dark as ink. Her long black hair draped over her fair skin, making her look stunning. After admiring herself for a while, she picked up the horn comb beside the mirror to brush her hair. With just a bit of force, the comb snapped in half. Her strength had increased too. Shen Jitong hadn't expected the spring water to have such incredible effects. She quickly changed clothes and went down to the gym. The gym had originally been built for two ungrateful people, but now it was hers to enjoy. She tried lifting a pair of 30-kilogram dumbbells and found them surprisingly light. There were no heavier ones available, but she could already feel how strong she had become. Noticing a punching strength tester nearby, she put on the gloves and gave it a solid punch. A warning sound came from the machine, and then a bright red number appeared on the screen. 900 pounds. Shin Jitong was startled. Her strength now rivaled that of a boxing champion. With just her fists, as long as her opponent had no weapons, no one could get close enough to harm her. Feeling much more at ease, she realized that in this stormy city of Shanghai, she had become strong enough to protect herself. The most amazing thing was that even though her strength had increased several times, her figure remained slim. From the outside, she still looked like a delicate young lady from a wealthy family, completely deceiving in appearance. Shen Jitong changed into the clothes that had just finished drying in the dryer, then hesitated. How could she leave this space? The moment she thought about it, she found herself back on her bed. So, it was that simple? She only needed to think about entering or leaving. Looking at her right wrist, she noticed a faint ring-shaped mark, like a bracelet. That was the sign of the jade bracelet space that had merged with her. Shen Jitong began to learn how to use the space. She discovered that with a single thought of store, anything within her sight would automatically enter the space. With a thought of take, the stored items would appear wherever she wanted them to. However, she couldn't use this ability too often. After several uses, she would start to feel dizzy. As she became more familiar with the space, a confident smile appeared on her face. Gently touching the faint mark on her wrist, she said coldly, "Father, Gao Jianren, you ungrateful people, just wait. I, Shen Jitong, have returned. I will repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge." At this moment, Shen Jitong felt refreshed. Her head no longer hurt, and her body was full of energy. She opened the door and went downstairs. "Mr. Wu, all the goods have been delivered to container 18 at the Shanghai dock. In 10 days, once the container is loaded onto the ship, you can take it with you to Hong Kong." Hearing voices from the living room, Shen Jitong stopped. She realized her movements were so light that she made no sound at all, like a cat. The people downstairs hadn't noticed her. "Ah, Qing, you've always been loyal to me. In 10 days, we'll board the ship to Hong Kong together. Once we're there, you'll help me start a new business. We'll rise to the top together, ha. But as for the boarding pass, I can't give it to you yet. I have to wait until my daughter marries Gao Jianren. Only then will he sign it for me. Don't worry, Jitong will definitely get married to Gao Jianren and register their marriage a week later, on her 20th birthday. You just need to meet me at the dock on the night of the 13th. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Aching will stay loyal to you and follow you faithfully, no matter what. Housekeeper Kai is seriously ill. When you return, take care of him quietly. We can't risk him saying anything to Jitong about the Shun family's inheritance before he passes. Wu Xiaolong gave his orders. At that moment, he no longer looked like the kind and gentle father he had seemed earlier. His voice was cold and full of menace, sending chills down one's spine. Yes, Mr. Wu. Aching's gloomy voice carried a sense of danger that made people uneasy. Shun Jitong's heart trembled.
How's that guy?
He was the chief steward of the Shin family, her grandfather's most loyal follower. After her grandfather's death, he had protected her mother and her, caring for them like family. His loyalty to her grandfather had completely transferred to them. But after her father remarried, he sent housekeeper Kai to the Shin family's suburban residence in Shanghai, saying he didn't want his new wife to feel uncomfortable seeing him. Since then, Shun Jitong had never seen him again. It wasn't until the day she married Gao Jianren that she accidentally heard the sad news that housekeeper Kai had passed away. She never imagined that her father had been the one behind his death. Shun Jitong secretly slipped out of the Shun family home. She was determined to save housekeeper Kai. She remembered Aching's voice clearly. He was housekeeper Kai's godson, a boy who had wandered the streets of Shanghai before being taken in by the kind old man who had never married. Because Aching seemed honest and well-behaved, housekeeper Kai treated him like his own son, even teaching him martial arts and raising him with care. But who could have thought that Aching would still give in to greed and betray the man who had raised him? Aching had come by car. He worked as a driver at the state-owned textile factory that the Shin family had handed over to the government, so using a car was easy for him. By now, he was probably already halfway there. If Shun Jitong took the bus to the suburban residence, she would arrive far too late. Housekeeper Kai might already be gone. Thinking quickly, she stood by the roadside to hail a car, but none stopped. Her heart grew more anxious by the minute. Her luck was terrible that day. Though she stood there with her bright eyes and graceful appearance, catching the attention of many passers-by, not a single driver stopped for her. Shun Jitong bit her lip. Maybe she would have to take a risk and stand right in the middle of the road to stop a car. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she remembered that in her previous life, she had died in a car accident. Her legs suddenly felt too heavy to move. At that moment, a military green jeep drove by. The young officer sitting in the back seat was gazing out the window at the bustling city when he suddenly seemed to notice something unusual. He called out sharply, "Xiao Zhang, back up the car." "Yes, Commander." As a soldier, the driver, Xiao Zhang, followed orders without question. He shifted into reverse and pressed the accelerator until the commander spoke again, this time in a much calmer tone. "Stop." The moment the car stopped, the commander quickly opened the door and stepped out. Shun Jitong, anxious and helpless, saw the jeep that had just passed suddenly reverse and stop right in front of her. Before the car had even come to a full stop, the door opened and a young, handsome officer stepped out, standing before her. Shun Jitong glanced at him. Most of his face was hidden under the brim of his cap, but she could still tell that his features were sharp and dignified. His eyes were deep, and his suntan skin had a healthy glow. He looked at her with a serious expression. Shun Jitong knew she was attractive, and it wasn't unusual for young men to notice her. As long as their gaze wasn't disrespectful, she didn't mind. "You saw me trying to stop a car, didn't you?" "Thank you. My family has an emergency. Could you please take me to the villa in the suburbs? I'll pay for the fuel and your trouble." "Good. Since you didn't refuse, I'll take that as a yes." Without waiting for his reply, Shun Jitong climbed into the car. This was the only vehicle that had come back for her. No matter what, she had to borrow it to save Butler Kai's life. The officer couldn't help but smile at her anxious determination. Through the rearview mirror, Xiao Zhang saw his usually stern commander smiling warmly, as if a layer of frost had melted from his face. Xiao Zhang found it strange. Someone had just taken over their car, yet the commander was smiling? Normally, wouldn't he be furious? As Xiao Zhang hesitated, wondering if he should ask the young woman to get out, the commander got back into the car, this time sitting in the front passenger seat. His voice was low and steady as he ordered, "Do as she says. Take her there." Xiao Zhang blinked in surprise. When he looked at the commander, the man had already closed his eyes, as if resting. Xiao Zhang had thought the commander offered to drive the young lady because he was attracted to her beauty, but he soon realized he had judged wrongly. The commander simply wanted to do a good deed. Didn't he see that as soon as the commander got in the car, he sat quietly, eyes closed, not even glancing at the young woman? Xiao Zhang felt ashamed. Indeed, he was just a driver, while the commander was the commander. Their ways of thinking were on completely different levels. He pressed the accelerator, speeding toward their destination. Shun Jitang's mind was entirely focused on rescuing Butler Kai, and she kept urging Xiao Zhang, "Please, could you go a little faster?" A faint, pleasant scent drifted from the back seat. When Xiao Zhang glanced in the rearview mirror, he saw a stylish woman, elegant down to her fingertips. In all his life, he had never seen anyone so beautiful. He understood then this was the kind of grace that only those from the most glamorous circles of the city could have. He couldn't help but wonder who could possibly be worthy of such a woman. Xiao Zhang found the commander's behavior unusual. Since the woman had gotten into the car, he had kept his eyes closed the whole time. Wasn't that strange? Any man would at least take another look at such a beautiful lady. After a fast drive, they finally reached the road leading to the suburban villa. "Driver, please stop here," Shun Jitang said. Xiao Zhang hit the brakes. As she reached into her purse to pay, the young officer in the front seat spoke in a calm, pleasant voice. "It's nothing, Miss Shun. No need to pay." After the car drove away, Shun Jitang suddenly realized, how did he know her last name? She remembered the first moment she saw him, the light that flashed in his deep eyes beneath the brim of his hat. Did he know her? There was no time to think further, so she hurried toward the villa. "Commander Wu, you know her?" Xiao Zhang asked, having noticed the commander call her Miss Shin. If he knew her, why didn't he talk to her? Why pretend to be asleep? Commander Wu's behavior was truly puzzling. "I know her," he said quietly, "but she doesn't know me. You see, even when I stood right in front of her, she didn't recognize me. But that was normal. She was so outstanding and so many people knew her. I was just one of the many faces she had met, so it was natural that she didn't remember me." Captain Wu smiled. Xiao Zhang thought that smile looked a little bitter. "Captain, if that's the case, why don't you just say hello to her? Then she'll remember you," the driver suggested boldly. "Forget it. We were just old acquaintances. It's been too long, and she's probably forgotten me. I don't want to disturb her." Wu Yuanzheng felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Only he knew how much effort it took to stay silent when she was standing so close to him just now. She was no longer the little girl who used to pick dandelions with him in the countryside and them into the wind. If he asked, "Do you still remember your brother, Wu?" and she replied, "Who are you?" wouldn't that be embarrassing? Now she was breathtakingly beautiful. Even when most people wore plain blue, white, or gray clothes, she still kept her own sense of style. The simple indigo qipao she wore fit her perfectly, making his heart race. He had to close his eyes, afraid that if he looked at her again, he might lose control of his emotions. Meanwhile, Shun Jitang, after getting out of the car, wanted to run, but her qipao and high heels held her back. Oh no! Why did she have to care so much about looking pretty at a time like this? "Butler Kai, if something happens because I cared too much about appearances, will you be angry with me?" To save her dear Butler Kai, Shun Jitang finally took off her high heels and carried them in her hand. Her soft feet quickly became scratched and bleeding from the rough ground. In her hurry, she ignored the pain and rolled up the hem of her qipao to her knees so she could run faster. When she reached the courtyard, she saw a Qing's small truck parked outside, and her heart sank. She tiptoed inside. Suddenly, a black dog leapt toward her, startling her so much she almost screamed. But when the dog got close, it recognized her. It quickly pulled back its legs and landed heavily beside her. Xiaohei, it's you? Shin Jitong recognized the black dog raised by Butler Kai. She quickly patted its head gently and whispered, "Don't make a sound." Xiaohei felt a bit awkward. It had thought the person was an intruder, but it turned out to be its owner, so it didn't dare make a sound. Shin Jitong walked barefoot to the living room window and looked inside. The house was empty. She pushed open the unlocked door and stepped in. Since Butler Kai was seriously ill, he must be in the upstairs bedroom. Enduring the pain in her feet, Shin Jitong went up the stairs. "Godfather, I'm sorry. Mr. Wu told me to take care of you to avoid future trouble. I'll have to repay your kindness in my next life." Oching's voice came from the open bedroom door. The large house was now home only to Butler Kai and Oching. All the other servants had been dismissed years ago. Thinking no one would come, Oching hadn't even closed the door and spoke freely. "You ungrateful man. Years ago, when you were badly hurt and left by the trash, I saved you and paid for your treatment. I never thought you'd repay kindness with betrayal. Are you even human?" Butler Kai was breathing heavily, weak but still alive. Shin Jitong let out a sigh of relief. There was still time. "Godfather, the city is about to fall into chaos, and you're seriously ill. You won't live long. I'll send you off early, so I can still hold a proper funeral for you. If I leave for Hong Kong and you die alone, no one might even find you. You should be grateful. When you meet the king of the underworld, please say a few good words for me." Oching was a bit superstitious, muttering as if trying to ease his guilt. "You wicked man. Don't even think about it." Butler Kai's voice turned hoarse. Sensing something was wrong, Shin Jitong rushed in. "Stop. How dare you harm your own godfather?" Both men froze. Oching stopped choking Butler Kai and looked at her in shock. "Miss Shin, why are you here?" "Oching, it's not too late to turn back. He's your godfather." "How can you do this?" Shin Jitong stepped forward, her feet sticky with blood from her wound. "I'm sorry, Miss Shin. Now that you've seen this, I can't let you go." Oching pulled a spring knife from his pocket. With a sharp click, the blade flashed coldly. He put down Butler Kai, walked around the bed, and moved toward Shin Jitong. "Tang Tang, run." Seeing Shin Jitong in danger, Butler Kai, though seriously ill, suddenly found strength from nowhere. He sat up and grabbed Aching's arm. Aching shook him off forcefully, throwing the weak butler back onto the bed. His eyes were fierce as he stared at Shin Jitong, making her shiver. Only then did she realize she had no weapon to defend herself. Step by step, she backed away until her back hit the wall. There was nowhere left to go. "Miss Shin, it would be a waste to just kill you. You're so beautiful. Why not let me enjoy your company first?" A greedy look appeared on Aching's face. He held a knife in one hand and reached out with the other to touch her face. "Stop. You ungrateful man. How could I have raised someone like you?" Butler Kai coughed violently, unable to move. Watching the scene before him, his eyes filled with fury, and he bit down so hard his loose teeth nearly broke. "Aching, you think you can touch me? Do you even know who you are?" As Aching leaned closer, Shin Jitong seized the moment. She swung her fist and struck his nose with all her strength. Blood splattered, and Aching screamed, clutching his face as the knife fell to the ground. Though Shin Jitong didn't know how to fight, her strength was great. That single punch to his most vulnerable spot worked perfectly. Aching was still in pain, unable to resist. Shin Jitong didn't hesitate. She struck him several more times on the head with all her might. Aching fell to the ground, his body twitching, and then he stopped moving. Butler Kai stared in shock at the sudden turn of events, unsure what to say. Shin Jitong looked at him apologetically. "Butler Kai, I'm sorry. I hit too hard. Aching is dead." "Miss, don't say that. Aching was killed by me, not you. Before anyone finds out, you must leave quickly. When you return, keep this secret, tell no one." Butler Kai had already made up his mind. His only goal was to protect Shin Jitong, even if it meant taking the blame himself. "Housekeeper Kai, don't worry. As long as we quietly take care of Aching's body and no one finds him, we'll be fine." Before Shun Jitong came, she had already planned how to deal with Qing. Qing was Wu Xiaolong's trusted assistant. In her previous life, after escaping to Hong Kong, he became a board member of Wu Xiaolong's company. Later, he started his own film company and lived a life of wealth and fame. In this life, she dealt with him early. If Qing, now on his way to the afterlife, knew how successful he had been before, he would probably be furious. Anyway, he was a cruel man, not a good person. If she didn't stop him, she couldn't save housekeeper Kai tonight, so she decided to end it once and for all. All right, I'll listen to you, Mississippi. Should we bury him under the mango tree in the backyard? Don't worry, no one will find out. But, miss, do you have the strength to dig a hole? Before the war, housekeeper Kai had been the second in command of a local group and had plenty of experience handling such matters. If he weren't so ill, he would have done it himself. Don't worry. Focus on getting better. I brought a special medicine for you.
Take it and rest.
I know how to handle Qing. After speaking, Shun Jitong went downstairs, put Qing's small truck into her storage space, and locked the courtyard gate. Then she found 2 clean cups in the living room, filled them with spring water from her space, drank one herself, and prepared to bring the other to housekeeper Kai. As she walked up the stairs, she felt a tingling sensation on the sole of her foot. The pain was gone, and the wound was healing rapidly after drinking the spring water. Shun Jitong was eager to see how well the spring water would work on housekeeper Kai. Shun Jitong entered housekeeper Kai's room and saw him lying on the bed, his face pale and breathing heavy. She quickly helped him sit up and placed a pillow behind his back. Miss, I'm dying.
Don't worry about me.
You can't handle Qing's body alone. Leave now. I'll make it look like we fought each other. When others come, they'll think we both died in the struggle. No one will know the truth. Housekeeper Kai refused the cup of spring water she offered. He thought it was just medicine and didn't believe anything could cure his serious illness. Housekeeper Kai, you were never this stubborn before. Why are you acting like this now? You can't die. Without you, who will protect me? My father has already decided that I must marry Gao Jianren, a man from our neighborhood, in exchange for a boat ticket for his family to secretly go to Hong Kong. Qing was bribed by him to do his dirty work. If you don't take your medicine and live well, who will I rely on in the future? Shun Jitong scolded him sharply. Hearing this, Butler Kai's eyes turned red. He quickly took the cup from her hand and drank it all in a few gulps. Young lady, it's not bitter at all. It tastes like plain water, even a little sweet. You're not tricking me, are you? What kind of special medicine is this? He muttered to himself. At that moment, his face began to look noticeably healthier. Shun Jitong understood what was happening. She smiled and said, Butler Kai, lie down and rest for a while. The medicine will start working soon. After saying that, she dragged Qing's body outside. When Butler Kai couldn't see, she quietly stored it away in her secret space. She had worried that the space might not accept such things, but to her surprise, it worked. That made things much easier. Later, she would find a remote place to dispose of Qing properly. By now, the small wound on her foot had healed. She put on her high heels, found a mop, and began cleaning the room. Young lady, I'm fine now.
Completely fine.
I feel refreshed and full of energy again. Just as Shun Jitong entered the room with the mop, Butler Kai stood up from the bed, looking delighted. The spiritual spring water really worked. As long as someone was still breathing, it could bring them back to life. Shun Jitong was overjoyed. With the spring water in her space, her future would be much easier. Butler Kai, I told you, it's a special medicine. It works instantly. She smiled playfully while mopping the floor. Young lady, you saved my life. From now on, my life belongs to you.
I'll do whatever you ask.
Butler Kai, I just want you to live a long and healthy life. You're the only family I have left in this world. Shun Jitong stopped moving and sighed. Her voice, usually playful, now carried a hint of sadness. Young lady, don't be sad. I'll always be here to protect you. I really feel like I could live to be 100. Oh dear, I'm so dirty. I'd better go wash up. You don't need to mop anymore, I'll take care of it later. Housekeeper Kai also had the dirt washed off his body by the spiritual spring water. Smelling the odor himself, he felt embarrassed and quickly went to take a shower. When he came out, clean and dressed in fresh clothes, Shin Jitong had already tidied up the scene. Kai's eyes turned red. Miss, he's just a live-in son-in-law of the Shin family. How could he let you do housework? Shin Jitong cleaned so skillfully that it was clear she had done this many times before. Kai felt both angry and sad. When the old master was alive, both the lady and the young miss never had to lift a finger. They were raised with great care and comfort. Who would have thought that the young miss would now handle chores so easily? How much hardship had she gone through to become like this? He wanted to teach that ungrateful man a lesson. Back then, no one knew why the lady had been so determined to marry Wu Xiaolong, that poor young man. With the old master's experience, he could see that Wu Xiaolong had bad intentions. He wanted not only the lady, but also her family's wealth. The old master forced him to become a live-in son-in-law, and while the old master was alive, Wu Xiaolong behaved himself. But after the old master passed away, and a few years later the lady also died, Wu Xiaolong soon remarried and sent Kai to a house in the suburbs. He said it was because he didn't want his new wife to feel uncomfortable, but in truth, he just didn't want to lose face in front of her. Thinking of the young miss still under his control, Kai had no choice but to endure it. He never expected that Wu Xiaolong would not only take over the Shin family's property, but also try to use the young miss for his own gain. Marry her to Gao Jianren from the same neighborhood? What kind of family was that? Old Mr. Gao had been a shady man in the old days, living off women and cheating them out of money, the lowest kind of person. And such a family wanted to marry the precious young miss? Just thinking about it made Kai furious. Housekeeper Kai, Shin Jitong said softly, the worst thing Wu Xiaolong did to me wasn't making me do housework, but forcing me to marry Gao Jianren. That man already has someone else, a woman named Lu Shihuan, his former classmate. They even have 2 children, a boy and a girl, about 4 or 5 years old. But Lu Shihuan's background isn't good. She comes from a wealthy capitalist family, the kind that people criticize. Gao Jianren is still with her, but doesn't dare tell his family, knowing they would never approve. His family kept pressuring him to get married, so Gao Jianren claimed he was born unable to have a normal relationship, hoping they would stop forcing him. At that time, my father wanted a permit to start a textile factory and Gao Jianren was in charge of approving it. So my father sold me out and arranged for me to marry him. Gao Jianren thought that since my family would soon have no one left, I would be easy to control. It would also make him look good in front of his family, so he agreed. He had it all planned out. He wanted to marry me, bring home a child from another woman for me to raise, and when the time was right, divorce me and marry the one he truly loved. Although these things hadn't happened yet, that was exactly how it went in my previous life. Housekeeper Kai clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Miss, you can't marry him. Even if it costs me everything, I won't let you marry such a man. Don't worry, Uncle Kai. I will never marry him. What can I do to help? Kai asked quickly. Find your old friends and have them keep an eye on Gao Jianren. I want to know where his lover lives. I want them both to lose everything. Shin Jitong's voice was calm, but there was a cold anger hidden beneath it.
Guy not dead for me, Lee. Don't worry, Mississippi.
I'll make sure it's done properly. In recent years, Kai had been ill and weak. He didn't want to trouble the Shin family, so he hadn't contacted Shin Jitong. Sometimes he sent a Qing to check on her, and a Qing always came back saying the young lady was doing well and that he shouldn't worry. Kai had thought that since she was living in her own home, and the Shin family had left plenty of wealth to Wu Xiaolong, she must be living comfortably. He never imagined that while he wasn't watching, Shin Jitong would suffer so much. Kai was sick, not incapable. Now that his old illness was cured, he quickly regained the calm authority of the Shin family's former chief steward. By the way, what about a Qing's body? Kai suddenly remembered that a Qing's body had disappeared without a trace and hurriedly asked Shin Jitong, afraid she might have handled it carelessly. I had someone I trust take care of a Qing's body. Don't worry about it, Everything was handled cleanly.
Ching only had you as family.
If anyone comes asking about him, it'll probably be someone from the factory. Just say that he left home for work on the 3rd and never came back. No one will be able to blame you. My useless father was hiding something and didn't dare to say a word. Oh, right. The floor probably needs to be scrubbed a few more times with detergent to get rid of the smell, Shin Jitong said calmly. Butler Kai felt even more heartbroken. Miss, Wu Xiaolong is planning to escape to Hong Kong. What about you? Should I find a way to send you away too? Don't worry about how you'll live after that. Actually, the old master left 70% of his assets with me. Wu Xiaolong only has less than 30%. He was afraid that after he passed away, Wu Xiaolong would take everything from you and your mother, so he told me to keep it secret. I didn't expect his worries to come true. Shin Jitong was truly shocked. She had always wondered. Her grandfather had seen all kinds of storms in Shanghai, so how could he have failed to make arrangements for her and her mother in her previous life? Of course, he must have done the same thing back then. But in her past life, Butler Kai had fallen ill and was harmed by a Qing before he could leave any message. Naturally, she never knew that 70% of the Shin family's fortune had been left for her. Shin Jitong almost slapped her leg in frustration. If she had inherited that 70% before, how could her life have been so miserable? What? The Shun family still has 70% of its assets with you? Butler Kai, where did you hide them? A storm is coming soon. Make sure they're well hidden, or it'll be hard to get them back if they're seized. She wanted to secure those assets herself, knowing that only in her own safe space would they truly be protected. She wasn't going to miss out on this grand inheritance again. There are some in the basement here and others. I placed them in. Butler Kai lowered his voice and whispered the locations of the hidden wealth to Shin Jitong. Her head spun as she listened. The butler had hidden the assets in several places. The Shin family's bookstore, the ancestral tomb, a secret room in the textile factory that had been handed over to the state, and even a hidden chamber in the small villa where Wu Xiaolong now lived. These were all secrets Wu Xiaolong knew nothing about. The old master had instructed that these assets could only be given to someone with the Shin family name. If the family line ever ended, they were to be donated to the country. Seeing the young lady's strength tonight, Butler Kai felt it was finally time to entrust her with his fortune. He couldn't help feeling a bit scared when he thought about it. If a Qing had really strangled him tonight, and the young lady hadn't arrived in time to save him, no one would ever know about the hidden fortune. It would have been buried with him forever. So, Butler Kai decided to confess everything and revealed all the hiding places of the assets. Don't worry, Butler Kai. I'll move everything one by one. Trust me, I'll keep them in the safest place. No one but me will ever find them, Shin Jitong said firmly, her tone full of confidence. Somehow, her words made Butler Kai trust her completely. After finishing the matter with Butler Kai, Shin Jitong took her leave. As she stepped outside, Xiaohei walked up to her with a guilty look, circling her once and wagging his tail to please her. The clever dog was clearly apologizing for jumping on her earlier. Good boy, Xiaohei. I'll bring you a big bone next time, Shin Jitong said, patting his head. Sometimes she thought even dogs were better than some people, at least they were loyal. Instead of going straight home, Shin Jitong went to the Shin family's ancestral tomb nearby to retrieve the hidden treasure. The family's old house had originally been built for the caretaker of the graves. No one was around at this hour, making it the perfect time to dig up the treasure. Standing before the tombs, Shin Jitong bowed 3 times to her ancestors, then walked to a newer grave beside her grandfather's. Following Butler Kai's instructions, she felt around beneath the tombstone until she found a small bump. She pressed it firmly. With a clicking sound, the tomb door slid open on both sides, revealing a narrow passage. Butler Kai had said this was a secret vault disguised as a grave, with no real burial inside. Shin Jitong entered the passage and found a small chamber of about 20 square meters. She took out a flashlight from her bag, turned it on, and couldn't help smiling with joy. On the concrete floor stood sturdy cedar racks holding layers of large camphor wood chests. She opened one of the heavy lids with ease. Inside, The chest was filled with gold ingots. The next one was packed with gold blocks. And another, gold bars. "Grandfather, you really had a sense of humor," she said softly. "Gold is gold, but you still made it in so many shapes." Shen Jitong muttered to herself as she looked around. In her mind, she silently thought the word collect. Without even blinking, the boxes disappeared, all stored inside her personal space. She entered the space to check and found that the boxes were neatly stacked in an empty room of her villa. When she opened them, not a single piece of gold was missing. Feeling relieved, Shen Jitong blinked, and a Qing appeared outside the space, placed gently inside the tomb. She walked out of the tomb, pressed the hidden button to restore it to its original state, then twisted the mechanism until it broke. The place would remain sealed forever. This would now be a Qing's resting place. Based on her experience from her previous life, she knew that in about 10 days, the storm that swept through the capital would also reach Shanghai. When that happened, chaos would follow. If the treasures hidden in the textile factory's secret room weren't collected in time, they might be discovered and destroyed, causing great loss. Shen Jitong thought it best to go tonight and store the treasures from the textile factory in her space, so she could finally sleep peacefully. She took a Qing's car out from her space and started driving. In her previous life, she had learned to drive so she could take her children to and from school. Although she didn't have a driver's license now, no one would check at night. Besides, she was wearing high heels. Walking back wasn't an option. It would be foolish not to use the car. When she was 2 blocks away from the first textile factory, she put a Qing's car back into her space and continued on foot. After all, the car was a Qing's, and if the factory guard saw it, they might become suspicious. The main gate of the first textile factory was locked, with only a small side door open for employees. The security room was right beside it. If a stranger tried to enter, the guard would question them immediately. Not wanting anyone to know she had been there, Shen Jitong found a spot where she could watch the security room and waited for a chance. At 9:30, the guard went to the cafeteria to get his late-night meal. Seeing the security room empty, Shen Jitong quickly slipped into the factory. Once inside, she went to the changing room, grabbed a worker's uniform, and put it on. She also wore a white cap, like the female workers. In the dark, anyone who saw her would think she was on the night shift. She made her way to the 3rd-floor meeting room of the textile factory. In fact, 1/3 of that meeting room was a hidden chamber. None of the factory's managers had ever realized that they worked every day right beside a fortune. Shen Jitong took down the large portrait hanging on the wall and gently placed it on the floor. Behind it was still a plain white wall. She didn't rush. Instead, she went to the bookshelf on the right side of the meeting room, opened the bottom drawer, and pressed a hidden panel inside. As she pressed it, the mechanism of a secret room began to move. The white wall sank inward, revealing an opening just wide enough for one person to pass through. With her earlier experience exploring the tomb, Shen Jitong didn't hesitate this time and went straight in. The butler, Mr. Kai, had said that none of the treasure rooms had traps. Once the switch was found and the door opened, it was safe to enter. Inside the secret room, Shen Jitong used her flashlight to find a light cord near the door. She pulled it, and the room lit up brightly. It was a 30-square-meter chamber, built by her grandfather when he renovated the meeting room. The space was filled with camphorwood chests. Curious, Shen Jitong opened one to take a look.
Oh!
This time, instead of gold, it was filled with scrolls of famous calligraphy and paintings. She opened 5 more boxes, and they were all the same, collections of artwork gathered by generations of the Shen family. She didn't have time to examine them carefully, so she stored all the boxes away to enjoy later when she had time. After leaving the secret room, she reset everything to its original state. Just as she was wondering how to leave the factory, she noticed many workers heading out. It was the end of the night shift. Shen Jitong took off her work uniform, casually draped it over the stair railing, and blended in with the workers as they exited the textile factory together. In the past, many people at the factory would have recognized her as the granddaughter of the owner. But times had changed. After so many years, most of the workers were new. Except for the management, no one recognized her anymore. Having finished collecting treasures from 2 places, Shun Jitong saw that it was getting late and decided to go home to rest. Her small Western-style house was in Chongning District, Shanghai. She caught the last bus home. As soon as she entered the living room downstairs, she sensed something was wrong. Wu Xiaolong, Lu Xiaomei, Qian Fun, and the siblings Wu Yaozu and Wu Yaojie were all sitting there. When they saw her come in, their faces turned dark.
Oh,
A family interrogation, is it? Now that Shun Jitong was confident and calm, she couldn't be bothered to deal with these unpleasant people. She didn't even lift her eyes or greet them. She walked past them and went upstairs. Stop right there. Do you have no manners? Do you know what time it is? Where have you been all day? You're only coming back now? Wu Xiaolong's anger flared when he saw Shun Jitong's attitude. I was in a bad mood, so I went out for a walk. What? Am I under house arrest now? I'm the owner of this house, and I can't even go out freely? Shun Jitong shot back. This apartment belonged to the Shin family. Wu Xiaolong was only a live-in son-in-law with the right to stay there, but the property was under Shun Jitong's name. When she called herself the owner, Wu Xiaolong's face turned pale with anger, his lips trembling. So he was that sensitive? Just a small reminder that he was only a son-in-law, and he was already furious. Shun Jitong found it amusing. Shun Jitong, what kind of talk is that? What decent young woman comes home after 10 at night? Look at you, all dressed up like that. People might think you were out trying to get attention from men. Lu Xiaomei jumped in to defend her husband. When she saw Shun Jitong's fair, glowing face and naturally red lips, she thought Shun had used expensive makeup and dressed up on purpose. Jealousy filled her heart. She didn't know that Shun Jitong's natural beauty came from drinking the special spring water from her secret space. That's funny, Shun Jitong said calmly. What decent woman gets involved with a married man before his wife passes away, then rushes to marry him right after, claiming her baby came early? Qian Fun was Lu Xiaomei's daughter from her first marriage. Wu Yaozu was the child she had after getting involved with Wu Xiaolong. Using her pregnancy as an excuse, Lu Xiaomei forced Wu Xiaolong to marry her. Wu Xiaolong, eager to have a son to carry on the family name, married her soon after Shun Jitong's mother passed away. Shun Jitong's words were clearly aimed at Lu Xiaomei. In the past, Shun Jitong had been quiet and gentle, so everyone thought she was easy to bully. No one took her seriously. But now, with just a few sharp words, she exposed Lu Xiaomei's most embarrassing secret, hitting her right where it hurt. Not only were Wu Xiaolong and Lu Xiaomei furious, but even Qian Fun and her brother were enraged. Shun Jitong, what did you just say? Shut up, or I'll make you regret it. Wu Yaozu, 14 years old and strong for his age, stood up and pointed at Shun Tang's nose, his face dark with anger. Yaozu, I support you. Teach this rude woman a lesson. Oh, still pretending to be a rich young lady? Your whole family is gone. The Shun family now belongs to the Wu family. What are you so proud of? Qian Fun had a sharp, mean-looking face with high cheekbones and hollow cheeks. She had always been jealous of Shun Jitong, who was adored by everyone as a child. Even though Shun Jitong had lost her family, she was still beautiful and graceful, admired by all. Knowing that her parents were planning to move to Hong Kong without taking Shun Jitong, Qianfen felt that Shun Jitong was now easy to bully. She thought about how their family would soon enjoy a good life in Hong Kong, spending money freely after years of restraint. Meanwhile, Shun Jitong would have to marry Gao Jianren, a man with health problems, and live a dull life. The thought made Qianfen secretly pleased. But when Shun Jitong mocked her mother, Qianfen couldn't stand it anymore. Wu Xiaolong's face turned purple with anger. His own daughter had exposed his affair. How could he keep his dignity as a father? Hit her. Teach her a lesson. Since Wu Xiaolong couldn't do it himself, he ordered Wu Yaozu to act. The boy was young, and his strength wasn't great, so a little punishment would be enough to vent their anger. Encouraged by his family, Wu Yaozu actually raised his hand to strike Shun Jitong. But as his hand swung down, Shun Jitong caught his wrist with perfect precision. She realized that after drinking the spring water, Not only had her strength increased, but her coordination and senses had also become sharper. To others, Wu Yaozu's movement looked fast, but to her, it was as slow as a movie in slow motion. She easily twisted his wrist.
Ah,
It hurts. Xinjitang, let go of me.
Dad, Mom.
Help. Wu Yaozu screamed in pain, tears and snot running down his face, looking completely miserable. Xinjitang.
How dare you?
Let Yaozu go right now, or you'll face family punishment. Wu Xiaolong shouted angrily. In the past, whenever he mentioned family punishment, Xinjitang would be terrified. He thought it would work again this time. Family punishment meant forcing Xinjitang to kneel in the ancestral hall behind the villa. Xinjitang was very timid. The thought of kneeling alone at night before the ancestral tablets terrified her, so she especially feared that Wu Xiaolong might use this to punish her. Wu Yaozu, you've shown no respect for me as your elder sister. Even if I have to face family punishment today, I'll make sure you learn a lesson. As she spoke, Xinjitang twisted his wrist slightly. A sharp sounded, followed by Wu Yaozu's loud cry. His wrist bone had broken. Xinjitang released him. Wu Yaozu clutched his injured hand, crying and shouting, "Someone, take me to the hospital. That woman broke my wrist." The whole house fell into chaos. Some called for the driver. Others helped him into the car. Wu Xiaolong, furious, supported his beloved son and threw a key at Xinjitang, shouting, "Go kneel in the ancestral hall all night. Don't come out without my permission." The ancestral hall was where the family's hidden treasure room was located. Xinjitang had been wondering how to get the key. Now it had come right to her. Xinjitang picked up the key, shook off the dust, and nodded to Wu Xiaolong. "All right, father." Wu Xiaolong glared at her angrily, then hurried to take his son to the hospital. If they were late and the bone couldn't be set properly, Wu Yaozu's hand might be ruined. For now, he couldn't do anything to Xinjitang. He still needed her to exchange the family's tickets for the ship. All he could do was vent his anger through harsh words. After everyone left for the hospital, Xinjitang took the key and went to the backyard of the villa. The Xun family's ancestral hall stood there, its red doors tightly closed, the building filled with an old, solemn air. In the past, Xinjitang had never dared to come here alone, not even during the day, let alone at night. The ancestral tablets inside made the place feel eerie and cold. But now, she wasn't afraid anymore. She had already faced death once. What else was there to fear? She unlocked the heavy doors and turned on the lights. The hall looked exactly as she remembered. On the altar stood rows of ancestral tablets, including those of her father and mother. Her eyes grew moist. She lit an incense stick and bowed deeply before the tablets. Then she closed the doors and began searching for the family's hidden fortune. The entrance to the secret room, she knew, was right beneath the altar. The hidden mechanism was a small raised spot beneath Master Shin's memorial tablet. If not for Butler Kai's instructions, Xinjitang would never have guessed that this was the button. She pressed it lightly and heard a familiar click. A section of the floor under the offering table sank inward, revealing an opening just large enough for one person to enter. According to Butler Kai, since this was the family's ancestral home, the underground space here was the largest, holding nearly half of 70% of the family's total assets. This portion alone was worth more than all the assets Wu Xiaolong currently controlled. If Wu Xiaolong knew that the place where he often came to burn incense hid the main part of the Shin family's fortune, he would be furious. Xinjitang noticed a staircase leading down into the hole. She turned on her flashlight and descended to the bottom. Shining the light around, she found a pull cord for the electric lamp. With a gentle tug, the room lit up brightly. The sight before her was dazzling. The basement was as large as the entire ancestral hall above, covering at least 120 square meters with a ceiling about 4 meters high. The vast underground space was filled with stacked camphorwood chests, piled almost to the ceiling. There must have been at least 180 to 200 boxes. Xinjitang estimated that each box was about 58 inches long. Every one of them was filled with the Shin family's treasures, a truly impressive sight. She opened the nearest chest and found it full of jade jewelry, palm-sized emeralds, flawless jade bangles, and a set of 108 fine tourmaline ornaments. Everything imaginable. Just this one box contained enough wealth to support an ordinary family for 3 generations. She opened another chest and found it filled with luxury watches, Rolex, Breitling, Titoni, and more. Shen Jitang casually picked up the simplest Titoni lady's watch and put it on. She happened to need a watch, and it would help her keep track of time. It was a mechanical watch, just needed winding to work. Now, filled with curiosity, Shen Jitang wondered what surprises the other boxes might hold. She opened another one and was nearly blinded by the brilliance of the jewels inside. Large Eastern pearls weighing about 2 taels each, filling an entire compartment, at least 50 of them. Below were several strings of pearl bracelets, a box of rubies, and another of jade ornaments. Then she opened a chest in the middle of the room, and a rich scent of ginseng filled the air. A box full of century-old ginseng, something rarely seen on the market. At first glance, it even looked like a box of carrots. Shen Jitang quickly closed the lid, afraid the medicinal scent would escape. There were too many boxes for her to check one by one, so she decided to store them all in her space first and sort through them later when she had time. She had recently discovered that her space could keep things fresh. Earlier that day, she had bought a box of hot buns and placed them inside. When she took them out later, they were still steaming, as if freshly made. With that, she realized that storing herbs, treasures, and even famous paintings in her space was the best way to preserve them. After clearing out the basement, Shen Jitang entered her space to check. She found that all the boxes from the secret room had been placed neatly on the second underground level of her villa, filling it completely. Fortunately, when she bought the villa, she had insisted on having plenty of storage space and even paid extra to dig out a second basement level. Now, it was proving very useful. Of the 4 treasure locations mentioned by Butler Kai, she had already collected from 3, leaving only the Shen family bookstore. She would continue tomorrow. After making sure she hadn't missed anything, Shen Jitang turned off the lights, returned to the surface, locked the secret room, and restored everything to its original state. Then she entered her space again, took a relaxing bath in her villa, dried her hair, put on a face mask, and went to bed. When she had renovated the villa, she had done it with care, wanting her family to live comfortably, using only the best materials and products. Even for her 2 ungrateful adopted children, she had stocked up on things young people liked, face masks, drinks, and snacks, hoping they would live well. Now all those things had ended up benefiting her instead. Although items like face masks would eventually run out, Shen Jitang wasn't worried. With her spring water, she could always make her skin feel refreshed, so there was no need to worry about supplies. As for personal care products, she had stocked up during a holiday sale, 10 boxes in total, with different types for day and night use. The wholesaler had even given her an extra box as a bonus, though the ungrateful ones had mocked her for hoarding. Now, thinking back, she was glad she had done it. Otherwise, she would have had to make do with paper instead. She calculated the amount in each box. Since her monthly cycle usually lasted only 4 days, if she used them carefully, the 11 boxes would last her for several years. If she ever got married and had a baby, she could even save a year's worth of sanitary pads. What a silly thought. A few years later, when the government wasn't so strict, she could ask someone overseas to buy them for her, so she wouldn't have to worry about running out. It wasn't strange that Shen Jitang cared more about sanitary pads than the Shen family's wealth. Money stayed where it was, but pads were used up one by one, and their comfort was something she couldn't give up. Wearing a face mask and calculating her daily supplies, Shen Jitang slowly drifted off to sleep on the mattress she had bought for 100,000 yuan.
Bang! Bang!
Shen Jitang was startled awake by loud knocking. Shen Jitang, open the door. Are you being lazy in there? She stretched lazily on the big bed, lay there for a while until her sleepiness faded, then got up slowly, changed into her old clothes, and stepped out. The ancestral hall door creaked open, revealing Lu Xiaomei's angry face. You lazy girl! Still sleeping so soundly? Come help my son. As she spoke, Lu Xiaomei reached out to scratch Shen Jitong's face. She had long been jealous of that pretty face and wanted to ruin it a little. How could Shen Jitong let Lu Xiaomei get close? With a light slap, she deflected Lu Xiaomei's sharp hand. The woman stumbled and fell with a thud, landing right in front of the ancestral tablets. "Dad, please talk to Aunt Lu. You wanted me to get married, right? If she scratches my face and leaves a scar, who would want to marry me?" Shen Jitong didn't run away. She smiled sweetly at Wu Xiaolong, who stood outside with a dark expression. Wu Xiaolong was speechless, but what she said made sense. He had no choice but to help Lu Xiaomei up and scolded her softly. "You're an adult. Why argue with her?" Lu Xiaomei hadn't expected that after coming to stand up for her son, she would end up falling, scraping her hands and knees, and her husband would even take Shen Jitong's side. "Yaozu's wrist bone is broken. The doctor said he can't use much strength for at least half a year, or it might heal wrong. And you still won't teach her a lesson?" Lu Xiaomei was furious. Wu Xiaolong gave her a look, signaling her to stay calm, then asked gently, "Jitong, about marrying Gao Jianren, didn't you say you'd think about it and give me an answer? How's your decision coming along?" "Dad, I'm still thinking. There's still time. Marriage is a lifelong matter, and I must be careful. If a woman marries the wrong man, someone ungrateful and unfaithful, her life could be ruined. Please give me a few more days, and I'll give you an answer." Shen Jitong was stalling for time, partly to finish collecting the Shen family's assets, and partly to find a chance to take revenge on Gao Jianren and Lu Shihuan, the two who had betrayed her. "Fine, I won't push you," Wu Xiaolong said through clenched teeth. He was furious. His daughter had once again spoken to him with hidden sarcasm. Shen Jitong handed him the keys, smiled, and left the ancestral hall. She didn't look tired at all, even after supposedly kneeling all night. Wu Xiaolong knew she hadn't really been punished, but the punishment had only been for him to save face as a father anyway. Now, the family's future depended entirely on Shen Jitong, and he didn't dare push her too hard. Upstairs, Shen Jitong changed into a light purple dress with puffed sleeves that fluttered in the breeze. The fitted waist showed her slim figure, and she wore white flat leather shoes, much easier for walking than high heels. She didn't want to walk miles in heels again. Coming downstairs, she skipped breakfast at home and went out. She didn't want to sit through a tense meal with her father and stepmother, just seeing them ruined her mood. Among the boxes she had packed last night, one contained silver ingots and gold bars. She planned to exchange some for cash, which meant going to the black market. She wasn't afraid of trouble. If anyone tried to take advantage of her, she would pretend to be weak until they got close, then strike fast and end the fight with one solid punch. She knew exactly where the black market for precious metals was. Taking the bus, she stopped at Xinguola for breakfast, planning to eat first before heading to the market. No matter the era, wealthy people always treated themselves well, and Xinguola was packed with customers. Barbecue pork buns, shrimp dumplings, crab roast, soup dumplings. It had been a long time since Shen Jitong had eaten so comfortably. After finishing her meal, she asked the waiter to pack 10 portions of each dish, saying she wanted to take them home for her family. The waiter was surprised. Such a generous customer was rare at Xinguola, especially in these hard times when most people were struggling. But judging from Shen Jitong's elegant clothes, her refined and graceful appearance, and her smooth, fair skin, the waiter guessed she must be a young lady from a wealthy family. Only someone like that could spend so freely. In Shanghai, there weren't many families like hers left, but they still existed. Carrying the packed breakfast, Shen Jitong quietly put it into her storage space when no one was around. Then she visited several more breakfast shops. Whether it was Shanghai specialties like scallion pancakes, crab shell pastries, sweet and savory flatbreads, fried dough sticks with soy milk, meat buns, steamed buns, rice cakes, glutinous rice rolls, small wontons, plain noodles, or cakes and bread from fancy bakeries, Shen Jitong bought as much as each shop could make. She had saved plenty of money and ration tickets before, but she had never really known how to spend them. Now they were finally useful. She planned to gather all the Shen family's wealth, settle her grudges, and then leave Shanghai to stay out of trouble for a while. So she bought everything she could, afraid that once she left, she wouldn't be able to taste Shanghai's food again. Touching the faint mark left by her space bracelet, Shen Jitong thought of the man who had held her and cried before she died in her past life. A small smile appeared on her lips. Whether he truly loved her, she had seen it clearly then. She remembered that when her grandfather was alive, disappointed by his daughter's marriage, he had arranged a childhood engagement for her with Wu Yuanzheng. But after her grandfather passed away, the engagement became uncertain. After all, in the new society, arranged marriages were no longer common. The Wu family had moved to the capital a year before her grandfather's death, and contact between the two families had lessened. At the funeral, Wu Yuanzheng came with his elders to pay respects, showing nothing unusual at the time. She never imagined that he had secretly loved her so deeply, hiding his feelings so well that she never noticed. In the end, he remained single for life because of her. A man like that must have loved her to his very core. Now, in this world, the only people Shen Jitong truly trusted were Butler Kai and Wu Yuanzheng. When she reached the telegraph office, Shen Jitong went in and sent a telegram to Wu Yuanzheng's unit. She remembered that when he had saved her, Wu Yuanzheng told the doctor he was the highest officer at a Southern Air Force base. In her memory, Wu Yuanzheng had always worked quietly at that base, and she never expected that he would one day amaze everyone and become its top commander. The telegram was short, but Shen Jitong firmly believed that as soon as Wu Yuanzheng saw it, he would come to find her right away. Sure enough, when the telegram arrived at the Southern Air Force Base, Commissar Wei, who received it for Wu Yuanzheng, was shocked. He quickly called Wu, who was on a business trip in Shanghai. Yuanzheng, something big has happened. What happened? Wu Yuanzheng rarely heard Commissar Wei sound so excited, and his heart tightened. Do you know someone named Shen Jitong? Sounds like a young woman. The moment Wu Yuanzheng heard her name, his heart skipped a beat. He swallowed hard and asked in a tense voice, Yes, I know her. What about her? How do you know her name? She sent you a telegram. What? She sent me a telegram? What happened? Wu Yuanzheng suddenly stood up, his hand trembling slightly as he held the phone. Driver Xiao Zhang, standing nearby, was stunned. What could have happened to make the commander so unsettled? The last time he saw him this nervous was during an air battle when he led his squadron to shoot down enemy planes. Calm down, said Commissar Wei. When I said something big happened, I meant the message in her telegram. It's only 10 characters long, but it means a lot. What does it say? Tell me quickly. Wu Yuanzheng was almost frantic. Old Wei was being far too slow. It says, Come to Shanghai and marry me, Shen Jitong. 10 characters in total, no punctuation. Commissar Wei kindly explained. There was silence on the line. Thinking the call had dropped, Commissar Wei was about to speak when Wu Yuanzheng took a deep breath and said, Old Wei, we've been comrades for years. This time, I really need your help. Of course. Just tell me what you need. I'll do it. Commissar Wei was puzzled. Wu Yuanzheng had never spoken to him so seriously before. Whatever it was, it must be something he couldn't refuse. What could be so important? Please help me file a marriage request right away. Here's the situation. Get a pen and paper and write this down. I'm on a business trip and can't go back right now. Please help me submit the marriage application as soon as possible. I need to get it approved in the shortest time. Commissioner Wei didn't expect that what Wu Yuanzheng asked for wasn't a difficult favor at all. Don't worry, Yuanzheng. You're already 27, and now that you've finally found someone to marry, of course I'll support you. Just wait for my message in Shanghai. I'll handle it right away. Commissioner Wei gave his word. Wu Yuanzheng thanked him repeatedly. After hanging up, Commissioner Wei looked again at the information he had just written down about Shen Jitong and frowned. This comrade Shen Jitong turned out to be the daughter of a wealthy family? Wu Yuanzheng, what kind of person have you found? Shen Jitong had no idea that her telegram had made many people at the base anxious. After leaving the telegraph office, she went straight to the black market to exchange precious metals. The black market didn't only operate at night. As long as people avoided official channels and traded privately, Everyone called it the black market. In fact, as long as the business wasn't too extreme, some officials would quietly allow it. Shin Jitong entered a pawnshop on Chongsong Road. Seeing that there were no customers, she took out a silver ingot and asked the clerk behind the counter, "Do you take gold and silver?" Behind the counter stood a man in his 30s. He took the gold and silver from her, examined them carefully, and confirmed they were real. "Yes, we do. Miss, how much do you want to exchange?" "I have 3 gold bars and 4 silver ingots. I'd like to exchange half for cash and half for ration coupons, national grain and cloth coupons, and local ones for meat." The clerk didn't look surprised and nodded. "That's fine." It seemed this pawnshop was indeed well established. Shin Jitong had some friends her age, some of whom were known as spoiled rich kids. Since their families gave them limited money, they would secretly sell valuable things from home. They often mentioned this pawnshop called Dangue. It had a good reputation, paid fairly, and no one had ever had trouble with it. So when Shin Jitong wanted to exchange her gold and silver, this was the first place that came to her mind. "Miss, your gold weighs 10 taels per piece, with a total of 30 taels, which is about 1,500 grams. At the current gold price of 7 yuan per gram, it's worth 10,500 yuan. You also have 40 taels of silver, totaling 2,000 grams. Silver is valued at 0.5 yuan per gram, so it's worth 1,000 yuan. Together, these are worth 11,500 yuan. I can give you 6,000 yuan in cash, plus 5,500 worth of national grain coupons, cloth coupons, and local meat tickets. However, these coupons and tickets are valued higher than their usual prices because we buy them at a premium. The official prices are even higher. Is that okay?" The shop assistant quickly calculated on an abacus and explained everything clearly. Currently, residents in Shanghai have a monthly limit of 8 pounds of pork per person, but without pork coupons, even with money, they cannot buy meat. The same goes for grains. For example, Song Jitong's monthly quota is 28 jin, about 14 kilograms, of grain, which isn't just rice but also includes beans and coarse grains. Shin Jitong had no objections and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll exchange the money for the goods." She had countless pieces of gold and silver, enough to last many lifetimes. Naturally, she wanted to convert her wealth into cash to improve her life. "Come to the VIP room at the back. We'll count the money and tickets inside. As a young girl, you shouldn't show your wealth openly." The shop assistant sounded quite kind. Now Shin Jitong understood why this pawnshop was so trusted among the wealthy young men. They knew how to do good business. Shin Jitong wasn't worried about any tricks from the pawnshop. She had space in her hands. If anything went wrong, she could hide everything inside her space. Who's afraid? She casually entered the VIP room behind the counter. Luckily, the pawnshop didn't cause any trouble and handed over all the money and tickets to Shin Jitong. She carefully counted everything, then put it into her bag. In fact, she secretly stored the money and tickets into her space when the shop assistant wasn't paying attention. Afterward, she handed over the gold bars and silver ingots to the shop assistant and left quickly. Having exchanged the money, her next step was to stock up on supplies. But her immediate goal was to visit the bookstore, check out her last hidden treasure from the Shin family. Shin Jitong was impressed by Manager Kai's clever idea. He had hidden the Shin family's huge wealth in the Shin bookstore on Huaihai Road. This bookstore was also donated by the Shin family and is now a state-owned bookstore. Shin Jitong was pretending to buy books and wandered around the bookstore. The bookstore was quite large, with 2 floors covering over 500 square meters. Many customers came to buy and read books, filling the space with people. Seeing this, Shin Jitong couldn't help but think to herself, "Oh dear, Kai Butler, you've really caused me trouble this time." Because so many readers were there, she had no chance to make her move. She noticed a notice on the wall stating that the store closed at 5:30 p.m., so she planned to come back later in the afternoon and hide inside until everyone left. Instead of waiting in the bookstore, Shin Jitong decided to go out and buy supplies. She took a bus to Hongkou, to Sichuan North Road, where a new snack shop called Definitely Good had recently opened. The shop sold scallion oil peach pastries, barley cookies, chicken-shaped biscuits, and mung bean cakes, delicious treats everyone talked about. After entering, Shun Jitong asked the staff to pack 10 jin, about 5 kilograms, of each pastry she ordered, and they wrapped it up for her. Most people wouldn't buy so much at once, but the staff kindly advised her, "Miss, these are made fresh every day. If you want to buy some, it's better to buy less, or you might not finish them. Too much oil and flavor might not taste good. Miss, these are made fresh daily. If you want to buy some, just come and buy. Don't buy so much at once." The staff, a woman in her 40s, kindly advised Shun Jitong, who looked sweet and pretty with her pink and white appearance, making her feel fond of her.
Thank you, Auntie.
"I'm going to the countryside soon, and I won't be able to eat these pastries for a long time, so I'll buy more," Shun Jitong replied honestly, appreciating her kindness. "Well, it's okay to bring some when you go to the countryside. Our products last about 7 days. After you leave, you can share some with the team leader and villagers. They'll take good care of you," the staff said. Hearing that Shun Jitong was heading to the countryside, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. Such a delicate girl, working in the fields, would probably turn dark in just a couple of months. Shun Jitong thanked her and paid 25 yuan for the 3 heavy bags of pastries. The pastries were expensive. If she bought plain scallion pancakes, she could get 50 for just 1 yuan. She decided not to buy more pastries, as these were enough to satisfy her cravings. Next, she planned to buy some meat and seasonings. She wanted to buy everything that was well-reviewed and that she liked, and each time, the staff would ask her why she was buying so much. Shun Jitong said that because she was going to the countryside, she wouldn't be able to buy these things for a long time. So she bought more, to share with people around her and build good relationships. She was a delicate young lady, and her elegant, wealthy demeanor was obvious. Even sharp-eyed shop assistants knew that someone like her, a delicate flower in a greenhouse, had a special status. Now that she was going to the countryside, many people felt a bit sorry for her. So, Shun Jitong gained everyone's sympathy, and it was no longer surprising that she bought so much food. Otherwise, if her actions seemed suspicious, the very cautious shop assistants might report her to the authorities. If that happened, Shun Jitong would be in trouble. After a busy shopping trip, Shun Jitong spent over 2,000 yuan, along with some ration and meat tickets. When passing through the department store, she used up most of her fabric tickets. She bought clothes for all seasons, underwear, bed sheets, towels, and anything else she thought she might need in the future. The base where Wu Yuanzheng was stationed was near the city, but because of instability across the strait, the government invested little in its development. Its economy was definitely not as good as Shanghai's. Shanghai was the most prosperous and fashionable city in the country. Could any other city match its quality and style of goods? Since she could buy now, she bought enough at once. Shopping made her feel happy. Shun Jitong was so excited that when she checked her watch, it was already 4:30 p.m. She quickly took a bus to Shun's bookstore. Luckily, when she arrived around 5 p.m., the store was still open. She sneaked upstairs and hid behind the last row of bookshelves. As long as she avoided the staff clearing the store, she could wait until closing time, then it would be her chance to do her work. About 10 minutes later, the staff began to clear out. "Closing now, everyone please leave." Some staff came upstairs to look around. Shun Jitong hid in a corner. When the staff looked around and didn't see anyone, they left. After a while, Shun Jitong heard the lock being turned downstairs. The bookstore fell into silence. She came out of her hiding spot, went downstairs, and checked around. When she confirmed she was alone, she started searching according to the directions given by housekeeper Kai. "Take 4 steps forward into the shop, turn right, then 4 steps forward again, turn left, and 6 steps ahead, you'll see a white diamond-shaped tile on the red brick floor." "Yes, right here." Shun Jitong was talking to herself softly. At this moment, following her instructions, she faced a red brick wall. From previous experiences, Shun Jitong knew this was the door to Alibaba's treasure, behind which were all the valuables. She crouched down and felt along the corner of the wall. She found a small bump like a button. Excited, she pressed it firmly for more than 10 seconds. A familiar, pleasant clicking sound of a lock being released rang out. Half of the red brick wall slid aside, revealing a small door just big enough for one person to enter. Shin Jitong brushed off the dust on her hands, stood up, and strode inside. Her flashlight illuminated the darkness. She found a pull cord and turned on the light. Suddenly, she was startled. She didn't expect that inside this secret room, there would be weapons. On the walls hung American-style carbines, Smith & Wesson pistols, grenades, and other weapons. On the floor were large wooden boxes of various shapes. When opened, they also contained weapons. Shun Jitong didn't recognize the weapons, but when she opened the boxes, she found manuals and diagrams inside. Looking at the diagrams, she identified the names of the weapons in front of her. The room was small, about 20 square meters. It was filled with high-quality weapons. Although they had been well-maintained for over 10 years, they still gleamed with a fresh shine, enough to arm a company. She wondered if her grandfather's purpose was to prepare for war. Maybe it was for self-defense, since Shanghai was a wealthy city and a strategic location. Her grandfather collected these weapons out of concern. If enemies attacked one day and there was no time to escape, the family would have the means to defend themselves. After the liberation, her grandfather didn't turn in the weapons. Perhaps he was afraid of the number being too large and didn't want to explain, so he hid them somewhere. Shin Jitong smiled helplessly and gathered all the weapons. Although these weapons were powerful, she knew they couldn't be used recklessly. She thought about finding a good opportunity to donate them to the military so they could be put to good use. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Besides the weapons, Shun Jitong also found 5 boxes filled with cash. 3 boxes contained current currency, 1 box had US dollars, and surprisingly, another box held different types of vouchers, including some that were valid nationwide. Other types of coupons include bicycle coupons, Mi coupons, soap coupons, candle coupons, oil coupons, candy coupons, radio coupons, and iron pot coupons. In short, only Shun Jitong didn't think of these, and no capitalist grandfather could have imagined them all. After a rough estimate, each box contains the most national food coupons, all of the largest 5-gene denomination. 1 box holds about 50,000 gene of coupons, 5 boxes about 250,000 gene, meaning they can exchange for 250,000 gene of grain. Using the current daily consumption of 1 gene per person, this is enough for one person to eat freely for 80 years. Shun Jitong couldn't help but laugh and think perhaps her grandfather had considered all these small details. To take care of her and her mother, he exhausted his energy and passed away early. Thinking of this, Shun Jitong felt a wave of sadness. Leaving behind these yellow and white items was one thing, but her grandfather was also worried that they might not be able to take care of themselves, so he thought of all the coupons needed for survival. This secret room, although not as valuable as the previous ones, clearly showed her grandfather's care for her and her mother. Fatherly love is as heavy as a mountain. Shun Jitong collected everything. If she had known her grandfather left these, she wouldn't have needed to go to the black market to exchange for gold and silver this morning. She left the secret room, restored everything, and disabled the mechanism. Even if someone discovers the mechanism in the future, they won't be able to open the secret room. Only when this bookstore is torn down in the future might someone find the secret room, but they would only find an empty space. Looking back, in her previous life, until her death, this bookstore, although renamed, still existed. She visited it several times to buy books. She didn't realize that her grandfather's deep love was hidden right in front of her. Shun Jitong returned upstairs and wasn't in a hurry to go out. She entered her space, had already planned to sleep there and wait until the bookstore opened tomorrow before going out. As for whether her family would come looking for her, Shun Jitong thought that even if they were worried, it was only because they feared she might die or be kidnapped. They wouldn't be able to exchange for a ship ticket. Other than that, they didn't care at all. They weren't truly concerned about her and didn't deserve to be called her family. She didn't need to consider their feelings. It was dinner time, and she was hungry. She took out the crab roe and vermicelli buns she bought at the restaurant in the afternoon, paired with seafood soup, and enjoyed a delicious meal. After eating, she went to the basement to check the treasures she had received over the past 2 days. Gold and silver are enough to look at once. She mainly focused on the antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and jewelry she collected yesterday. She enjoyed playing with and wearing them. There are several boxes of jewelry. Shin Jitong remembers they belonged to her grandmother and mother. After they passed away, the jewelry disappeared. It turns out her grandfather had already arranged for them to be kept safe. If her grandfather, grandmother, and mother knew that these jewels had fallen into her hands, they would be very comforted and could rest peacefully. Bored, Shun Jitong jumped into the swimming pool in front of the villa. She was not wearing clothes, but there was no one around, so she didn't mind. She learned to swim from a professional coach. Her movements were graceful, like a mermaid. After swimming for half an hour and feeling exhausted, she got out, took a shower. Afterward, she carried a bucket to fetch spiritual spring water, planning to brew a fragrant cup of tea for herself. Passing by the Black Land, Shun Jitong suddenly realized she could plant some crops there. She could grow fruit trees, flowers, rice, and wheat in different areas. The land didn't need to be large, just enough for her family's needs. She also thought about raising some poultry like chickens and ducks to lay eggs for eating. She patted her head, thinking, no wonder she's called a young lady of capital. These ideas that ordinary people would think of, she only just now realized. After fetching the spiritual spring water and returning home, she boiled a pot of water and brewed her favorite oolong tea in the living room. She enjoyed the tea, feeling refreshed and free of fatigue. Shin Jitong slept in the space room all night. When she woke up the next morning, it was already 9:30 a.m. The bookstore had been open for a while. She took her washed clothes out of the dryer, put them on, and then appeared at her hiding spot from yesterday. She casually picked a book from the shelf and went downstairs to pay for it. When Shun Jitong left, the bookstore clerk looked a bit puzzled, adjusted his glasses, and asked his colleague, "Since we opened this morning, I haven't seen anyone come in. When did this girl go upstairs?" He didn't believe his memory was wrong or that he missed Shin Jitong because she was too eye-catching. She was a very beautiful girl who attracted attention wherever she went. The colleague also looked confused and said, "Exactly, since we opened, I haven't seen anyone come in. I was thinking today's been pretty relaxed." So, when did she come in? There is a word on the tip of the tongue, but neither person dares to say it out loud, for fear it might spread and be criticized as superstitious. "Can you manage?" The shopkeeper said this because she looked delicate. "No problem. I'm very strong," Shin Jitong replied confidently. She felt very frustrated. No one believed her when she told the truth. No wonder people prefer to hear lies now. Seeing that the shop also sold fried dough sticks, Shun Jitong asked the shopkeeper for a 1 yuan fried dough cake. The shopkeeper packed 50 fried dough sticks into a paper bag and handed it to her, complaining as he did, "Our fried dough sticks taste best when hot. Miss, if you take them back to school and they get cold and your classmates say they're not good, you'll have to explain for us." "Okay, I will," Shin Jitong promised. After the shopkeeper left, she stored all the breakfast items into her space. Her seat was next to a wall, blocking the view of the customers in front. "Miss, where's your breakfast?" the shopkeeper called out from behind when Shin Jitong left the shop, seeing her empty-handed. "My classmate came and took it for me," she replied with a smile and turned to leave. Shin Jitong was a local. She knew where the best breakfast shops were. Before the shop closed, she quickly bought a lot of food. She packed flatbreads, fried dough sticks, salty and sweet soy milk, cloth-wrapped buns, large intestine noodles, small steamed buns, toppings noodles, cold noodles, egg pancakes, tiger claws, pot stickers, fried dough balls, crab shell pastries. Anything she liked, she bought 10 of each. Every time she carried her bags out, She found a quiet corner to store everything in her space. With her grandfather's money and tickets, Shun Jitong bought a lot of supplies. She could stock up on food, but she limited her daily necessities to about 3 years' worth. As times changed and products updated quickly, she didn't need to stock too much. With money and tickets, she wasn't worried about running out of things. You took a bus to the suburban courtyard. Shun Jitong looked around outside and felt the place was quite peaceful, so she confidently pressed the doorbell. Housekeeper Kai came to open the door shortly after. He walked quickly, full of energy, and showed no signs of being a sick patient just 2 days ago. "Miss, is that you? Come in quickly." Kai looked through the iron gate and recognized Shun Jitong, then hurried to open the door. "Housekeeper Kai, how is your health?" Shun Jitong asked with concern. "Very good. I feel 10 years younger." "Miss, your special medicine works really well." Kai smiled happily, looking at Shun Jitong with affection. "That's good. Housekeeper Kai, you should take good care of yourself in the future." "I have no family left, only you." Shun Jitong handed him a cup of tea brewed with spiritual spring water and asked, "I just brewed this tea. Do you think it tastes good?" "Tea brewed by Miss must be delicious." Kai opened his thermos cup, took a sip, and felt the fragrant tea fill his mouth. The warm tea made his body feel cozy, almost like the feeling after drinking the special medicine that night. Kai was momentarily stunned, then quickly took another few sips. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Little Black ran over and circled Shun Jitong's legs. "Here for you. A reward for being good." Shun Jitong squatted down, took a sausage from her space, peeled off the casing, and fed it to Little Black. Little Black ate happily, making a crunch sound. Shun Jitong picked up Little Black's water bowl, washed it at the outdoor sink, then filled it with spiritual spring water and placed it back in its usual spot. Little Black was very intelligent. When Shun Jitong called it to drink water, it obediently ran over. After drinking, it couldn't help itself and finished the entire bowl of spiritual spring water. Shun Jitong looked forward to seeing how Little Black would change. Although called Little Black, it was actually an old dog. She had raised it since she was a child, and now it was over 15 years old, showing signs of aging. Shun Jitong hoped that Little Black, who had once kept her mother company, could live a few more years. "Miss, come inside. I have something to tell you." Kai, while drinking hot tea from his thermos, kept going and called Shun Jitong. "What is it, Housekeeper Kai? I asked Zhao Xian to find out about what happened to you and nearby." "Zhao Xian is my old friend Zhao Yiming's son. This kid is quite capable. Today, early in the morning, he came to tell me that he found Gao Jianren and Lu Shihuan living together at an outside residence. Here is the address." Butler Kai handed me a note with the address written on it. "Number 114, Shifeng Lane?" "So they are really there." I sneered. Number 114, Shifeng Lane is the old Gao family house, located in Shikafang, Shanghai. The living conditions are average, but having a place to stay in Shanghai is already quite rare. Butler Kai explained Lu Shihuan's situation. It turns out Lu Shihuan's family was overthrown long ago and sent to the countryside. She managed to stay safe on her own by getting a job managing files at the street office, arranged by Gao Jianren. Now Lu Shihuan lives there with her 2 children. Gao Jianren told the family that the house was rented to Lu Shihuan, and Gao Ming didn't doubt it. Lu Shihuan's children are a girl of 5 and a boy of 4. One is in kindergarten, and the other is in nursery school. Zhao Xian even took photos of Gao Jianren picking up the children from school. Here are the photos. Butler Kai took out a few photos from a folder for me to see. Looking at the photos, although the children are young, their faces clearly show they are the same 2 little troublemakers. Thinking about how cruelly they hurt me when they attacked, my eyes involuntarily turned fierce like fire. Gao Meixin, Gao Xingzong, you little troublemakers. In my previous life, after I married into the Gao family, I worked hard to raise these 2 little troublemakers, pouring all my maternal love into them. But in the end, they used me as a tool for others, and they even caused my death, blocking my way back to my mother. Young miss, how do you want to deal with Gao Jianren? Such trash, daring to scheme against you. Butler Kai looked troubled. Let him be disgraced and ruined. I will make sure of it. I smiled coldly, stopping myself from saying more, not wanting Butler Kai to worry too much. This is fun. Revenge is about to begin. Young miss, if you have any hatred or grudge, I will handle it. You must not act rashly. Butler Kai saw the hatred in my eyes. No need, I will handle it myself. Their family is different from Ah Ching. If they go missing, many people will look for them. I will be careful. Butler Kai nodded with concern and sighed. Zhao Xian also tracked Wu Xiaolong and unexpectedly uncovered one of his secrets. What secret? Shen Jitong didn't expect Wu Xiaolong to have other secrets, so she asked out of curiosity. Wu Xiaolong also keeps a woman outside, named Zhang Lisha. She was the top singer at Bailman before liberation. That woman is also quite old now, in her 40s. We think Wu Xiaolong might have been with her when he was young. Miss, finding a husband with good judgment is really hard. Housekeeper Kai was heartbroken and couldn't bear to say more. Housekeeper Kai, anyway, my mother will never find out about these messy things. Maybe that's a kind of luck. Do you have her address? When Shin Jitong heard this, she appeared very calm. If Wu Xiaolong cheated once, he could cheat again. That's normal. Young lady, are you looking for her? No need to get angry. We shouldn't waste time on such people, okay? Housekeeper Kai was worried Shin Jitong might get hurt. He was trying to comfort her, but was secretly planning to deal with her later. Seeing Kai's eyes darting around, Shin Jitong knew what he was thinking. She smiled and said, Kai, just give me the address. I want to check if she has anything of my mother's. I don't want my mother's belongings to fall into the wrong hands. Kai thought for a moment and replied, Miss, your jewelry and treasures are countless. When she passed away, you might not have been very aware, so some things could have been left outside. It's good for you to check. She lives at 109 Chonglo Road. But, miss, how do you plan to get into her house? Housekeeper Kai, you don't need to worry about that. A few days ago, a lawyer came and read me my grandfather's will. I found out he left not only property, but also entrusted 2 reliable people to handle things. I've contacted these 2, and they handle matters very well. Ah Ching was also helped by them. Shen Jitong had to make up a convincing lie to satisfy Kai. Sure enough, when Kai heard it was her grandfather's people, he believed her. Because, as a young lady of noble birth, Shen Jitong couldn't handle the disposal of Ah Ching's body or manage the estate. Now that she said someone was helping her, Kai couldn't doubt her. Grandfather was once a top figure in Shanghai's business world. He trusted his confidants, who must be highly skilled and capable of handling serious matters. Old Kai, are you at home? Just as the 2 were talking, someone outside called the door, followed by the doorbell ringing. Oh, I recognize the voice. It's Uncle Zhao, Zhao Xian's dad. I guess he heard I can get up now and came to see me. Housekeeper Kai showed a happy smile and quickly ran to open the door. As soon as he opened it, Zhao Yiming entered carrying fruit and milk powder. Seeing Housekeeper Kai, with his chubby face, he was very excited. Old Kai, you look so energetic. Are you fully recovered? Yes, I feel like I can live to 100 years old. Housekeeper Kai said happily. Who is this? Zhao Yiming looked up and saw Shin Jitong. He paused for a moment, then recognized her. Isn't this Miss Xiao? Jitong, you've grown so much. It's been a long time since I saw you. I almost didn't recognize you. Seeing an old friend, Shin Jitong's eyes also turned slightly red. She remembered that Wu Yuanzheng was fostered at Uncle Zhao's house when he was young. Uncle Zhao's small Western-style building was less than a kilometer away. At first, Wu Yuanzheng often came over on his own to play with her. Wu Yuanzheng was very caring of her. She remembered them blowing dandelions together, the white fluff flying in the air, so beautiful. Later, just as Shin Jitong was about to think more, a sharp pain suddenly struck her head. She covered her head, feeling uncomfortable, and squatted down. Seeing her like this, the 2 elders were frightened and hurriedly helped her to sit on the sofa in the living room. Miss, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. When I saw Uncle Zhao, I suddenly remembered Brother Yuanzheng. Did he often play with me when I was little? But I only remember a few scenes of us together. Most of it I can't recall. As I was about to think more, my head started hurting again. Why does thinking about the past cause me to have a headache? Uncle Zhao, housekeeper Kai, do you know anything? After her headache eased a bit, Shun Jitong asked the two elders. They looked at each other, exchanging glances. Finally, housekeeper Kai seemed to make a decision and said, Miss, when the old master was alive, he arranged a marriage for you and Yuanzheng. Do you remember that? Yes, I remember. But after my grandfather passed away and my mother was gone, no one mentioned it again. I thought the engagement was cancelled and almost forgot about it. No, it wasn't cancelled. The Wu family has been waiting for us to give the word. As long as you agree, the Wu family will immediately agree to marry you. From what I know, Yuanzheng has not been married yet. Although he hasn't said much, we all feel that he is waiting for you. What does that have to do with my headache? Shin Jitong was confused. Miss, when you were 8 years old, the adults secretly arranged a marriage for you. Wu Yuanzheng is 7 years older than you, and he knew about it. The adults asked for his opinion, and he agreed to their plan. After that, he started taking care of you more and more. Things happened suddenly. One day, you went on a trip and didn't come back late. Everyone was worried and went to find you. In the end, they found you in a remote countryside. Yuanzheng was carrying you, and you were unconscious. You had a head injury, and the bleeding had dried up. The blood from before stained Yuanzheng's white shirt, making him look like a person covered in blood. Both of you looked very frightening. Yuanzheng wasn't hurt. He said the blood was yours. Everyone quickly took you to the hospital. Fortunately, the doctor said your life was not in danger. Your brain was injured, but whether it would have long-term effects was still unknown. You just needed to wake up and be observed. Everyone asked Yuanzheng what exactly happened, but he refused to say anything. Some people guessed that Yuanzheng might have taken you out to play, didn't take good care of you, and caused you to fall and hit your head. He was too scared to admit it. Although Yuanzheng was young, he was very stubborn. He wouldn't speak, and his father could only scold him with a whip, but that didn't work either. While you were unconscious, Yuanzheng stayed by your side, taking care of you. He looked very thin and exhausted. When you woke up, you had no other problems, but you lost the memory of the incident that happened when you were with Yuanzheng. When asked about that night, you said it caused you a headache and you cried. You also had nightmares and woke up crying. Later, no one dared to ask you about it anymore. Since then, Yuanzheng moved with his family to the capital. After the housekeeper Kai finished speaking, Shin Jitong was shocked and said, There are really such things? You didn't tell me, so I have no memory of that. Because if you're asked about that night, you get headaches. The old master felt sorry for you and didn't allow anyone to ask or talk about it in front of you. Strangely enough, the old master didn't cancel Yuanzheng's marriage proposal. I think he trusts Yuanzheng. The events that happened that night must have some hidden reasons. After the housekeeper Kai finished speaking, Uncle Zhao also said, Yuanzheng went to the capital with the family. He got into the National Defense Air Force. Every time he calls, he asks about your situation. Old Kai told me, and I told him everything. Yuanzheng cares a lot about you. He hasn't talked about anyone or married for many years. Everyone knows he's waiting for you, Uncle Zhao added. Shin Jitong was shocked. How could she have missed such a good marriage? In her previous life, how did she end up being so deceived, marrying that scoundrel Gao Jianren? Jitong, don't think too much. If you don't want this marriage, no one is forcing you. The old master also said that everything will ultimately depend on your wishes. Kai housekeeper glared at Uncle Zhao, not wanting his words to influence the young lady. Haha, I'll pretend I didn't say anything. Uncle Zhao quickly shut up. It's not that he was afraid of Kai housekeeper, but everyone knew about Shin Jitong's headache problem. No one dared to mention anything that might upset her. Such a beautiful girl, delicate like a porcelain doll. Who could bear to see her suffer from headaches? When Shin Jitong was a child, she had an attack. Uncle Zhao saw it with his own eyes. Today, he saw it again, so he dared not provoke her anymore. Seeing the caring looks from the two elders, Shin Jitong felt warmth in her heart. In the elders' eyes, she was still a child, but only she knew she had already survived a painful, miserable life. She was no longer as fragile as they thought. Uncle Zhao, Kai housekeeper, I sent a telegram to Yuanzheng, asking him to come to Shanghai, she said.
What?
You sent a telegram to Yuanzheng? Uncle Zhao's voice suddenly became excited. What did you say? Young lady, do you remember Yuanzheng? You remember him? You haven't mentioned him in so many years. I thought you had forgotten him. Yuanzheng is trusted by the old master. I trust his judgment. Why are you looking for him? Kai housekeeper looked surprised but cautiously hopeful. Shen Jitong smiled slyly and said, Congratulations, you guessed right. I asked Yuanzheng to come back to Shanghai and marry me. The two old men, both over 100 years old, spoke at the same time, their faces showing shock. The main difference was that housekeeper Kai still looked hesitant, while old Zhao appeared very happy, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Miss, don't be too impulsive. You haven't been in contact for many years, so you should think carefully. Housekeeper Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead. In the past few days, Shen Jitong's behavior exceeded his expectations. Wasn't the young lady supposed to be obedient, delicate, and cute? Even raising her voice a little might scare her. A fleeting image of Oching being beaten flashed through housekeeper Kai's mind. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the image. No, the young lady only acts like that toward bad people. Maybe the incident with Oching was just a bad dream? Actually, did he beat Oching himself? Housekeeper Kai refused to admit the violent image of Shen Jitong. He had been avoiding thinking about it these days, trying to numb himself. But Shen Jitong kept breaking his perceptions. He had to admit, the young lady had grown up. Old Kai, you're wrong to say that. Yuanzheng is such a good kid. He's only 27 and already a senior officer. Look across the country. How many kids are as outstanding as him? You have to trust the country's judgment. If Yuanzheng had bad character, could he be promoted to a senior position?
Don't worry, Mississippi.
If you marry Yuanzheng, he won't be able to love you enough. Although he looks serious, he has a warm heart. When he talks about you, his tone becomes gentle. Marrying him would definitely be the right choice, old Zhao argued stubbornly. Old Zhao, the instigator, was actually encouraging the young lady to get married? Housekeeper Kai felt his fists tighten. What should he do if he wanted to punch old Zhao? Miss, marriage is a big deal. Who you marry and how you live are very important. You must think carefully. Since you haven't registered the marriage yet, you can spend some time together and decide later whether to marry. Housekeeper Kai glared at old Zhao, speaking firmly. Old Zhao felt his fists almost turn to water. Yuanzheng had waited so many years. Finally, there was a result. He didn't want old Kai to ruin it. Watching the two elders stare at each other like fighting roosters, ready to attack at any moment, Shen Jitong felt speechless. She quickly tried to calm them down. Dear elders, please don't get so excited. Marrying Yuanzheng was a careful decision I made after much thought. It's not as impulsive or ignorant as you might think. I am someone who takes responsibility for my life. Rest assured, I know who treats me well and who doesn't. Housekeeper Kai, Uncle Zhao, please stop arguing. Trust my judgment. In my previous life, just before I died, I saw Yuanzheng's true feelings. The doctor said I needed blood to be saved. The blood bank didn't have enough plasma. Yuanzheng said he was type O and wished the doctor could take all his blood to save me. He also desperately told the doctor that he was willing to give any corneas, kidneys, arms, or legs to help me. Even the doctor was frightened because it sounded like Yuanzheng was serious. Who would dare cut off a general's leg? He'd be risking his life. Later, I died despite efforts to save me. People say hearing is the last sense to fade after death. I heard him crying and whispering as he held me, saying he wished he had taken me back sooner if he knew I was suffering like that. He also said he loved me forever, that I was the only woman he loved in his life. He hoped that in the next life, he could meet me earlier, marry me, and protect me forever. He put a jade bracelet on my hand, saying it was a token of their promise, to stay with me even after I was gone, just like he was there with me, making me feel safe. Until my hearing completely disappeared, I was reborn at that moment. It was the magic of the jade bracelet and Yuanzheng's love that brought me back. His words still echoed in my mind, so warm that my ears felt hot. Why should I hesitate? I must marry Yuanjing. All right, young lady. I respect your choice. But if you ever have a hard time, I will risk my life to protect you. Housekeeper Kai wiped his tears. He loved the young lady like a granddaughter. These words are his sincere way of protecting her. Hey, young lady, if Yuanjing ever hurts you, I will fight him with my last breath. Like old Kai, I just want you to be happy. Uncle Zhao's eyes also turned red. Enough, elders. Don't be like this. It's a happy occasion. You're making me want to cry. No. Today I'll make you each cook a special dish. I love Housekeeper Kai's squirrel fish. Uncle Zhao, I remember you're best at spicy twice-cooked pork. Shun Jitong felt warm inside from their care, but worried that if they kept getting emotional, it might not be good for them. So she quickly changed the subject. All right, no problem. I'll go buy some fish. Old Zhao, you go buy some meat. Butler Kai wiped his tears and smiled. No need to buy anything. The fish and meat are already in the fridge. I just put them there a moment ago. As Shun Jitong spoke, she walked to the fridge and took out the fish and meat. In truth, she had secretly taken them from her storage space when she opened the fridge. Old Zhao didn't think much of it, but Butler Kai was a little puzzled. When the young lady came in earlier, she was only carrying one small bag. He didn't remember seeing any fish or meat. No, maybe they were just in that bag. He wouldn't doubt Miss Shin, he only blamed his own aging eyes. Butler Kai looked at his watch. It was already 11. Time to make lunch. Happily, he took the fish and said to old Zhao with a grin, "Old friend, let's see whose cooking the young lady likes better today." Humph. When she was little, she didn't like to eat. But when she came to my house, Yuanjing fed her my fried rice, and she finished a whole bowl. She's always liked my cooking. How could I lose to you? Old Zhao refused to back down. Shin Jitong felt a bit embarrassed. Yuanjing feeding her? That was a scene she didn't even want to imagine. The two old men kept teasing each other as they started cooking. When old Zhao saw how much rice Butler Kai was washing, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Old Kai, you're wasting food. That's way too much rice. Can we even finish it?" Shun Jitong glanced at the pot. It looked like at least 2 pounds of rice. Even if the three of them had big appetites, 1¼ pounds would be more than enough. No wonder Uncle Zhao said he was wasting it. To tell you the truth, old Zhao, ever since I recovered, my appetite's been like a young man's again. 2 bowls aren't even enough for me. Looks like you can't keep up. Butler Kai said proudly. The two lifelong rivals even turned eating into a competition.
Fine, we'll see.
You're showing off now, but later you'll have to finish all the leftovers yourself. Old Zhao wasn't about to let him off easily.
Deal.
You'll see. I'll make you admit defeat. Butler Kai said cheerfully, clearly in high spirits. After being sick for so long, once she tasted health, it felt like moving from to heaven. Shen Ruotang went to help with cooking but was chased away by 2 old men. They said young lady, with her delicate body, shouldn't be exposed to smoke and fire. They would do the cooking. She just needed to wait and eat. She felt warm inside because they truly cared about her. At Wu Xiaolong's place, since her mother was gone, they only saw her as a burden, keeping up appearances. In truth, they had been suppressing and bullying her from the start. In the past, she was easy to bully, but now she was different. While they weren't paying attention, Shun Jitong added some spiritual spring water to the cooking pot, then went to the yard to check on Little Black. But as soon as she stepped outside, Little Black rushed over, happily circling her. The lively energy of the little dog, just 3 or 4 years old, was full of life. Looking at it, Shun Jitong felt its eyes were much clearer, not clouded with old age. Little Black, the young little dog, was back. She wanted to hold it, but noticed its fur was also sticky, probably because the spiritual spring had detoxified its body. So Shun Jitong said, "Little Black, you're dirty. I'll take you to wash. Don't cause trouble, or the water will splash all over me, okay?" Little Black seemed to understand, excitedly barking and nodding. Wow, is it that smart? The spiritual spring even helps with intelligence? Shin Jitong was so happy. She went to the garden tap, connected the hose, turned on the water, and started rinsing Little Black. Since it was summer, the water from the tap was heated by the sun, so it was warm. She didn't have special shampoo for pets, so she used her own shower gel from her space to wash it. Little Black was covered in bubbles, smelling nice. After rinsing with water, the greasy dirt was gone. Shin Jitong used a large towel from her space to dry its fur. In the hot summer, in no time, Little Black's fur dried, becoming fluffy, soft, and fragrant. She hugged Little Black, unable to get enough. When housekeeper Kai came out calling her for dinner and saw Little Black clinging to her, he muttered, "Little Black, let the young lady eat. Your meat bone is in your bowl." Black Xiaoxi loudly shouted 3 times at Butler Kai, then obediently went to eat his dog food. Hey, am I seeing things? Why do I feel like Black Xiaoxi looks more energetic, no younger? Butler Kai thought that younger didn't seem like the right word for a dog, but he couldn't think of a better one at the moment. Shin Jitong smiled and said, "Black Xiaoxi must be happy because you're feeling better." He's excited. The previous Qing didn't take good care of Black Xiaoxi when you were sick. I think he just randomly gave Black Xiaoxi some grains. How could he be healthy? By the way, has anyone come to ask about Qing these days? Shin Jitong quietly asked. Besides me, who would care about him? But I guess, since his colleagues haven't seen him for a few days, they might come to check on him. Don't worry, I've cleaned all the rooms thoroughly, washing everything with baking soda water several times. Everything is taken care of. Butler Kai, you really have experience. Shin Jitong smiled and said, "Good. As long as we get through the first few days, it will be fine. If chaos breaks out in the market later, no one will care about Qing anymore. Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll handle it." As an old man in his 70s, the biggest meaning of my life now is to protect you, Butler Kai said seriously. Shin Jitong nodded, knowing there wouldn't be any problems. Once chaos starts, it won't settle down for many years. Who would care about a small person like Qing? All the assets at home have been successfully moved to a safe place, Shin Jitong casually mentioned. That's good. Miss, if things get chaotic, stay low-key and behave. If something goes wrong, do you want to go to Hong Kong? I can arrange it, Butler Kai asked with concern. As long as she can stay in the mainland, he didn't want Miss to go abroad. The outside world is chaotic, and laws are almost non-existent. No need. I want to stay in the country. With Yuanzheng here, I am a military family member. The chaos won't affect me much. Shin Jitong had already thought this through. Oh, I didn't think of that. As I suspected, as people get older, they become out of touch with society, always thinking about fighting and killing. But miss, you are very smart. Master Kai is not just flattering. He simply forgot one thing. Wu Yuanzheng is now in the military and generally, he wouldn't be involved in that area. However, Shin Jitong cares about more than just Wu Yuanzheng's protection. Many people want to protect her. With her beauty, as long as she is willing, it's easy to connect with someone higher in rank than Gao Jianren. Moreover, she has the huge wealth of the Shin family. Money attracts men easily. What she truly wants is Wu Yuanzheng's sincere feelings. Don't worry, Master Kai. Yuanzheng is a good person. He will treat me well, Shin Jitong said, unable to talk about her past, trying to comfort him. He won't treat you badly. Actually, the old master has saved some dowry for you. He said, he will give it to you when you get married. That money is enough for you to enjoy a good life in your new home, Master Kai said with a shy smile. Don't blame me for not telling you earlier. The old master said it must wait until your wedding day to give it to you. As long as you marry, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely give you this dowry. Shin Jitong was stunned. She still had a dowry? Shin Jitong suddenly remembered the story from her previous life. The Gao family suddenly became rich overnight after the economic reforms. She also found the Gao family's sudden wealth suspicious. Because she never saw Gao Jianren running any business outside. It seemed like money just fell from the sky. They suddenly had money, bought villas, luxury cars, dressed in fine clothes, and used brand-name products. Could it really be that simple? Could Gao Jianren have become rich using her dowry? On her wedding day in her past life, she heard Gao Jianren say that Master Kai had fallen ill and died. She was very sad and wanted to visit his grave immediately, but the Gao family told her that as a bride, she shouldn't disturb the funeral to avoid ruining the good luck of the Gao family. So, she waited a month after the wedding before going alone to pay her respects to Master Kai. At that time, Ah Qing was no longer there. She didn't know that Ah Qing and her father's family had secretly gone to Hong Kong. She only visited the grave and then went home, unaware of any dowry matter. Now she thought about it. It must have been Master Kai who knew she was getting married. He probably used some method to pass the news of the dowry to her. But she never received that news. It must have been intercepted by someone from the Gao family. After learning about her generous dowry, Gao's family did not tell her. Instead, they secretly hid it away until the world improved, then sold it to start their wealth. It must be like that. Otherwise, with Gao Jianren's abilities, he would only be a factory manager under Gao's protection, not a wealthy man. Shen Jitong grew angrier the more she thought about it. In her past life, she had sacrificed her youth and effort, raising two ungrateful children for a worthless person, even using her dowry to let them live luxuriously and support themselves. She was drained, working as a nanny and servant, and in the end, they even tried to harm her. A feeling of deep hatred rose in Shen Jitong, but she kept her face calm to avoid frightening housekeeper Kai. She softly asked, "How much is my dowry?" "There's a list upstairs. After dinner, I'll show it to you. Since you're about to marry, and things are peaceful now, I think I should give you the dowry first. If anyone comes to check, it might be too late. I heard those people don't even spare gold teeth." Housekeeper Kai had been feeling better recently and had been moving around the village, hearing many such rumors. He realized that the world was changing a bit. He had been sick for so long. Ah Qing, that rebellious son, kept everything from him, only giving him a bowl of rice, a glass of water, and a few pills to survive. Shen Jitong suppressed her anger and smiled. "Let's go eat first. I want to see if you and your wife still have good cooking skills." Hearing this, housekeeper Kai immediately puffed up proudly and said, "How could I possibly fall behind? Old Zhao is the one who's slipping. Ever since he married his new wife, she's been cooking, and he hasn't stepped into the kitchen. He's definitely fallen behind." "Oh, so, old Kai, are you talking bad about me? What's wrong with me marrying a new wife? I'm old now, and it's good to have someone who cares for me, brings me medicine, and cooks for me. You should also find someone while you're still healthy, or else when you're bedridden, no one will take care of you. Ah Qing is adopted, but he'll marry someday. When he does, he'll move out and won't be able to take care of you. I didn't want to say these things, but you brought it up first, huh?" Old Zhao joked, but his words carried sincerity. Master Kai might have felt guilty about replacing the old servant before, but now he agrees with every word. He replies, "Maybe you can think about it." "Really? You understand now." Old Zhao is surprised. "I was sick for so long and thought about many things. But I won't marry again. I want to find a helper, haha." Master Kai cleverly outsmarts old Zhao. Their marriage isn't quite over, and he's already quite old. How many years does he have left? No need to add worries for himself. "All right, you." Old Zhao shakes his head silently, then warmly says to Shen Jitong, "Miss, come try my cooking. It's delicious. The fish is tender but not dry, melts in your mouth, sweet and sour." "Master Kai, your skills are still excellent." Shen Jitong first takes a bite of squirrel fish, then closes her eyes to chew and savor it, giving her opinion. Master Kai feels proud and glances at old Zhao with satisfaction. Uncle Zhao's twice-cooked pork is just right, fat and lean, crispy outside, and tender inside. Even the skin, which many people make tough, is chewy and soft. The meat is spicy enough and very tasty. "Uncle Zhao, I give you high praise." "Ha, old Kai, miss, you should believe what I say now. My cooking hasn't declined." Old Zhao straightens his back. Seeing the two lively old men, Shen Jitong laughs and says, "All right, sit down and eat together, or the food will get cold, and all your skills will be wasted." They sit down to eat as instructed. "Hey, old Kai, what kind of rice did you buy?" It's so good. Much better than what my wife buys. Old Zhao scoops some rice and asks curiously, "Isn't it the same rice? We buy from the same store. Can rice be good or bad? It's all blended the same way." Master Kai also takes a bite of rice and notices that this batch is indeed very tasty. "If it's good, eat more." Shen Jitong smiles. Uncle Zhao looks at him, chubby, but actually just bloated. During the food shortages a few years ago, he probably ate a lot of wild vegetables and banana hearts. Eating too much of those can cause kidney issues and swelling. Today's meal should improve his condition a lot, but it's not enough yet. When old Zhao finished his meal and was about to leave, Shen Jitong took out a new thermos and said, "Uncle Zhao, I happen to have some high-quality oolong tea. It's brewed already. Please take it home and enjoy it. Thank you, young lady." Old Zhao happily accepted it, expressed his thanks, and left. After old Zhao left, housekeeper Kai went upstairs. He fiddled around in the room for a while before coming down with a bridal gift list, which he handed to Shen Jitong and said, "Young lady, this is the bridal gift list written by the old master himself. He truly cares for you. I am very happy today to be able to personally give this to you." When he was young, housekeeper Kai was known as a legendary fierce warrior in the martial world. Now, as he aged, he had developed a habit of crying easily. When he mentioned these things, his eyes turned red again. Shen Jitong couldn't bear to see this, so she quickly handed him a handkerchief to wipe his tears. Housekeeper Kai waved his hand to refuse, but he used the back of his hand to wipe his eyes and said, "Just take a look." Shen Jitong took the list. It was made of red silk-bordered gold-embossed paper, with elegant small gold characters in the center that read, "Wan Shou Jolly. Lian Yiqing Xiao. A beautiful wedding gift." The corners of the booklet were intertwined with rui knots and red silk ribbons, looking very festive and auspicious. As she opened the list, Shen Jitong's forehead began to sweat. It turned out that this bridal gift list included not only gold and silver jewelry such as pure gold bangles and red gold earrings, valuable gold items, but also daily-use items like bowls, cups, and plates. Of course, most of these were precious antiques. Just this list could fill dozens of large boxes, making it a grand 10-mile-long bridal procession. Moreover, there were even more valuable assets: deeds to 10 shops in the busiest commercial center of Shanghai, 2 villas in Chongning District, a shipyard equity agreement in Shanghai, a villa on Victoria Peak in Hong Kong, an apartment deed in Hollywood's Americana Shopping Center, and an equity agreement for a Greek shipyard. Shen Jitong didn't even need to look closely to understand the value of this bridal gift list. Some of these industries might currently be shut down, but once reforms and opening up resumed production, their value would skyrocket. Foreign industries listed here would also increase in worth over time. At the very end of the list, a small, exquisite brass key was taped with transparent tape. "Housekeeper Kai, what is this?" Shen Jitong asked curiously. "This is the key to the Swiss bank. The old master left you a list of foreign assets, which are now managed by a professional trust company. He said that one day, when you can go abroad, it will be convenient for you to have income from overseas, ensuring your peace of mind for life. This key is for the Swiss bank safe deposit box. Only the owner can hold it. When you go to the Swiss bank, just show the key. It has a number on it, and the staff will take you to open the safe. Once you see what's inside, you'll know how to handle it. As for what exactly is inside, I don't know." Mr. Kai's words made Shen Jitong feel very sad. Grandpa really is. Indeed, a man who was once Shanghai's richest must have been very careful and thorough. "In my past life, I suffered greatly because Wu Xiaolong blocked the information and because I lacked the ability myself. Even if Grandpa planned everything to protect my wealth and honor, I had no ability to defend myself. It's like a 3-year-old carrying gold in a busy market, an obvious danger. But this life is different. I will definitely protect the deep love Grandpa has for me." "Mr. Kai, what about the dowry?" "Young lady, the dowry is in the basement of this house. Come on, I'll take you there. I haven't gone down in over 10 years. Opening it with the password is quite troublesome." Mr. Kai walked and talked as he led the way. It turns out the entrance to the basement is in the woodshed next to the main house. Shin Jitong helped move the woodpile from above the woodshed outside. Mr. Kai signaled her to lock the door, then stepped on a raised part in the corner. Soon, the cement floor in the middle of the woodshed retracted to the sides, revealing a large underground entrance. Mr. Kai took a flashlight and led Shin Jitong down into the basement. He fumbled around for a while and turned on the basement light. Seeing the light come on, Mr. Kai looked satisfied and said, "Back then, Grandpa put a lot of effort into building these treasure rooms, using the best materials. Sure enough, the quality is still good. After so many years, the lights still work." Previously, when Shin Jitong went to collect treasures, she thought the lights were normal. Now, hearing Mr. Kai say that, she realized it was not simple. Grandpa really thought of every detail. Here it is. The moisture-proofing and everything else are well done. These boxes are still as new as when they were first put in. The basement was filled with boxes stacked all the way to the ceiling. Housekeeper Kai opened one box, which was full of various styles of gold bracelets, each as thin as a little finger. Another box contained different styles of gold necklaces, each one a fine piece. Shin Jitong's eyes welled with tears as she choked out, "Oh my, how long has Grandpa been preparing all this? He said he picked a good match for you, to make your wedding grand, and he wanted to give you the best. So, he started preparing as soon as the engagement was arranged. Even the young lady helped. Those clothes and wedding bedding were chosen by her herself, made from the finest Hangzhou silk and brocade. She said that for her daughter's wedding, everything must be the best." Shin Jitong covered her tears, crying loudly for the first time since her rebirth. Housekeeper Kai didn't try to comfort her. All the deep love from the elders was here. Anyone who saw this would be touched, especially since it was love sent from the two departed loved ones from afar. "Miss, they only want you to live a good life. Regarding Wu Xiaolong, the old master has given up hope. You must take good care of yourself. You don't need to worry about the Wu family." Finally, Housekeeper Kai spoke earnestly. "I will remember, Housekeeper Kai. In this life, my only family are you and Wu Yuanzheng." When Shin Jitong said this, Housekeeper Kai felt comforted, but he also wondered secretly why every time she mentioned these things, she always brought up Wu Yuanzheng. How long had it been since they last met? Yet, she still thought of him so much. That boy, what kind of virtue or talent does he have to make her care so deeply? He better be worthy of her concern. Otherwise, he'd better be prepared to support her, even if it meant risking his old bones. Meanwhile, Wu Yuanzheng, who was undergoing training at the military headquarters, suddenly felt as if he sensed something and sneezed loudly. "Captain Wu, are you coming down with a cold?" A comrade nearby asked with concern. "No, I don't know why, but I suddenly sneezed," Wu Yuanjing replied, puzzled. "Captain Wu, have you offended anyone lately? I heard that if someone is thinking of you, they might sneeze too." "Haha, I'm joking," the comrade said. "No, I haven't offended anyone," Wu Yuanjing said honestly, shaking his head. What he was most anxious about now was when Commissar Wei would send his marriage application. After entering the headquarters, he realized that the training there was secret and lasted 6 days, with no contact allowed with the outside world. He had planned to find Shin Jitong right after registering, but unexpectedly, he was immediately isolated there. He could only suppress his impatience and focus on intense studying to calm his desire to see Shin Jitong right away. This secret training was very important because it related to the development of our country's space detection radar technology. Wu Yuanjing rubbed his nose and continued to listen carefully. After Shin Jitong checked the basement, she had a good idea. When Steward Kai was about to go upstairs, Shin Jitong stayed behind and said she would turn off the lights. "If you have time, just move the dowry." The old master said he arranged reliable helpers for me. Maybe it's safer to move everything to a more remote countryside. Here it will eventually be affected, and they might break in. I heard they are getting better at raids now. Steward Kai walked ahead, muttering as he went. Shin Jitong nodded in response. Before turning off the lights, she looked around and stored all the dowry in her space. Steward Kai didn't notice that after they reached the ground, He reset the floor and also put the firewood pile back in place with Shun Jitong. After finishing these tasks, Steward Kai, panting, said, "Fortunately, I took the special medicine Miss gave me, or I wouldn't have been able to move these firewood piles before I got sick." Shun Jitong smiled softly. Next, she planned to visit Lu Shihwan's place to look for a way to retaliate against their family. Before leaving, Shin Jitong took advantage of Steward Kai's inattention to pour spiritual spring water into the water jar and filled Little Black's water basin with it. Before leaving, she reminded Steward Kai to eat well and stay healthy. She said she would come back in a day or two to see him. As for the dowry, she would find someone to move it. Usually, she would do it late at night, and Steward Kai just needed to ignore any noise. Steward Kai nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked Shin Jitong to wait for him. He went upstairs and fiddled around for a while. When he came down, he held a uniquely shaped brass key and handed it to Shin Jitong, saying, "This is a master key. It might be useful if you need to get into those places." Shin Jitong took the master key, thinking it was a useful tool. She was also thinking about finding a crowbar to force open the lock and enter the house. With her strength, this method would work well, but the downside was that it might alert the other person. Having a master key would make things much easier. After leaving the suburban courtyard, Shun Jitong took a bus heading to Shifeng Lane. The residents of Shifeng Lane are mostly old citizens of Shanghai, speaking the local dialect, which sounds very warm and familiar. Shun Jitong observed for a while and decided it was better to go in late at night. Because she looked too striking, people walking on the street often turned to look at her. If she casually entered Lu Shihwan's Shikumen house now, the neighbors would definitely remember her face. If she emptied Lu Shihwan's house later, she would likely be reported to the police, and neighbors might remember her clues. She didn't dare underestimate the police's ability to solve cases. She didn't want to be registered at the police station before even marrying Wu Yuanjing. If she had any bad records, it would be impossible to marry Wu Yuanjing, as the military's background checks are very strict. After confirming the address, Shun Jitong left Shifeng Lane. How should she deal with Gao Jianren? As she passed a lush park by the roadside, an elderly man in his 50s suddenly followed her, walking alongside and asking, "Miss, I see your fortune is bright. You're about to have great wealth. Would you like a fortune-telling?" Nowadays, she no longer dared to openly set up a fortune-telling stall, but in the past, practitioners in this line of work had no other skills besides this. They either operated underground, secretly solicited business, or took orders from regular customers. This man seemed to be secretly offering his services. "Uncle, tell my fortune. If you're accurate, I'll pay you a lot." Shin Jitong suddenly had an idea to deal with Gao Jianren. Because she knew that Gao Jianren claimed not to believe in superstitions, but deep down, he believed in them the most. He would secretly burn incense on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. Moreover, she had overheard Gao Jianren boast that when he was born, his family had already had his fortune told. His destiny was noble, his children outstanding, and he had some wealth in his fate. TSK, she didn't realize at the time that she was that wealth. As for children, they were probably those two little ingrates. It must be said that some fortune-teller from her past life, whoever he was quite accurate. "All right, miss. 1 fortune-telling for 1 yuan. The fortune-teller was very good at reading people and immediately saw that Shin Jitong came from a wealthy family. Currently, fortune-telling on the market costs about 5 cents for accurate readings, but he charges 1 yuan for his services. He knows that for wealthy clients, the more expensive the reading, the more they think he is skilled. "Okay, but only if you can give an accurate reading." "Sure, no problem." Shun Jitong also wanted to see if this person was good at talking, so she let him do a fortune-telling first. The fortune-teller, who called himself Mr. Zheng, took her to a quiet pavilion in the park. It was empty around, perfect for their secret work. "Miss, do you want to check your birth chart, your yearly luck, or your palm?" Shin Jitong wouldn't share her birth details without a reason. "Show me your right hand, let me see." Shun Jitong followed his request and showed her right hand. Mr. Zheng was quite respectful. He didn't touch her, just looked carefully at her palm. After a while, he said, Your hand is soft like cotton, with no bones showing. You are not born to hard work. Your palm has a line that reaches all the way to your fingernail bed, an unusual line that most people don't have past their wrist. It suggests you might inherit a lot from your ancestors. Your love line is smooth and reaches the Jupiter mound. Soon, someone who truly cares for you will appear. Shin Jitong felt more and more surprised. Had she accidentally found a master? But she wondered if this master would use her for his own purposes. That's very accurate. Your fortune-telling is worth 1 yuan. Shin Jitong took a yuan from her wallet and handed it to Mr. Zheng. Thank you, he said politely, accepting the money with a smile. He saw that Shin Jitong had some unfinished business, but since she didn't want to talk about it, he didn't press further. Mr. Zheng packed up and went home. Shin Jitong secretly followed him and saw him take the yuan she gave, then buy some fried dough sticks and meat buns from a street stall. He wrapped them in newspaper and went into a small alley. Mr. Zheng, business was good today. Why are you closing so early? You bought so much food. Your grandson must be very happy. Grandma Lu, keep your voice down. Be discreet. Be discreet. Mr. Zheng told the loud-mouthed old lady to speak more quietly. After he left, Shin Jitong approached the old lady and asked, Grandma, was that Mr. Zheng just now? I used to have my fortune told by him, and it was quite accurate. But he hasn't set up his stall for a long time. I was right, wasn't I? Yes, it's him. Now, the street doesn't allow him to do this kind of work openly. He can only do it secretly. If you had your fortune told by him before, you would probably go back to see him again. He's very good at it and quite famous around here.
It's a pity, though.
Maybe because too much of his secrets got out, his grandson was born with health problems. Now, he earns money just to buy medicine for his grandson. Sure enough, all the old ladies in the alley love gossip. As soon as they open their mouths, they reveal everything about Mr. Zheng. Of course, they don't mean to do it. They just like to talk. I see. Can I go to his house to find him?
Why not?
His son passed away, his daughter-in-law left, and only he and his grandson are left. It's quite sad. He's a good person. You can go with confidence. At the end of the alley, turn left, and you'll find his house. When the old lady heard that Mr. Zheng had some business, she eagerly helped promote it. Shin Jitong thanked the old lady and gave her a small bag of white rabbit candies. She refused, but he insisted and pushed the candies into her hand, then headed inside. Grandpa, are there so many delicious things today? Mr. Zheng's grandson is only 6 years old. He's a little kid and loves tasty food. When he sees something delicious, his eyes immediately light up. Yes, Grandpa works hard to earn money to cure Xiao Jie's illness and buys him treats every day. Mr. Zheng comforts his grandson. Actually, he knows it's difficult. Mr. Zheng, you're so accurate in your predictions. Have you ever predicted your own future? I heard you're about to get rich. At this moment, a pretty girl came in from outside. Her voice was clear and sweet, like the sound of silver coins clinking. Is that you? Miss, what's your business? Mr. Zheng looked at the elegant girl from the fortune-telling in the park earlier, and his eyes flickered. Little one, your name is Xiao Jie, right? Your sister brought you some tasty food. Come and see if you like it. Shin Jitong ignored Mr. Zheng's question and first greeted Mr. Zheng's grandson. Wow, it smells so good. Sister, what delicious things did you bring? Braised pig's knuckles, crab roe buns, rice, and wonton soup. Shin Jitong opened the food she took from her space and placed them on a small table in front of the boy. Little Jie saw so many delicious foods and drooled with hunger, but he was well-behaved and first asked his grandfather, Can I eat now, Grandpa? Young lady, speak clearly. Don't try to trick the child, Mr. Zheng said, clearly experienced and sharp. Little Jie, you eat first, no worries, Shin Jitong told the child. Then she turned to Mr. Zheng and said, Honestly, Mr. Zheng, don't worry. Whether things work out or not, I will treat everyone to this meal. Seeing the child eagerly staring at him, Mr. Zheng felt a bit sad. He nodded and said to his grandson, Little Jie, go ahead and eat. Your sister is treating us. Okay. Little Jie picked up a piece of braised pork with sauce and offered it to Mr. Zheng, saying, "Grandpa, you eat first." "All right," Mr. Zheng said, his eyes a little moist. He took the food, patted the child's head, and said, "Be good and eat. I will talk with your sister." Mr. Zheng took Shin Jitong upstairs to the rooftop terrace and asked, "Young lady, what do you want me to do?" "I want to be clear. I won't do anything harmful, illegal, or disrespectful to ancestors. Mr. Zheng, we're already short of food, and my grandson has no money for doctor visits." "Why are you still asking about these things?" Shun Jitong replied. "Those first two aren't the main issue. The third one is the real concern, right?" "Don't worry, I won't do anything illegal or wrong," she added. Mr. Zheng sighed and said, "All right, tell me what you want me to do. But first, give me a price." She showed him a gold bar weighing about 2 taels. "Is this enough?" Mr. Zheng was stunned. Such a high price. Was she really asking him to dig up someone's grave? He thought, let fate decide. As long as his grandson could eat well and get medicine, that was enough. His grandson wasn't seriously ill, just tuberculosis. With proper medicine and good nutrition, he could recover. But now his business was closed, and he only earned a little by secretly doing fortune-telling for old clients. They barely had enough to eat, let alone pay for his grandson's health. So, little Jia's health kept declining. He looked weaker and weaker. Mr. Zheng was about to break down. This afternoon, he even went to the park to gather some people. "I never expected to bring Shin Jitong here, and I don't know if this woman will bring him good or bad luck. But anyway, with the little yellow fish, my grandson can get better." Mr. Zheng made a firm decision and agreed. "Very good. That's settled. Don't worry, Mr. Zheng, what I want you to do isn't difficult." After saying that, Shin Jitong quietly shared her plan. "Miss, just wait for good news. To me, this is a small matter." Mr. Zheng, hearing this, immediately assured with confidence. "Mr. Zheng, go ahead boldly. I'll give you the first little yellow fish as a deposit. If you do a good job, I'll pay you with another one later." Money is tempting, and Zheng's family has a grandson who urgently needs money. Shun Jitong knew that Zheng would definitely complete the task for his child's sake. "Miss, rest assured. Zheng, always keep my promises. You can trust me." Zheng thought he would only get one little yellow fish, but this girl was generous and paid too. What else could he not do? In a year when rice costs a dime and 3 cents a pound, and good meat costs 70 cents a pound, with these 2 little yellow fish, he could cure his grandson's illness in a year and a half and make him healthy and chubby. From worry to eagerness, Zheng couldn't wait to finish the task now. Shin Jitong left Zheng's house, checked her watch, and saw it was dinner time. She went to the famous Hongfangzi Western restaurant in Shanghai for a big meal. She ordered a special fried pork chop, borscht, some bread before the meal, and a glass of grape wine for herself. Enjoying her meal and wine, she felt completely relaxed. Thinking back to her past life, where she was oppressed in the Gao family for decades, eating leftovers, doing endless chores, and serving ungrateful people, Shin Jitong couldn't help but curse her own foolishness. Tonight, she planned to settle scores with the Gao family and Liu Shihuan. The wind was getting stronger each day. While eating, a group of troublemakers stormed in, shouting that Western restaurants were the poison left by capitalists and they shouldn't be open anymore, harming ordinary people. The restaurant manager tried to reason with them, and finally they left. The diner's mood was affected, and the atmosphere in the restaurant became a bit heavy. Shun Jitong could only sigh, thinking that such delicious Western food might be unavailable for a long time. So, she asked the shopkeeper to pack 5 servings of Western food, saying it was for her sister's birthday dinner at home. After the shopkeeper handed over the prepared Western dishes, Shun Jitong took them outside, found a quiet corner, and stored them in her space. Shin Jitong guessed that the Western restaurant wouldn't be open for long, so she went to Dita Western Cuisine again, ordered their signature filet steak, fried pork chop, creamy Portuguese chicken, and salad, 5 sets in total, all packed to go. Looking at the time, it was only 8 o'clock. She then visited several department stores, bought candies, pastries, and various snacks. She had enough money and coupons now. The problem was, she couldn't buy too much at once, or it would raise suspicion from the shop assistants. They also wouldn't sell too many items at once, so she had to visit several stores. Seeing a pharmacy, Shun Jitong remembered that in the countryside, medicine supplies might not be complete. She went into different pharmacies, pretending her family needed medicine, and bought many Chinese and Western medicines. She bought everything useful she could think of: medicine for colds, injuries, headaches, fever, and women's menstrual pain, and stored them in her space. Then she visited a few more stores selling daily necessities, bought radios, hair dryers, and at a department store, she even bought a women's bicycle. She also bought 2 sewing machines to keep in her space, even though she didn't know how to use them, but she couldn't be without them. As the street gradually became less crowded, Shen Jitong saw it was already past 10 o'clock. She drove a Qing's car to the back of Shifeng Lane, reached an empty road, and then got out, storing the car away. A Qing's car was quite useful, small, unobtrusive, with a closed cargo area that could carry many things. Shen Jitong planned to keep the car with her. Later, she would put a fake license plate from each place she went to, so she wouldn't be easily identified or stopped by authorities. By 10:30, the street on Shifeng Lane was deserted. With fewer entertainment activities, everyone had gone to bed by 9, and only at 10:30 did she finally sleep, staying up a bit later. She entered the Shikumen gate, found door number 114, pressed her ear against it, listened for a while, and heard no sounds. It seemed everyone inside was asleep. She then took out her universal key, inserted it into the lock, and tried to turn it. The key went into the lock, and she moved it. Gently turning, she successfully unlocked the door. The old item that Butler Kai had brought out really worked well. Shin Jitong tiptoed into the house. It was very dark inside. She didn't have her flashlight ready at first, but suddenly she realized she could see clearly in the dark. Maybe this is a benefit of being reborn and drinking the spiritual spring water? If she had known, she wouldn't have needed to bring a flashlight when collecting treasures earlier. She looked around and saw that it was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house, quite tidy. There were fresh flowers on the dining table and a piano in the corner, all in a cozy bourgeois style. The doors to the 2 bedrooms were closed, clearly indicating that Lu Shihuan and the 2 little troublemakers were already asleep. Without hesitation, Shun Jitong started collecting things from the living room.
A piano?
Still a Shanghai brand?
Take it.
Tableware? Still from Jingdezhen?
Take it.
There was even a refrigerator in the kitchen? Only old wealthy families have those. Lu Shihuan's family also has one?
Take it.
Living a small bourgeois life, huh? Anyway, everything in sight was cleaned out, leaving the house spotless, with not a single feather left behind. Shun Jitong wasn't interested in these cheap things. She just wanted to loot Lu Shihuan's assets and make her completely broke. Later, she could find other places to give these items to poor families, so it wouldn't be a waste. Nowadays, to build up this kind of wealth, besides the assets left over from Lu Shihuan's family, it was mainly funded by Gao Jianren. After all, she had 2 children with Gao Jianren. The living room, dining area, and kitchen looked as if a tornado had swept through, all cleaned out by Shin Jitong. She moved silently, opening the door to 1 bedroom. It's where the 2 troublemakers sleep. They were sleeping soundly, with angelic faces that were quite charming when they slept. No one would expect that when they grow up, they would become so vicious and ruthless. Shin Jitong collected everything from their bedroom, wardrobes, toys, backpacks, until only their small beds remained. She then left the room, closed the door, and went into another bedroom. This one was Lu Shihuan's room. In her past life, Lu Shihuan first appeared at her home as Gao Jianren's friend, then took the initiative to become her close friend. She would share everything with Lu Shihuan, especially her frustrations and family issues. She never expected that Lu Shihuan was actually a mistress. She believed that Lu Shihuan must have spoken behind Gao Jianren's back, and the 2 of them were probably laughing cruelly at her afterward. In the past life, you still had a good personality. In this life, I won't drain your family wealth. Sorry for not being kind. Shin Jitong packed all the belongings in Lu Shihuan's house into her space. Only 1 bed was left untouched for her. She came and went silently, disappearing without a trace. Shen Jitong left. She still had matters to attend to at the Gao family. Driving a small truck, Shen Jitong quickly arrived at the Gao residence. Because Gao Ming was a director, the Gao family gave him a small Western-style house that belonged to a fallen capitalist. She knew this place well, having lived here for decades. As soon as she arrived, she felt uncomfortable all over. If it weren't for revenge, she wouldn't want to enter this building. Using her universal key, she unlocked the door. Once inside, her first stop was the basement on the first floor. The basement was also locked with an iron gate. Shen Jitong used her universal key to open it and descended the narrow stairs. Gao Ming had stored the loot he seized from the fallen capitalists in the basement. There were boxes of famous paintings, baskets of valuable porcelain, all piled messily, looking like a junkyard. There were also some precious stones like Tianhuang stone, chicken blood stone, and Shoshan stone, nearly a basketful. Additionally, there were inkstones, brush washers, gold watches, and gold jewelry, all stacked in boxes everywhere. In the corner on the right, there were over 1,000 jin of rice, flour, dried noodles, sugar, salt, enough for a family to eat for years. In the left corner, there was a small box about the size of a shoebox. When opened, it was filled with gold bars, each weighing 100 grams. Shen Jitong took everything. The basement was now empty. When Gao Ming came down tomorrow, he would surely be heartbroken. Thinking about how distressed he would be, Shen Jitong felt very happy. Besides the basement, she also looted the Gao family's kitchen, taking all the rice, flour, grains, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar into her space, leaving only an empty kitchen. While they were sleeping soundly, Shen Jitong pushed open Gao Jianren's bedroom door. He was sleeping like a pig, snoring loudly, with drool at the corner of his mouth. She didn't have time to look closely, only taking the bed and him on it. Gao Ming's room was similarly emptied. Tomorrow morning, when they wake up, they will find that everything in the house is gone except for the bed they are lying on. Shen Jitong was tired, so she drove home to sleep. When she entered the house, it was already past 1 a.m., and Wu Xiaolong's family had gone to bed early. She quietly entered her bedroom, locked the door, and then went into her space. Day after day, collecting so many supplies, she was exhausted. Once inside her space, Shen Jitong felt hungry, so she took out the delicious food she bought today for a late-night snack. There was a serving of small wontons, creamy Portuguese chicken, and German-style salad, a hearty meal. She was so hungry that she ate everything. After eating, she remembered her grandfather's century-old ginseng, so she took out a piece, sliced it, and put a slice into the teapot. She added goji berries and brewed a health tea with spiritual spring water to boost her energy. The remaining ginseng slices were stored in a sealed glass jar. The century-old ginseng tea, combined with the spiritual spring water, worked quickly. After drinking it, she felt all her tiredness disappear. For ordinary people, century-old ginseng is mainly used to relieve fatigue. It's a real treasure. But for Shen Jitong, she grew up in a wealthy and pampered environment. Her life only started to change after her mother passed away, and now she was just returning to the lifestyle her grandfather and mother had before. After a few days of drinking it, Shen Jitong found that the spiritual spring water helped healthy people detox and strengthen their bodies when they drank it for the first time. But if healthy people drink it again, it just quenches thirst and relieves fatigue. Only patients or those recovering will see real benefits. So Shen Jitong was not worried about drinking too much spiritual spring water and overdoing it. Feeling full and satisfied, she took a relaxing bath and then went to bed. She fell asleep immediately, sleeping very well. Jitong, open the door. I know you're inside. Early in the morning, Wu Xiaolong came to wake her up, not letting her sleep anymore. Shen Jitong lazily opened the door, saw Wu Xiaolong outside with a pale face, and asked, "Dad, what are you doing so early? Where have you been these days? You haven't come home at night. You're a young lady staying out late. Isn't that proper?" Wu Xiaolong was trying to show his authority as a father. "I went to stay at Ryun's house. She returned from the countryside to visit family, And yesterday afternoon, she went back to the village. What's the matter? Are you not allowed to visit your close friend anymore? Shin Jitong mentioned Shui Ryun, who was indeed her close friend in her past life. Ryun went to the countryside last year to develop the Beidawing area, but after that, they never met again. Later, Shun Jitong found out that in October 1966, Ryun died at the farm she was sent to, cause of death unknown. At that time, Shun Jitong had just married into the Gao family. Housekeeper Kai had recently died, and she was also being pressured by Gao Jianren. She was too busy to pay attention. When she heard about Ryun's death, she could only cry and feel sad. Ryun's parents were all overthrown. You are still so close to her? Be careful, it might affect you. Don't be with her anymore. Come on, let's go to the Gao family. Today is your matchmaking day. Dress up nicely. No wonder Wu Xiaolong scolded her for staying out late, but didn't get angry. Now I understand why. Meeting someone was just a formality. Shun Jitong lived at the end of the alley, and the Gao family moved in earlier this year, living at the front of the alley. The two families were neighbors who nodded when they saw each other. Gao Ming had a vague impression of Shin Jitong. He knew she was a beautiful young lady from the Shin family. When Gao Jianren said he wanted to marry Shin Jitong, Gao Ming was indifferent. So, Gao Jianren deliberately arranged for Shin Jitong to visit. After completing this step, he would have a reason to declare his love for her. He liked Shin Jitong and wanted to marry her no matter what. In her past life, Shin Jitong was touched that Gao Jianren insisted on marrying her. She felt that although she didn't have feelings for him, he liked her in the chaos, and he could give her a safe place. That was enough. Unexpectedly, her marriage to him was just a deal between Gao Jianren and her untrustworthy father, who believed she would be a lonely girl in the future and easy to control. Her parents, before liberation, were criticized by workers for being greedy capitalists, exploiting workers severely and bullying women, almost to the point of being sentenced to death. Later, they had to surrender all their profits from exploitation to gain leniency. Now, they were sent to rural farms for labor reform. Shin Jitong's grandfather was one of the first capitalists in Shanghai to raise the red flag and celebrate victory. He also handed over most of his assets to the country, which treated them leniently. In today's situation, it's much easier to protect Shin Jitong than Lu Shihuan. Also, marrying Shin Jitong wouldn't affect Gao Jianren's career, but if he married Lu Shihuan, he would definitely be dismissed from his position. In their mutual affection, to prevent outsiders from gossiping about his age and his delay in marriage, Gao Jianren made a deal with Wu Xiaolong. He would marry Shin Jitong, and Wu Xiaolong would receive a certificate for a top international cargo ship. This was the reason Gao Jianren would marry Shin Jitong in his past life. To comfort Lu Shihuan, Gao Jianren swore he would not harm Shin Jitong. Because of this promise, Shin Jitong unknowingly kept her innocence. This was the most fortunate thing for Shin Jitong. Otherwise, being deceived by Gao Jianren all her life and losing her innocence would have made her feel sick. Now, it was time to visit the Gao family again, just like in her past life. Usually, the man visits the woman's family, but due to the current situation, the Gao family thought they were superior, so they asked Wu Xiaolong to bring his daughter to visit. Shin Jitong thought quickly and happily agreed. Okay, Dad, I will dress beautifully and make sure Xiao Gao is impressed. Lu Xiaomei, standing nearby, couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking, can a young lady who hasn't married yet say such things? How bold. But worried that Shin Jitong might get angry and refuse to visit the Gao family, Lu Xiaomei held back her teasing words. Unbeknownst to her, Shin Jitong's goal was to impress the Gao family, to show them how much they looked down on her in her past life, and in this life, how high they could not reach her. Shin Jitong styled her hair into a bun, decorated it with a pink agate bracelet, wore a pink-green dress with a ruffled collar, white pointed toe heels, and light makeup that made her features stand out brightly. After her dressing, even Wu Xiaolong couldn't help but praise. My daughter is so beautiful. Anyone who sees her will be moved. Shin Jitong smiled softly. Let's go, Dad, or it'll be almost 9 o'clock. It's fine. Today is the weekend. I asked Jianren, and he said his family, We'll sleep until 9. We've had breakfast, so it's perfect timing to go now. Shun Jitong nodded happily. When she went downstairs, Qian Fun and Wu Yaozu looked at her with resentment. Seeing her dressed so stunningly, Qian Fun felt a pang of jealousy, but when she thought about Shun Jitong being tricked into exchanging her ticket for a ship in Hong Kong, she suppressed her anger and thought, "You'll get what's coming to you later." Wu Yaozu, this coward, has always been afraid of the strong and bullying the weak. He used to think Shun Jitong was easy to bully, so he often wanted to argue with her. This time, after Shun Jitong broke his hand, he suddenly realized how terrifying his sister is. He no longer dared to provoke her. Shun Jitong rarely had a peaceful breakfast at home. After breakfast, Wu Xiaolong and Lu Xiaomei, the couple, went with Shun Jitong to Gao's house. The couple was excited, but Shun Jitong knew there would be some excitement this time. Sure enough, when they arrived in front of Gao's small house, they saw many onlookers gathered at the door. What's going on? Why is there such a big crowd? Did Gao call all his relatives? Lu Xiaomei was surprised. Wu Xiaolong felt something was wrong because he noticed many of the people at the door looked familiar, like neighbors from the alley. Why are you all at Director Gao's door? Is something wrong? When they got closer, Wu Xiaolong asked a familiar neighbor. Don't you know? Director Gao's house was robbed. Yes, early this morning, Director Gao found that everything in their house was stolen. Clocks, kitchen utensils, even the stove, all taken. Sun Limei almost fainted. The strangest thing is, normally with so much stolen, they should have heard some noise, but they didn't. Actually, the furniture in the kitchen and living room isn't worth much, but I heard their basement was emptied too, and it held many valuable items. Just now, Sun Limei was crying loudly, saying there were over 1,000 pounds of grain and some expensive Rolex watches and gold bars in the basement. No way. Did you hear her say that early? Director Gao also earns a salary, so where did all these valuable things come from? TSK, don't you understand? Director Gao used to be a troublemaker. These things were definitely from his earlier thefts. Everyone started talking excitedly. Sun Limei is Gao Ming's wife and Gao Jianren's mother. In her past life, Shun Jitong was often bullied by her. Getting up early to cook, washing clothes, and even underwear herself, these were small things. She also often deliberately made Shun Jitong suffer. When she was sick and cared for her, she kept tossing all night, not letting Shun Jitong sleep. Once she took care of her children herself, she became very quiet and easy to manage, which made Shun Jitong feel helpless. When she heard that Sun Liming was crying so hard, Shun Jitong couldn't help but smile slightly. Wu Xiaolong was also very nervous now. He worried that if the Gao family encountered problems, it might affect Gao Jianren's mood and cause him to refuse to help them. So he said to Shun Jitong, "Let's go inside and take a look." Just listening from outside, we don't know exactly what happened. The three of them entered the yard and saw that the police had also arrived, investigating and taking notes. Those thieves are terrible. My whole house has been robbed. Nothing left. Police officers, you must catch these thieves. They must have drugged us, otherwise, how could they have moved the stove without us hearing anything? Sun Liming was crying and sniffling. The others in the Gao family looked very gloomy. Shun Jitong felt happy inside, but still pretended to be confused and innocent. When Wu Xiaolong entered the house, he saw the living room was empty, with no furniture at all. The kitchen stove had been taken apart. He was shocked and said to Gao Ming, "Director Gao, what's going on? What kind of thieves are these? They even took the stove? And your sofa in the house, isn't it made of rosewood? So heavy it would take 5 or 6 people to move it, yet they stole that too." Gao Ming's face was very pale, and he was extremely upset. The furniture wasn't the main problem. It was the huge amount of wealth in the basement that had been stolen, which made him furious and stressed. That wealth was something he had accumulated over the years by confiscating capitalists' assets, like mice stealing rice. He had hoped to use that money to impress his superiors and get promoted. Now everything was gone, his property and his future. Seeing Wu Xiaolong come over and ask, he was so angry he didn't know where to vent. He kept a stern face and said, "What are you here for? Director Gao, we agreed to meet today, didn't we? I brought my young daughter here. Wu Xiaolong quickly bowed slightly and said with a shameless smile. Today, something came up at home, so we can't entertain guests. Gao Ming was not in the mood and spoke coldly. Dad, Mr. Wu has come all this way. Why not have a cup of tea? Gao Jianren, hearing that the visit might be delayed, hurried forward to persuade him. Wu Xiaolong secretly promised him to give him a small yellow fish. Of course, he needed money. Otherwise, supporting 3 people outside was quite stressful. This was also one reason he was willing to marry Xin Jitang.
What kind of tea?
Look at the house. There's not even a chair, and the tea leaves have been stolen. What's the point of drinking? Let's talk about it next time when we have more time. Gao Ming was worried that if his son refused to marry again after this, he would refuse forever. He had to suppress his anger and spoke unkindly. Actually, whether we drink tea or not doesn't matter. As long as both families agree and the children are happy, isn't that enough? Director Gao, look, this is Jitang. Wu Xiaolong quickly introduced Xin Jitang. He was eager to send his daughter out, so he didn't look at her with much affection. If Xin Jitang didn't know she wouldn't marry Gao Jianren, she would feel very embarrassed. But now, she was just watching the scene with a relaxed attitude. In this life, the Gao family started out so badly. The ones who had been oppressed and beaten down were now them. Xin Jitang's fear of being oppressed for a lifetime melted away like ice and snow. Now she was very calm. Seeing Gao Ming's gaze sweep over, Xin Jitang smiled and nodded at him. Her smile carried a hint of schadenfreude. Gao Ming was surprised. He never expected that the granddaughter of the Xin family, now so beautiful, was truly stunning. He had seen many beautiful and wealthy women in Shanghai and had even defeated some himself. Capitalists, after all, had to step on others to rise. But the Xin Jitang before him was so beautiful that even his eyes showed a strange light. He was only 48 years old, still at an age full of ideas. Seeing his son looking at him eagerly and thinking about his son's words that he couldn't perform well, Gao Ming swallowed and started imagining himself taking over the role. He softened his tone and said, Jianren, what do you think? If you're satisfied, let's set the date. Dad, I'm very happy. Jitang is my neighbor. I know her well. She'll turn 20 in 4 days. I want to go register with her then. Is that okay? Gao Jianren was a bit impatient. I think. Gao Ming was about to say he agreed when Sun Liming, who was nearby, suddenly jumped in and said, I think we shouldn't go through with this marriage. We just came to see her, and now there's been a big theft at home. It's very unlucky. This woman is trouble. I don't agree with you marrying her. There is indeed such a tradition locally. On the first day of matchmaking, if both families are happy, the marriage will go smoothly without any obstacles. However, if something bad happens to one side, like breaking a family dish, falling outside, or injuring a finger, these can be reasons to refuse the marriage. Sun Limei simply disliked Xin Jitang because she was young, dressed very boldly, and her eyes seemed to stick to her face, which annoyed her. Also, when the Xin family came to visit, their house had just been robbed, which made her even more upset. In the past, the Gao family's house was not robbed on this day, but Sun Limei still opposed the match, mainly because she didn't like Xin Jitang's flirtatious look. Xin Jitang knew this, so today she deliberately dressed very beautifully to upset her. Seeing Sun Limei get angry and refuse to let her son marry her, Xin Jitang happily said, It seems I have no chance with the Gao family. I respect Auntie's opinion. After saying that, Xin Jitang turned and walked away confidently. Wait, Gao Jianren called out to his mother. Mom, Xiao Shun is a good girl. I don't care what you say. I want to marry her. He then chased after her. In the past, Gao Jianren wasn't so proactive with her. Could it be that he's fallen in love? Just now, when Gao Jianren looked at her, his face was full of admiration, clearly struck by her beauty. Last time, when Xin Jitang came to the Gao house, she was dressed in dull, dusty clothes and didn't look very happy. She hadn't dressed up, and her appearance was just average, similar to Lu Shihuan. This time, her body had been transformed by spiritual spring water, making her skin icy and smooth, and she had dressed up specially. She looked stunning, like a big star on a movie poster, shining brightly and dazzling Gao Jianren's eyes. Gao Jianren was moved and thought it would be nice to have both gentle childhood love and Shin Jintang's bright, bold personality. Wouldn't that be the greatest happiness for a man? He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he almost drooled. When Shin Jintang refused his proposal and turned to leave, he couldn't bear it and hurried to chase after her. Shin Jintang had already gone far, and Gao Jianren, angry, went back to complain. "Mom, what are you doing? Don't you want me to marry a wife? I really like Shintang and want to marry her. Once today's family matters are settled, Jianren, take the gift and visit the Shin family to express your feelings to the young lady." Gao Ming spoke confidently and formally. Sun Limei, unable to refuse her son and father, felt increasingly uncomfortable. She could only keep a calm face and say coldly, "Do as you wish." Gao Jianren knew his mother had finally agreed, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Shin Jitang saw Gao Jianren chase after her, turn into an alleyway, and go into a private space. After a while, she felt he had gone back, so she came out again. Privately, she really didn't want to contact Gao Jianren. Talking to him made her feel sick. But if she didn't pretend to cooperate with the Gao family, how could she send Wu Xiaolong's family away? Wu Xiaolong's family happily boarded the boat. When they arrived in Hong Kong, they realized it wasn't paradise, which made her feel better. If Wu Xiaolong couldn't get on the boat and stayed in the mainland because of their father-daughter relationship, she would always be involved with him. Only by sending him to Hong Kong could she cut ties with him. When Wu Xiaolong arrived in Hong Kong, she also wanted him to experience losing everything and becoming a low-level resident there. Finally, she planned to have housekeeper Kai use his connections in Hong Kong to deal with Wu Xiaolong's family properly. Shin Jitang thought carefully about every step. Next, it was Mr. Zheng's turn. Gao Jianren hadn't been happy for long before he received a message. He went out and saw that the messenger was a stranger, a young boy. The boy said Aunt Lu from Shifeng Lane asked him to deliver a message. Their home had been robbed. Gao Jianren was stunned. His own home had been robbed, and now his family's home was also robbed? What was going on? He left the chaotic Gao family and hurried to Shifeng Lane. Gao Jianren didn't notice that Shin Jitang was secretly following him all the way. After all, she had worked so hard last night just for this moment of happiness. "Shirhuan, why is the house so empty after the theft?" Gao Jianren entered the living room and was stunned. The piano, bought at a high price, was gone. The sofa, table, and wall clock, symbols of wealth, had been looted completely. The method of the theft was exactly the same as at his home. "I don't know." Shirhuan looked at Gao Jianren with tears in her eyes. "I woke up this morning and found it like this. I asked the neighbor grandma to help send the kids to school, then I hurried to call you." "Jianren, what should we do now? Should we call the police?" Gao Jianren's mind was overwhelmed as he said, "Can't call the police. If we do, they'll ask whose children are who, and what do we say? They'll ask who bought the piano, and what do we tell them? That thief, how did he do it? Not only the living room and kitchen, but he even stole from our bedroom. And the kids' room are left with just a bed. It's so scary." Gao Jianren hadn't yet seen the bedroom. Hearing her words, he pushed open the door and looked inside, his eyes wide in shock, and asked, "What kind of thief is this? How did he do it?" "I don't know. Maybe he drugged us? All the furniture is gone. Do we have to buy everything again? I'm so scared. Can you come over tonight and sleep with us?" Lu Shirhuan was crying and pleading softly at the same time. "All right, I'll stay with you tonight. The furniture can be dealt with later. For now, you should manage with what you have. Last night, our house was also robbed and my dad's savings were stolen. I don't have any money now, so I can only wait until I marry Shin Jitang. Her dad said he would give me a box of small yellow fish, which I can sell to buy furniture." Gao Jianren hugged Lu Shirhuan and patted her back to comfort her. Lu Shirhuan wrapped her arms around his waist. Seeing that he was willing to pay to make up for the loss, she felt a bit better. Her hands then started to playfully touch him, and she whispered, "Shin Jitang is younger than me. You wouldn't be interested in her, would you?" "No way. You gave me 2 children. Even if I didn't contribute, I worked hard. After Shun Jitong marries in, she's like a free nanny for my family. Later, we can bring our kids home to her to raise. That way, won't you be free? Let's be a happy couple, and when the kids grow up and the situation improves, we can kick Shin Jitong out and bring you back home. Gao Jianren was very gentle, but inside, he was thinking about Shun Jitong's beautiful figure. He secretly swallowed and thought, enjoying happiness with everyone wouldn't be bad. Shun Jitong was hiding in the space, listening outside clearly, and found these two disgusting. So, this was how they had schemed against her in their past life? Then, to comfort Lu Shihuan, Gao Jianren held her and led her inside. They were making love inside, and Shun Jitong quickly slipped away. Gao Jianren kept saying he was not capable at home. So, this was his true nature with Lu Shihuan? Fortunately, he hasn't touched her, which she found really disgusting. Gao Jianren pulled up his pants and left Lu Shihuan's house, feeling a bit empty inside today. Maybe because he was tempted by Shin Jitong's attractive figure, he impulsively asked for another round. However, both families had suffered big losses due to thefts. Although Gao Jianren enjoyed himself, he still felt very sad. Comrade, I see you look pale and your forehead is dark. Are things not going well around you lately? Have you lost money? As Gao Jianren was walking through an alley, an old man dressed in a blue worker's uniform with fur pockets approached him and stopped him, looking serious as he examined him from head to toe. What are you saying? Superstition. Don't try that on me. Be careful, I might report you to the committee. Gao Jianren scolded him. Comrade, fortune-telling has been reformed by the government. I no longer do it. Now I do good deeds and only help those who are destined. It's free. Really? Then tell me, Gao Jianren said, secretly believing in this kind of thing. He remembered the recent thefts at home and paused. Comrade, I see your face, and I think you might face danger soon, possibly life-threatening trouble. Your children look healthy, but there seems to be some conflict with them. Have you been feeling unlucky lately? The old man, Mr. Zheng, said seriously. Actually, from Gao Jianren's face, he wasn't wrong. His face did show what he described. Hearing this, Gao Jianren, who was initially nervous, relaxed and became more natural. Yes, things haven't been going well. We had a thief at home last night, he said with a flicker of his eyes. Let's talk somewhere less crowded. He was worried that someone might see him doing fortune-telling on the street and report him, which would be bad. What do you mean by saying my children are against me? Gao Jianren asked. Do you have a daughter and a son? Is the daughter older and the son younger? Mr. Zheng looked at Gao Jianren's face, making him think he could tell from his features. Gao Jianren was very impressed and said, Your face is very accurate. You said my children are against me. Is there a way to fix this? Of course there is. If there wasn't, I wouldn't bother to tell you. Does your son have a crooked nose? Is your daughter's mountain root low and sunken? Yes, that's right. That's how they are. Gao Jianren recalled that his children indeed had such traits. This kind of sign is unlucky for elders. Within 3 or 5 days, something will happen to you. Your child is now about 5 years old, right? The older one is 5, the younger is 4. Gao Jianren broke out in a cold sweat. The fortune-teller not only predicted that he would lose money but also saw the features on his children's faces. How could he not believe? It's like a magician performing tricks on stage, using simple props. As long as the magician prepares well, the audience will believe. Under Mr. Zheng's precise words, Gao Jianren fully believed he was a fortune-teller.
No wonder.
I said a few years ago you were lucky, but as your children grow, their bad luck is starting to affect you. In a few days, you might face a serious accident. Mr. Zheng shook his head repeatedly, as if sentencing Gao Jianren to death. Gao Jianren was so scared, he almost peed himself. He nervously grabbed Mr. Zheng's hand and said, Sir, please save me. Saving you isn't hard, but you need to separate from your children, at least by 1,000 miles. That way, their bad luck won't affect you. In 3 or 5 years, when the children grow up and their bad luck disappears and they no longer pose a threat to you, you can reunite. How about if I don't send the children away? Gao Jianren thought about how adorable his two children were and felt reluctant. After all, they called him Dad every day, very often. Separating is only temporary. If they stay with you, the bad luck might cause a permanent separation between heaven and earth. Think carefully about the risks. Mr. Jing shook his head and sighed. It's hard to persuade stubborn ghosts. Gao Jianren was so overwhelmed by his words that he sat there in a daze. When he finally snapped out of it and looked around, there was no one in sight.
He certainly didn't want to die.
His family had finally made it, with his father becoming the head of the committee, and he himself becoming the head of purchasing at the textile factory. Who wouldn't flatter them? His good life was just beginning. But he also felt sad about sending the children away. The two kids were the result of his love with Lu Shihuan. They were a perfect match, and they had promised to stay together forever. But if the children really posed a danger to him, and sending them away for a few years could fix that, why not? Plus, during this time, he could still be close to Shen Jitang. When Shen Jitang also had children, even if he brought Lu Shihuan back, Shen Jitang would have to accept his true love. Yes, that's what he decided. Gao Jianren thought this plan was good, and on the way to Fengli Lane, he walked with excitement, eager to get there. Shihuan, I need to talk to you about something. Lu Shihuan was tidying up the house. Gao Jianren's rough handling made her feel sore, but she looked around at the messy room. When the children came back at night, they wouldn't even have a place to do their homework. So, she had to get up and clean. When Gao Jianren came in, she thought he suddenly remembered and wanted to help clean. She was happy about his thoughtfulness, but then she was surprised to hear him say he wanted to send her and the children to the countryside, to a distant frontier army base. And the reason was that a fortune teller said the children might endanger his life. Lu Shihuan was stunned. Her eyes filled with tears as she asked, "Are you really going to send us away just because one fortune teller said so? Didn't I promise you I would marry Shen Jitang and fool my family? Are you falling for her? That's why you want to abandon us." Lu Shihuan cried, her eyes full of tears, looking pitiful. In the past, Gao Jianren would have come to comfort her. But this time, when it was a matter of life and death, he saw her crying and felt a small pang of displeasure. Is this true love? For her own safety, she refused to go 1,000 miles away to the countryside. She and the children would suffer a little by going, but if they didn't go, the children might endanger him, and he could lose his life. Shihuan, you and the children will only be gone for a few years. I will work hard in Shanghai to develop my career. After 4 or 5 years, when the children no longer challenge me, I will bring you all back, okay? Gao Jianren stood still, his voice gentle. Lai Shihuan's mind was actually thinking, this is definitely an excuse. This morning, she just looked at Shen Jitang, and Gao Jianren came to talk about going to the countryside. She would agree to go with Gao Jianren just because she was afraid of going to the countryside. Now, not only has she had 2 children and can't show her face in public, but she also has to go to the countryside with her kids. It's amazing how he can think of this. He must be completely bewitched by that sly woman Shen Jitang. Usually, when she cried or acted cute, Gao Jianren would soften and comfort her immediately. Why isn't that working now? Lai Shihuan's heart grew more anxious the more she thought about it. Men are really heartless. Just now, in bed, he still cared about her, but now he's acting like he doesn't recognize her. Jianren, I don't want to go to the countryside. I'm afraid of losing you. I haven't seen you for so long. Will you change your mind? How could I change my mind? I have your children, and I swear, I only want to avoid bad luck, nothing else. Gao Jianren raised his hand and swore. Lai Shihuan knew that although Gao Jianren didn't show it in front of others, he was actually very superstitious. She didn't know who told him that children could bring bad luck to him. Lai Shihuan thought Gao Jianren was serious this time, so she quickly said, "If I go to the countryside with the children, they are so young and have no property. Maybe they'll starve in the countryside. Jianren, those are your own flesh and blood. If you don't care about me, can't you care about them a little? I've given you all my savings. I still have 1,500 yuan in the bank. Also, Shen Jitong's father said that if I get the certificate with her, he will give me a box of small yellow croakers. I checked. One box has 10 small croakers, each about 1 or 2 yuan. I will give all of these to you. Gao Jianren still loved Lia Shihuan sincerely. But he loved his own life even more. Now that he saw Lia Shihuan was willing to consider him and agreed to take the children to the countryside, he felt quite guilty. At the same time, he believed that Lia Shihuan truly loved him. So, he didn't hesitate and gave her all the benefits he could. When will Wu Xiaolong give you the small yellow croakers? If we sign up to go to the countryside, we'll probably be sent there in a couple of days. You need to use your connections to choose a good place for us. Lia Shihuan was overjoyed when she heard there were 10 small yellow croakers. This was a huge sum of money. Even in a less developed rural area, they could live comfortably. Adding to her ability to comfort men, she believes she won't live worse than now if she doesn't trust him. The city is becoming more and more unstable. In a few years, after avoiding bad luck, Gao Jianren can bring the mother and her children back. That's not impossible. Don't worry. My father is a director himself. He will arrange the best farm for you near the county town with good living conditions and not too much work. You and the children are the people I love most. I will make sure you live comfortably. Also, I heard there are some follow-up actions against capitalists. You probably won't stay long in Shanghai. Sooner or later, you'll have to go to the countryside. This time you leave, it's a good chance to avoid the spotlight. When Gao Jianren heard Lu Shihuan's request, he thought it was reasonable and immediately agreed. That's good. We have no one else to rely on, only you. Lu Shihuan snuggled into Gao Jianren's arms, pretending to be full of tender feelings. At this moment, Shen Jitong was at Zhang Lisha's house on Chengel Road. She just arrived and saw the owner leave the house. The owner was a charming woman, wearing a silk qipao with exaggerated red high heels, big wavy hair, and bright red lips. Shen Jitong guessed she was Zhang Lisha. After she left, seeing no one in the corridor, Shen Jitong took out a universal key, opened the door, and then closed it behind her. As soon as she entered, she saw a photo of Zhang Lisha and Wu Xiaolong on the wall in the living room. They were close together, looking very intimate, and from behind the glass frame, it seemed like they were a couple. Wow, a couple's photo? How cheap. Shen Jitong picked up a golf club near the door and swung it forcefully at the frame. With a loud crash, the frame shattered. The crystal chandelier, the high-end oak cabinet, and the delicate kitchenware all broke into pieces. Zhang Lisha's bedroom door opened. Near the locked bedside cabinet, Shen Jitong found a safe. Knowing there was valuable stuff inside, she took it. There were at least 20 or 30 exquisite qipaos in other cabinets. She cut each one with scissors. On the dressing table, she recognized a delicate hairpin, an heirloom from her mother. It was a cultural relic from the palace, worth at least 2 small yellow fish. How could Wu Xiaolong give it to Xiaoxi? She opened the jewelry box on her dressing table. Inside, there were many kinds of jewelry, all of which had belonged to her mother before, earrings, rings, and bracelets. Shen Jitong stored everything in her space. There was nothing interesting at Zhang Lisha's place. In the end, Shen Jitong only found a box of small yellow fish, worth over 5,000 yuan, and some vouchers worth more than 1,000 yuan. It seemed Wu Xiaolong cared for her a little, but not much. Shen Jitong looked through their old photo album and found a picture of Wu Xiaolong and Zhang Lisha from about 20 years ago. The background was the Bailman Theater. Sure enough, they had a past together when they were young. They had been together for many years, probably because they spent so much time together and developed feelings, so they never separated. Shen Jitong put the album back and thought for a moment. To make Zhang Lisha feel sick, she decided to take away their bed. Outside the house, she also stored the leather sofa and the wine cabinet in her space. Since she didn't want them anymore, she planned to give these things to someone else when she had the chance. Seeing that she had almost destroyed the house, Shen Jitong left. When Zhang Lisha went out to get her hair done and returned, she opened the door and saw her house had been robbed. She screamed loudly and frantically checked her safe. But the safe was gone. She looked at the spot where she had hidden the small yellow fish. Those were gone too. The jewelry box was completely missing. Zhang Lisha was about to break down. This was her retirement money, saved over many years by pleasing Wu Xiaolong and lowering herself. She couldn't believe that just 2 hours away from home, everything had been stolen. When Wu Xiaolong arrived after hearing the news, he was also shocked. The house was a mess, and this scene looked strangely familiar. No, this was exactly the same as what he saw at Director Gao's house this morning. Xiaolong, should we report it to the police? Zhang Lisha's heart ached as she trembled. Report what? Forget it. Wu Xiaolong was in a critical period of escaping from Shanghai and didn't want any trouble. If Zhang Lisha reported it and revealed him, it would cause more problems. If the police kept questioning him or kept an eye on him, how could he escape? Forget it? What about my money? My small yellow fish? No, I will report it. Zhang Lisha decided to go all out since Wu Xiaolong didn't want to report it. She was not afraid of Wu Xiaomei discovering her. This time going to Hong Kong, she was also involved. After leaving, she would be on equal footing with Wu Xiaomei. In Hong Kong, it's possible to marry 2 wives. By then, no one would know who is older or younger. Smack. Wu Xiaolong slapped Zhang Lisha's face. The morning visit to see Xinjitang had already been difficult. Now, Zhang Lisha's nagging gave him a headache. Wu Xiaolong vented his anger on Zhang Lisha. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lisha was slapped and immediately started crying loudly, grabbing and biting Wu Xiaolong. Xinjitang left Zhang Lisha's house, holding the money she had taken from her. Why not stockpile supplies? Xinjitang went into Yui department store, mainly buying snacks like milk candies, chocolates, alcohol, brown sugar, white sugar, and cigarettes. However, alcohol and cigarettes were special items, requiring specific coupons. Fortunately, Xinjitang had plenty of these coupons, so she exchanged them for high-quality Zhonghua cigarettes and Matai liquor. She also bought some regular cigarettes, Dakiamin, Kuning, and Flying Horse. For ordinary liquor, she got Qibao Daku, Shirxian Daku, yellow wine, Chongming Labai liquor, Wujia Pai, and green bean burn. She used up all her local liquor and cigarette coupons. Anyway, the quality of goods in Shanghai was good, among the best in the country. Outside Shanghai, there were no better products. Buying more was a safe choice. Xinjitang planned to shop as if she would leave Shanghai in 10 years. Food, tobacco, and alcohol were valuable commodities. They wouldn't go bad in storage, so buying more gave her a sense of security. In the evening, Xinjitang went alone to a restaurant for dinner. She chose a famous place, known for its soup dumplings. As usual, she asked the owner for 10 more baskets, secretly stored them in her space, and then enjoyed her meal. At that moment, she thought of Wu Yuanzheng. Strangely, there was no news from Wu Yuanzheng. Could it be that Uncle Zhao exaggerated Wu Yuanzheng's feelings for her? No, she had personally verified the sincerity of Wu Yuanzheng's feelings. Now, with transportation and communication not very developed, it would take time for him to reach Shanghai. She decided to wait patiently. After eating and drinking her fill, Xinjitang wiped her mouth and headed home. She was eager to see Wu Xiaolong's family's reactions. She wanted to watch them secretly gloat, thinking she was about to go to Hong Kong to live a wealthy life. Meanwhile, they secretly mocked her, believing she would soon marry A. Seeing their mean faces and thinking about the punishment they would face, Xinjitang felt secretly happy. However, to her surprise, as soon as she entered the house, she saw Gao Ming, Gao Jianren, and Sun Limei's family visiting. The Gao family also brought gifts, a few bottles of good wine, a box of chocolates, and a box of apples. Nowadays, with material shortages, such gifts are quite generous. It was strange. This time, she didn't bother with them, yet they seemed to value her more. People really are so petty. Being humble only made others look down on her. Oh, Jitang is back. Director Gao and his family came to see you. Wu Xiaolong hurried over, signaling his daughter to sit on the sofa and chat with the Gao family. Hello? Director Gao and Aunt Sunday Xinjitang sat down confidently. Gao Ming put on a kind smile, as if visiting a struggling worker at a factory, and said warmly, "Little Shin, did you graduate from high school? Do you want to work at a textile factory?" The textile factory still belonged to the Shin family, and he was asking if she wanted to work there. Shen Jitong smiled politely and said, "When I was a child, my grandfather told me to manage the textile factory. I told him it was too tiring, and I didn't want to do it." Gao Ming looked disappointed. He had hoped to act superior, arrange a job for her, and make her lower herself before him. But hearing her words, he suddenly remembered that the textile factory was Shin family's asset, donated to the state, but they kept the title of honorary factory director for Mr. Shin. He wanted Shin Jitong to work there. Was he looking down on her? Now, he couldn't pretend to be a leader anymore, but seeing Shin Jitong's beautiful face, he felt a strange itch in his heart and said, "Exactly." Uncle Gao was confused. Working in a factory, such rough work. How could our Shin family's daughter do that? "Don't worry, as long as you marry Jianren, I'll make sure you get a relaxed and easy job, like working at the street library or as an assistant director at a kindergarten, whatever you prefer." "Yes, my dad keeps his promises. Jitong, your birthday is in 3 days. After that, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage license." Gao Jianren couldn't wait to say. Sun Limei saw her son and daughter-in-law fawning over Shin Jitong and felt jealous. She snorted coldly and said, "Does Miss Shin really need to work? Staying at home as a young mistress is also good enough." "Yes, I think Auntie's son will make arrangements. I don't go to work. I stay at home doing laundry, cooking, cleaning the house, and even save on the cost of hiring a nanny. The day just passes busy and full." Shin Jitong clapped her hands in agreement. The Gao family members looked surprised. Shin Jitong's words sounded a bit strange. Were they mocking her for being treated like a servant? "Jitong, I married you not to make you a servant. Don't worry, my mom might have done some chores, but you can share the housework with us." Gao Jianren smiled warmly. Since they couldn't hire a nanny now, he couldn't make big promises about hiring one for her. Sun Limei looked angry but held back her words, not wanting to embarrass her son. "Talk about the details yourselves. I'm tired and need to rest." Shin Jitong wasn't interested in chatting with them. She left the conversation behind, ignoring everyone, and gracefully went upstairs to her bedroom. Wu Xiaolong wiped his forehead, which was sweaty from nervousness, and forced a smile. "Sorry about that. This girl was spoiled by her mother. When she marries into your family, just discipline her properly. She can change." The Gao father and son didn't look angry. Gao Ming withdrew his admiration and looked serious. Gao Jianren spoke up, saying, "Uncle Wu, we're about to become family. Since we're family, when someone is in trouble, you can't just stand by and do nothing. Our family suffered a big loss from the theft. The bride price we prepared was stolen, along with some savings. We're basically broke now. Old Mr. Shen is the most famous businessman in Shanghai, so our family's idea is, Jitong can marry into our family, but your family needs to give us some financial support. You see, protecting Jitong involves expenses that need to be covered. Otherwise, we can't protect her or support your family." Gao Jianren's tone was meaningful, almost like a threat. Wu Xiaolong was furious but remembered that the crucial ticket still needed Gao Jianren's signature. He had to stay calm, forcing a smile, and asked, "How much do you think is appropriate?" After some bargaining, pulling, and negotiations, shameless, they argued, but it was all just for show. The gaze of the Gao family father and son was different from before. It lingered uncomfortably on her. Shin Jitong felt uneasy and decided not to stay. She realized she was like eye on the negotiation table and muttered under her breath. She went back to her bedroom, locked the door, and entered her space. Inside her space, she felt more comfortable. She took out the vegetable seeds she bought today, planning to plant some vegetables. This was her first time planting vegetables herself, so she couldn't guarantee they would grow. She didn't know much about how to plant them, thinking maybe just scattering the seeds into the soil would work. But she soon realized she was overthinking. With just a thought, she could plant the seeds easily. Then, watering them with spiritual spring water would make them grow. She planted a row of Chinese broccoli, a row of water spinach, a row of lettuce, a row of spinach, and a row of garlic, her favorite vegetables. She hadn't found fruit tree saplings yet, but she was considering whether to raise chickens and ducks, since she was a bit afraid of getting dirty. Later, she thought it might be better to go to the market and buy eggs, fresh pork, beef, and lamb. That way, she could focus on planting vegetables, grains, fruits, and flowers in her space, and not worry about raising chickens and ducks, which she couldn't handle. Speaking of grains, Shun Jitong suddenly remembered she forgot to buy seed grains. It was her first time managing a farm, and she had no experience with agriculture, so she was a bit forgetful. After finishing the vegetables, she went swimming. She took off her clothes, feeling the water flow against her body. So relaxing. After swimming for half an hour, she dried her hair, tied it up, changed into comfortable shorts and a top, and went to the gym to practice fighting moves. Punching and kicking. In the past, her unkind classmates said she should learn martial arts to avoid being bullied. During summer vacation, she had them attend a martial arts class, and she listened to the teacher's instructions during the rides. Now, she was trying to practice according to what the teacher had taught. She discovered that the spiritual spring water had transformed her body thoroughly. She could easily perform sweeping kicks. Her punching speed was also very fast. Ordinary people wouldn't have time to dodge and would get hit. Plus, she was surprisingly strong. If she hit someone without controlling her strength, it could be deadly. She practiced at the gym for an hour and a half, almost forgetting the time. Only when her body was tired did she stop to rest. This 1.5-hour practice helped her improve very quickly. Now she can kick and attack secretly, and those troublemaker kids are definitely no match for her. But since she hasn't fought against professionals, it's hard to say how she would do. She looks delicate, but even a skilled fighter can let their guard down sometimes. If she spots the right moment and hits accurately, she can protect herself easily. Having this confidence makes her feel more relaxed. She took a hot shower, changed into loose, comfortable pajamas, and brewed a cup of health tea with spiritual spring water. While drinking tea, she read a novel she bought casually from Shun's bookstore. The novel is called The Path of Gold, and it describes rural life. She thinks reading this kind of story is good for her, so she won't feel lost when she goes to the countryside, not understanding the customs and manners there. The spiritual spring water quickly eased her muscle soreness and fatigue from training. After reading about a third of the novel, she started feeling sleepy. She lay down and fell asleep immediately, having a peaceful, dreamless night. In the morning, she got up and went downstairs for breakfast. Wu Xiaomei saw her and looked at her with a strange expression, as if someone had taken a bite out of her. She knew that the Gao family had probably gained a big advantage in yesterday's negotiations, forcing Wu Xiaolong to give them a lot of money. No wonder Wu Xiaomei looked unhappy. Wu Yaozu had his right arm in a thick cast and couldn't eat with his right hand, so Wu Xiaomei fed him with her left hand. If Wu Yaozu had drunk the spiritual spring water, his arm would have healed by now. But Shun Jitong definitely wouldn't give him any. Let him suffer the pain. This kid is born troublemaker, not a good person. In his past life, after living a wealthy life in Hong Kong, he caused trouble everywhere. Although he played with courtesans, he also mistreated them in many ways, even making headlines in Hong Kong entertainment gossip. After breakfast, Shun Jitong left the house. She wanted to buy some daily necessities and fresh fruits and vegetables, especially from the local market. As soon as she stepped outside, a woman approached her. She wore a fitted Lenin-style outfit, her long hair tied into 2 braids, and her skin was quite fair. It was Lu Shihuan, Gao Jianren's childhood sweetheart. "Miss Shin, do you have a moment? I want to talk to you." Lu Shihuan looked at Shin Jitong with envy. Her skin was so white and radiant, like icy jade, giving off a beautiful, delicate aura. That face is incredibly beautiful, almost unbelievable. When she speaks, she doesn't look directly at people, giving off an elegant, noble aura, like a fairy, making others afraid to disrespect her. Lai Shihuan actually came directly to find her? This never happened in her past life. Shin Jitong is also curious. Why is Lai Shihuan looking for her? She calmly asks, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Miss Shin, I am Gao Jinren's classmate. I have some things about you too that I want to talk to you about. Would you like to find a quiet place to chat?" Is Lai Shihuan declaring her territory openly? Is Lai Shihuan no longer calm? So, she is this easy to upset? Shun Jitong smiles faintly and suggests, "There's a coffee shop around the corner. Why don't we talk there?" At the coffee shop, Shun Jitong orders a plain coffee. Lai Shihuan hesitates for a moment, then orders a milk coffee, asking the waiter to add double the usual amount of milk and sugar. Lai Shihuan can't handle bitterness, so she needs extra sugar and milk in her coffee. Shun Jitong observes Lai Shihuan and realizes she had lost to this woman in her past life. She was truly foolish. Lai Shihuan has an ordinary appearance, but she is good at dressing up. Although she has 2 children, she maintains a good figure. She has 2 braids, a hairstyle usually worn by young girls. As a mother, she still keeps this style, making her look younger. She isn't the popular Yan'an type with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Her features are delicate and light, which makes her look pitiful and in need of protection when she lowers her gaze. No wonder Gao Jianren was captivated by her. Men generally like women who evoke a sense of protectiveness, satisfying their ego. Lai Shihuan also observes Shun Jitong. Despite the tense atmosphere, Shun Jitong still dresses like a wealthy young lady. Her white silk blouse has 2 flowing ribbons at the collar, tied in a loose bow. On her chest is a delicate, high-quality dongzhu brooch, exuding luxury. Her long, thick, black hair falls over her shoulders, highlighting her refined, oval face and making her look even more charming. She exudes the demeanor of a noble lady. Even the way she lifts her hand to drink coffee is graceful and poised. Lai Shihuan's heart felt like it was hit hard. She had to admit that if Shun Jitong were a man, she would be naturally attracted to her. She loved her beauty and her immense wealth. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Shun Jitong spoke first. "I heard you're going to marry Gao Jianren," Lai Shihuan asked, her heart tightening. If circumstances hadn't forced her, why would she give her man away to someone else? "Didn't you hear? Why are you asking me?" Shun Jitong's words were almost like an admission, but Lai Shihuan thought she was admitting it, so her face darkened. "Actually, I and Gao Jianren are childhood sweethearts. We love each other very much." "What do you mean by saying these things?" Shun Jitong asked with her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed and her red lips parted. Seeing that she didn't look sad or upset, Lai Shihuan didn't know how to continue. She originally thought Shun Jitong would be angry, furious, feel betrayed, and cry sadly. If that had happened, she could have comforted her, saying she and Gao Jianren had already broken up and asked her to take good care of him in the future. That way, she could show her status as the lady of the house and also leave a thorn in Shun Jitong's heart after she left Shanghai. Unexpectedly, Shun Jitong looked indifferent, as if the love Gao Jianren cherished was given to another woman and she didn't care at all. Lai Shihuan was angry. She blurted out, "Gao Jianren and I have loved each other since middle school. Our love is unbreakable. Don't think you marrying him is the end of it." She was overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing Lai Shihuan's fierce expression, Shun Jitong realized that the more she was indifferent to their love, the more she couldn't stand it. Thinking of what the 2 treacherous people said in her previous life when they betrayed her, talking about great parental love, it seemed Lai Shihuan had instilled in them a distorted view of love. "If you're here today to tell me how great your love is, I'm not interested. Anyway, the one who married him isn't you. The great teacher once said, dating without the purpose of marriage is just playing around. If you're together without the intention of marriage, you're just fooling around. My time is valuable. I won't stay," she said. Lu Shihuan kept turning around, praising her own love story, saying her love was so great. Shun Jitong felt like her ears were getting sore from hearing it. It seemed Lu Shihuan had no new stories to tell. She stood up gracefully, ready to leave. Instead of wasting time here, she could go stock up on supplies or spend time with housekeeper Kai. Is it worth wasting time on such a scumbag? Stop right there. What kind of spell did you cast on Jianren? He actually wants me and the child to go to the countryside far away. How cruel, Shen Jitong. People like you won't have a good ending.
What?
You have a child. Shen Jitong looked disgusted, as if she saw something dirty. Lu Shihuan froze. Their love's precious result. Shen Jitong saw it as something filthy. She even spoke out of turn. People drinking coffee nearby looked at them all at once. Then they quickly looked away, pretending nothing was happening. Actually, because the coffee shop was near Shun and Gao's home, many neighbors were here. They recognized the Shun and Gao families. They never expected to hear such shocking news while having coffee here. Gao Jianren wanted to marry Shen Jitong, but he already had a woman outside and a child with her. Wasn't Gao Jianren supposed to be a good, proper man? How could he do such immoral things, acting like a rogue without intending to marry? Some people secretly remembered this and started planning how to use this information for their own benefit. I didn't mean that. I was talking nonsense, Lu Shihuan stammered. How could she say this? Gao Jianren even wanted to adopt the child and have Shen Jitong help raise it. She accidentally let it slip. What should she do now? Lu Shihuan originally wanted to assert her dominance and suppress Shen Jitong, planting a thorn in her heart. She never expected that, somehow, she would end up at a disadvantage. Lu Shihuan looked very embarrassed and tried to leave quickly. But before she reached the door, a staff member stopped her. Miss, your double coffee with double milk and sugar costs 30 cents. You haven't paid yet. What? Didn't she pay? Lu Shihuan pointed at Shen Jitong. Sorry, Miss Shen only paid for herself. The shop assistant looked expressionless, with a sneer on their face, as if looking down on Lu Shihuan like a freeloader. Lu Shihuan never expected that Shen Jitong would be so stingy, only paying for her own coffee and not offering to pay for her. Looking around, all the customers looked at her with disdain. She had no choice but to painfully take 3 cents from her wallet and give it to the shop assistant. Shen Jitong watched Lu Shihuan happily walk away, and a smile appeared on her face. She realized Lu Shihuan was so naive. In her past life, Lu Shihuan hid in the shadows and schemed, and she never had the chance to confront her directly. She thought Lu Shihuan was so capable and strong. But now she saw that as long as she hit her weak spot, she was not invincible. As for the so-called great love, Mr. Zhang's confusing words made Gao Renren so scared that he wanted to send their mother and son far away to the countryside. When this great love threatened his life, he immediately put it aside to save himself. Hearing that Lu Shihuan had brought her own information, Shen Jitong knew that Mr. Zheng had acted as planned. Gao Renren was scared, and everything was developing as she arranged. Shen Jitong went back to Mr. Zheng's house and thanked him face to face. Elder sister, are you looking for Grandpa? He's on the rooftop drying my herbs. I'll go call him. Little Jie saw Shen Jitong, this beautiful older sister, and his eyes lit up. He obediently said, Little Jie, what herbs is Grandpa drying? He said they are traditional Chinese medicines. He picked them himself from the countryside to treat me. It's cheaper that way. Little Jia was sick and often had trouble breathing at night. It was very uncomfortable. Grandpa said that once he took the medicine, he would get better gradually. Little Jia answered honestly. Little Jia, are you thirsty? I have a cup of tea here. Drink it. It smells good.
Try it.
Shen Jitong took out tea brewed with spiritual spring water from her space and handed it to Little Jia. Thank you, elder sister. Little Jia took the tea, took a sip, and felt warm and comfortable in his body. He couldn't help but drink it eagerly. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and said, Elder sister, the tea smells so good. Strange, after I drank it, I felt like the big stone in my chest was moved away. It's not stuffy anymore. There's another cup here.
Drink it again tonight.
Shen Jitong took another cup of tea brewed with spiritual spring water and gave it to Little Jia. Little Jia obediently placed the tea on the dining table and covered it with a cup lid. Sister, I'll go call Grandpa. Xiao Jia quickly ran upstairs and found Mr. Zheng drying herbs on the rooftop. He called out happily, Grandpa, the pretty lady is here to see you.
All right.
Mr. Zheng looked up, then hurried over to support Xiao Jia. Did you come up here by yourself? Since Xiao Jie had fallen ill with lung disease, he had always been short of breath and could barely walk a few steps. But now, after climbing the stairs, he wasn't panting at all and looked completely normal, like a healthy child. Mr. Zheng could hardly believe his eyes. Yes, I came up by myself. What's wrong, Grandpa? Xiao Jie didn't yet understand how important this was. Xiao Jie, are you feeling better? Mr. Zheng asked in surprise. Before, Grandpa had to carry you upstairs, but now you've come up on your own. It's been so long since you last came to the rooftop.
Oh.
Now that you mention it, Grandpa, I remember, the lady gave me a cup of tea, and the heavy feeling in my chest disappeared. I don't even feel tired running up the stairs now. Xiao Jie said this with delight. Mr. Zheng quickly took Xiao Jie's hand and led him downstairs. He was amazed to see that Xiao Jie now walked easily, just like any other child his age, without the breathlessness that used to trouble him after only a few steps. Overcome with emotion, Mr. Zheng looked at Xin Jitang and said gratefully, Miss, thank you. Thank me? I should be the one thanking you. Now that everything's done, here's the rest of your payment. Xin Jitang took out a small yellow fish and handed it to Mr. Zheng. No need. The first one was already enough. I didn't do much, just said a few words. Mr. Zheng refused to take it. Your words were very important. Please take it. We agreed, remember? By wisely using Mr. Zheng and taking advantage of Gao Jianren's superstitious nature, Xin Jitang had managed to trick him into sending Qing Mei and the child away to the countryside. Mr. Zheng had played a key role in this plan. Xin Jitang would never underestimate his contribution, even if it seemed small. She placed the yellow fish on the table, then took out a bag of milk candies, a pack of cream biscuits, and a bag of milk powder.
These are for Xiao Jie.
Mr. Zheng, please take good care of him. Until we meet again. Without leaving her name, Xin Jitang turned and left gracefully. If it weren't for the small yellow fish in her hand and the food supplements on the table, Mr. Zheng felt like he was dreaming. After leaving Mr. Zheng's house, Xin Jitang went to the market to buy fresh ingredients. Meat and eggs are now in short supply. She could only buy a few pounds from each store, as many places wouldn't sell them. Vegetables can be grown at home, so she didn't need to buy those. She visited several markets and stocked up on over 100 pounds of pork, beef, and mutton. She thought that was enough since the country wouldn't face a severe food shortage again, and she could still buy from rural areas. Now, stocking up a bit more was mainly for convenience. When she wanted to eat meat, she could take it from her space anytime. Then she started buying seeds for planting various vegetables, dozens of packets stored away. Thinking about the spiritual spring that could raise fish, she bought some live fish, shrimp, and shellfish. But she didn't buy too many, since after marrying Wu Yuanzheng, they would move to a seaside place. It would be cheaper to buy seafood directly from the source then. She decided to try raising fish first, not sure if seawater fish could survive in the spiritual spring. Of course, she didn't put the fish and shrimp directly into the spring water. She first found a quiet spot, entered her space, transferred the spring water into a bucket, and then put the fish and shrimp into the bucket. She didn't want to drink spring water that had been used by fish. As a young lady, she still had her own cleanliness habits as a wealthy girl, and there was no way around it. Xin Jitang felt she had bought enough in recent days. She had everything she needed. If she missed anything, she would deal with it later. She decided not to buy more and to visit the estate outside the city to see Steward Kai. When she arrived at the estate, Xiao He smelled the scent and ran to greet her. It jumped and wagged happily behind the gate. Xiao He had drunk the spiritual spring water and become healthy and lively again, just like when it was 3 or 4 years old. Young miss, I'm here. Steward Kai heard the noise and ran to open the door happily. Steward Kai, these are the fish and shrimp I bought. I'll cook them for lunch. Xin Jitang felt that Steward Kai was very disciplined. Even though the economy was tough, he was very frugal. He hadn't relaxed his self-control just because he managed the large wealth of the Xin family. He didn't indulge himself or use the family's wealth for personal benefits. She would definitely cherish Steward Kai. All right, follow what young miss says. For lunch, we'll have fish and shrimp. Xiao He, go call old Zhao to come and eat. Master Kai patted Little Black's head. Little Black tilted his head and listened, then quickly ran out of the yard and disappeared in a flash. Hey, Little Black even knows how to deliver messages, Shen Jitong asked curiously. Yes, it does. It goes to old Zhao's house, pulls on his pant leg, and he knows someone is coming. These days, my health has improved. Old Zhao comes over every day to play chess and drink tea. Life has never been better. That's good. After I go to the countryside with Uncle Zhao around, I feel more at ease. Master Kai was busy preparing fish and cooking. Shen Jitong secretly poured spiritual spring water into the water tank, then went upstairs. She placed a box of small yellow fish, 30,000 yuan in cash, and a bunch of usable vouchers from Shanghai inside Master Kai's room. It was enough for him to use for many years. Shen Jitong hid the items carefully, planning to tell Master Kai when she was about to leave, so he wouldn't refuse. In the future, when Master Kai gets older and finds it hard to live alone, she will settle in the south and then bring him along to enjoy old age together. Uncle Zhao arrived soon after. His voice was deep and powerful, and he looked much healthier, full of energy. He seemed much better than the first time they met. This was the magic of the spiritual spring water. It cures illnesses and strengthens the body when healthy. Old Kai, as soon as Little Black came in, it tugged on my pants to pull me outside. I knew you were about to make something delicious. When Uncle Zhao entered the yard and smelled the fish aroma, he shouted loudly. Seeing Shen Jitong come out, Uncle Zhao was startled and quickly lowered his voice. Miss, you're here too? Sorry, I didn't realize you were around. My loud voice didn't scare you, did it? No, Uncle Zhao. Having a loud voice and good energy is a good thing. Shen Jitong smiled warmly. Miss, it's strange, but I suddenly feel much more energetic. My back doesn't hurt anymore, I sleep better at night, and I have an appetite. Maybe it's because I know you're going to marry Yuan Zheng. I'm in a good mood, haha. Uncle Zhao was so happy when he heard about the marriage that he couldn't stop smiling. In his heart, Wu Yuanzheng was the best match for Shen Jitong. Because of past events, he hadn't dared to mention the marriage in front of the Shen family for a long time. Now that Shen Jitong agreed willingly, he had no more reservations. He didn't realize that his improved health was thanks to Shen Jitong secretly giving him spiritual spring water. Shen Jitong didn't want to reveal too much, but as long as it worked, that was enough. Everyone feels happy when something good happens. But why is there no news about the expedition? Housekeeper Kai brought out the dishes and overheard their conversation. He asked with some displeasure about Wu Yuanjing's neglect. I called the expedition unit yesterday to ask about him. I didn't expect them to say he arrived in Shanghai a few days ago for secret training. During this time, he can't contact the outside world, and it will take 6 days. He counted on his fingers. The training should be almost finished now. I think once the training ends and he learns about this, he will definitely come to see Mississippi. Hearing this, Shen Jitong realized Wu Yuanzheng was in quarantine. No wonder she hadn't heard from him. She asked, does he still remember our address? Yes, he definitely remembers. Actually, every year on your birthday, he would leave a bouquet of your favorite lilies at your door, old Zhao quickly added.
What?
I never received anything. Shen Jitong was shocked. Wu Yuanzheng had such romantic gestures? Housekeeper Kai's face darkened. He said, it's probably Wu Xiaolong's doing. He doesn't want you to know. He fears that if you marry Yuanzheng, you'll break free from his control, so he doesn't want you to find out. Yes, that's about right. Shen Jitong nodded. Knowing that Wu Yuanzheng had been thinking of her and taking action made her feel warm inside. It seemed that his behavior before their parting in the previous life was not impulsive. His love for her had been planned for a long time. Is anyone there? Just as the three were talking, someone rang the doorbell suddenly. Housekeeper Kai went to answer the door. When it opened, 2 unfamiliar men in police uniforms stood outside. Is Kai Guqing living here?
Yes.
May I ask what you want with him? Kai invited them in. We are from the Shanghai Min police station. The textile factory reported that Kai Guqing hasn't been to work for a long time, and we can't contact him anywhere. They checked his household registration and found his registered address was here. They came to see if he was here. Kai Guqing is my godson. Has he not been to work for a long time? Strange, he hasn't come home these past few days. I thought he was busy at the factory, so I didn't worry. Did something happen? Housekeeper Kai looked confused. Can we see his bedroom? We want to look for clues. Sure, I'll take you there. Housekeeper Kai quickly led the two police officers upstairs. Hey, officers, I just noticed he's missing a few clothes and his household registration book is gone too. He's older now, and he said once he finds the right person, he'll get married. A few years ago, we had to change the household registration. Housekeeper Kai examined Qing's room carefully while speaking. The two police officers exchanged glances, feeling that something serious had happened to Qing. Wow, I haven't seen Qing in a while. I was about to scold him for not taking good care of old Kai. Could he have run away? I heard him mumbling before that he didn't like it here and wanted to sneak to Hong Kong, to find old contacts from old Kai and make a name for himself there. Old Zhao, who didn't know the full story, mentioned a new lead. When the police officers came down from upstairs, they asked hurriedly, "Did Kai Guoqing really say that? Did he take any specific actions like contacting people outside? He really said that. This kid has always been ambitious and restless." I don't know who he contacted, though. The two police officers looked at each other and told Housekeeper Kai, "If you find any clues about Kai Guoqing, please let us know." He's gone, but he took a company truck with him, which caused some property loss. The factory is eager to find him because of that. Nowadays, some daring young men try to find new paths by sneaking to Hong Kong. If Kai Guoqing went to Hong Kong, it would explain why he disappeared. I will. That kid didn't even tell me before leaving me behind alone. How am I supposed to live now? He looked very upset, and no one felt sorry for this old man. Shen Jitong stayed quiet. She knew she shouldn't show herself now, just stay an onlooker. Who is this young lady? Because of her outstanding appearance, she was still questioned by the police. I am the granddaughter of my former employer. The young lady is sensible and knows that my old father has been unwell recently, so she came to visit me. Housekeeper Kai introduced, downplaying their relationship. Shun Jitong nodded politely at the police, as a form of greeting. Talking too much might cause trouble, so she decided not to speak. Oh, I see. All right, we'll go now. If there are any new clues, we will inform your family. Housekeeper Kai glanced at Shin Jitong, seeing her calmly playing with Little Black. He relaxed a bit. The young lady has really grown up. Under such pressure, she remains calm and composed. It seems the police believe Ah Qing's story about sneaking across the border. If it weren't for that small truck, they wouldn't be so eager to investigate. Shin Jitong felt a bit regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have kept the small truck at the textile factory, avoiding any loss of property. The factory wouldn't bother to inquire about Ah Qing's whereabouts. But now, it's too late to put it back. Oh well, she'll keep it for now. When she goes south in the future, away from Shanghai, it might still come in handy. I told you before, adopting a child doesn't mean you can raise them well. You should find a partner instead. Old Xiao brought up his usual theory again. Enough of that. The food is ready. Let's eat. Housekeeper Kai waved his hand. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, old Xiao kept quiet. Fortunately, Shin Jitong had been chatting and joking with them, which gradually improved Kai's mood. When Shin Jitong was about to leave, he was able to smile again. Miss, don't let Ah Qing's matter affect you. I can take care of myself. Old Zhao was present, so Kai couldn't say too much clearly. Shin Jitong calmly replied, I hope Ah Qing can succeed in sneaking across the border. But I've heard that border patrols have increased their surveillance, so it's not easy to go out now. I wish him safety and peace. Nowadays, most people who try to sneak across the border swim through the sea near Shenzhen to Hong Kong. If they're unlucky, they might drown in the ocean. So, if Ah Qing can't find a way, the police station will probably close the case as a disappearance. After leaving the suburban courtyard, Shun Jitong headed straight to Shui Riyun's house. Shui Riyun has two older brothers. She is the youngest, but because she is a girl, her family sent her to the countryside when she was young. The reason was that her two brothers needed to support the family, and after she went to the countryside, her brothers could still send her money. In short, it is about valuing boys over girls, Everything else is just an excuse. Although Ru Yun knew the real reason at home, she couldn't do anything. She could only leave for the countryside with tears. Before leaving, she came to find Shin Jitong and cried loudly. She and Shin Jitong were high school classmates. After graduation, she was sent to the countryside. As a girl who grew up in the city, she must have felt a huge psychological gap. Shin Jitong never expected that, less than 2 months after going to the countryside, Ru Yun would die. Ru Yun was her best friend in her previous life. If she calculated the time, Ru Yun was still alive now. Shin Jitong wanted to save her. She couldn't remember the exact place where Ru Yun went to the countryside, so she came to the Xue family to ask. The Xue family lived in a place in Shanghai called Xiajijiao. The alley was narrow and dark. The family lived in a small, cramped house, and their living conditions were poor. After Ru Yun went to the countryside, she gave up a room, which improved their living conditions a lot. When Shin Jitong arrived at Ru Yun's house, she saw a big red character, double happiness, pasted on the door. So, Ru Yun's brother got married right after she went to the countryside? Big brother Xue, hello. I am Ru Yun's classmate. I want to ask where Ru Yun went to the countryside. I want to send her some things, but I don't know the address. A young man came out of the Xue house. Seeing his face, Shin Jitong recognized him. She had seen him when she sent Ru Yun home before. He was Ru Yun's eldest brother. She quickly asked, "Hello, I didn't expect you to care so much about my sister. You want to send her something?" Big brother Xue said warmly. "Yes, we're good friends. It's only right. She is at Farm 108 on the border. Just write her name and she can receive it. Is that so?" "Thank you, Big brother Xue. I'll go now." Having gotten the information she needed, Shin Jitong said goodbye and left. The Xue family were small merchants. In a few months, Xue's parents would be overthrown. In her previous life, Gao Jianren used this as an excuse to prevent her from approaching the Xue family, so she never contacted Ru Yun again. In this life, since she had the chance and Ru Yun was still alive, she was determined to find a way to save her. "Hey, who is that girl? She looks pretty. Could she be someone you knew before?" Xue Ru Yun's newlywed sister-in-law, Huang Qian, came out of the house, looked at Shin Jitong's back, and asked sourly. "That's Ru Yun's classmate. She wanted to ask for the address to send her some things." "Why are you guessing wildly?" Big brother Xue said unhappily. "Oh, Ru Yun's classmate is so loyal? What's the use? She definitely won't come back. Can friendship really extend to the border? Sending her things is just a waste. Enough, stop talking. Ru Yun went to the countryside just to make room for our wedding. I still feel sorry for her." "What? Are you saying I'm wrong? I shouldn't marry you." Huang Qian raised her voice. Brother Xue didn't dare to speak. Shin Jitong, with sharp ears, overheard their conversation. She looked back at Huang Qian and then turned to leave. This woman is not kind-hearted. She's jealous and petty. If Ru Yun were at home, she would definitely be pushed aside by her. As the older brother, he would naturally protect his sister. With this woman's scheming mind, she would dislike Ru Yun. But she never expected that Ru Yun's going to the countryside was actually to make room for her brother's marriage. Huang Qian not only didn't thank her, but also said something else.
Suddenly, Shen Zitong s'alarmera.
Huang Qian said, "Anyway, she won't come back." How did Huang Qian know Ru Yun wouldn't return? This woman has a problem. When Shin Jitong got home, Wu Xiaolong looked furious, whispering with Wu Xiaomei. When he saw Shin Jitong, he stopped talking. "Hey, Jitong, haven't you been going out early and coming back late these days? Even staying out all night? Why are you willing to come home today? Can't you handle things outside?" Wu Xiaomei mocked. "Go away. I have something to discuss with my dad," Shin Jitong said disdainfully. Originally, Wu Xiaomei could listen, but seeing her speak so rudely, she couldn't help but deliberately exclude her. "Is there something I can't hear?" Wu Xiaomei was angry. "Dad, it's about marrying Gao Jianren." Shin Jitong only mentioned it briefly, and Wu Xiaolong immediately said to Wu Xiaomei, "Enough, go away. Jitong doesn't like talking to you. Can't you step aside?" After saying that, he winked at Wu Xiaomei, meaning to soothe Shen Jitong first. I don't want to get involved in your family affairs. Recently, Wu Xiaomei was busy packing her luggage for Hong Kong. She wanted to take this and that, but was reluctant. She was so busy she was anxious. But she knew she still needed Shen Jitong's help with the boat ticket to Hong Kong, so she held back her anger. Jitong, quickly speak. Here is a bowl of white fungus and bird's nest soup. Dad hasn't eaten it yet. It's for you. Wu Xiaolong shows concern for his daughter. Dad, did the Gao family ask you for a lot of dowry money? Yes, they took a box of small yellow fish. But for your happiness after marriage, I don't mind giving up anything. Wu Xiaolong feels a bit sad inside, but that was a deal with the Gao family. It wasn't really for Shen Jitong. Of course, he says it's for Shen Jitong's good. Dad, the Gao family asks for too much. Usually, men don't ask women for dowries. They didn't give you much bride price, right? That's true. The Gao family was robbed. They said their home was cleaned out. Forget it. As long as you and your wife are happy, we don't care about their bride price.
But I don't want to get married now.
Shen Jitong snorts coldly.
What?
You don't want to marry? That's not allowed. You must marry. Wu Xiaolong stands up angrily. Dad, Gao Jianren has a former sweetheart named Lu Shihuan. They have 2 children. But because Lu Shihuan's background is poor, marrying her would hurt his future. That's why he pretended to want to marry me temporarily. Can I still marry someone like that? Shen Jitong responds firmly. What? How do you know all this? Isn't he incapable of having children? Can he still father kids? Wu Xiaolong is surprised, not having heard these things before. Dad, Lu Shihuan heard he was getting married and came to find me herself. We talked at a coffee shop on the street corner. Many neighbors heard us this morning. If you don't believe it, ask someone. Seeing Wu Xiaolong get so anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, Shen Jitong feels amused. She was just teasing him because he was too idle. She definitely won't marry him. It's just a matter of talking. From Shen Jitong's confident words, Wu Xiaolong realizes it's true. He curses Gao Jianren silently. How can he not control his own woman and cause trouble at a critical moment? Jitong, Jianren, and that woman are probably from the past. If he liked her, he would have married her long ago. With his family's ability, he could support someone if he wanted. He didn't marry her, which shows he doesn't like her enough. Now, our family situation makes it hard to find someone as good as his family. If a storm comes, with your striking looks, what if those troublemakers with red armbands take notice of you? Would that be worse than marrying Gao Jianren? Jianren truly likes you. It's normal for men to be a bit flirtatious before marriage, but after tying the knot, shouldn't they settle down? How about this? I'll give you another box of small yellow fish. Once you marry him, having this box will give you confidence. You won't be afraid of a bad life. What do you think? Wu Xiaolong keeps persuading and tempting her, even showing her the small yellow fish, looking anxious. Shen Jitong secretly finds this amusing. So, in Wu Xiaolong's mind, she's only worth a box of small yellow fish? If Wu Xiaolong knew that all of Shen's family wealth was in her hands, would he regret it and feel sorry? Really? Dad, I think you have a point. But can you give me the small yellow fish first? I feel uneasy without holding it. Shen Jitong presses him step by step. Wu Xiaolong feels heartbroken. He just wanted to say he'd give her the fish verbally, but she dared to ask directly. If he didn't give it, she might get upset and refuse to marry. So Wu Xiaolong reluctantly takes a box of small yellow fish from inside the house and hands it to Shen Jitong, then forces a smile and says, Jitong, see? Dad loves you, right? You must take good care of it. Don't lose it.
No worries, Dad.
I'll definitely keep it under my pillow, even while sleeping. I won't lose it, Shen Jitong says loudly on purpose. Wu Yaozu is reading a comic in his room. The door is slightly open and Shen Jitong thinks he can definitely hear. Suddenly, someone rings the doorbell. Shen Jitong goes to open the door, brings in the newspaper and a letter. She casually flips through them and sees Lu Xiaomei's name, then says, Annie, there's a letter for you. My letter? Who's it from? Lu Xiaomei didn't expect anyone to write to her. She happily opens it to see what's inside. Li Xiaomei's face immediately swelled up from the hit, feeling the pain. She calmed down a bit and threw the photo in her hand onto Wu Xiaolong's face, shouting, "Have you been with this woman for so long? Tell me, how much money did you give her? Do you have children outside?" Wu Xiaolong picked up the photo and looked at it, his face also turning unpleasant. The photo clearly showed a picture of him and Zhang Lisha from when they were young to recent times. Who the heck got these photos? And sent them to Lu Xiaomei? At this moment, Wu Xiaolong remembered that Zhang Lisha's house had been robbed. Was it that thief who took and then sent the photos? Could that thief know him? Is someone trying to cause trouble for him? Thinking about this, Wu Xiaolong remembered he was about to go to Hong Kong soon. The last thing he wanted was for his mother and older brother to get involved. He immediately suspected his older brother was causing trouble. Only his older brother knew where Zhang Lisha's house was. Judging by the damage from yesterday, only a careless thief would smash picture frames and break things out of anger. Wu Xiaolong was furious and felt he should teach his older brother's family a lesson. Enough, stop yelling. If you keep making noise, the neighbors will find out and say I'm immoral, that I keep women and report me to the authorities. We won't be able to leave then. Wu Xiaolong hated Lu Xiaomei for being so stupid. It was just about keeping a woman. Even Lu Xiaomei would get tired of him eating the same dish every day. And she didn't want him to try something new. When he gets to Hong Kong, he plans to keep more women. Lu Xiaomei listened and finally quieted down, but she still kept scolding. Shen Jitong quickly hid back in her bedroom. Of course, she was the one who sent the letter. She didn't want her scumbag father and stepmother to cause trouble or leave a thorn in their hearts. She wouldn't be willing to let that happen. Lu Xiaomei knew about Zhang Lisha. If she found out, she would keep causing trouble again and again. Haha, she deserved to suffer from her scumbag father. Shen Jitong locked her bedroom door and took the little yellow fish her scumbag father gave her into her space. The box was left outside, still useful. After entering her space, she saw the vegetables she planted yesterday had sprouted. They had already grown to about half a hand's length. With this growth speed, she guessed they could be ready to eat by tomorrow. She watered the greens again with spiritual spring water. Shen Jitong couldn't find the fruit tree saplings, but she had an idea. She bought apples and peaches, ate the flesh, and planted the seeds in the black soil. Then she poured spiritual spring water on them. She wondered if this way they could grow into fruit trees. Shen Jitong continued practicing boxing in the space. Now, with the world so chaotic, she must have self-defense skills to protect herself. She couldn't afford to slack off. Whenever she felt tired, she drank spiritual spring water, which quickly relieved her fatigue. She also noticed that after such training, her body's strength kept growing. Maybe one day, she would develop enough power to punch and defeat a fierce beast. Wouldn't that be wonderful? For dinner, Shen Jitong didn't go downstairs to eat, and no one called her. Probably, Lu Xiaomei and her scoundrel father argued and refused to cook. If the family replaced her with Qian Fun, who cooked, the food would be terrible, and Shen Jitong didn't want to eat it anyway. She ate the steak and pasta she packed from the hotel in the space, and also drank a glass of red wine from Zhang Lisha's wine cabinet. Honestly, her scoundrel father had good taste in wine. The wine stored by Zhang Lisha was of high quality. Now, her daughter was enjoying it, so it wasn't a waste. After eating and drinking enough, Shen Jitong waited until 10 at night before quietly sneaking out of her bedroom. The mess Lu Xiaomei made downstairs had already been cleaned up. It seemed the couple had made peace. What else could they do if they didn't? Lu Xiaomei probably couldn't bear to see the house in chaos. But after learning that Wu Xiaolong had a woman outside, Lu Xiaomei, even if she continued to live with him, would only focus on earning money desperately and wouldn't be truly united with him anymore. Shen Jitong confidently drove a Qing's car onto the road. Late at night, the police station wouldn't come to check. When she reached the entrance of Shue's alley, she found a quiet spot, parked the car, and stored it in the space. She wore a black short outfit, with a black cloth mask covering her face. In areas without streetlights, her figure was almost invisible. When she reached Shue's house, the light was on in the newest house at the end of the alley. Soon, someone opened the door and poured out the basin of water from inside. Shen Jitong threw a small stone nearby with a clack sound. It was Shue's older brother, who heard the noise and, worried it was a thief, went over to check. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Jitong slipped into the house. As she entered, she also entered the space. Shue's older brother looked around, saw no one, then went back inside and shut the door, ready to sleep. Hey, Shuewen, do you think that pretty girl today really sends things to my little sister? I think she seems quite rich. The brooch she wears on her chest probably costs over 100 yuan. I sold a similar brooch at the pearl counter. The pearl on hers is big and round, definitely worth over 100 yuan. Huang Qian lay in bed, chatting casually with brother Shue. Having money is their own business. My younger sister doesn't have many friends. I remember her friend's name is Shen Jitong. She mentioned that her family used to be the richest in our city. Oh my, could it be old Master Shen? Back then, our business was under his name, but later it was handed over to the state. If she's his granddaughter, she must be wealthy, Huang Qian exclaimed. If I had known earlier, I would have talked to her more. Maybe we could have become friends. Forget it. Now, we shouldn't get too close to capitalists. Our family is already in danger. If we mix with the daughter of a wealthy family, it gives people more reason to report us, Shuewen advised his wife. All right, but are they really that strict in the border areas? When my sister went to get the introduction letter, the person helping her was someone I know. She asked me to help open it. He asked about our family background, and I thought, since we're going so far, we should write a good background to make us look respectable. So I said we're landowners. Is that a big deal? Huang Qian took the chance to speak. What? Just write that we're middle farmers. Why say we're landowners? Don't you know, in the countryside, if you're a landowner, you'll be targeted? Shuewen got anxious when he heard that. I think the rural folks don't understand these things. I was worried that if I said we're poor farmers, they'd look down on us. Did I do wrong? Boo-hoo, Huang Qian pretended to be worried. Actually, she was just afraid that if the words were written down clearly, the Shue family might see it later. That's why she didn't want to talk about it. Now that she mentioned it, it's just a foreshadowing. If Ruyan gets into trouble later because of this, she can't be blamed. It should be fine. I'll ask my sister about it later, Shuewen said, though he was worried. But since he hadn't experienced rural life himself, as a city youth, he was quite carefree. Soon he fell asleep. After they were asleep, Shen Jitong quietly left the space, sneaking out the door, then locked it again behind her. She went to the alley, took out the small truck, and started driving home. On the way, she couldn't help but curse. Sure enough, Huang Qian was a troublemaker. Ruyan was definitely harmed because of that landowner background. No, she had to think of a good plan to save Ruyan. Shuewen's wife is very cruel-hearted. It's clear she doesn't want Ruyan to ever return to Shanghai. As long as Ruyan stays away, she can comfortably occupy the married house with her family. Housing conditions for ordinary residents in Shanghai are very difficult now. Shen Jitong heard from Ruyan that her family situation is somewhat better. They at least have a bed for each sibling. Some families, with 7 or 8 people, only have about 10 square meters of space. They build wooden shelves on the walls and place beds on top, so sleeping is like sleeping in midair. This kind of multi-layered sleeping arrangement isn't just one bed, it's like a train's hard sleeper. If there are many family members, they have to stack beds on shelves, one above the other. Huang Qian's family is among those with especially tight housing conditions. No wonder Huang Qian doesn't want to lose her own bed once she has it. As long as Ruyan never returns from the countryside, Huang Qian's living situation can stay comfortable forever. After seeing how cruel her own family can be, Shen Jitong was disgusted by Huang Qian's petty cruelty. She felt a bit helpless and uncertain about how to help Ruyan. Right now, Ruyan has just gone to the countryside, and the storm hasn't reached there yet. She should be safe for the moment. Should she change her household registration? That's impossible. Her files have already been checked and sent to the authorities, so no changes can be made now. Should she take her away from the countryside? Now, wherever she goes, she needs an introduction letter. Without it, She can't even take a long-distance bus, let alone fly or take a train. It's a joke. Without an introduction letter, if someone reports her, she'll be taken to jail. And although Ru Yun's household registration could cause trouble, she probably wouldn't believe Shin Jitong's words now. Whether she follows her or not is still uncertain. Shin Jitong calmed her anxiety. There are still nearly 2 months before Ru Yun's situation worsens. She decided to handle her current matters first. Shin Jitong drove to the Shanghai port. There are guards patrolling day and night at the entrance. Her grandfather had brought her here before, so she could see the grand scene when the large cargo ships carrying Shin family textiles set sail. That's when she realized that some of the guards at the port are quite lax. She found a spot near the fence made of iron wires that wasn't lit by any lights. She took out her old pliers from her bag and with a click, she cut several wires. She bent them to create a small opening just big enough for her to enter alone. She slipped through the wire fence and arrived at the dock. Below the wire fence, it seemed like some animal was moving around. Shin Jitong looked carefully and saw a small, colorful snake. Luckily, she hadn't stepped directly on the snake, which made her break out in a cold sweat. She remembered what Ah-Cheng had said about container number 18. She searched the dark dock carefully. From time to time, she had to hide from the spotlight shining on the lampposts. Fortunately, she was dressed in black, which helped her blend into the night. When the lights shone her way and she couldn't avoid them, she quickly slipped into her hiding space. Because of this, she hadn't been spotted by security. After hiding behind a lamppost again, Shin Jitong came out of her hiding space and saw that the container in front of her was clearly marked with the number 18. She was very excited. She took out her universal key, opened the container door, and quickly slipped inside, then closed the door behind her. Inside, there were some textiles, which made a good buffer around a large pile of boxes in the middle. Looking at the familiar shape of the boxes, all made of fine rosewood, Shin Jitong understood that these were the Shin family's wealth that Wu Xiaolong wanted to take to Hong Kong. She opened one box and saw it was filled with thick gold bars. Each bar was heavy, and she picked one up to feel its weight. It was very heavy, and each bar was stamped with 1,000 grams. Shin Jitong didn't bother opening all the boxes. She stored all of them in her space, planning to check them carefully later. Seeing that only textiles remained in the container, Shin Jitong happily left. She really wanted to see how heartbroken her bad father would be when he arrived in Hong Kong and found all the wealth gone, crying on the ground in despair. Oh, right. Steward Kai has connections in Hong Kong, doesn't he? Shin Jitong quietly made her plan, slipped out of the container, and carefully locked it again, restoring everything to its original state. When she returned to the Shun house, it was silent inside. She tiptoed into the house, locked the door behind her, and went into her space to rest. The conditions inside her space were much better than her small villa. The temperature was kept steady at 26 degrees Celsius, and the humidity was just right, like an autumn day in Shanghai, making her feel relaxed and happy. Shin Jitong watered the lush green vegetables with spiritual water, feeling that they would be ready to harvest tomorrow. The fish and shrimp raised in the spiritual spring water were all doing well. The 2 big lobsters even stretched out their claws, trying to pinch them. "Fierce little guys, I'll eat you tomorrow," she said, knocking gently on one of the lobsters. It seemed that fish and shrimp, whether freshwater or saltwater, could survive in the spiritual spring water. What surprised her most was that the apple and mango seeds she planted had sprouted. This meant she could grow fruit trees from seeds. She decided to buy more fruit tomorrow and plant the seeds. She wanted to grow her favorite fruits so she could enjoy fresh fruit all year round. After checking the black soil, Shin Jitong took a relaxing hot bath. It was a massage bathtub she bought for over 200,000 yuan. The effect was great, and she almost fell asleep in the tub. When she got out, she felt more awake. She happily checked the results from the storage container. Besides 5 boxes of gold bars, there were 5 boxes of high-quality jade. Selling just 1 piece on the market could buy her a luxury apartment in Hong Kong. There were also 5 boxes of famous calligraphy and paintings, including works by historical figures like the 8 Immortals, Tang Bohu, and Li Bai. Selling a single piece at an auction could easily bring in tens of millions of yuan, enough to buy a villa in Hong Kong. With this wealth in Hong Kong, no wonder Wu Xiaolong's family was thriving in her previous life. But in this life, they would live in the slums. And Shun Jitong planned to give them a series of tough challenges. It was hard to do anything in mainland China, but in Hong Kong, they wouldn't enjoy such comfort anymore. The despair and helplessness she once experienced would be impossible for them to escape this time. Of course, Wu Xiaolong's huge fortune was just a bonus in Shun Jitong's eyes now. Her grandfather's inheritance and her overseas wealth made her incredibly rich. She didn't need to worry about money. She just needed to avoid trouble and wait for the right time to enjoy her happy life. Shun Jitong fell asleep peacefully, still taking care of her skin before bed. Although the spiritual spring water made her skin as soft as cream on ice cream, her desire for beauty kept her from relaxing her efforts. She still wanted to be beautiful for Wu Yuanzheng's new bride. The next morning, Shun Jitong went downstairs to have breakfast. Early in the morning, the irresponsible father immediately came forward to say, "Jintong, I will talk to Jianren soon and ask him to send the mother and her 3 children far away to the countryside." "That should be fine, right? I don't mind. I just want to see his attitude," she replied. Shun Jintong showed a neutral attitude, but Wu Xiaolong thought she was no longer angry and had just processed the situation. He happily went out to find Gao Jianren. As soon as he left, suddenly, from upstairs in Shun Jintong's bedroom, someone let out a loud, sharp scream. "Shun Jintong, you've gone too far. There's actually a man hiding in your bedroom." Lu Xiaomei's face darkened as she slammed her chopsticks loudly on the table. "Shameless. You're not even married yet, and you're hiding a man in your room. Why are you crying so miserably? Is there a ghost in your house?" Qianfun's eyes also showed a look of schadenfreude. Shun Jintong remained calm and ate her breakfast peacefully. After finishing, she elegantly wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and said, "That sound doesn't seem like any other man. It sounds like my brother Yaozu." In Shun Jintong's bedroom, the man's screams continued non-stop. Hearing Shun Jintong say this, Lu Xiaomei suddenly realized something was wrong. "Meifin, let's go upstairs and check. It really sounds like Yaozu." Mother and daughter jumped up from their chairs faster than monkeys. In just a few steps, they reached the door of Shun Jintong's bedroom. "Mom, sister, help. A snake bit my finger. Come quickly and pull it out." Wu Yaozu's left hand, which he was flailing wildly, was caught by a colorful little snake. The snake looked venomous. Yesterday, Wu Yaozu heard Shun Jintong was going to hide gold under her pillow. Early this morning, he sneaked into her bedroom and found the gold box. Unexpectedly, when he opened it, a snake jumped out and bit him. He didn't know that this was Shun Jintong's trap to deal with him. Wu Yaozu is afraid of snakes, spiders, and cockroaches. Now, being close to the venomous snake, he was so frightened his courage was shattered. Qianfun and Wu Xiaomei also fear snakes. They dared not help him catch the snake. When they saw Wu Yaozu rushing toward them, they screamed even more pitifully than him. Mother and daughter scrambled down the stairs. On the way, Qianfun tripped and fell, rolling down the stairs and knocking Lu Xiaomei, who was running ahead, down with her. The 2 women tumbled to the ground like rolling gourds. But it wasn't over yet. Wu Yaozu, holding a snake, ran down quickly, crying and begging the mother and daughter to help him catch the snake. The mother and daughter screamed in fear. A neighbor heard the noise and thought something terrible had happened to the family. They came to check and found out it was just a snake scaring everyone. The neighbor hurried to get tongs, caught the snake, and threw it outside into the grass. Wu Yaozu was relieved that the snake was gone, but he still clutched his hands and cried loudly, "Mom, sister, please help me. I can't feel my hands. I think I'm going to get poisoned and die. I'm only 14 years old. I don't want to die. Help." Lu Xiaomei and her daughter were so scared their legs went weak. They couldn't even carry him. Finally, A kind neighbor called a car and took them to the hospital. Shen Jitong watched everything happen. After the neighbor threw the snake outside into the grass, Shen Jitong's eyes flashed. She thought the little snake was quite useful, so she put it into her space. After Lu Xiaomei and the others left for the hospital, Shen Jitong entered her space to see where the little snake had gone. If the snake dared to attack her, she wouldn't be polite and would throw it out of the space. But if the snake listened and behaved, it could be a special tool. As soon as she entered the space, the snake swam over. But it wasn't a small, thin snake with the tiny arms from before. It was a grown-up snake, as thick as a wrist. Shen Jitong saw the shed snake skin on the ground. Seeing this, she understood clearly. The little snake had grown into a big snake, probably after drinking the spiritual spring water. She wondered what other effects the spring water might have besides speeding up its growth. Little Flower, your name is Little Flower. If you recognize me as your master and obey me completely, I will spare your life. But if you dare to attack me, I will throw you out of the space right now. Do you understand? Shen Jitong also found it funny to say these words to a snake. She named it Little Flower because of its colorful, patterned skin. She didn't want to think too much and just named it on the spot. Unexpectedly, Little Flower nodded. Oh, you understood? If you understand, nod 3 times. Shen Jitong thought it was a coincidence that Little Flower nodded, so she made a new request. She looked carefully. Little Flower really nodded 3 times. Now, Shen Jitong was sure that Little Flower had drunk the spiritual spring water and gained intelligence. Xiaohua, from now on, you must follow my commands. When I tell you to do something, you do it. Also, you are not allowed inside the villa. You can only move outside. Here, near the vegetable garden, is your designated area. You can drink the spiritual spring water only from the bucket. Do you understand? Xiaohua nodded 3 times. Shen Jitong was sure that Xiaohua wouldn't attack her, so she waved to let it go. Sure enough, Xiaohua swam to the edge of the vegetable garden, curled up, and obediently lay down. I didn't expect Xiaohua to be so obedient. Shen Jitong was very happy. However, her cleanliness obsession as a young lady kicked in again. She didn't want Xiaohua to drink from the spiritual spring water with her, or even bathe in it. If that happened, wouldn't she be drinking Xiaohua's bathwater? So, she returned to the villa, took an empty bucket, filled it with spiritual spring water, and placed it beside Xiaohua. She also warned it not to bathe in the spring water. If she found out, she would immediately send it away through the space. Xiaohua not only nodded but also gently allowed her to pet its head. Once Shen Jitong was sure she could fully control Xiaohua, she left the space. But her temporary care for Xiaohua was just that. Temporary. Xiaohua was now one of her life-saving measures. When she reached a deep mountain like Qinling someday, she would release Xiaohua back into nature. Wild animals should live in environments suitable for them. However, Shen Jitong did notice that after drinking the spring water, 2 faint white bumps appeared on each side of Xiaohua's head, showing a tendency to grow into horns. When Shen Jitong came out of the space, Wu Xiaolong just arrived. He entered the house excitedly and said to Shen Jitong, Jitong, Jianren found out that woman surnamed Lu dared to come looking for you. He's very angry and plans to send her and her children away tomorrow morning. The relocation site is set. It's at the 107 Frontier Farm, which is 1,000 miles from Shanghai. Don't worry, she probably won't come back in her lifetime. The 2 children have gone with her, so they won't return either. I checked, and Jianren said the children aren't registered in his household, so they aren't considered part of his family. You and he should just live happily together. He's done everything he can to clear the obstacles for you. Her scumbag father still saw this as an honor? In his eyes, a man who would abandon wife and children for a woman was truly in love. Shen Jitong smiled faintly and said, thank you, but there's no need. It's because he didn't end his previous relationship cleanly before marriage. Young people, after all, lack experience in handling such matters. Once they go through it a few times, they'll understand. For men, it's normal to flirt before marriage. As long as they are careful and don't leave any traces, it can be settled with a sum of money. Jianren has gained experience this time. In the future, he will handle things more carefully, unlike this time when a woman showed up at his door unexpectedly. The irresponsible father was so excited that he forgot that the man he was talking about was his own daughter's fiancé. With a face still marked from yesterday's scratch by Lu Xiaomei, he revealed his secret thoughts. From now on, you two can share experiences and learn from each other. Dad, I'm going out for a walk. Shen Jitong left after saying this and turned to leave. Hey, Jitong, wait. Why is the house so messy? Where is your aunt? The irresponsible father finally noticed something was wrong in the house and hurriedly chased after her, asking. But Shen Jitong was already gone. Shen Jitong went out to buy fruit. But just as she stepped out, she met Gao Jianren at the corner. Gao Jianren was obviously waiting there on purpose for Shen Jitong. When he saw her walking gracefully in a light green floral silk qipao, with a white cashmere scarf draped over her shoulders and her short sleeves revealing smooth, milk-like arms, his heart started pounding wildly. He quickly took out a small round mirror to check if his hair was tidy, then hurriedly appeared and stopped Shen Jitong. Jitong, I heard from Uncle this morning that Lu Shihuan actually came to see you and said a lot of things she shouldn't have. Oh, isn't that your family matter? What does it have to do with me? Shen Jitong sneered. Wu Xiaolong needed his help, so Gao Jianren put on a high and calculating attitude. But in front of Shen Jitong's beauty, Gao Jianren completely lost his mind. His eyes were only on her charming face, her delicate nose, almond-shaped eyes, stunningly beautiful, making him dizzy. Seeing Shen Jitong's cold smile, he thought it was a sign of annoyance and quickly explained. When Lu's family was overthrown, Lu Shihuan took the initiative to throw herself into my arms. Late at night, she sneaked into my bed, begging me for help. Out of helplessness and sympathy, I helped her. But she's very cunning. She had 2 children with me one after another, trying to trap me with them. Although I regret it, I had no motivation to leave her at that time. It wasn't until I met you that I realized I liked you, not her. She is just a sly woman who used me and now wants to take over me, preventing you from being with me. How can a woman be so heartless? Her actions are despicable and deserve to be sent to the countryside for labor reform. For you, I boldly cut ties with her yesterday. I signed up her and her 2 children to go work in the countryside. Don't worry, they are 1,000 miles away from Shanghai. Without a letter of introduction, they definitely can't come back. As long as you marry me, we can start over, raise children, and I will treat you well for the rest of my life. I won't let any violence happen to you. Gao Jianren couldn't wait to confess. He was afraid that just telling Wu Xiaolong wouldn't be enough, and Shen Jitong might think he was too eager because of his 2 children, so he hurried to explain himself. Shen Jitong is beautiful and charming, yet so cold and indifferent to him. Instead of begging him to stay, she acts as if she doesn't care, just like Lu Shihuan did back then. But in reality, Shen Jitong doesn't even look at him. His desire to conquer what he can't have, combined with her stunning beauty that hurts deeply, made Gao Jianren decide to come and explain himself, to soften his stance, and to win her over. In the end, he even threatened her, mentioning the destructive behavior. This was his tactic to make Lu Shihuan submit before. Those people are capable of such destructive acts. Lu Shihuan was also scared, which is why she lived with him without a formal relationship. I heard what my father just told me, and I understand, Shen Jitong said confidently, then turned to leave past Gao Jianren. Thinking of this contemptible person, who in her past life drained her and hurt her, she wanted to slap him. But the bigger revenge was yet to come, and now was not the time to disturb the Gao family. Seeing Shen Jitong about to leave, her expression was unpredictable, as if she didn't forgive him. Gao Jianren looked around to make sure no one was watching, then suddenly knelt down with a loud thud. He grabbed her skirt and looked sincere, saying, Jitong, I kneel to you. Please believe my true heart. Shen Jitong felt sick. Was he really doing this? Isn't he just like Lu Shihuan pretending to love? Isn't it about enduring hardship? Aren't these two ungrateful people praising the greatness of parental love? What a load of nonsense about great love. Shun Jitong suddenly showed a mysterious smile and waved to someone behind Gao Jianren. She looked at the stunned Lu Shihuan and her two children and said, "This is your childhood sweetheart, your beloved, the man you call your father. How touching! What a great love story." Shun Jitong clapped her hands, then turned around and left without looking back, while the family stood frozen in shock. Behind her came the sharp sound of a slap. Then Lu Shihuan shouted angrily, "Who tried to get close to whom first? You were the one who said you'd protect me if we were together. You were the one who didn't want to take precautions, saying it was uncomfortable and troublesome, and that's how we ended up with two children. Now you're saying I planned it to tie you down? Can you ever tell the truth? Do you have any shame left?" The sound of slaps echoed again and again. Then Lu Shihuan cried out. Gao Jianren had hit her back. The two people who once claimed to love each other were now fighting to see whose anger was stronger. Their two children stood nearby, completely shocked.
What?
They were born because their father didn't want to bother with small things. They didn't understand what that meant yet, but one day, when they did, they would surely resent him deeply. Shun Jitong walked away more and more cheerfully. Her high heels tapped against the stone pavement, sounding like a rhythm of victory. In a great mood, she went to the fruit market and bought a dozen kinds of fruit she liked: longans, grapes, pomegranates, tangerines, pomelos, persimmons, oranges, and plums, everything she wanted. Then she went to the seafood market and bought several pounds of seafood: abalone, sea cucumber, and crab. These weren't for storage, but for the housekeeper, Aunt Kai, to make a seafood feast. At the market, she noticed the seller using large plastic tubs big enough for bathing to hold the seafood. She asked if she could buy one. The seller suggested she buy the seafood in the tub, and he'd include the tub at a discount. Shun Jitong agreed happily. She spent 20 yuan, bought the seafood and the tub, and the friendly seller helped her load everything into her small truck. After he left, Shun Jitong quietly stored the seafood and the tub into her special space. She felt it wasn't enough, so she went to the general store and bought more than 10 large red plastic buckets, in case she needed to store spiritual spring water. Later, if she needed to catch living creatures, she was worried they might run into the spring water to bathe or cause trouble. For everyday items, if she missed anything, she thought of buying it. Since she had money and tickets, apart from being careful not to buy too much and attract attention, everything else was very convenient. When Shun Jitong drove to the suburban villa to find Butler Kai, she reached the border between the city and countryside and threw 2 complaint letters into the mailbox. The letters were made from newspaper clippings with words cut out from the paper. The content was very sensational, and they included photos. She believed the authorities receiving the complaints would definitely investigate. This was her final gift to the Gao family, father and son. The day after tomorrow was her 20th birthday, and Gao Jianren would definitely come to force her to register their marriage. Now, Gao Jianren's wife had left him, and he was eager for her beauty. He wouldn't let her go easily and might even use some extreme methods, so she had to be careful. When the car arrived at the suburban villa, Shun Jitong got out, parked the car, and carried a bucket of seafood to ring her own doorbell. Little Hua, the small flower in the yard, was restless. Shun Jitong suddenly remembered that Little Hua was probably hungry. She placed Little Hua in the nearby grass so it could hunt on its own, telling it to wait there until it was full. Little Hua happily wandered off. When Butler Kai opened the door, he saw a flash of something in his eyes, as if he saw a large snake moving through the grass nearby, but when he looked closer, there was nothing there. Standing in front of him was a lively young lady. He quickly welcomed her inside, saying as he walked, "I really am getting old and useless. I just saw a flash of something and thought I saw a snake in the grass over there." Shun Jitong smiled silently. Little Black jumped up, and Shun Jitong squatted down. Little Black placed its front paws on her shoulders and happily rubbed its head against her cheek. "Little Black, it's all saliva. Hey, don't lick me." While playing with Little Black, Shun Jitong poured spiritual spring water into its drinking bowl. Little Black sniffed the water, then quickly ran to the bowl and happily started drinking. Animals are intelligent and know what is best for them. Shin Jitong guessed that today would be her last visit to the other courtyard. Soon, she would have to deal with Wu Xiaolong and the Gao family, so she didn't have time to come again. She wanted to cherish today. She started cleaning the yard, removing weeds and fallen leaves, and tidying up the clutter. Soon, the yard looked fresh and clean. Having done housework for decades in her past life, she was very skilled at these tasks. Shen Jitong went to the woodshed and placed half of the 1,000 jin of grain she had taken from the Gao family inside. The woodshed was dry, like a natural granary, perfect for storing more grain. Worried that Steward Kai might be suspicious, she stuck a Shen character on one of the grain sacks. She believed Steward Kai would understand. She then went to the kitchen. Steward Kai was efficiently handling seafood. Seeing her, he told her to go outside and drink tea, worried she might be overwhelmed by the smell. Shin Jitong smiled but said nothing. Instead, she opened the old refrigerator in the kitchen and placed 3 bottles of sliced century-old ginseng into the freezer. The bottles had labels, and she reminded Steward Kai to often brew water with ginseng. Each bottle of century-old ginseng slices was enough for several years, as she didn't expect him to drink it every day. In the freezer, she also stored high-quality dried sea cucumbers, abalone, large razor clams, dried scallops, dried squid, shark fin, and dried oysters. These dried seafood delicacies were top-quality nourishing foods. As for the water tank, Shun Jitong filled it with spiritual spring water. After quietly finishing these tasks, she went to the living room to brew tea. She used premium Fujian oolong tea and the fragrant water brewed with spiritual spring water, an exceptional taste. Earlier, Little Black had been released outside by Shin Jitong and had cleverly called Uncle Zhao again. "Young miss, I see Little Black calling me, so I knew you arrived. This is some sweet potatoes and peanuts grown by Uncle Zhao himself. There's nothing special, so I only brought a small bag, worried you might not be able to carry it. Zhao uncle is now also facing hard times." Shun Jitong remembers that he used to be the biggest landowner in the village, and most of the land belonged to his family. Shin Jitong was very touched when she saw that Zhao uncle still remembered to bring her local specialties. Her gesture was simple, but heartfelt. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhao. I accept your kindness." She took the bag and noticed that the sweet potatoes and peanuts he gave her were fresh and lively, meaning they could be planted. While Zhao uncle wasn't paying attention, Shun Jitong quietly put them into her space to plant when she had time. Sweet potatoes and peanuts are high-yield crops. Growing these would give her plenty to eat. "I'll go help old Kai. You can play in the living room by yourself. Okay? Uncle Zhao, have a sip of tea before you go." Zhao uncle still spoke to her as if she were a young girl who didn't understand much. Shin Jitong felt very relaxed here, because only in this place did she not have to think hard about every word she said. Seeing that Zhao uncle's health was back to normal and his face no longer looked swollen, she knew he was fine. She then brought him another cup of tea. Old Zhao took it and drank a sip, then smacked his lips and said happily, "This tea smells so good. Remember to leave me a big cup. After I finish cooking, I want to drink more." "Don't worry, I will." Shen Jitong signaled him with a thumbs up. Soon, the 2 old men started arguing again in the kitchen. One complained that the other was slow, and the other said the salt was too much. Listening to their bickering, Shen Jitong smiled gently. She went outside to find a quiet spot and entered her space. Inside the space, Shen Jitong washed her hands and peeled the longan, plum, and grapefruit flesh she had bought earlier. She planted the seeds from the peeled fruit in her designated fruit garden area. Then she planted the sweet potatoes and peanuts Zhao uncle gave her in a separate patch of land. The fruit trees she planted earlier had already grown to about the size of her palm, with lush green leaves, looking full of life. Shin Jitong watered the vegetable and fruit gardens with spiritual spring water. After finishing, she left the space and placed the peeled fruit flesh on the dining table, ready to be eaten as dessert later. Xiaohei, holding a flying disc, ran over to her, inviting her to play fetch. Shun Jitong played with Xiaohei for a while, throwing the disc and watching him fetch it, enjoying the game. Master Kai saw the scene in the garden and couldn't help but smile happily. Fortunately, although the young lady faced some hardships at the Wu family, her natural cheerful nature remained, and she was not spoiled by her husband. Shun Jitong put away the frisbee, refilled the little black dog's spiritual spring water, and Master Kai placed a cooked meat bone into its bowl, happily saying, "In the difficult years a few years ago, I made Little Black hide in the house every day. I had some food, and I shared half of it with him." Little Black was obedient and knew something was wrong outside, so he didn't dare bark. That way, he avoided ending up in a hot pot as dog meat. Luckily, we both survived, and you could say we are life and death friends. Listening to his calm story, Shin Jitong knew how intense it really was. After a few days of hunger, people would eat dirt, so imagine how tempting a big, fragrant black dog's meat was. It won't happen again. Life will get better day by day, Shin Jitong comforted Master Kai. Today's seafood feast was quite rich. Large lobster, steamed 9-section shrimp, oyster pancakes, salt-baked octopus, abalone and rib soup, and stir-fried water spinach with garlic. Old Kai, I usually eat at your house, but somehow, the food there always smells so good, and my appetite opens wide, joked Zhao Shu. It was true, food steamed with spiritual spring water always tasted wonderful. No problem, but you'll need to pay grain tickets, or your big belly might eat us out of house and home, Master Kai joked back. Speaking of which, I've eaten so many meals at your place, I should contribute something now. Young lady, this ring is something I used during my travels in the south. If you don't mind its old style, I'll give it to you. Since you're married to the expedition and living in the south, it might come in handy sometimes, Zhao Shu said, taking a jade ring with an emerald hue from his pocket and handing it to Shin Jitong. It looked valuable, and Zhao Shu's gaze suggested it had a story behind it. Shin Jitong hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take it. The ring was of excellent quality, clear and green, and regardless of other factors, just its appearance made it worth a mansion's worth of top-quality jade on the overseas market. Uncle Zhao, this is too precious. It's not suitable for me. Shun Jitong quickly tried to return it after seeing its fine quality. Young lady, I don't have many belongings left now. This jade ring is mainly for your practical use. Just accept it, Zhao Shu said kindly. I consider this my wedding gift to you all. Uncle Zhao looked serious. That's right, young lady. Please accept it. Old Zhao was a well-known figure in the south. People in the circles will respect him when they see this jade ring, and they won't bother you. Just think of it as a protective charm. Unexpectedly, housekeeper Kai also advised her. Shun Jitong finally understood that this was not an ordinary jade ring, but a symbol of status. She never expected that Uncle Zhao, who looked kind and round-faced, was also very impressive in his past. Since it was a gift from elders, it was impolite to refuse. Seeing the firm attitude of the elders, Shun Jitong sincerely thanked them and accepted the jade ring. After dinner, she stayed to drink some spiritual spring tea with them, then reluctantly left. Shin Jitong was nearby collecting small flowers from a grass pond. She originally wanted to take some with her, but after entering her space, the flowers became restless. She sensed that they wanted to leave the space and live outside. Maybe they felt this grass pond was suitable for them, with food and freedom. That's just animal instinct. She didn't force them. She gently placed the flowers back into the grass and warned them, "Don't hurt the villagers, or they might catch you and make snake soup. Just be good and eat field mice." The flowers nodded 3 times at her, then quickly swam away with a hissing sound, so fast she only saw a flash. It seemed the flowers had evolved after drinking the spiritual spring water. With this speed, they could protect themselves. Shun Jitong no longer worried about them. After Shun Jitong left, housekeeper Kai went back to his room to rest and found a letter under her pillow. In the letter, Shun Jitong explained where she had hidden supplies around the estate, told Kai to take good care of his health, and said that once she established herself in the south, she would definitely bring him to live with her if he wished. Kai was moved to tears. Shun Jitong drove her car near the bus stop, found a quiet place to get out, stored the car in her space, then took the bus home. Standing in front of her small house, she felt like she was entering a dangerous trap. The time for the overseas cargo ship to set sail was almost here, but she still hadn't sorted out Wu Xiaolong's departure. In the next few days, he would surely pressure her strongly, forcing her and Gao Jianren to register their marriage. So today, she made her last trip to see housekeeper Kai, arranging his life for a while. That way, she could focus fully on her plans. Now, she was ready for the final battle. As soon as Shen Jitang entered the house, she saw an old woman sitting on the rosewood sofa. The woman had a sharp face and a cold, unfriendly expression. She was wearing a bright red cheongsam, with a large Hetian jade pendant around her neck and nice jade bracelets on her wrists. Although she tried to look like a wealthy lady, her cold eyes and sharp nose revealed she was a harsh and mean person. Next to her sat a man who looked similar to Wu Xiaolong but a bit older. He was frowning and talking to Wu Xiaolong. These two people were Wu Xiaolong's mother, Wu Zhang, and his older brother, Wu Xiaozhong. Since Wu Xiaolong married into the Shen family, Shen Jitang called her auntie, and the older brother was called uncle out of respect. Jitang, don't you know the rules? When you see grandma at home, you should greet her first. Wu Xiaolong was annoyed because his daughter didn't greet the elders right away, but he held back his anger and didn't want to upset her. In the past, he could easily control his daughter, but lately, she had been acting strangely, which made Wu Xiaolong a little afraid of her. Auntie, uncle, you've come? Shen Jitang asked simply. These two people had been cold to her in their past lives. They knew she was living a hard life at the Gao family, but never helped her. So, she didn't feel close to them, which was normal. Jitang, you're not young anymore. Don't dress too flashy, or you might attract trouble on the street and your reputation will be ruined. Wu Zhang didn't like her granddaughter and immediately scolded her. Although Wu Zhang dressed in fancy clothes now, she used to be a farmer in the suburbs of Shanghai, growing vegetables. It was only after her son Wu Xiaolong married into the Shen family that she started to act more important. But she still believed that her son was very special and that it was because of him that they had the wealth of the Shen family. When the Shen family had no one left, only Shen Jitang was there. Seeing her, Wu Zhang thought about how Wu Xiaolong had married into the family and found her annoying. She wished Shen Jitang would disappear so that all traces of the Shen family would vanish, and their wealth would officially belong to Wu's family. Brother, those photos really aren't from you, are they? When Shen Jitang entered, Wu Xiaolong was talking to his older brother about these photos, sounding very annoyed. Of course not. I don't even know you have another woman out there. Please don't misunderstand me. Today, I am here to ask you for some living expenses. You left suddenly, leaving Mom to take care of everything. You should at least leave some money for living costs. Wu Xiao said angrily. Wu Xiaolong saw Shen Jitang standing in the living room, listening with interest. Not wanting her to know about his trip to Hong Kong, he quickly said, Jitang, I have some matters to discuss with Grandma and Uncle. You go upstairs first. Yaozu? Did he get bitten by a snake and come back? Shen Jitang deliberately provoked him. No, he hasn't come back. The snake's venom was strong. He's in the hospital getting 4 fluids and will stay for 2 days. Your aunt and sister Fan are taking care of him. By the way, Jitang, how come there's a venomous snake in your house? Wu Xiaolong thought about this and asked casually. I don't know either. Maybe a few days ago I forgot to close the window and it crawled in from the climbing ivy outside. Luckily, Yaozu was stealing gold from my house and got bitten first. Otherwise, I would have been bitten. Haha. Shen Jitang looked smug and happy. Wu Xiaolong saw her expression and almost choked himself. He had no choice but to wave his hand and say, All right, go upstairs. What? Yaozu was bitten by a snake? Why didn't you tell me? My precious grandson is more important. Wu Zhang sure felt a pang of pain. Since Wu Yaozu's real surname is Wu, she naturally cared about him. She didn't mind about the gold theft. Mom, Yaozu is fine now. Let's talk about the main matter. Wu Xiaolong started arguing with Wu Zhangshi about living expenses and his elder brother. This was about settling the affairs. Shen Jitang eavesdropped on the stairs for a while and found it boring, so she went into her bedroom. She entered her space, watered the vegetable garden and orchard, and enjoyed the fun of farming. Jiteng opened the door. I have something to discuss with you. An hour later, Wu Xiaolong called from outside the door. Oh, okay. Shun Jiteng came out of her space. Wu Xiaolong told her that grandma and uncle had left and asked her to go downstairs to the living room. The day after tomorrow at 8 a.m., you and Jianren will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate. This plan is set. Even if the sky falls, it won't change. Starting tomorrow, you must not go out. You have to stay at home honestly, not leaving even a step. Wu Xiaolong was here to give a stern warning. Are you asking me to get a marriage certificate with Gao Jianren? I want to see with my own eyes the mother and son of Lu Shihuan going to the countryside. Otherwise, even if you beat me to death, I won't go to get the marriage certificate. Shin Jiteng lost her temper. Haha, anyway, she just wants to force Gao Jianren to personally pack up Lu Shihuan and her son and daughter. And it's under her pressure as the bad woman. In the end, she plans to go with Gao Jianren to the train station to see them off herself. This way, those two little ingrates will witness their parents' great love firsthand, and in front of her as the bad woman, they'll see how fragile it is, completely shattering their beliefs. Alright, that's not hard. In the afternoon, Jianren will come to see you again. Since you're not there, I'll pass on the message that he and Lu Shihuan have really moved on, and you shouldn't be angry. Tomorrow morning, Lu Shihuan will go to the countryside. The neighborhood committee will send them off together. If you don't believe it, you can go to the train station yourself to check. My daughter only cares about Gao Jianren's other woman, but she didn't say she wouldn't marry Gao Jianren. Wu Xiaolong sighed in relief, and his tone softened immediately. God knows how much small yellow fish he lost just for that boarding slip. 1 box from the Gao family, 1 box from Shun Jiteng's side, and just now, he sent off his elderly mother and brother with another box. If he doesn't leave quickly, their family's assets will be completely taken away by these people. Alright then, tell Gao Jianren to find a car to pick me up tomorrow. We'll go to the train station together to see Lu Shihuan off. She clearly wanted Gao Jianren to choose sides. Since the first time they met, she's been teasing Gao Jianren, ignoring him on purpose, making him lose himself. Now that she suddenly lowers herself and takes the initiative to go out with Gao Jianren, he will definitely be overjoyed and agree. Shin Jiteng's move will really make Lu Shihuan and her son and daughter so angry they'll feel like they're seeing a Buddha appear and ascend to heaven. Wu Xiaolong scratched his head. These two, whenever they disagree, always have him pass messages. Is he really just someone easy to command? He's clearly the elder, right? Shin Jiteng put on a look of a spoiled young lady who doesn't care about anyone's life or death, left her words, went upstairs, locked the door, and actually entered her space. Her bad father would definitely go find Gao Jianren. Shun Jiteng entered her space, worked out, practiced boxing, took a shower, and time flew by. Certainly, before 10 o'clock, Wu Xiaolong came to knock on the door again. He was wearing an outdoor shirt, and it was raining outside. His clothes were wet with rain, and his hair was soaked. He was worried that Shin Jiteng was asleep, so he came to knock on his daughter's door as soon as he got home. Dad, what's wrong? Shin Jiteng looked sleepy and tired. I told Jianren about your request. He agreed quickly. Tomorrow, the factory's van will come to pick you up. Jiteng, I didn't find the wrong person for you. Jianren is truly sincere about you. For you, he has sent away the woman and child outside. You got the certificate, so live happily with him. When he said this, Wu Xiaolong thought about leaving Shanghai soon. He probably wouldn't see his daughter again in his life. He couldn't help but speak with some fatherly emotion. Although he was giving his daughter away, in his heart, he felt he was doing the right thing. He found a good family for her. Later, they could enjoy life in Hong Kong, and his daughter would be safe and happy in the mainland. He believed he had fulfilled his duty as a father. Dad, you're right. I will listen to you. Shun Jiteng responded with a completely indifferent attitude, as if saying, yes, yes, whatever you say, showing she didn't want to think too much or communicate much with Wu Xiaolong. Wu Xiaolong didn't notice these hidden meanings. He thought Shin Jiteng was satisfied and was determined to marry Gao Jianren. He smiled happily and said, Go to bed early and dress up nicely tomorrow. Shin Jitong was just thinking the same. She needed her armor, so her enemies would be so angry that they would develop nodules. The next morning, Shin Jitong wore a beige, fitted A-line dress made of snowflake tweed, which made her look elegant and charming. She tied her thick long hair with a jade hairpin with slightly fluffy ends, making her look very alluring. Her makeup was light, just a thin layer of foundation, making her skin look clear and white. Bright lipstick and slightly raised eyes made her look superior and aloof. Wu Xiaolong was very pleased to see his daughter dressed so beautifully and cooperating. He didn't know that Shin Jitong was sending her past enemies to suffer. She had to wear her armor. Her stunning beauty was like stabbing her rival in the chest just before parting. After all, no woman would want to see her rival, who stole her man, look more beautiful and live better than her. My classmate Ryun's birthday is tomorrow noon, and she invited me to lunch. I'm worried that registering our marriage too early might make the birthday celebration feel rushed. Hi family probably won't change their mind because of this, right? What's so special about celebrating a classmate's birthday? Isn't the marriage registration scheduled for early tomorrow? Why are your plans changing so much? If Wu Xiaolong didn't need Shin Jitong, he'd want to scold her. He's tired of all these constant changes. Can't he just quietly and honestly go register the marriage? Ruyun is leaving for the countryside the day after tomorrow. Her family signed her up for it, and she can't skip it. She said it's her last birthday in Shanghai, celebrating with me. How could I refuse? Shin Jitong used Ruyun as an excuse. When Wu Xiaolong heard this, he was out of options. He suddenly had an idea and said, "Later, when you see Jianren, talk to him directly. Decide between yourselves. We can discuss it ourselves, but I remember Jianren saying that the Gao family seemed to have promised you some conditions. If that's true, shouldn't you make the Gao family fulfill those conditions first? Otherwise, after I register the marriage, they might change their mind." Shin Jitong's purpose was to remind Wu Xiaolong to be clever and to get Gao Jianren's proof of the boat's ownership first. She definitely won't register the marriage with Gao Jianren tomorrow. Without registering with Gao Jianren, Wu Xiaolong's family can't get on the boat. That won't do. Her main goal is to get Wu Xiaolong's disliked family members to Hong Kong. Conditions? The Gao family and I haven't discussed any conditions. They only promised that if you and Jianren register the marriage, they would help arrange a job for Qianfan at the local street office. Wu Xiaolong was surprised and quickly made up an excuse to prevent any leaks about the escape plan. They haven't registered yet, and they dare to promise anything. Once they marry into that family, they might change their minds. Shin Jitong kindly reminded him. Yes, when Jianren arrives later, I need to have him write a clear agreement, black and white, to guarantee this. Wu Xiaolong thought to himself that his daughter was quite good, even reminding him to be careful about the Gao family's possible change of heart. For a moment, he felt some fatherly affection for her. He loved his daughter, but not enough to take her to Hong Kong for a better life. At 8 o'clock, Gao Jianren arrived on time to pick up Shin Jitong in his car. He had also dressed carefully, styled his hair into a small pompadour, applied hair oil, and his hair was so greasy it could break a fly's leg. She was wearing a white shirt with 2 pens in the chest pocket and baggy military-style pants. Although she was not in the army, this style was very fashionable now. Young men on dates all dress like this. Jitong, I'm here to pick you up. Seeing the stunning Shin Jitong, Gao Jianren grinned happily, though his face was slightly swollen, probably from a slap he received yesterday. Because of his grin, he looked a bit creepy. Shin Jitong felt a shiver and was about to speak when Wu Xiaolong, who had been lecturing her earlier, spoke first. Jianren, come inside. I have something to talk to you about. Jitong, wait in the car for a while. What's going on? Uncle Wu. Gao Jianren eagerly went into the house. Shin Jitong obediently went to wait in the car. She was very happy inside, thinking Wu Xiaolong was probably trying to get Gao Jianren to sign the papers. Everything was going according to her plan. Gao Jianren and Wu Xiaolong stayed inside for about 15 minutes. Finally, Wu Xiaolong happily saw Gao Jianren off at the door. From his expression, Shin Jitong knew Wu Xiaolong had won this round. He had probably gotten Gao Jianren's signature, so tomorrow night he could confidently board the ship, head straight to Hong Kong, enjoy the family's wealth, and become a top person again. Gao Jianren looked calm and even a little happy, maybe because he felt he was one step closer to getting the official documents and could soon be with Shen Jitong. After getting into the car, Gao Jianren noticed Shen Jitong sitting in the back seat and said with some displeasure, "Jitong, sit in the front. The passenger seat has a better view. I get dizzy." "I won't get dizzy sitting here. What if I throw up?" Shen Jitong made a pleading face, frowned, and looked about to cry, appearing very pitiful. This was a tactic often used by Lu Shihuan to show weakness. Knowing Gao Jianren liked to see women act weak, Shen Jitong learned to do the same, though she really felt disgusted inside. Just a little longer, and she would be free. Sure enough, when Gao Jianren saw how delicate and weak she looked, he couldn't bear to insist and said, "All right, then you sit in the back. I'll drive more carefully. What did you talk about with my dad? He looks so happy," Shen Jitong asked on purpose. After many days, she finally looked forward to Shen Jitong taking the initiative to spend time alone with him. Gao Jianren was driving, and his mind was wandering. Hearing this, he quickly followed Wu Xiaolong's instructions and said, "It's about Qianfan working at the street office. Uncle Wu insisted I write a guarantee letter. Since we're about to become a family, I just did it." "I see. I don't get along well with Qianfan. I didn't expect that my marriage would also bring her some benefits," Shen Jitong sighed. "It's just a job. If you want one after we get married, I'll help you find a better one." Gao Jianren started bragging. "Does a person really need a job? I think working is tiring. I don't want to work." "That's true. You're a rich young lady. Why would you do any work? Your skin is so soft, and if you work for a few days, your hands will get rough. I'd feel sorry for you. Forget it. You don't need to work. I'll support you. Our family is earning enough now to support you." Indeed, what she wanted was always spoiled and pampered. In her past life, Gao Jianren didn't have this kind of attitude. Shen Jitong secretly chuckled inside. "Soon you and your son will be out of work." She deliberately said, "That would be great. I've always admired ambitious men. A man without a job or a career is worse than a rat in a sewer. Those kinds of men, I absolutely look down on." Shen Jitong was willing to chat with him, mainly to plant some words that would make him feel uncomfortable later. "Jitong, don't worry. I will become the director of the textile factory someday. When that happens, you'll be the wife of the factory director." Gao Jianren got carried away and forgot that he had struggled hard to reach Rome, while Shen Jitong was born there. But this time, Shen Jitong didn't mock him. Instead, she went along with his words. "My dad says you're a talented young man with a bright future. It seems you really have a strong career drive. I believe you'll succeed and won't be a rat in a sewer." This sounded reasonable, but wasn't quite right. Shen Jitong didn't want to see his shameless face, so she pretended to feel carsick, closed her eyes, and stopped talking to him. When they arrived at the train station, Gao Jianren personally opened the car door, resting his hand on the roof, and politely helped the young lady out. Being a little assistant carrying a bag and shoes suits Gao Jianren well. Shen Jitong swaggered out of the car, feeling a fierce gaze sweep over her from the opposite side. She looked up and saw her eyes meet with Lu Shihuan, who was glaring with hostility. Lu Shihuan never expected that Gao Jianren would be so humble in front of Shen Jitong, treating her like a treasure, while she, who had given birth to 2 children for the Gao family, had never received such treatment. The Shen Jitong in front of her looked bright and cheerful, like a spring flower, with every strand of hair carefully styled, confidently showing off. Lu Shihuan's mind went blank instantly. She waved away the welcoming team, ran over angrily, and asked fiercely, "Shen Jitong, what are you doing here? Why are you with Jianren? How long have you been together? Was there something going on before, and you've been hiding it from me?" Jealousy and suspicion filled Lu Shihuan's heart, hurting her deeply. "Don't look at Jitong so harshly. She's timid and might be scared." "Lu Shihuan, we came to send you to the countryside out of kindness. Don't be ungrateful." Before Shen Jitong could reply, Gao Jianren quickly responded thoughtfully. Lu Shihuan was furious and burning with anger. She slapped Gao Jianren in the face, crying and scolding. Gao, do you have any conscience? We're all going to the countryside, and you're still bringing this woman to mock us. Mom, don't cry. He's a bad dad. We won't take care of him in the future. Xiao Bianling, Gao Xingzong, saw his mother crying and ran over, hands on his hips, scolding fiercely. Usually, he was quite cute, but now Gao Jianren didn't like it. Little Gao Xingzong's face was twisted in a fierce expression. Xin Jitong was very familiar with this look, just like the one from her previous life when he pushed her into traffic. Now, this expression was directed at Gao Jianren, and Xin Jitong felt happy inside. Bad woman, I will grow up and definitely not let you go. I will avenge my mom. Little Bianling, Gao Meixin, ran in front of Xin Jitong and kicked her. But before she could kick, Gao Jianren slapped her. Already angry, he slapped her again and scolded, an unraised wild girl with no one to care for her. Where did this girl come from, daring to kick my beloved? Gao Meixin covered her face and cried loudly, unable to believe that the man who called her father had hit her. That slap was a nightmare that would stay with her for life. Lu Shihuan gently pulled her two children and said angrily, Gao Jianren, you even hit your own children. Are you still human? Stop talking nonsense. Who said they're my children? The ones I had with Jitong are truly from the Gao family. You two should go to the farm for reform, or you'll never return to Shanghai, Gao Jianren threatened. Lu Shihuan hugged her children and cried uncontrollably. The two children, crying, also looked fiercely at Gao Jianren and Xin Jitong. Xin Jitong found it funny. In her past life, their alliance was so strong, pretending to love each other and enjoying Xin family wealth, yet they trampled her underfoot. In the end, they even faked a car accident in the name of fulfilling their parents' great love, causing her to die unexpectedly. Looking at her crying mother, her cheating father, and herself with a broken face from her father's slap, Xin Jitong thought, what a great love. She even felt that if the two ungrateful children were reborn now and saw this scene, her happiness would be even greater. But this miracle did not happen. Under Gao Jianren's shouting, hitting, and threats, Lu Shihuan and her children finally boarded the green train to the countryside, not daring to make a sound. Lu Shihuan understood that if she wanted to return to Shanghai in the future, she could only rely on Gao Jianren. Now Xin Jitong was favored, so she could only hide her strength temporarily. She believed that someday she would come back, take Gao Jianren away, defeat Xin Jitong, and reclaim everything she had lost. Watching Lu Shihuan and her two ungrateful children being sent onto the green train, Xin Jitong felt very pleased. Going to the countryside was a harsh test for Lu Shihuan, who grew up in the city. The place Lu Shihuan was sent to was not far from Shuiriyun. Xin Jitong planned to find her when she had the chance, and also wanted to see Lu Shihuan's miserable life in the countryside. Gao Jianren was like a piece of gum chewed by Lu Shihuan. His mission was done, and it was time for him to step back. But there was still one last thing to do. The two of them got on the train and headed back. Xin Jitong couldn't hide her joy and said with a smile, Lu Shihuan is so rude. How could she slap your face? She doesn't deserve to be with you, Jitong. You are the best match for me. Finally, I've sent away this rude, wild woman. We will be happy together from now on. Xin Jitong, who often drinks spiritual spring water and even bathes in it, originally had a good foundation. After being quietly refined by the spring water, she now has ice-like skin and jade-like bones. Without makeup, her lips are red, her teeth are white, and her features are bright and beautiful, making people drool. Gao Jianren's eyes are fixed on Xin Jitong's face. If he didn't need to drive and watch the road, he wouldn't be able to look away. By the way, Jiaren, I want to talk to you about something. I think you are so good to me, you will understand my feelings, right? Xin Jitong mentions registering the marriage. She plans to do it at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Is 5 o'clock too rushed? Should we go earlier? The Civil Affairs Bureau closes at 5:30. Gao Jiaren doesn't refuse. Right now, he is eager to show himself in front of Xin Jitong. As long as her requests are reasonable, he will agree immediately. Don't worry, I will arrive on time before 5 so we can get the marriage license. Ru Yun is her best friend. If she can't attend her last birthday before going to the countryside, she will hate herself forever. Seeing Shun Jitong's tone playful and her eyes full of affection, Gao Jiren's heart softens. He agrees casually, saying, "Okay, Jitong, you are so loyal and caring. I won't hold you back. I am also a person who values loyalty and feelings. I admire that most about you." Yes, Gao Jiren, who values loyalty and feelings, just sent away his old flame and even sent along a pair of children afraid of him. If Shun Jitong believes he is loyal and caring, then she's really dreaming. Then, tomorrow afternoon, wait for me at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Don't be late. Before getting out of the car, Shun Jitong gives Gao Jiren a smile, making him infatuated. You father and son go too. Shun Jitong gets out of the car and goes home. After Gao Jiren's car leaves, she doesn't go inside. Instead, she continues shopping outside, focusing on daily necessities this time. For example, pots and pans, an iron pot, matches, candles, and various study supplies like notebooks, pens, and pencils. She happily eats lunch at a Western restaurant, also packing 10 special dishes from the restaurant. She spends the evening outside until nightfall before returning home. As soon as she enters, she senses something is wrong. In the living room, there are several suitcases. She deliberately asks, "Dad, are you going out? Why are there so many suitcases? Are you going far? How long will you be gone?" Wu Xiaolong smiled happily and said, "Yaozu was bitten by a poisonous snake. Wasn't he? I heard there's a local doctor in the countryside who can treat snake bites. We plan to take him there tomorrow for treatment and stay a few days. Have you and Jianren decided when to get the marriage certificate?" Wu Xiaolong received the boarding pass and felt very happy. He rarely smiled at his daughter. Thinking that they might never see each other again, his tone became much gentler. "We've decided for tomorrow afternoon at 5. Dad, what time are you leaving? Do you want me to see you off?" Shun Jitong asked on purpose. "We'll leave after lunch tomorrow. You don't need to see us off. We rented a small car to take us directly to the countryside. Such places have many bugs and insects. If you can't stand it, you shouldn't come." Wu Xiaolong was still trying to comfort Shun Jitong. She smiled and said, "Okay, Dad, you really love me." Wu Xiaolong was momentarily stunned and looked down with a bit of guilt. But he knew he couldn't take Shun Jitong to Hong Kong. If she didn't marry Gao Jianren, they wouldn't go there either. Also, Shun Jitong's presence was a reminder of his status as a son-in-law, which was always a sore spot in his heart. If he took her to Hong Kong, the old-fashioned people there would value her background even more. As a son-in-law, he was respected in the mainland only if he had money, which he didn't. He naturally chose the latter, her future reputation. "Jitong, marry Jianren, and get the certificate. Live a good life. I've found a good family for you, and you'll thank me someday." After Wu Xiaolong finished speaking, Shun Jitong suddenly asked, "Dad, I was outside today and accidentally hit my head on the door frame. It suddenly reminded me, when I was little, my grandfather arranged a marriage for me. Is that true? If so, am I committing bigamy? There's no such thing as a childhood marriage. Don't think about it. I think you've been running around outside lately and haven't rested well. Your mind is probably confused." Wu Xiaolong's face changed and he said irritably, "Oh, so I imagine the childhood marriage. Fine, I'll go rest now. I might sleep until noon. If I don't get up, don't call me for dinner." Seeing that he still wouldn't reveal anything, Shun Jitong smiled with relief and said her final goodbye to Wu Xiaolong. Wu Xiaolong was relieved that she didn't ask about the childhood marriage. He looked at her deeply and said, "Rest well. I won't bother you tomorrow. When the time comes, I will leave on my own." Late at night, after Wu Xiaolong fell asleep, Shun Jitong went to the living room. She packed his luggage into the space and opened the suitcase to check everything inside. Inside the suitcase, there were 2 boxes of small yellow fish, 10,000 Hong Kong dollars and 5,000 US dollars. These were probably for expenses on the way and after arriving in Hong Kong. Shun Jitong accepted all of these happily. After draining her stepfather's last penny, How would they live in Hong Kong? Shun Jitong thought it all sounded wonderful. The rest of the suitcase was filled with clothes, so she didn't touch them. To make sure the suitcase wasn't too light, she put a few bricks from the flower pot on the rooftop at home into it. After adding the bricks, she lifted the suitcase to feel its weight. When it seemed about right, she put it back in the living room. Since they were about to leave, Wu Xiaolong probably wouldn't check the suitcase again. Under the cover of night, Shun Jitong returned to the Gao family house. Although the main door lock had been changed, the housekeeper Kai's master key still worked perfectly, easily opening the lock. Shun Jitong went down to the basement and randomly stuffed some items she carried with her, some into the cracks in the wall, others at the bottom of a corner box. After leaving the basement, she also placed a carefully wrapped booklet in the toilet tank on the first floor. Having finished everything, Shun Jitong quietly returned home and entered her space. Inside the space, her first batch of vegetables had ripened. She gathered them and placed them by the vegetable garden, then started planting seeds for the second batch. This time, she planted some mint, which makes good tea and can be used to wrap grilled meat to reduce the smell. She also sowed seeds for lettuce and spinach. After watering them with spiritual spring water, Shun Jitong went to sleep. Tomorrow was the most important day, so she needed to rest well. She also planned to go see a play. The next day, Wu Xiaolong actually left with his luggage before noon. He had arranged to meet his wife and child at the hospital. Wu Yaozu, who had just had an 4-drip, was about to have the needle removed when Lu Xiaomei quickly took him out of the hospital. "Mom, I need another 4 tomorrow. The doctor said I still have toxins to clear or I might die," he said reluctantly. Although he usually acts tough in front of weak people, he becomes very scared when it comes to his own life. "Just 1 dose of medicine and I won't die. I found a doctor to prescribe it and we'll take it on the way. Yaozu, this is the last chance to escape from Shanghai. If we don't seize this opportunity, being sent to the countryside is a small matter. We don't know if we can stay alive." Lu Xiaomei spoke nervously. Wu Yaozu was frightened and didn't dare complain anymore. Qian Fun, on the other hand, was very excited, dreaming of the glamorous life in Hong Kong. As soon as she got in the car, she asked, "Dad, Mom, are we really not taking Shun Jitong with us? She went to register her marriage with Gao Jianren this afternoon. After she gets married, with the Gao family's protection, why would she want to leave?" Wu Xiaolong finished speaking and started the car, speeding away quickly. But Wu Xiaolong didn't notice that outside the car, a young man in a white shirt was passing by. Although he was just walking past, he had excellent hearing. With the window open, he heard the name Shun Jitong, which was very important to him. He looked back and saw Wu Xiaolong's car. He recognized Wu Xiaolong and was about to stop them, but Wu Xiaolong pressed the accelerator and drove very fast. He couldn't catch up with the small truck with 4 wheels. "Jitong is getting married?" Wu Yuanzheng frowned, doubting if he had heard wrong. But inside the car was clearly Jitong's father, so he should be talking about her, right? Wu Yuanzheng had just finished a closed training program. During it, he participated in a secret project and needed to do a medical checkup. He went to a designated hospital for the checkup. When he left, he unexpectedly met Wu Xiaolong's family. Thinking about them talking about Shun Jitong's marriage, Wu Yuanzheng couldn't stay calm. Jitong had called him to come to Shanghai to get married. Now, they said she was going to marry Gao Jianren? What's going on? He must see Shun Jitong in person and ask clearly. Wu Yuanzheng was very anxious. He didn't care about investigating Wu Xiaolong's whereabouts and immediately drove to the hospital parking lot, found his jeep, and headed to Chongning District. He parked outside a familiar small house. Looking at the place where his beloved lived, he felt a mix of emotions, a sense of nervousness about returning home. He couldn't help but tidy up his neat clothes and then walked confidently to the door, knocking. He knocked for a long time, but no one answered. Wu Yuanzheng had no choice but to step back a few paces, look around, and notice that the house was tightly closed. However, in one corner of the backyard, there were clothes hanging to dry, clearly indicating someone was living there. Maybe Shun Jitong had gone out for something? Wu Yuanzheng was at a loss for a moment. He waited in front of the yard for over an hour. Seeing that no one was coming in or out of the Shin family, he had no choice but to drive to the suburban villa. He wanted to find manager Kai to ask if he had seen Shin Jitong recently, how she was doing, and if she had mentioned anything about marriage. In his memory, the last person Shin Jitong could trust in Shanghai was manager Kai. Shin Jitong was still sleeping in the space. She truly didn't expect Wu Yuanjing to come looking for her. After rebirth, she had done a series of actions. Her mind was exhausted. Once all the steps were completed, all that was left was to wait for the result. When she relaxed, she slept deeply. She woke up naturally after a good sleep. Shin Jitong stretched lazily, rolled around in bed a few times, then lazily got up to wash up. Looking at her watch, it was 1:30 p.m. This was the latest she had slept since rebirth. Shin Jitong felt clear-headed and full of energy. She changed into comfortable home clothes. After coming out of the space and going downstairs, she saw that the house was indeed quiet and empty. Wu Xiaolong's luggage had already been moved out. The family had left her alone, leaving her at the center of the storm about to erupt. A cold smile appeared on Shin Jitong's lips. That scumbag father was really the same as in her previous life, ruthlessly abandoning her. But this time, having sneaked into Hong Kong, they wouldn't have the good days she imagined. In a society where wealth makes you superior, being penniless meant they were just at the bottom of society, easily trampled upon. Shin Jitong opened the coal stove, cooked rice, and took out her own vegetables from the space, along with some meat bought from the market. She started preparing lunch for herself. In less than an hour, a meal of vegetables, meat, and soup was ready. For the first time, Shin Jitong tasted vegetables grown in her space. The flavor was excellent, rich and fragrant. She felt that cooking a whole pot wasn't enough to satisfy her. It was even more delicious than meat. After finishing her meal, feeling satisfied, Shin Jitong entered the space. She watered the vegetables and fruit trees, then admired her collected wealth. Looking at the gold jewelry and treasures was fine, but the antique calligraphy and paintings were what she never tired of. These antiques and calligraphy paintings are rare treasures. She admired and studied them, feeling her appreciation skills improve a lot. Shin Jitong then set herself a goal. Even though she had so much wealth and didn't need to struggle for small earnings, she couldn't waste her time. From now on, she would study calligraphy and painting every day. If she couldn't work physically, she could help preserve Chinese traditional culture. She thought she could do that. Since these traditional art treasures might face gaps due to the times, she wanted to be the person who connects the past and the future. While looking through her grandfather's collection of calligraphy, rare books, and ancient texts, she found many damaged pieces. They were probably like that before she got them. In her space, they wouldn't get worse, but if she could restore them to their original state, that would be a great achievement. Shin Jitong planned to learn how to repair cultural relics so she could fix these precious items. In this way, over a long time, she would do something valuable for society. At 6 p.m., Shin Jitong heard someone knocking loudly at the door. She knew it was Gao Jianren, who had been waiting for her and came to visit. She wouldn't answer the door. That was her plan. Gao Jianren knocked for a long time. When no one responded inside, he left feeling disappointed. He planned to go home and take his small truck to the dock to check. Now he strongly suspected that Shin Jitong and her daughter had tricked him. Wu Xiaolong had used a fake marriage scheme to get him to sign a boarding slip. Then Shin Jitong tricked him into going to the Civil Affairs Bureau for marriage, but actually, she and Wu Xiaolong's family had gone to Hong Kong together. He wanted to rush to the dock to catch Wu Xiaolong. As long as Shin Jitong didn't stay to marry him, Wu Xiaolong wouldn't be allowed on the boat. After Shin Jitong left the outside area, she came out of her space. She was now dressed in black night clothes, with a black scarf on her head, and she also left her home. When he first arrived home, he saw the house was in chaos, with strangers walking around upstairs and downstairs. Gao Jianren was stunned. Such a situation had only happened at other people's homes before. Today was truly a strange turn of events. How did these people get into his house? They must have entered by mistake. Gao Jianren stepped forward to stop them and said, "Comrades, I think you are in the wrong place. Wrong? Is this Gao Ming's house? The man in front looked at his manual, which listed the address, and asked loudly. Yes, this is the place. But I think there's a misunderstanding. You've got the wrong person. Gao Jiren was very sure of himself and said, Who are you? My father is Gao Ming. I am Gao Jiren. That's right, we're looking for you. Come with us. The man waved his hand impatiently, giving off a strong sense of authority. At that moment, Gao Ming hung his head and was dragged out of the house. Dad, what's going on at home? Gao Jiren asked in shock. He had been nervous before, but now that his father was involved, he felt like his support was gone. Gao Ming didn't dare speak. Gao Jiren's head was pounding as he realized something was very wrong. Gao Ming, you've misappropriated public funds, and you and Gao Jiren have embezzled government money. Gao Jiren, you're also morally corrupt, keeping a woman outside. We even have photos of you. Do you still want to deny it? The man's harsh words made the father and son feel hopeless. It was clear someone was trying to set them up. They knew that just a few days ago, all their stolen property had been stolen by thieves, so it must have been their enemies who did it. Shen Jitong secretly watched from the crowd, a slight smile on her face. This time, the father and son are probably going to be in trouble early. All those titles like director and factory manager are just dreams. They committed very serious crimes. And now they want to exploit her? Trying to use Shen's family wealth as capital for their future riches? Shen Jitong looked at the embarrassed Gao family father and son, a faint smile on her lips. Revenge was sweet, and she felt satisfied. Without looking back, she left the scene. Outside on the street, she found a quiet place, took out a small truck from her space, and drove straight to the dock. The cargo ships at the dock should be setting sail now. Shen Jitong quietly arrived at the dock and went to the spot where she had previously noticed a small gap. She saw that the gap was still there. Last time she left, she tried to fix the wire fence, and grass had grown half a person tall in front of the gap, so security didn't notice anything. Shen Jitong bent the wire and entered through the same spot. From afar, she saw Wu Xiaolong and Lu Xiaomei arguing, while Wu Yaozhu and Qian Fin tried to stop them. No way, before even getting on the boat, the family was already fighting? Wu, do you have no shame? I bore you children, and you're secretly flirting with this old woman outside? You even want to take her to Hong Kong? I don't agree. Are you crazy? Is this family run by me or you? What's wrong with me taking Lisa? Go look yourself, what man isn't polygamous? Successful men all do this. Wu Xiaolong looked proud. I don't care. I won't let her get on the boat. Lu Xiaomei was furious. She grabbed Zhang Lisha's suitcase and threw it on the ground. Seeing this, Wu Xiaolong got angry and slapped Lu Xiaomei hard across the face. Are you crazy? Don't you see who's in charge of this family? Lu Xiaomei was stunned by the slap. When she recovered, she cried out and lowered her head, then charged at Wu Xiaolong's stomach. Wu Xiaolong, caught off guard, was knocked down to the ground, clutching his stomach and crying out in pain. Then she saw Zhang Lisha help Wu Xiaolong up from the ground. Shen Jitong shook her head. She still underestimated Wu Xiaolong's bad character. He actually wanted to take Zhang Lisha to Hong Kong too. No wonder Lu Xiaomei was causing trouble. Mom, stop fighting. This is the dock. If we keep fighting, everyone won't be able to get on the boat. Qianfen only cared about whether she could get on the boat. Seeing her mother causing a scene, she felt helpless too. Mom, let her go if she wants. Anyway, you still have me. Yaozhu is the one who will carry on the Wu family's line. You're always the head of the family, steady and secure. Wu Yaozhu stepped in to mediate. Wu, tell me, if I go to Hong Kong, am I still the head of the family? Lu Xiaomei had no choice but to fight for her most important rights. Yes, you are definitely the head. You said it yourself. You've given birth to Yaozhu. Our family only has him as a son. If you're not the head, who is? Wu Xiaolong didn't want to cause more trouble, so he tried to calm everyone down. At this moment, Lisa remained calm, neither arguing nor making a fuss, which gained Wu Xiaolong's good impression. He thought to himself that she was truly a clever and charming girl. All right, everyone heard that. Today is a special day, so I won't argue with you. But Wu Xiaolong, remember what I said, Lu Xiaomei said angrily. Come on, old husband and wife. Do you think I could fool you? Wu Xiaolong saw Lu Xiaomei helplessly accept the situation and felt secretly pleased. Sure enough, there's no woman he can't handle. Mr. Wu, is this your family? At this moment, a man dressed as a captain approached. Yes, Captain Lin. Here are our boarding passes and our prepayment. Wu Xiaolong quickly nodded and bowed, handing over a small bag. The man opened the bag, looked inside, then weighed it and said, Follow me. When people ask on the way, don't speak. I will answer for you. Yes, thank you, Captain. Wu Xiaolong was very grateful. Are you sure there are no other family members? Unexpectedly, the captain asked this. Having more people means more money, so the captain was willing to be lenient. At this moment, Wu Xiaolong thought of Xin Jitang. He hesitated for a moment, but quickly gave up the idea of taking her with him. Her existence constantly reminded him of his past as a son-in-law. It was better not to see her. No, no one else. My family is all here, Wu Xiaolong said firmly. The captain nodded without saying anything more. In the end, these 5 people still boarded the ship together. Xin Jitang could hear their conversation from afar, and she sneered mockingly. Wu Xiaolong had truly given up on her. He would rather take Xiao Si than bring her along. Xin Jitang unlocked container number 18, entered, and blocked the door from inside. Soon, she felt the container being lifted by a crane, swaying back and forth. She couldn't stand the dizziness and crawled into the space inside. This way, she wouldn't feel the vertigo of the container hanging in midair. Meanwhile, Wu Yuanzheng was at housekeeper Kai's place, holding a letter marked Wu Yuanzheng enclosed. This is the letter Miss Shin secretly left when she tried to leave yesterday. One for me, one for you. Clearly, she foresaw your arrival. Housekeeper Kai handed the intact letter to Wu Yuanzheng. This was the first time Wu Yuanzheng received a letter from Xin Jitang. His hands trembled slightly. Yuanzheng, hurry and open it. Miss wrote something for you, said Housekeeper Kai. For some reason, Housekeeper Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. Wu Yuanzheng quickly calmed himself, took a deep breath, and carefully opened the seal of Xin Jitang's letter. Inside, there was only a thin piece of paper with fewer than 100 words written on it. Wu Yuanzheng read it quickly, his face changing color, and he said, This is bad. Jitang is in danger. What? What's going on? Housekeeper Kai was frightened and clutching his chest, almost sitting down on the ground. Housekeeper Kai, don't worry. I am here. I won't let anything happen to Jitang, Wu Yuanzheng said quickly, helping him sit on the nearby sofa. Yuanzheng, don't worry about me. You should go find Mississippi. She's different now. She's thinking of you all the time. Every time she comes here, she mentions you and says she wants to live a good life with you, Housekeeper Kai said, easing after sitting down. Jitang, did she really say that? Wu Yuanzheng was surprised to hear this. That day on the road, he had already received her and personally sent her to another courtyard, but Jitang didn't recognize him the whole time. Why would Jitang say such things? Wu Yuanzheng was confused. Of course, if you don't believe me or old Zhao, you can ask him. Every time Jitang comes, does she mention you? Housekeeper Kai asked. Hearing this, Wu Yuanzheng knew Housekeeper Kai wasn't making things up. Housekeeper Kai, I'll go find Uncle Zhao to take care of you. I need to help Jitang first, Wu Yuanzheng said. He wanted to leave immediately, but seeing that Housekeeper Kai was unwell, he didn't dare to leave him. You don't need to worry about me. I'll have Little Black go call Uncle Zhao. When he gets to Uncle Zhao's house and pulls on his pant leg, he'll know I called him. Don't doubt it. Last time Jitang came, you didn't believe me either, but Little Black really called Uncle Zhao, and he even praised Little Black for being clever, Housekeeper Kai explained. Actually, Housekeeper Kai was fine, just startled by the sudden news that Miss was in danger. Now that he had calmed down, he felt much better. All right, I'll go now, Wu Yuanzheng said. Seeing Little Black obediently run out of the yard toward Uncle Zhao's house, Wu Yuanzheng believed him. Especially since this matter was confirmed by Jitang, Wu Yuanzheng would not doubt it anymore. In his mind, Shun Jitang is like the sky. If she points east, he won't go west. Hurry up, hurry up. You must protect the young lady. Don't worry, sir. Jitong will be fine. Seeing that Steward Kai's face turned rosy, feeling his pulse and noticing his strong, steady heartbeat, Wu Yuanjing believed he was not in serious danger. Plus, Uncle Zhao was about to arrive, so he could take good care of him. Afraid something might happen to Jitong, Wu Yuanjing left first under Steward Kai's urgent urging. Shen Jitong came out of the space and felt that the cargo container was no longer swaying. She knew it had been lifted onto the ship. At this moment, the cargo ship sounded its horn and started to sail. Shen Jitong stepped out of the container. The area was empty of people. She stood on the deck, watching the dock grow smaller in the distance. Suddenly, she saw a military jeep rushing toward the dock. It stopped, and a tall man got out of the vehicle. The man looked at the gradually departing ship, stared blankly for a while, then suddenly got back into the car and drove away from the dock. Shen Jitong felt that the man looked a bit familiar, but he was too far away to see clearly, only a rough outline. She quietly sneaked to the lower living area of the ship, casually took a deep blue crew uniform and a safety helmet. After changing into them in a restroom, she deliberately darkened her face, tied her hair into a bun, and hid it under the helmet. After some disguise, she moved in the night, easily mistaken for a weak crew member by others. Shen Jitong wandered around the living area, meeting some crew members along the way. No one seemed to find anything unusual about her. After all, the ship was so big, and not everyone would recognize new crew members immediately. Finally, Shen Jitong found Wu Xiaolong and his family. They must have bribed the captain, as they were doing quite well on the ship, even assigned a cabin for their stay. While they were eating, Shen Jitong slipped into their cabin and then hid in the space. In the space, she watered the vegetables and fruit trees. The peanuts and sweet potatoes had already started climbing vines, and the fruit trees she planted had grown to knee height. The vegetables' leaves were as big as palms. Shen Jitong was sure that even if she were trapped in a desert or on an ice sheet, as long as she had the space, she could survive. There is water, food, and vegetables in the space. She can live inside without any problem. Shen Jitong starts thinking about planting rice. She has never farmed before, so she guesses that she needs to turn the black land into fields, then scatter rice seeds into the water. Following her idea, she creates about 1 mu of field. Then, she plants rice seeds like vegetables, spacing them out and scattering 7 or 8 seeds at a time. If it doesn't work, she can ask an experienced farmer later. For now, she treats it as an experiment to pass the time. Shen Jitong is busy in the space, working quickly. An hour later, Wu Xiaolong returns to the cabin with his 2 wives and children. Although they bribed the captain, the ship's cabins are limited. The captain couldn't give them separate rooms, so the whole family squeezes into one cabin. Surprisingly, they are all talking happily. Even Zhang Lisha and Lu Xiaomei have made peace and stopped fighting fiercely. Shen Jitong is lying comfortably in the space, listening clearly to their conversation. Suddenly, Lu Xiaomei says, "Xiaolong, you are really generous. You even gave Shen Jitong a box of small yellow croakers. That's a big loss. Didn't you already give Gao's family a box of small yellow croakers? What do you know? Jitong is causing trouble. If I don't give her something, she won't agree to register with Gao Jianren.
How can we get on the ship then?
You can't be stingy with small yellow croakers and expect to catch wolves. Besides, the treasures in cargo container 18, once sold in Hong Kong, can be easily turned into money. It's enough for our family to live comfortably. Whatever you want, we have it. Don't argue over those small yellow croakers."
Wu Xiaolong proudly says, "Dad, really?
Are we going to have money soon? Why didn't you spend it in Shanghai before?" Wu Yaozu asks confused. "Foolish son, if we spend it in Shanghai, we'll get caught and thrown into a fight. In Hong Kong, we can spend freely. I want to buy a luxury house on the hilltop with a swimming pool so you can live comfortably. I also plan to invest in a big company and become a boss."
Ha!
Wu Xiaolong laughs like an emperor about to ascend the throne. "Dad, I want to buy the most beautiful and expensive clothes. Qianfen quickly flatteringly says. I also want to buy beautiful clothes, wear the most expensive jewelry, and I heard Hong Kong is a paradise for the wealthy. I want to donate some money to charity and make friends with wealthy ladies. Lu Xiaomei happily planned her future. I want to buy a sports car, Wu Yaozu suddenly said. I want one too, Xiao Long. I want to open a wine estate that sells red wine. You promised me, Zhang Lisha sweetly said. No problem. Everything is arranged. Wu Xiaolong waved his hand happily. With many wives and children and finally shedding the shame of being a burden to the Shin family, he could now proudly call himself Mr. Wu. Dad, this is great. I have a sports car now. I can take pretty girls for rides. You should buy me the most expensive sports car in Hong Kong. When those girls see it, they'll cry and want to get in my car. Haha, I don't want ugly girls, only the most beautiful ones. Wu Yaozu kept thinking about this. Dear, I will make my red wine estate the best in Hong Kong. Then I will be the most respected wine estate owner in the city. With my skills, I will make all entertainment venues in Hong Kong use my red wine and be proud of it. Zhang Lisha was also dreaming happily. She sat on Wu Xiaolong's lap and occasionally touched his face. She was used to going to fancy places, and these actions were natural to her. Others around thought it was inappropriate. Lu Xiaomei and her son saw this and felt angry, but they forced smiles. Lu Xiaomei quickly sat behind Wu Xiaolong and pressed his shoulders, trying to flatter him. Yaozu is still a student. If you start a company, let Qianfen help you first. When Yaozu graduates from university, Qianfen can get married, and you can give her a good dowry. As long as Qianfen is well prepared, it will be easier for Yaozu to take over. Sure, both the daughter and the son are important. When the time comes, if the daughter gets married, I will give her a big dowry, haha. Wu Xiaolong felt that now his wives and concubines were obedient, all under his control. They no longer fought or argued. He truly considered himself a top man and felt very proud inside. If it weren't for my children in front of me, I would want to sleep all together and enjoy the happiness of being united. Qianfen pretended to pour a glass of water to show her respect and then handed it over, saying, Dad, here is some water for you. My dad is really capable. He has kept all his promises to us before. That's great. Now that I am going to Hong Kong, I don't have to pretend anymore. Can I go back to calling myself Wufan? Of course, once you're in Hong Kong, you must call yourself Wufan. You are my daughter after all. Your mother, back then, was forced to teach the Qian family. She was already pregnant with you, but didn't want the Shin family to find out. She even hired a private detective to investigate me. Reluctantly, your mother married into the Qian family, which made her suspicions disappear. Actually, your mother was over a month pregnant with you, and I am definitely the father. Xiao Long proudly revealed. Shun Jitong listened carefully in the space. Feeling so angry, she almost clenched her teeth. It turns out that her terrible father had an affair behind her mother's back before she died, and Qianfen is actually his biological daughter? No wonder she went to such lengths to send them to Hong Kong. She personally boarded the boat just to listen to their confessions. When people are proud and forget themselves, they tend to reveal their past proud achievements. Shun Jitong grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds in the space, cracked them open while sipping fragrant tea, and listened to their confessions, acting as a perfect gossip enthusiast. Dad, thank you for giving me the chance to become your daughter. In Hong Kong, I will wholeheartedly support you. Let's work together to make our family's company the best in Hong Kong. Later, you can introduce me to a handsome young master from the Li or Hui family. A marriage between these two families would make us the strongest family in Hong Kong. Qianfen was daydreaming happily. Shin Jitan couldn't help but chuckle quietly in the space. With Qianfen's face, which looked like her grandmother's stern face, she still dreams of marrying the most handsome and wealthy young master in Hong Kong. That young master would probably need to gouge out his eyes first to notice her. Having money doesn't mean she can do whatever she wants. Moreover, once in Hong Kong, Qianfen would probably spend all her time learning plastic flower arranging to support her family, leaving no time to meet the handsome young masters from the Li or her families. Dad, I want to I want to marry the richest and most beautiful daughter in Hong Kong, who speaks 5 languages and help with housework, cooking, and raising children at home. Wu Yaozu didn't know where he heard it, but he believed that the richest and most beautiful young lady in Hong Kong, who also spoke 5 languages, would be willing to help him, a fool, with chores at home, cooking, and raising children. Shin Jitong laughed so hard she almost hurt her stomach. This kind of gossip is the best. Which wealthy young lady in Hong Kong would take the wrong medicine? Being able to speak 5 languages shows she is very smart and educated. Would she have children with someone like Wu Yaozu, who can't even speak proper English? And wash his clothes? Haha, it's hilarious. Moreover, Wu Yaozu going to Hong Kong to work as a doorman or a little helper is already a good job. His thoughts are too idealistic. Shin Jitong was happily watching in her space. Meanwhile, Zhang Lisha, hugging Wu Xiaolong's neck, was also dreaming. Sir, I want to buy 2 villas on the mountain. 1 for me and 1 for my sister. If I have more children, 1 villa won't be enough. Zhang Lisha looked sweet and charming. Lu Xiaomei, hearing this, was unhappy. She reached from behind Wu Xiaolong, slapped Zhang Lisha, and scolded angrily. You're dreaming. How many children do you want to have? Back in the day at Bailman, you were the star performer. Did mommy give you medicine that prevents pregnancy? You can't have children anymore, and you still want more? Sir, if she can have children, be careful. She might have been sneaked in from outside, pretending to be someone else. You're just talking. Why hit my face? When I was with the master, you were out in the countryside, picking manure. Zhang Lisha covered her face, angry. Enough, stop arguing. We have everything. Just enough, okay? This time, I brought most of the Shin family's assets. It's more than you can imagine. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. And if I see you arguing again, I'll deduct 10,000 yuan each time. Wu Xiaolong spoke. The 2 women immediately quieted down, just glaring at each other. Wu Xiaolong was very pleased with his control of the situation. He snorted and said, You all think you're the most miserable, but actually I am. To get the Shin family's wealth, I had to work hard to please Miss Shin, and only then did she like me and agree to marry me. Otherwise, the old man was very cunning. He checked my ancestors 3 generations back and tried to persuade his daughter not to marry me. I hinted to her that if she fasted for 3 days, the old man would give in. Sure enough, she obeyed, and after 3 days of fasting, the old man, feeling sorry for her, couldn't hold on and finally relented. But he wanted me to become a live-in son-in-law. I felt helpless and had to accept it, feeling wronged but resigned. However, being a son-in-law also has its benefits, like getting close to their way of life. Let me share a secret, something no one knows. Since I am leaving the mainland soon, I can tell it today. This secret has been in my heart for many years. When Wu Xiaolong reached this point, not only the few people outside, but even Shin Jitong stopped eating sunflower seeds and listened carefully to the important secret he was about to reveal. All these years of holding it in? It must be a huge secret. Master, what secret? Hurry up and tell us. We're so curious. Zhang Lisha, looking charming, kept leaning on Wu Xiaolong, rubbing against him like a husky dog. Foxy, can you stop rubbing so much? Lu Xiaomei was about to get angry. Openly flirting in front of the children. How can that be appropriate? Enough, stop arguing. Just listen to Dad's secret, Wu Yaozu said impatiently. Both are mothers, whether it's Auntie or Big Annie. Whoever can give him money to spend is his real mother. In his eyes, it doesn't matter who is his mother. As soon as his son called out, Lu Xiaomei quieted down. All right, I'll tell you. Wu Xiaolong kept everyone waiting, then cleared his throat and slowly said, Do you think today you can comfortably enjoy the Shin family's wealth? It's not that simple. All of this is the result of my enduring humiliation and hardship. I carefully cultivated trust in the Shin family for over 10 years, lowering myself and gaining their confidence. Then I added some toxins into their food, substances that cause illness after a while. On the surface, they just seem to have this or that illness, but in reality it's caused by those toxins. The old man is old, When he eats it, the symptoms flare up quickly, and he dies within a few years. The young woman is healthier, so she lasted longer before passing away. See how powerful I am. If it weren't for me, would you still want to spend the Shen family's money? Wu Xiaolong finished, straightening his back proudly. The family heard this and looked at each other in surprise, then suddenly burst into cheers. Master, you're so amazing. You're more patient than Han Xian was when he was humiliated, and you finally turned the tables on them. Master, I admire you the most in this world. Zhang Lisha flattered him very eagerly. No wonder we are living such good days now. I always thought old man Shin was holding back, never giving you a share of the company or letting you hold a high position. Turns out he was always wary of you. Fortunately, Master didn't show mercy. Master, you planned everything carefully. You've worked hard. These past 15 years, you've been wronged. Lu Xiaomei also looked surprised and stepped forward to kiss Wu Xiaolong on the cheek. Although such a bold move in front of the children might seem daring, it was understandable because Wu Xiaolong had Zhang Lisha by his side. If she didn't take the initiative now, Master's heart might drift even further away. Outside, everyone was celebrating. It was a wild cheer. But inside the space, Shen Jitong was furious. It turned out that her grandfather and mother shouldn't have died so young. The scoundrel was the culprit. Women with beauty and money shouldn't have to deal with such villains. Shen Jitong was determined to punish her scoundrel father even more. Just as they were celebrating, there was a knock on the cabin door. Wu Xiaolong pushed Zhang Lisha off his lap and stood up to open the door, saying, "It should be Captain Lin here to collect the remaining boat fare." "Be quiet, don't make noise." When Wu Xiaolong boarded the ship, each family paid 2 small yellow fish as the boat fare. They agreed that after boarding, each person would pay the remaining 2 small yellow fish. The door opened and sure enough, it was Captain Lin outside. "Mr. Wu, I'm here to collect the agreed boat fare." Captain Lin spoke directly and without courtesy. "Captain Lin, please come in." "Wait a moment, I'll get it for you." Wu Xiaolong was very eager to please Captain Lin because he would be living on the ship for about a week. In this small, closed community on the boat, the captain was like the boss, and he couldn't afford to offend him. After Captain Lin entered the cabin, Wu Xiaolong quickly opened his black suitcase. But when he opened it, he found that the small yellow fish box hidden among his clothes was gone, replaced by a brick. Wu Xiaolong froze in shock. "Who opened my suitcase?" He pressed anxiously and shouted. "No, isn't there a password?" "I didn't touch anything." Wu Yaozu's eyes flickered. He had actually touched things before, but he didn't expect there to be a password, so he couldn't open it. Since he was young, he had a habit of stealing small things. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't steal something. He learned this from his mother, Lu Xiaomei, who liked to go into Shen Jitong's room and show off valuable items they found. Over time, he thought stealing was the fastest way to get money with no cost, just daring to do it. He also started stealing from his family members' belongings, developing a habit. "I didn't touch anything either. I was sitting below the whole time on the boat." Qianfen quickly spoke up. "I didn't touch anything." Zhang Lisha and Lu Xiaomei both shrugged. At this moment, they didn't realize how serious the situation was. Captain Lin frowned impatiently. He didn't care about their family matters, but he didn't want the ship's funds to disappear. "Hurry up, I need to patrol." "I don't have time for your delays," Captain Lin said impatiently to Wu Xiaolong. "Yes, right away. I also packed money in other boxes." Wu Xiaolong quickly nodded and bowed. Then he opened another box. There was no yellow or white items, just a few bricks. He opened several more, all the same. Now Wu Xiaolong was stunned. He dumped out all the clothes and miscellaneous items from the boxes. After emptying each one, he still didn't find his little yellow fish, cash, or Hong Kong dollars. "It who stole from my suitcase. Hand it over, or I'll use family rules on you." Wu Xiaolong was angry. "No, sir, we are all family. How could we steal from ourselves?" Lu Xiaomei was terrified. Zhang Lisha was also confused. Seeing their expressions, Wu Xiaolong squatted down, holding his head with both hands. Who could it be? Who stole the money from his suitcase? He was puzzled. He didn't blame Shen Jitong because in his mind, Shen Jitong was always a timid, useless young lady who was afraid of trouble. He believed that others didn't understand Shen Jitong, but as a father, he knew exactly what she was capable of. So far, Shen Jitong's biggest value was that she had a ticket to get on the ship, relying on her pretty face. If it weren't for her good looks, Shen Jitong would just be a useless person with no value in this world. So even now, Wu Xiaolong wouldn't think that Shen Jitong had the ability to steal his belongings. If you have no money, Mr. Wu, please get off the boat. The next stop is Ningbo Station, arriving tomorrow morning. You and your family should leave then, Captain Lin said coldly. His once friendly tone turned cold and harsh. This is reality. If you have no money, don't act like a big shot. What? Get off the boat? No way. If we do, we're doomed. Lu Xiaomei was so scared she almost fainted. Their family was fleeing, and if they got off in Ningbo and were sent back to Shanghai, they would be immediately thrown into jail. Zhang Lisha also felt dizzy. She thought her wealthy life in Hong Kong was about to begin, but now the cold reality hit her hard. Sure enough, people are nothing without money. Wu Xiaolong was stunned when he heard this. He quickly stood up and said, Captain Lin, don't worry, I won't skip out on the boat fare. I have another container, number 18, on your ship. If you come with me to open it, you'll find valuables inside that can cover our fare. When Captain Lin heard Wu Xiaolong still had money, his tone warmed up and said, All right, let's go get it now. Wu Xiaolong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, straightened up, and glared at his family in the cabin, shouting, Anyone who stole anything, better confess now. Otherwise, when we get back, I'll throw you into the sea. Master, I'll go with you, Zhang Lisha said immediately, eager to find out how much wealth Wu Xiaolong had brought to Hong Kong. Was his talk about starting a company and buying a villa just bragging? If he wasn't lying, then when she arrived in Hong Kong, she would serve him gently and carefully. If he was just bragging, she wasn't afraid. Once in Hong Kong, the lively nightlife was exactly where she could shine. Getting back into that glamorous scene was her specialty. She had been away from such places for over 10 or 20 years, and she truly missed the nightlife. As Zhang Lisha moved, Lu Xiaomei couldn't sit still. We can't let Zhang Lisha find out everything about the family's belongings while she remains unaware. Sir, I want to go too. If there are many things, I can help carry them. Seeing Lu Xiaomei volunteer, her two children also insisted on joining. So, everyone in the cabin followed Wu Xiaolong to the upper cargo deck. Shen Jitong, hearing no one outside, stepped out of the space and stayed quietly behind them. If she didn't see the excitement, going on the ship would be pointless. Captain Lin led the way and quickly found the deck where container 18 was located. Wu Xiaolong took out his key, hurriedly opened the container door, and led everyone inside. Captain Lin shined his flashlight, revealing some boxes at the entrance, which Shen Jitong intentionally left there. Look, Captain, paying for the ship isn't a problem. Inside, there are gold bars. Wu Xiaolong, who had just lost face in front of the captain, now wanted to regain his dignity by showing off. Captain Lin's eyes flickered with a smile and said, Mr. Wu, you are indeed wealthy. This box of gold bars could let you live like a noble in Hong Kong. Just joking, Wu Xiaolong saw Captain Lin regain respect and proudly open the box. Oh, Mr. Wu, are you joking? Is this really gold? The flashlight shone on the box, clearly showing that it was filled with bricks. Oops, the gold should be under the bricks. Aching is quite careful, probably worried someone might open the box and think it's gold, so he placed some bricks on top. Wu Xiaolong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly moved the bricks away. But he was stunned. After removing the bricks, the box was still filled with bricks. He hurriedly opened other boxes, but they all looked the same. He snatched Captain Lin's flashlight and dug deep into the container. After pulling apart the textiles, he found no gold at all. Wu Xiaolong sat on the ground, pale and hopeless. Mr. Wu, where are your valuables? Besides the bricks, I see nothing else, Captain Lin said bluntly. Aching must be the one causing trouble. No wonder he hasn't come home these past few days. He must have secretly replaced our valuables and run off. No wonder he didn't come on the ship today. Wu Xiaolong finally understood and angrily scolded Kai Guqing. Shun Jitong was hiding nearby, watching him curse Kai Qing, and couldn't help but smile. If Kai Qing knew, he would definitely shout for justice. In the past life, Kai Qing truly didn't do anything wrong. He went to Hong Kong with Wu Xiaolong, enjoyed the Shin family's wealth, and became a prominent person. Mr. Wu, no matter what happens, I only want the ship's funds. If you can't pay, you will have to leave the ship tomorrow. I have many things on board and can't stay here arguing with you. Sorry, I won't stay. After speaking, Captain Lin turned and left. Oh no, my gold bars, my antiques, my famous paintings, all gone. All my years of hard work. Wu Xiaolong was crying outside the cargo hold, hugging his head. What's going on, sir? Lu Xiaomei's heart sank, but what was more frightening was that they might be thrown into Ningbo port tomorrow. Wouldn't that mean death? What's going on? All our huge wealth is gone. Stolen by Kai Qing, that scoundrel. I want to find him and settle this. Wu Xiaolong jumped up. Lu Xiaomei quickly held him back and said, Sir, stay calm. If we want to confront Kai Qing, we need to wait until after Hong Kong and think of a plan slowly. If we are forced off the ship tomorrow, we will be dead once we land in Ningbo. Think of a way quickly. Hearing Lu Xiaomei, everyone fell silent with fear. Losing a lot of wealth was painful, but life was the most important. Without life, there was nothing to enjoy. Yes, Dad, let's try to gather the ship's funds first. We should go to Hong Kong, see if anyone there can help us, and then come back to settle with Kai Qing and get our things back. Qianfen suddenly came to her senses and advised. Yes, Xiaofen, that's a good idea. Lu Xiaomei also thought saving their lives was the priority. Wu Xiaolong was heartbroken, more painful than having his heart torn out.
But there was no choice.
No matter how painful, he could only face reality. Gather what you can, any valuable watches, necklaces, earrings, bring them out, Wu Xiaolong weakly said. Zhang Lisha, in the dark, quickly took off her gold earrings and hid them in her pocket. She also took off a pearl ring from her finger, which was less valuable, and said, Sir, I have a pearl ring here. Dad, I have a gold necklace. Qianfen quickly took off her necklace, fearing for her life. I have a jade pendant that should be worth some money. Dad, let's think of a way when we get to Hong Kong. Wu Yazu took off the jade ornament from his neck, showing a bit of responsibility. Sir, I have a jade bracelet that I bought for 2 small yellow fish, and this gold chain is also worth something. Lu Xiaomei, though reluctant, had to gather enough money for the boat ticket. She reluctantly took off her bracelet and necklace. I also have a Rolex watch. Together, these should be enough. Wu Xiaolong took off his watch, feeling overwhelmed. He looked at these valuable items and thought about the empty box. How would they survive in Hong Kong? But first, they had to get through this difficult moment. Wu Xiaolong's face was pale as he took these valuables to Captain Lin. After much pleading and flattery, Captain Lin finally accepted the items and promised not to throw them off the boat. However, when Wu Xiaolong was about to leave, Captain Lin suddenly said, These things you just gave are only enough to cover the boat fare. You still need money for food and drinks for the next 7 days. Wu Xiaolong was stunned. Weren't these items supposed to include food and drink? It was clear Captain Lin was trying to extort them. But could he stand up to him? No, he couldn't. Captain Lin, I really have nothing else to offer. Please, let us go. The value of this watch and bracelet is more than enough for the boat fare. Wu Xiaolong almost knelt. Yes, they were expensive when you bought them, but they've depreciated. They're not worth that much now. If you don't have money, I have an idea. What do you think? Captain Lin suddenly said this. Wu Xiaolong's heart sank. He felt it wasn't a good idea. Captain Lin, tell me. What's the idea? But the situation was beyond their control. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. Wu Xiaolong could only speak humbly. I think your 2 wives look nice, and their skin is well maintained. We sailors rarely get to see such noble ladies. Captain Lin seemed to be complimenting the women, but Wu Xiaolong's face turned pale. Captain Lin, I'm afraid my wife wouldn't be happy with that. Who wants to wear a green hat on their own head? Wu Xiaolong wanted to avoid it if possible. Oh? Mr. Wu, you can take these watches and rings back. When you go to Ningbo, you can get off the boat. Captain Lin's face turned cold. Captain Lin, please don't. Getting off in Ningbo might cost us our lives. Exactly. I just want to sleep with your wife. Sleeping a little won't kill you. Why are you so worried? Afterward, you can wash up and still sleep just fine. I'm not carrying poison or sickness. Huh. Captain Lin laughed arrogantly. Just once, Wu Xiaolong tried to negotiate. Smack. A heavy slap landed on Wu Xiaolong's face. Do you think you can make demands of me? Captain Lin's face was not only cold, but looked ready to kill. Wu Xiaolong was scared and embarrassed. His life was now in the other man's hands, so he covered his face, thought for a moment, and said reluctantly, Then, which one do you want to sleep with first? Shun Jitang listened to all this from the space, almost laughing out loud. She never expected that her bad father was so weak when facing stronger people, flexible and cunning. Such a man would easily betray his mistress and second mistress. Sure enough, men are so cheap. Women have nothing to do with it. This was what she wanted. It felt great. Now he was just betraying his mistresses. When they arrived in Hong Kong and couldn't even get a meal, what would happen then? Shun Jitang was very curious, but unfortunately, she couldn't go with them. Bring both of them over. If I only sleep with one, wouldn't the other feel unfair? Captain Lin hesitated for a few seconds and then said seriously. Wu Xiaolong clenched his teeth and swallowed his regret. He wished he had asked the right question. He should have just brought Zhang Lisha out earlier. Lisha was from a place of entertainment and knew how to coax men. He believed one Zhang Lisha could handle Captain Lin, but he was careless with his words. Now, he couldn't even protect Lu Xiaomei. Lu Xiaomei still had 2 children. How could she lift her head in front of them in the future? Wu Xiaolong could only slump back into the cabin. Shun Jitang thought her bad father would hesitate for a long time, but surprisingly, in less than 10 minutes, he returned quickly with the mistress and second mistress to Captain Lin's cabin. Just have a good chat with Captain Lin. No need to rush back. After speaking to his woman, Wu Xiaolong smiled pleasingly at Captain Lin, then exited the cabin and locked the door behind him. So, the 2 women were tricked into coming here? Shin Jitang was very shocked. Leaning against the cabin, Wu Xiaolong heard the women inside exclaiming in surprise. His face twisted with shame, then tears of deep emotion and pain flowed down his face. He muttered, Xiaomei, Lisa, I will never forget your sacrifices for me. When I get to Hong Kong and recover the assets, I will repay you both greatly. After saying this, Wu Xiaolong seemed to feel redeemed. He wiped his tears from his cheeks and decisively left the cabin. Shun Jitang was truly stunned. She had seen shameless men before, but never one this shameless. This scoundrel father kept shocking her again and again. And he still wanted to repay them? It's laughable. When he gets rich, just like with the Shen family, he will think their kindness was actually mockery. Once he's successful, he'll look down on the Shen family. As long as the Shen family exists, he's just a dependent son-in-law. Only by getting rid of the Shen family members can he become truly powerful. If he really shows his true colors in Hong Kong, he will definitely cut down these 2 women who sold themselves for him first. Because as long as these women are around him, they will constantly remind him that he's been cuckolded, whether he chose to wear the green hat himself or was forced into it. Shin Jitang left the space and followed her scoundrel father back to the ship's cabin. Dad, where's my mom? You took her and Aunt Zhang out, but didn't bring them back together? Qian Fan asked nervously. After all, she was a grown girl and thought more deeply. She even wondered if Zhang Lisha and her mother were fighting over him, and that's why he took them out to settle things. Maybe they fought on the way and both fell into the sea. But she never expected that her father had taken them out to sacrifice them. They're busy outside. Why are you asking so many questions? Look carefully when you have time. Did you bring any jewelry with you? You can sell it in Hong Kong. That scoundrel Wu Xiaolong continued to curse Ah Qing. Ah Qing was lying peacefully in his grave, falsely accused. He was probably furious and wanted to jump out of his grave. After you left, I heard monsters fighting inside. Mom and Aunt Zhang were crying loudly, calling out for help and begging them to stop. I wanted to open the hatch to save them, but my wrist was still hurt, and I was too weak to open it. So I had to come back. Wu Yaozu suddenly appeared outside the hatch. His words made Wu Xiaolong angry, his face turning red and then pale. Why are you running around on the boat, you little brat? If a wave hits and pulls you into the sea, you'll definitely die. From now on, both of you stay quiet and stay inside. Don't go out without my permission. Wu Xiaolong cursed loudly. Wu Yaozu wanted to say something, but after being scolded, he didn't dare speak. Qianfen didn't understand at first, but then she suddenly realized. Her face changed and she said, Dad, did Mom and Aunt Zhang go to see Captain Lin? Are they being bullied? He's a bully and a pervert. I want to tell someone about this. She stood up excitedly, about to go out. Are you stupid? He's the captain. He's the boss. Who are you going to tell? Wu Xiaolong grabbed her and made her sit down. Dad, even if it's just Zhang Lisha, what about my mom? Qianfen was deeply upset and felt humiliated. Before Lu Xiaomei married Wu Xiaolong, she knew he was her real father, living in a fancy small house, enjoying a privileged life. She dreamed that one day, after her mother was officially recognized, she could live a wealthy life like Miss Shin Jitong. She secretly hated Shin Jitong, thinking it was her and her mother who kept her family from being happy and together. Finally, she also lived in her dream house. But she never expected her father to be so weak and cowardly, selling her mother in an instant. Wu Xiaolong, who was already ashamed of wearing a cuckold, endured it silently as long as his children didn't know. But he didn't expect Qianfen to bring it up and shame him. Wu Xiaolong got angry and slapped her face, shouting, Stop being so stubborn. Your mom and Aunt Zhang were just talking, negotiating with Captain Lin. Otherwise, he would charge us more for meals. Do we even have money for that now? Qianfen covered her face and cried. Dad, is that true? Did they just go to talk? Yes, really? How could I lie to you? Wu Xiaolong tried to convince himself. Dad, I want to tell you something. I think I saw Shin Jitong on the boat just now. Wu Yaozu finally managed to speak.
What? Impossible.
How could Shin Jitong be on the boat? Qianfen covered her face, forgetting to cry. Maybe you saw wrong. Jitong and Jianren went to get their marriage certificate. How could she be on the boat? Wu Xiaolong also didn't believe it. Maybe, perhaps. I saw her on the deck, then she disappeared quickly. Wu Yaozu thought for a moment and suddenly jumped up. Dad, is she a ghost? Did Gao Jianren kill her? Last time at home, you said Gao Jianren often kills small animals and hangs their skins on trees. Did he kill her? Stop talking nonsense. Gao Jianren is crazy about your sister. He wouldn't kill her easily. Wu Xiaolong sighed. Shin Jitong was surprised. She didn't expect they all knew about Gao Jianren's bad habits. And they encouraged her to marry Gao Jianren? Aren't they afraid he might hurt her? Shin Jitong remembered that in her past life, there was a basement in her house, always locked, and Gao Jianren never allowed her to go down there. The key was in his hand. He often stayed in the basement for hours. When he was in a bad mood, he would go in, and when he came out, he looked energized and bright. Once, while she was washing clothes upstairs, she saw a girl covered in blood suddenly crawling out onto their lawn. She was startled and hurried downstairs to see what was happening. But when she got downstairs, only Gao Jianren was there, and the girl was gone. She asked Gao Jianren if he saw a girl covered in blood. He told her she was probably seeing things and that he had been downstairs the whole time, so he didn't see any girl. She thought she was mistaken and didn't investigate further. The scene was too terrifying to seem real. Now that she thought about it, the place where the girl crawled out was the vent of the basement that was exposed to the ground. Could Gao Jianren be imprisoning women in the basement for torture? Was that girl trying to escape and was caught? But in the end, Gao Jianren found her and dragged her back to the basement? Shin Jitong felt a shiver. She remembered that in her past life, the police often posted missing person notices near her community. Most of the notices were for young women. Oh my God, was Gao Jianren a serial killer? Shin Jitong thought to herself, no wonder those two little ingrates never blinked when hurting her. It turns out they inherited their father's twisted killer genes. She was useful to the Gao family because she could be a nanny and take care of the children, so Gao Jianren didn't harm her. Thinking about it, she felt a chill down her spine. All right, maybe I was mistaken, Wu Yaozu muttered, then suddenly shouted, "Dad, I feel dizzy." He then collapsed onto the ground and fainted. This made Wu Xiaolong very anxious. He stepped forward to pick up his older brother and put him on the bed. But even though Wu Yaozu was only 14, he weighed over 160 pounds. Wu Xiaolong couldn't lift him easily. With Qian Fun's help, the two of them finally managed to drag Wu Yaozu onto the bed, like dragging a dead dog. "Dad, Yaozu has a fever. He's burning up." Qian Fun touched Wu Yaozu's forehead and was startled. Wu Xiaolong also checked his son's forehead and confirmed he had a fever. He saw that the blue-black mark from the snakebite on his son's arm hadn't shrunk, but had grown larger. He was frightened and said, "Did he not take his medicine? It seems the snake venom is acting up again. I gave him medicine, but he said he was fine. He didn't want to take it because it was too bitter." Qian Fun was also worried. "How are you taking care of your brother? If something happens to Yaozu, you risk your life." Wu Xiaolong was furious. Yaozu was supposed to carry on the family line. They finally had a son. If he had any problems, how could the Wu family pass on its legacy? Wu Xiaolong had forgotten that he no longer had a family business. He still held onto the hope of finding Qing and recovering lost assets. Qian Fun looked aggrieved. Hadn't she already told Yaozu to take his medicine? Since Yaozu refused to take it himself, what could she do? Wu Yaozu was used to being arrogant and domineering. If he didn't want to do something, no one could force him, no matter how much they begged. "Where's the medicine? Bring it quickly." Wu Xiaolong casually slapped Qian Fun again. He had already lost a huge fortune and was wearing a green hat, so he was in a bad mood. Now that his son was sick, he was even more anxious and angry. Qian Fun, being nearby, became the outlet for his frustration. Qian Fun covered her face but dared not cry. She went to find the medicine. Seeing the scene, Shun Jitang couldn't help but think of Xiaohua. If Xiaohua were here, releasing Xiaohua, these three people would definitely be scared out of their wits. But forget it, Xiaohua was a wild animal and didn't like being confined in a space. And honestly, Shun Jitang is also afraid of slippery longworms, or she wouldn't have let the little flower go so easily. Qian Fun brought the medicine from the hospital, and Wu Xiaolong helped Yaozu to sit up, forcing him to take the medicine. Seeing their family's messy state, Shun Jitang couldn't help but shake her head and mutter, "Less than a day, and they're already falling apart without money." It seems money is their strongest glue. Shun Jitang was watering the vegetable and fruit gardens in her space. The greens had grown another batch. She replaced the seeds with some vegetable seeds, which are said to be good for calcium, so she could eat more of them when she had time. She stored all the harvested vegetables in large buckets she bought, so she could take them whenever needed. She found that even after storing, the greens wouldn't spoil and stayed fresh and lively as when they were just picked. Shun Jitang felt a bit worried. She had planted so many vegetables, and she might not finish eating them all. Suddenly, she thought maybe she could buy some medicinal seed varieties, plant them in turns, and grow herbs for health and wellness. The small trees in the orchard had grown to about waist height, lush and green. Shun Jitang looked forward to having self-serve fruit. The peanuts and sweet potatoes seemed to need more than 3 days to mature. Right now, they only had leaves and no fruit. In the rice paddies, the green shoots had grown to about the size of a palm, and it looked like they would need 10 days to half a month to ripen. With plenty of supplies in her space, Shun Jitang wasn't in a hurry. While watching the drama of her unworthy father and his family, she enjoyed her food and drinks, living happily. However, she couldn't stay on the boat for too long. She planned to find a chance to disembark when she arrived in Ningbo early tomorrow morning. As for her unworthy father's family living in Hong Kong, she left it to housekeeper Kai to ask his old friends there to help write letters back with updates. For her late-night snack, Shun Jitang chose a crab meat steamed bun and a bowl of pickled vegetable and yellow croaker soup, which was so delicious her mouth almost flew to the sky. In the cabin, Wu Yaozu's burning fever was starting to make him call for his grandmother. Taking his medicine late didn't suppress his poison. Dad, what should we do? Yaozu doesn't seem to be doing well, Qianfen cried in fear. I'm going to find the doctor on the ship. Wu Xiaolong remembered there was a doctor on board, so he got up and left the cabin, staggering as he groped his way to find someone on the deck. But he couldn't find the doctor's cabin after a long search, so he had to knock on the captain's door. Captain Lin was inside, impatiently shouting. It's me, Captain Lin. My son is very sick. I want to ask which cabin your doctor is in, so you can call him to see my son. Why are your family members always causing trouble? Captain Lin opened the door with a strange blush on his face. Behind him, two women's cheerful voices could be heard. Wu Xiaolong couldn't bear to look, lowering his head, feeling very upset. What's wrong with Yaozu? When Lu Xiaomei heard her son's name, she hurried out of the cabin. She was only wrapped in a bathrobe, her hair falling over her shoulders, and there was suspicious red rash on her neck. Because it was about her son, she didn't care about embarrassing herself in front of her husband. Moreover, her husband had tricked her here and given her to the captain as a gift. Why should she give him any face? Showing this kind of image in front of her husband made her feel a little bit of revenge. Yaozu didn't take his medicine on time. The snake venom has reacted. He has a high fever and is very drowsy. It's very uncomfortable. We must find a doctor to see him. Wu Xiaolong looked at Lu Xiaomei's reckless appearance and gritted his teeth in anger. Captain Lin suddenly hugged Lu Xiaomei, openly touching her, smiling as he said, It's a small matter. I'll call the chief officer to get the doctor to your cabin. Can you go now? Don't disturb our happiness. Wu Xiaolong looked frustrated and said, Okay, thank you. Before he could leave, Captain Lin had already taken Lu Xiaomei inside and shut the door behind them. Wu Xiaolong felt like he was about to grind his teeth to dust. Helpless, he hurried back to his cabin. In the space, Shen Jitong heard Qianfen calling Wu Yaozu's name repeatedly. She shook her head. Tsk piske, so pitiful. After a while, the ship's doctor arrived, gave Wu Yaozu an antipyretic injection and said, You're lucky. We still have the antidote for snake venom blood serum on board. Otherwise, he would have died. Wu Yaozu was given another dose of the antidote, and Wu Xiaolong expressed his gratitude profusely. Before leaving, the doctor said, Take good care of him. If he runs a fever and gets better by morning, he'll be fine. Make sure he takes his medicine on time and repeat the treatment if necessary. Even a god can't save him if you don't. Shen Jitong was sleeping comfortably in the space. She set an alarm because they would arrive at Ningbo port early in the morning. She planned to leave the ship before dawn. Her plan was to quietly untie the small rescue boat on the side of the ship and row away without anyone noticing. Right now, she was strong enough to do this. If it had been before, she wouldn't have been able to row the rescue boat. At around 4 o'clock, Shun Jitong was awakened by her alarm. Outside the space, everything was quiet. She left the space and saw that Wu Xiaolong and the others were still sleeping. So, she quietly opened the cabin door. Goodbye, Dad, I will never see you again. Wu Yaozu was half asleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shin Jitong leaving the cabin and closing the door behind her. He was so scared he shouted loudly. His shout woke Wu Xiaolong and Qianfen. Yaozu, your fever is gone? Wu Xiaolong quickly checked his son's forehead. The fever had broken, and he let out a sigh of relief. Dad, Shen Jitong, I saw Shen Jitong.
Jitong?
That's impossible. You're dreaming. No, it's real. She left our cabin just now. She was right there a moment ago. Wu Yaozu also felt very scared. How could Shen Jitong suddenly appear? Wu Xiaolong opened the cabin door and looked outside. The deck was empty. You're dreaming. Maybe you had a high fever last night and can't tell dreams from reality. Wu Xiaolong said confidently.
No, Dad.
Could it be a ghost? Shun Jitong's ghost? Did Gao Jianren accidentally kill her? She's angry now, turned into a female ghost, and is coming to find us. Wu Yaozu felt very guilty. His snake poison had almost healed, so why did he suddenly have a relapse last night? It must be Shun Jitong's ghost causing trouble.
Huh.
This? Wu Xiaolong knew Gao Jianren had some strange habits, so he wasn't sure if he had accidentally killed his daughter. He felt guilty. Qianfen also spoke up, trembling. Yaozu, you saw her wrong once, but you can't be mistaken twice. Could Shin Jitong really hold a grudge and turn into a ghost to follow us? Dad, should we burn some incense for her? All right, then. Wu Xiaolong also felt guilty. So, when Lu Xiaomei and Zhang Lisha returned to the cabin, looking worried, they opened the door to find smoke filling the room. In the middle, there was an altar with a simple memorial tablet that read, "In memory of Shin Jitong's beloved daughter." What are you doing? Is Shun Jitong dead? Why are you setting up a memorial for her? Lu Xiaomei's face changed. Mom, it's like this, Wu Yaozu quickly explained, looking pale and nervous. When they heard that Shin Jitong might be gone and turned into a ghost, Lu Xiaomei was scared too. She hurried forward, lit a stick of incense, and whispered a prayer of apology. Shin Jitong left the cabin and slipped onto the deck with the rescue boat. She looked around but saw no one. She was about to untie the rope to lower the boat when someone suddenly shouted, "Stop." "Who are you?" She turned around and saw a crew member holding a shovel, pointing it at her. If he struck hard, Shin Jitong, unarmed, might be seriously injured or worse. "I was told by the captain to lower the rescue boat," Shin Jitong said nervously, trying to stall. She didn't know how long she could delay, but if the man turned around, she would take the chance to hide inside the space. She really didn't want to reveal the secret of the space, but if she had no choice, she would escape into it without hesitation. Her life was more important than anything else. "You're lying. You're not a crew member. Are you a spy trying to sabotage us?" The man was very cautious. At that moment, Shin Jitong saw a chance. Her eyes flickered, and she said, "I'm not a spy. Look behind me. Captain Lin is coming." She turned her head instinctively, but before she could react, someone behind her struck her with a hand chop to the neck, and she fainted. The tall man behind the crew member knocked him out, then bent down, took his belt, and tied him up tightly. He also took off the crew member's knitted gloves, stuffed them into his mouth, and carried him into a nearby cabin, closing the door. "Jitong, come with me," he said. Shin Jitong was stunned. She felt like she had seen this tall man somewhere before. "I am Wu Yuanjing," he said.
What?
"You're Yuanjing? No, you're the officer from the jeep that day." Shin Jitong couldn't believe her ears. She vaguely remembered that they had met not long ago, but at that time, she thought he was just a kind man offering her a ride. "Yes, it's me. Come on, we'll talk later." Wu Yuanjing stepped forward, took her hand, and quickly led her away. Shun Jitong didn't notice that when he first held her hand, his large hand trembled slightly. Her skin was fair and smooth, and in his rough palm, it felt soft and delicate, making him both careful and reluctant to let go. "Yuanjing, how do we get out of here?" Shin Jitong knew this wasn't the time for other questions. Although she had many things to ask, she chose the most important one. "I climbed up using that rope. It would be hard for you to climb down on your own without training. You might fall into the sea. Here's what we'll do. Climb onto my back, and I'll carry you down." Wu Yuanjing pointed to a rope hanging from the side of the ship into the water. Shin Jitong trusted him completely. As soon as she heard his suggestion, she nodded without hesitation. That trust came from the bond they had shared through life and death experiences in the past. Without a moment's doubt, she climbed onto his back when he bent down, wrapping her arms around his neck to steady herself. Feeling her trust gave Wu Yuanjing great courage, and his nervous heart lifted with determination. But his calm didn't last long. The moment Shin Jitong leaned against his back, the closeness made his mind go blank for a second. It was summer and both were wearing light clothes. The thin layers of fabric between them made the contact feel even warmer. Though Shan Jitong looked slender, Wu Yuanjing hadn't expected her to feel so solid and real, and his back felt as if it were burning. When he stood up and his steps wavered slightly, Shen Jitong asked shyly, "Yuanzeng, am I too heavy? I've been eating a lot lately." "Sorry, can you still carry me?" You're not heavy at all.
You're just right.
I can carry you. Wu Yuanjing's voice was low and tight, his face flushed red. But her question, "Can you carry me?" sparked his determination to prove himself. He unfastened his military belt and wrapped it around his waist, tying Shen Jitong and himself tightly together. He was afraid Shen Jitong might lose hold of him halfway and fall into the sea, so he took an extra safety measure. Then, he flipped over the side of the boat, holding the rope with both hands, and carefully slid down. Shen Jitong was very strong, so she held onto his neck, keeping her body steady on Wu Yuanjing's back. She was not worried about falling into the sea. As Wu Yuanjing descended along the rope, she felt the muscles on his back and arms moving. She suddenly realized that no matter how strong she was, she might not be his match. Soon, Wu Yuanjing reached near the water surface. Shen Jitong was wondering what to do next, whether Wu Yuanjing was going to swim back with her. But when she saw the lights below forming the outline of a speedboat, she understood that Wu Yuanjing had arranged for a boat to wait below. She guessed he had also come onto the ship from the speedboat earlier. Wu Yuanjing carefully landed on the boat, then gently took Shen Jitong off his back. After that, he unhooked the hook that was securing the boat to the cargo ship. "Jitong, put on your clothes."
It's cool at sea, he said.
Wu Yuanjing picked up a jacket from the cabin seat and draped it over her shoulders. The sea breeze blew in, bringing a cool feeling. Shen Jitong was not picky. She smelled a faint soap scent on the jacket, without any sweat or strange odors. It was probably Wu Yuanjing's clothes. She obediently pulled the jacket tighter and asked, "I'm fine. I'm not afraid of the cold." This was only their second time meeting. The first time, they didn't know each other. Shen Jitong was in a hurry to rescue housekeeper Kai, so she was flustered and didn't pay attention to anything else. Also, Wu Yuanjing had deliberately hidden himself, pulling his military cap low to cover most of his face. He was sitting in the front, so Shen Jitong couldn't just lift his cap to recognize him. But even in just their second meeting, they felt a silent understanding between them. It was very natural. Although they had been apart since childhood, it felt like they had just parted yesterday. Wu Yuanjing didn't say much and immediately started the speedboat, heading toward the coast. As expected, once the boat started, the wind mixed with sea spray made her feel very cold. Fortunately, Wu Yuanjing gave her a jacket. Without it, Shen Jitong thought she would definitely catch a cold from the wind. After more than half an hour, the speedboat docked at a pier with Wu Yuanjing driving it quickly. This pier was also home to dozens of speedboats, seeming like a base. Wu Yuanjing secured the boat, then stepped ashore. He reached out his hand and pulled Shen Jitang. Shen Jitang stood up and placed her hand in his palm. Wu Yuanjing held her delicate hand and pulled her into his arms. As she was pulled ashore, Shen Jitang wobbled for a moment and almost fell. Wu Yuanjing became a little anxious. He pulled her into a tight hug, and for a moment, everything seemed quiet, as if time had stopped. Shen Jitang leaned into his chest, her ear against his strong heartbeat. "Yuanjing, you're hitting drums here." She left his embrace and gently tapped his chest with her hand. Wu Yuanjing quickly grabbed her hands, pulled her closer, and placed her hands on his chest. His voice was husky and nervous as he asked, "Jitang, you said in your message that you want to marry me. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. I even brought my household registration book. Have you finished the marriage paperwork?" Shen Jitang pretended to be a little upset. "Did I push too hard? Do you not want to marry me?" "No, it's me who took the initiative. I've been chasing after you, giving you flowers every year. I thought you knew."
I definitely want to marry you.
"It's all my doing." Unexpectedly, Wu Yuanjing said a long string of words in one breath. Shen Jitang felt relieved. Who said Wu Yuanjing was just a soldier who couldn't talk well. Isn't he quite good at speaking? He even said things that touched her heart. Yes, it was all him taking the initiative. Of course, Miss Shen, so beautiful and talented. Wu Yuanjing liked her so much that he took the lead. That message was just Shen Jitang's imagination. Shen Jitang's face turned shy with embarrassment. She had lived 2 lives and had never been loved properly. How could she withstand such sincere words? Say more, I love to hear it, Shun Ji-tang shyly said, then leaned into his chest, feeling his strong body and listening to his steady heartbeat. He had long dreamed of this moment, being with the love of his life in the icy palace. Could she really be in his arms now? Ji-tang Tangdang, are you really willing to marry me? I've already completed the marriage paperwork. Are you willing to follow me into the army? I visited housekeeper Kai yesterday, and he told me everything about your family situation. Right now, you are alone at home with no other relatives to care for. Why not come with me? Although life where I am may be tough, I will do my best to protect you and make sure you are not treated unfairly. Wu Yuanzheng was overwhelmed by Ji-tang's sweet scent. He felt intoxicated, as if he were living in a dream. So unreal. Fool, I am willing to follow you into the army. Since I sent the telegram, I was already mentally prepared to join you. Now only you can protect me. But are you ready for this? I am a businessman. If I get involved, it might affect your future. Ji-tang finally didn't see the telegram as a joke. In this life, she wanted to be brave and face herself honestly. Yes, she was the one who took the initiative to propose marriage. What's wrong with that? Her confidence came from Wu Yuanjing's support. If he didn't like her or didn't love her deeply, she wouldn't have made that decision to send the telegram. She only thought about his past, how he became a military leader in her previous life, and she wasn't involved then. In this life, if she married him while hiding her background as a businesswoman, would Wu Yuanjing's future be affected? You are a red capitalist. Before liberation, Mr. Shin donated planes and cannons to the army and helped build schools. After liberation, he returned most of his family's wealth to the country without asking for anything in return. Don't worry, you are someone we want to protect. I am proud to stand by your side and protect you. If others misunderstand you because of your background as a capitalist, I will not care about the consequences or pressure. I will stay with you as always. Wu Yuanjing spoke sincerely. If marrying me means you might have to give up a future top position in the region, are you still willing? Ji-tang couldn't help but ask. I will face any storm with you. As long as I am with you, I have no regrets. Wu Yuanzheng held Ji-tang even tighter. Her heart melted. She believed in Wu Yuanzheng. It is not that she is too frivolous or too trusting. It took her 2 lifetimes to finally stand before Wu Yuanzheng and hear him speak these words himself. In that moment, she felt so light that she almost seemed to float. The two embraced for a long time, and finally, Shin Ji-tang said, "Let's go." Even when Wu Yuanzheng released her, he still held her hand tightly, reluctant to let go. It was as if he was afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. Wu Yuanzheng arrived in a jeep. He opened the passenger door and helped Shin Ji-tang into the car. After the car started moving, Shin Ji-tang asked, "How did you know to come here?" "I was at the hospital for a checkup yesterday. When I left, I overheard a conversation among your father and his group," Wu Yuanzheng explained. He told her how he happened to meet someone outside the hospital, rushed to find Shin Ji-tang but couldn't find her at the Shin family home. Later, he remembered that Shin Ji-tang had been in contact with butler Kai. When they met that day, she was also visiting a countryside clinic, so he hurried to see butler Kai. He got a letter Shin Ji-tang had left with butler Kai. In the letter, Shin Ji-tang said Wu Xiaolong's family planned to smuggle themselves to Hong Kong. She didn't say whether she would go, but Wu Yuanzheng thought she might take her along. He believed that going to Hong Kong was not the best choice for Shin Ji-tang. He wanted to ask her personally if she wanted to stay. If she did, he would protect her for life. He calculated the ship's departure time and drove to the dock, but the ship had just left. After learning more, Wu Yuanzheng found out that the ship would dock in Ningbo early the next morning. So he drove there overnight. He wasn't part of the crew, so he couldn't get on or off the ship easily, especially since there might be people smuggling on board. So, Wu Yuanzheng rented a small boat and met the cargo ship halfway. Unexpectedly, he found Shin Ji-tang and saved her. Seeing her actions, Wu Yuanzheng was sure that Shin Ji-tang was forced to go to Hong Kong. He decided to take her back to the shore with him. He's walking his own path, and I walk mine. I definitely don't want to go to Hong Kong. This is my home, and I want to stay here, Shin Ji-tang said firmly. Wu Yuanzheng slightly smiled, a joyful feeling spreading through his whole body. He nodded and said, "From now on, wherever you are, that will be my home." Shinji Tang's cheeks turned red, and she was often touched by Wu Yuanzheng's sweet words. "Did you eat honey this morning?" She couldn't help asking. "No, do you want some?" Wu Yuanzheng asked, confused. I mean, why is your mouth so sweet? Is that what you call sweet talk? These are my true feelings. I've thought about telling you for many years. Wu Yuanzheng looked a bit wronged. Shen Jitang doubted that he was just joking. He was serious. She was speechless. So being with Wu Yuanzheng is so sweet? What did she miss in her previous life? "Where are we going now?" Shen Jitang asked. "Back to Shanghai. Transfer your household registration. Then say goodbye to Butler Kai and Uncle Zhao, and come with me to the base." Wu Yuanzheng seemed to have planned everything. Shen Jitang found that with Wu Yuanzheng, she could relax completely. He had everything arranged. She nodded, agreeing with his plan. In her heart, Wu Yuanzheng is the most familiar stranger. She knows he can be trusted, but only that memory of parting and life and death is the clearest. Next, she will face the challenge of living together with Wu Yuanzheng and adjusting to each other. Love is not just about dining out. But daily life requires eating, and the sound of pots and pans is the main theme of life. She will use the rest of her life to face this challenge. 5 hours later, when Wu Yuanzheng parked the car in front of the Chongning District Police Station, they looked at each other and both smiled. "Transfer your household registration. From now on, you'll be on my household book. If we get married, you'll never leave me in this life. Think carefully." Wu Yuanzheng looked at Shinji Tang with deep affection. "Let's go. What are you waiting for?" Shinji Tang shook her head and chuckled. Now she was more afraid that Wu Yuanzheng would regret and back out. But it seemed that this simple guy was actually more afraid she would run away. Wu Yuanzheng found the station chief, Lei Ming. Because their situation was special, Wu Yuanzheng had to find someone he knew. He is getting married and needs to go through background checks and political reviews. This process takes at least a month. Now, he wants to transfer Shinji Tang's household registration to his place first. Only by transferring Shinji Tang's household registration can he avoid being caught up in the storm. Otherwise, even if Shinji Tang leaves with him now, if her household registration is still in her original place, she will have to return to Shanghai and face criticism. Lei Ming is his superior's comrade, and Wu Yuanzheng has already informed Lei Ming in advance. "Hello, Captain Wu. Commander Yen has been praising you on the phone. Today, I see, you are truly talented and promising." Lei Ming was very friendly when he heard Wu Yuanzheng was looking for him. With his help, after some negotiations, Shinji Tang's household registration was stamped as transferred out, as a young person sent to the countryside. She was transferred from a small fishing village called Shigang on the southeastern coast, which is near Wu Yuanzheng Station, less than 5 kilometers away. When she arrived there, with proof and documents, she could settle her household registration in Shigang village. Once Shinji Tang's pre-marriage review is approved and she and Wu Yuanzheng register their marriage, they can transfer her household registration back to the base. This was Wu Yuanzheng's plan for her. After completing all the necessary paperwork, the two left the police station. Wu Yuanzheng asked, "Tangting, do you want to go home and take a look? I need to go back." "Yuanzheng, I want to rent out the house to the public. I heard that many needy people want to rent houses now, but the street doesn't have many vacant ones. Since I'm leaving, the Western-style house will just sit empty and get damaged. It's better to rent it out to the public so it can be maintained and protected." Shen Jitang suddenly thought of this. Her house is a small Western-style building. If she doesn't rent it to the government, it might get broken. It's better to rent it to the government, which can then rent it out to the public. This way, the house can be preserved. Wu Yuanzheng also thought this plan was good, so he accompanied Shen Jitang home to get the property deed. Shen Jitang felt sad. After leaving home, she probably wouldn't come back for at least 20 years. But after 20 years, once everything settles down, she will definitely return to restore this place. Maybe she will even bring her children to live here long-term. Don't be fooled by Wu Xiaolong's outward appearance of wealth. living in a small mansion and supporting women. In fact, the property deed is in Shun Jitong's name. This house was bought by Shun Jitong's grandfather after she was born. As a son-in-law, Wu Xiaolong naturally has no right to be listed on the property. Since the house can't be sold or taken away, Wu Xiaolong didn't plan to sell it. The deed remains in a safe in his room. When Shun Jitong returned home, she opened Wu Xiaolong's safe. Inside, besides the deed, everything else had been emptied out. Nothing was left for Shun Jitong. She took a large bag, packed the deed, and also packed some clothes from her room. Meanwhile, Wu Yuanzheng sat politely on the sofa, waiting patiently. Before leaving, Shun Jitong packed her bed, makeup table, and wardrobe into her space, leaving only an empty room behind. She didn't want her personal belongings to be used by others, so she took them. Wu Yaozu and Qianfen's rooms, which probably had valuable items, she believed they had already taken. The remaining things she found dirty and didn't want, so she let the new tenant rent the room. Yuanzheng, come with me to the backyard. Shun Jitong led Wu Yuanzheng to the ancestral hall in the backyard. The two red-painted wooden doors opened, revealing the spirit tablets of old Master Shun and her mother. Wu Yuanzheng's heart moved, understanding why Shun Jitong brought him here. He stepped forward, lit incense, bowed, and said, "Grandpa and mother-in-law in heaven, Yuanzheng is about to take Tang Tang to live with the army. I am honored to marry Tang Tang. Please rest assured, I will treat her like a treasure and protect her with all my heart." After speaking, Wu Yuanzheng lit the incense. Shun Jitong's eyes reddened. She also lit incense for her grandfather and mother, silently saying her goodbyes. Indeed, experience shows that old people are wise. Thanks to the marriage arranged by her grandfather and mother, she avoided the chaos. The people who loved her most were her grandfather and mother. They all went to the nearby community committee. As soon as they entered, they saw a group of villagers arguing with staff. "You all are just sitting around collecting salaries without doing anything. I've been applying for a house for 3 years. My son is almost 30, and he has no house. He can't get married. What are we supposed to do? I came to apply for a house. Today I was told to wait until next year, then the year after that, and I've been waiting for 5 years. There are 10 people in my family, and we are crammed into 1.5 rooms. The people arguing are all very desperate for housing. Comrades, please understand our work. If there are houses available, we will try to arrange them for you as soon as possible. The housing supply is very tight right now." A balding, thin middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and tried to calm everyone down. "Director Wang, you always give the same excuse. Do you really do anything? If you don't understand your job, we will write to higher authorities and ask for someone else. Please understand, comrades. We are working hard to get more houses. We will solve your housing problems as soon as we can. Please register with the housing office, and we will distribute the houses based on need. Is that okay?" Director Wang kept trying to persuade the crowd, and finally, they dispersed. "Hello, Director Wang. We have something to discuss with you." Shun Jitong saw he was free and knew he was in charge of the housing office, so she quickly approached to talk. "Young comrade, you're still young. Don't rush to cause trouble."
Sigh.
"You saw earlier that those who applied 5 or 6 years ago still haven't been given a house. You're young, so just wait a little longer." Director Wang thought she was also asking for a house and quickly tried to turn her away.
No, Director Wang.
"My family owns a Western-style house, and we want to rent it out to the government." Shun Jitong explained her purpose quickly.
What?
"You own a Western-style house and want to rent it to the government? How big is it? How many rooms? How much do you want to rent it for?" Hearing this, Director Wang became interested. In Shanghai, some wealthy people still own small Western-style houses, which is allowed by the government to protect their personal property. My house is at number 18 Chongning District. It's a 2.5-story Western-style house with 19 rooms and 5 bathrooms. Do you want to come see it? Shun Jitong offered proactively. "All right, I'll go right now." Hearing that her house was less than a kilometer away, Director Wang happily agreed to go see it. After inspecting the house, Director Wang was very pleased. If he could get this house, it could house at least 10 families, especially those who had been waiting the longest and had the most difficulty finding a home. Solving their housing problems would also mean fewer people coming to bother him. Otherwise, if she repeatedly blocked the way, her superiors might think she was not doing her job well. Shun Jitong knew that renting out the building would likely damage its structure and decorations, but only this way could she save the building. She could always come back later to repair it. Comrade Xiaoxin, your grandfather was a famous red capitalist in Shanghai. I didn't expect you to inherit his spirit and good family traditions. On behalf of the housing difficulties, thank you. Director Wang praised her enthusiastically. However, I have one more request. Just tell me, as long as it's not illegal or against the rules, I will agree. Director Wang pounded his chest confidently. The backyard is my family shrine. My grandfather, grandmother, and mother's spirit tablets are inside. I want you to tell the tenants not to go in there. There's nothing but the spirit tablets. Shen Jitong showed Director Wang the shrine. Okay, no problem. I will definitely tell them and remind them seriously to protect it. After seeing it, Director Wang confirmed it was just a small room of about 20 square meters, with only the spirit tablets inside. Even if the tablets are moved, most people wouldn't want to live in such a house, right? So he happily agreed. Shun Jitong breathed a sigh of relief and said, let's sign the contract then. Comrade Xiaoxin, how long do you plan to rent the house? How will the rent be calculated? When it came to the key point, Director Wang became nervous. He was afraid Shin Jitong might ask for a lot. As a poor director, if he couldn't afford the rent and lost this property, it would be a big loss. Director Wang, I plan to rent the house for 20 years, with a rent of 1 yuan. We need to write a formal contract. Unexpectedly, Shin Jitong only paid a symbolic 1 yuan rent. Director Wang was so touched that he kept praising her generously. Then, everyone went to the neighborhood committee to draft a rental contract, clearly stating all of Shin Jitong's conditions. After both sides agreed, they signed and stamped the contract. Holding the contract, Shun Jitong sighed, feeling sad but also relieved. Tang Dang, I will come back with you in 20 years. Although she didn't understand why Shin Jitong signed such a long-term lease, Wu Yuanjing trusted her completely. This was her property, and she had the full right to decide how to use it. He would just support her. Shun Jitong nodded. Wu Yuanjing reached out to wipe away a tear from her eye and said, let's go to housekeeper Kai's place. Shin Jitong's nose sounded a bit congested. She didn't want to talk now, and wasn't in the mood. Wu Yuanjing understood her and didn't bother her on the way, just driving as smoothly as possible. When they arrived at the suburban courtyard, housekeeper Kai came out to check when he heard the car approaching. Housekeeper Kai. Shun Jitong got out of the car and saw that he looked very energetic. She couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. It's only been 2 days since they last saw each other, but it felt like a lifetime. Miss, come in quickly. Yuanjing called me early this morning and said you would come for lunch. I made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Housekeeper Kai understood why Shin Jitong was so emotional. Her father and family had sneaked away, leaving her behind. Who wouldn't feel sad? But housekeeper Kai misunderstood. Shin Jitong just felt that she had finally avenged her past life, and seeing him alive and well made her feel overwhelmed with mixed feelings. Little Black was very lively. It also recognized Wu Yuanjing, ran around him, then came over to Shin Jitong to join the fun. Little Black, go call old Zhao to come eat. Housekeeper Kai ordered. Little Black received the command, ran quickly, and soon disappeared from sight. Have you two registered your marriage? Housekeeper Kai asked with concern. We want to, but the marriage process here needs approval, which will take about a month. So, for now, we can only transfer Tang Tang's household registration to the fishing village near our base. Once it's approved, we can get the marriage certificate locally. Wu Yuanjing explained the situation. When housekeeper Kai heard that the household transfer proof was already in their hands, he felt relieved. The three of them went inside, set the table, and prepared to eat. Housekeeper Kai not only made sweet and sour ribs, but also prepared the famous 8 treasures duck, fried shrimp, and stir-fried lettuce, all smelling delicious. Shun Jitong's stomach growled a few times. She suddenly realized that after rushing through many things, she was very hungry. As soon as old Zhao arrived, they started eating. Wu Yuanzheng took the initiative to serve rice to everyone. After eating, he washed his hands and peeled shrimp for Xinjitang. Of course, he offered to peel shrimp for housekeeper Kai and Uncle Zhao, but they politely declined, happily saying he could just take care of the young lady. Over the years, Wu Yuanzheng has grown into a mature and handsome young man, while Xinjitang, despite some hardships, has become a bright and charming young lady. Seeing them together, housekeeper Kai and Uncle Zhao feel very happy. Young miss, you should go south. Don't worry about me. I am in good health now. Old Zhao visits me every day, so you can rest assured. Just enjoy your life over there. Yes, old Kai. If anything happens, I will inform you immediately. However, I think he has become healthier after that serious illness. He might live to 100 years old. Actually, recently I've been feeling more energetic myself. I suspect it's because I've been eating the 100-year-old ginseng that old Kai gave me. Old Kai said those slices of 100-year-old ginseng were sent by the young lady. Since I couldn't finish them all at once, and they might lose their effect if stored too long, he gave them to me to eat. Uncle Zhao didn't hesitate to accept, and would brew a few slices to drink now and then. Now, feeling lively and energetic, I believe it's all thanks to the ginseng. After dinner, Uncle Zhao finally brought up an urgent matter. This morning, a landlord in the village was affected. I think, if the young lady has completed all procedures, she should leave Shanghai as soon as possible. Spring water warms the ducks first to know. Signs are appearing in the village, so it should happen very soon. Wu Yuanzheng also didn't want to take any chances. He immediately said, I will go back to the training center to handle the return procedures and try to leave tomorrow. Tang Tang, do you think you can leave tomorrow? Sure, I have no objections. Shun Jitong also had no attachment. The sooner she leaves, the better. You can stay here tonight. Your rooms are all prepared. We aim to leave tomorrow. Housekeeper Kai also agreed that Shun Jitong should leave quickly. He was worried that if the situation escalated, she might not be able to leave when she boards the train if her household registration was checked. Her household registration clearly states her background, and he was afraid someone might use that as an excuse to stop her. Uncle Zhao was anxious at first, but he happened to be having lunch when he came over. He didn't want to cause trouble for everyone, so he only mentioned it after they finished eating. It's good he waited until after the meal, otherwise, everyone might have been distracted from enjoying their food. Wu Yuanzheng told Shin Jitong to rest in the guest house first. He hurried into town to report, and then bought train tickets. After Wu Yuanzheng left, Shin Jitong went for a nap. Actually, she didn't rest well on the cargo ship. She traveled hundreds of kilometers in one day and handled many tasks. Even with the spiritual spring water, she was very tired. As soon as she entered the space, she fell asleep. When she woke up, it was past 3 o'clock. Wu Yuanzheng hadn't returned yet. She first watered the crops in space. After watering, she noticed the grapes had started climbing the trellis. She thought about building a frame for the grapes to grow on. The other fruit trees had also grown to her waist height. Shen Jitong put some of the harvested vegetables in the kitchen fridge and washed the rest, preparing to cook dinner later. Housekeeper Kai was also taking a nap. He's an old man and his nap time is quite long. Shen Jitong finished washing the vegetables before he woke up. Seeing so many vegetables in the kitchen, Shen Jitong told him they were bought from villagers. He was surprised and said the vegetables looked very beautiful, green and fresh. Shen Jitong thought to herself, of course, vegetables grown with spiritual spring water are good. So, she suggested making another table of dishes tonight and inviting Uncle Zhao's family to join them for dinner. Housekeeper Kai was happy to agree. He said, Uncle Zhao's grandson is Zhao Xian. He has helped us a lot these days. I heard he will be going to the countryside to work soon. It's a good chance for a farewell dinner. Hearing this, Shen Jitong was a bit moved, but Zhao Xian wasn't there, so she decided to wait before mentioning it. By the way, Housekeeper Kai, can you contact your friends in Hong Kong? I have some things to ask them for help. Yes, I can. Don't worry, they can pass messages through other channels, no need to write letters. What do you need them to do? Indeed, housekeeper Kai still had backup plans. Ask your friends in Hong Kong to gather information about Wu Xiaolong's life there. They can send updates every 3 or 5 months, Shen Jitong instructed. No problem. That's a small matter and easy to handle. Housekeeper Kai understood that the young lady wanted to cut ties completely with Wu Xiaolong's family. It wasn't convenient to act directly here. Wu Xiaolong's family had gone to Hong Kong, which was perfect. He could let his old friends add some spice to the story. Otherwise, trying to punish them through justice in the mainland would be complicated, especially without involving the young lady. After giving instructions, Shen Jitong pretended to go out for a walk and also check if there was meat and fish for sale at the nearby market. Master Kai said it was getting late, and probably there was no fresh meat, fish, or shrimp left. Shen Jitong said, "It depends on luck. Maybe I will be lucky and meet a vendor selling fresh vegetables and meat." Master Kai agreed to her idea. Shen Jitong went out, with Xiaohei always by her side. As she passed by some bushes nearby, Xiaohei suddenly ran ahead and barked at the bushes. "Little flower, is that you?" Seeing the bushes move without wind, Shen Jitong called out. It seemed to sense her presence. Sure enough, after a moment of shaking, Little Flower peeked out from the bushes, sticking out her tongue but not showing any signs of aggression. Xiaohei barked nervously. Shen Jitong smiled and said, "Xiaohei, don't be nervous. It's just us." Xiaohei stopped barking. After Little Flower left Shen Jitong, her body no longer swelled and remained the same size as when she had left. Seeing Little Flower circling around her but not leaving, Shen Jitong suddenly understood that Little Flower wanted to come drink from the spiritual spring. She took a bucket from her space, filled it with spring water, and placed it among the bushes. She said, "Little Flower, I have to leave now. I won't be back for a long time. Please take care of yourself and don't hurt the villagers. If you want to repay me, help protect Master Kai and Xiaohei." As soon as Little Flower sensed the spring water, she happily dove into the bucket. Shen Jitong thought to herself, letting Little Flower go was the right choice. If she stayed in the space, she wouldn't know if she ever went to soak in the spring. "Let's go, Xiaohei." Shen Jitong and Xiaohei strolled around the village. When they were close to the other courtyard, she carried a pork hock, a bag of shrimp, a mandarin fish, and a basket of eggs, at least 30 eggs. "Master Kai, my luck really is good. I went out for a walk and bought all these." She put the ingredients in the kitchen. Master Kai and old Zhao were busy cooking. When they saw Shen Jitong had bought so much food again, Master Kai proudly said, "Our young lady is truly lucky. Wherever she goes, everything she wants comes true." Yes, that's right. The young lady's luck is really good. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to buy anything at this time. People who are favored are always right in what they do. Shen Jitong felt warm inside. Just then, Wu Yuanzheng also returned. However, when he entered, he looked serious. Shen Jitong quickly asked, "Brother Yuanzheng, what's wrong? Is something not going well? Did I affect you? It's none of your business. Don't overthink. When I went to give my graduation report at the training base, I received a notice from my superior. They told me to go to the border to help develop a new type of monitoring radar system. And I have to leave tomorrow. Jitong, you might have to stay at the border with me for a while. I can get a certificate to extend my stay in the fishing village where I settled. The border is tougher, but I can't rest assured leaving you in Shanghai." So, this was what caused Wu Yuanzheng's anxiety. "Brother Yuanzheng, I will go with you. My good friend Ru Yun is also at the border. I was planning to visit her, so this is perfect." Shen Jitong was overjoyed. "Really? That's great. With your friend there, the days won't be so hard." Yuanzheng's worries eased, and he showed a relieved smile. "It's no big deal, I see now. Little Miss is truly lucky. No matter what difficulties she faces, she always finds a way." Housekeeper Kai heard about this and started praising her again. Shen Jitong felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Housekeeper Kai, it's all just coincidence." Yuanzheng nearby affectionately said, "Tangdang is always a lucky person. Everyone treated her like a little kid and spoiled her." Shen Jitong felt warm inside. She had been hardened for so long, her heart had formed a shell. Now, surrounded by warmth and love, she felt that no matter how bad the outside world was, her heart wouldn't easily break. She hadn't been loved like this for a long time, and she was a little overwhelmed. But this was what she deserved in her daily life. "Grandpa, I'm here." "Brother Yuanzheng, are you here too?" At this moment, a young man burst into the yard excitedly, greeting everyone warmly. "Zhao Xian, you've grown taller? Last time I saw you, you only reached my shoulder. Now you're almost as tall as me." Yuanzheng warmly patted Zhao Xian's shoulder. "Wow, is this the young lady? She looks different from when she was a child. She's so beautiful." Like a movie star, Zhao Xian turned to see Shen Jitong and exclaimed. Shen Jitong recognized Zhao Xian, who had a faint memory of him from childhood. He always followed Yuanzheng around, and they had played together since they were kids.
Hello, Zhao Xin.
"Sorry for all the trouble lately. You've worked hard." "It's my pleasure to serve, Miss Xiao." Zhao Xian excitedly rubs his hands. "All right, enough chatting. Zhao Xian, come help us start the fire. By the way, where's your grandmother?" Uncle Zhao refers to his stepmother, Aunt Zhang, who has been with them for 5 years, and they have a stable relationship. "She's coming now. I killed a chicken, so I'm a bit late." Aunt Zhang carries a freshly slaughtered hen and appears at the door. "We have plenty of dishes." "Aunt Zhang, is that the young hen that just laid eggs? Such a pity to kill it. Can she really tell which hen just laid eggs?"
Woansking feels a bit sad.
"She used to be a young lady who didn't do chores. Over the years, how did Wu Xiaolong take care of her?" "Freshly laid eggs are best stir-fried. They're tender and tasty. Older hens aren't as good. I'll cook the stir-fried chicken. You all can't do it well." Aunt Zhang has a loud voice and is a typical hardworking woman. Now that Uncle Zhao is older, his voice has become softer. Aunt Zhang has tamed him, and he hasn't caused trouble in a long time. If you didn't know Uncle Zhao well, you wouldn't guess he was once a powerful figure in Shanghai and the southern regions. "All right, let Yuanzheng and Miss Xiao try your cooking too." As long as it's for Yuanzheng and Shen Jitong, Uncle Zhao doesn't mind. He wants to show them the best of everything. It's because Grandpa Wu helped him a lot. If not for Grandpa Wu, Uncle Zhao's grave might be covered with grass already. "All right, Miss Xiao, what good things haven't you tried? I'll do my best to impress." Aunt Zhang's loud voice is very clear, but it makes Shen Jitong feel very close. Everyone enjoys a happy meal together. They serve a feast: braised prawns, stir-fried vegetables, stir-fried chicken, braised mandarin fish, dompa pork, white rice, and meatball vegetable soup. All the dishes are made with spiritual spring water, fragrant and delicious. Even Xiao He is lingering by the table, not wanting to leave. Everyone happily eats together. After the meal, some clear the dishes, others wipe the table, but no one lets Shen Jitong do any work. They all assume she doesn't know how. After eating, they brew tea, of course, spiritual spring tea. Housekeeper Kai and the others all said that Shen Jitong was a lucky young lady. At first, Shen Jitong thought they were just trying to make her happy. However, Wu Yuanzheng was arranged to go on a long trip to the border area, which happened to be the place Shen Jitong had wanted to visit. This made her feel that her luck was really improving. This time, I must save Ryun. Shen Jitong thought about Ryun's kindness to her. She felt a mix of emotions and realized she still had a chance to change her friend's fate. Wu Yuanzheng said he had already gotten a letter of introduction in the afternoon and bought 2 sleeper tickets to the border in advance. When Shen Jitong heard she could sit in a sleeper, she felt relieved. Otherwise, a 3,000-kilometer journey on a train, spending 3 days on it, would be very uncomfortable in a hard seat. Zhao Xian ran home and brought over a big watermelon, then cut it up for everyone to eat. "Our team's land I tried planting on over 2 acres. This year, it's a good harvest. 1 acre can produce more than 7,000 pounds of watermelon, and 2 acres over 10,000 pounds. We're almost out of it." Zhao Xian said cheerfully. Xian is so silly. He planted watermelons on the team's land, working hard and using fertilizer. Now that the yield is high, he hasn't earned much, just enough to enjoy a few free slices. Although Axion isn't her biological grandson, she clearly cares a lot about him. Grandma, the team doesn't allow private business. I just do it for fun. It's good enough to have free watermelons to eat. Zhao Axion smiled happily. Wu Yuanzheng took the watermelon slices Zhao Axion cut for him, removed the reddest part of the middle, and put it in a bowl for Xin Jitong to eat. He did all this naturally, as if he had always been taking care of her this way. Xin Jitong thought the watermelon was very sweet and secretly kept a few seeds, planning to plant some in her space to eat later. She remembered hearing that Zhao Axion was going to the countryside to work, so she asked, Axion, I heard you'll be going to the countryside soon? Where are you planning to go? I don't mind. Wherever they send me, I'll go. Zhao Axion has a household registration in the town's machinery factory, which was arranged for work when he moved there with his father. But after graduating from high school, not only was he unable to get a job, he also had to go to the countryside. That's the policy, and there's no way to change it. He can only accept it. Maybe you can come to Shurgang village with us, so we can look out for each other, because she remembered Zhao Axion's previous life was spent in Heihe, the coldest place in the country. Zhao Axion went there for a year and heroically sacrificed himself while saving a local villager who was drowning. Many years later, Zhao Axion's ashes were brought back to his hometown. The newspapers at the time praised his brave act, making him a role model. Shun Jitong only learned about this from the newspaper. However, because her memory was distant, she almost forgot about it. When she first reincarnated, she had many things to handle, and only now, with her mind clear, did she suddenly remember this. If Zhao Axion still goes to Heihe like in his previous life, he will get into trouble next year. She must take Zhao Axion away. Hey, that sounds good. If I go to Shurgang, as you said, it's not far from the base. The three of us can look out for each other. Zhao Axion's eyes lit up, and he happily agreed. I think that's fine. I feel much more at ease now. Axion is impulsive, but he's steady on long trips, so he can keep you in check. Old Zhao spoke from nearby. Then I'll go to the machinery factory tomorrow to sign up. I can also get a subsidy of over 200 yuan, Zhao Axion said happily. Today, Xin Jitong also received a subsidy of 230 yuan. She smiled and said, I just received it this morning. There really is a subsidy. Axion, I and Jitong need to pass through the border first. You sign up first, and I'll call the village head of Shurgang village to arrange better accommodation for you. If there's no good place, you can ask the village head if there are any abandoned houses that no one wants. You can rent and fix them up for better living conditions, Xin Jitong suggested. Her idea wasn't without reason. As long as the local people were willing, renting a house for living was possible. Mrs. Suggestion is very good. Brother Yuanzheng, can you talk to the local village head about this? Zhao Axion also wanted to live independently. Old Zhao was a landlord. He was overthrown, but his heirs remained. His living conditions in the village were relatively good. If he moved to another place and squeezed into a collective dormitory, Zhao Axion thought he wouldn't be able to stand it. No problem. I'll talk to the village head and ask him to take care of you as much as possible. The village head's surname was Shur, called Shur Dashan. He was a fisherman who once went out to sea and caught enemy sonar equipment, which he handed over to the base and received a reward. Wu Yuanzheng shared some local stories. Hey, expedition brother, did you find enemy spy equipment and get a reward? How much is it? I want to become a fisherman too, and try to find enemy spy gear. When Zhao Axion heard about extra money, he immediately became excited. Come on, you can't always expect this kind of luck. In the vast sea, finding something depends on luck. Wu Yuanzheng shook his head with a smile. Zhao Axion felt that this was the happiest he had seen Wu Yuanzheng in many years. Is it all because the young lady is by his side? At night, only Wu Yuanzheng and Xin Jitong remained in the courtyard. After wandering in the past life, Xin Jitong finally felt at peace and could settle down with Wu Yuanzheng for a long time. They sat at a stone table, with a pot of tea, slowly drinking and watching the full moon in the sky, its bright light shining over the land. Tang Dang, I have dreamed of this moment many times. I never thought it would really happen. Wu Yuanjing still felt like he was dreaming. Shin Jitong felt the same. Looking at the handsome man opposite her, she felt a strange sense of unreality. It's real, not a dream. Shin Jitong reached out and took his hand. Their eyes met and lingered, the air filled with a romantic atmosphere, as even the night insects seemed to be playing music for them. Little Black lay at Shin Jitong's feet, too shy to lift its head in this intimate moment. When Shin Jitong returned to her room to sleep, she looked into the mirror and saw her glowing face. She realized how charming love could be. Having someone who loves you wholeheartedly feels wonderful. Uncle Zhao's sweet potatoes and peanuts, which he gave her earlier, had ripened. After harvesting, she cleared some land to plant green beans and watermelons. She washed up and went to bed. The next morning, since her train was at 11, Shin Jitong got up at 6. She first left fresh vegetables in the fridge for Steward Kai, then filled the vegetable basket in the kitchen with sweet potatoes and peanuts. Next, she filled the water tank with spiritual spring water. Thinking she forgot Little Black, she quickly refilled its water bowl with spiritual spring water. Then, she brewed a pot of tea with spiritual spring water and poured it into a thermos for her to drink on the way. Just as she finished everything, she suddenly heard someone opening the courtyard gate outside. She wondered who could be here so early. Walking to the courtyard, Shin Jitong almost bumped into Wu Yuanzheng, who had just entered. Wu Yuanzheng was probably out for a run, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with damp hair and sweat, breathing slightly hard. Really early, Shin Jitong was captivated by the strong muscles beneath his training uniform. I got used to running 5 kilometers every day, usually at dawn. Wu Yuanzheng's deep, magnetic voice made Shin Jitong feel like her ears were enjoying a treat. Strangely, today I ran faster and didn't feel tired. I feel great. Shin Jitong wanted to laugh. It was probably because he had the benefit of the spiritual spring feast yesterday. But Wu Yuanzheng has a strong body and excellent health, so even after drinking the spiritual spring water, the effects weren't as obvious as they were for Steward Kai and herself. However, over time, as long as Wu Yuanzheng kept drinking the spring water, it would gradually improve his physical strength and health. At least, any old injuries from his military life would likely heal completely without leaving scars. After finishing his run, Wu Yuanzheng looked handsome and full of vitality, radiating the charm of someone who just finished exercising. Shin Jitong didn't know where to put her hands or feet in front of him, so she looked for a topic to ease the awkwardness. Have you packed everything? What time are we leaving? Leaving at 8 is fine. I'll make breakfast. What do you want to eat? Wu Yuanzheng checked his watch, a military radar watch with a black dial and strap, which suited him well. Shin Jitong hesitated, tempted to take out a Rolex he had received from the space. Wu Yuanzheng wasn't suitable for wearing such expensive watches. He would attract attention at the base. Shin Jitong felt like her whole body was a treasure she couldn't give away, which made her a bit sad. Maybe in 20 years, it would be the right time. Seeing Wu Yuanzheng's deep, affectionate eyes fixed on her, waiting for her response, she blushed and fidgeted with her clothes, saying, "I'm easygoing. I don't mind what I eat, then I'll cook seafood noodles." I saw some seafood in the fridge. Wu Yuanzheng asked for her opinion. Sounds good. Are you good at cooking? Just average. I'll work hard to improve, aiming to make dishes you like. He remembered she used to prefer light food, without spicy or cilantro, right? Wu Yuanzheng truly cared about her. After so many years, he still remembered these small details. Yes, that's right. But actually, I'm not that picky anymore. I can eat anything now. While Shin Jitong was living at the Gao family, how could she only do what she liked? Everyone in the Gao family preferred salty food and loved garlic. Although she didn't develop the same taste, she was not picky about food. Unexpectedly, Wu Yuanzheng was willing to spoil her so much. No, if there's anything you don't like, you must tell me so I can improve. When Shin Jitong said she was casual about it, Wu Yuanzheng was actually unhappy. Wu Yuanzheng wiped his face, washed his hands, and started cooking noodles. Halfway through, housekeeper Kai woke up and came downstairs. Yuanzheng, I wanted to get up early and cook, but I didn't expect you to do it first, housekeeper Kai said with a smile. In the past, Miss always liked your cooking. Yuanzheng used to make egg fried rice, and Miss would hold her bowl and insist on eating half from his bowl. Shun Jitang really couldn't remember much. After all, it had been decades, and in her previous life, she never noticed Wu Yuanzheng quietly loving her. Haha, I remember that time. Jitang had a bit of indigestion then. The family didn't let her eat much, only half a bowl. She got angry and snatched food from me. Wu Yuanjing also recalled a funny childhood story and shared it. Listening to them, Shin Jitang gradually gained some memories. Her childhood began to take shape in their stories, filled with their love and care for her. Wu Yuanjing's seafood noodles were ready quickly. He served 3 bowls on the table. The noodles were snow white, the peeled shrimp bright red, and the small green vegetables fresh and vibrant. The rich aroma made Shin Jitang hungry. After the first bite, Shin Jitang knew Wu Yuanjing's cooking skills far surpassed hers. It seemed she would have good food in the future. Wu Yuanjing's lips curved into a smile, his handsome features brightened, and even housekeeper Kai felt the room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. It seemed the young lady's taste was good. Choosing Yuanjing was the right decision. In this world, not abandoning her and choosing her despite the risks to his future, how many good men like that are there? Housekeeper Kai, from initial doubt to certainty, was finally convinced. The farewell moment finally arrived. Little Black was circling around Shin Jitang, trying to pull her pant leg to stop her from leaving. Shin Jitang felt both sad and amused. She bent down and hugged Xiaohei, saying, "You need to behave well. Once I settle down in the south, I will bring Manager Kai and you there. Then we can be together forever." Bark, bark, Xiaohei seemed to understand her words and finally let go of her. Manager Kai smiled and said, "Let's go quickly. Both of you need to take good care of yourselves. Old Zhao will visit me often. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Just don't think about me too much." The car left the courtyard. Shin Jitang looked in the rearview mirror and saw Manager Kai standing alone at the door, wiping away tears. She felt very reluctant to leave. But staying here would only increase everyone's risks. Once the situation calms down, you can come back often. If Manager Kai is willing, we can also bring him to live with us. Wu Yuanjing comforted her. Yes, okay. Shin Jitang's eyes were red, and her soft face was moist, looking both pitiful and lively, charming and appealing. Wu Yuanjing quickly looked away, afraid to stare too long. Too much attention might distract him. When they arrived at the train station, a local courier who had been waiting there helped carry their luggage onto the train and then drove the car away. Throughout the process, Shin Jitang just had to relax and let Wu Yuanjing handle everything. "Tang Dang, this is our private compartment, a soft sleeper. You sleep on the top bunk and I'll sleep on the bottom." Wu Yuanjing found their soft sleeper carriage. At this moment, the compartment was empty, with only the 2 of them. Compared to the hard seats outside, the soft sleeper felt like heaven, clean and tidy. Shun Jitang said, "I'll read a book downstairs first. I'll go to the top bunk when I need to rest." "Okay, I'll go out for a bit. Wait for me in the compartment. I'll be back soon." Wu Yuanjing seemed to have something to do. After giving her instructions, he left the compartment. Shin Jitang took out the book, Golden Light Avenue, from her bag and continued reading. The door of the compartment opened, and an auntie, about 50 years old, entered. She was dressed simply but neatly, wearing thick glasses, looking very refined, like a university teacher. "Wow, girl, are you alone here?" "Oh, I'm with my partner. He went out for a bit. He'll be back soon." Shun Jitang spoke kindly. When she saw the older woman carrying a heavy suitcase, she stood up to help. "No need, young lady. It's full of stones. You wouldn't be able to lift it," the woman said, waving her hand with a smile. "You're carrying stones with you?" Shun Jitang asked curiously. "The suitcase holds my research materials. I was only halfway through my study when I received an order from my superiors to go on a long assignment to the border. I had no choice but to bring these treasures with me. Of course, they're treasures to me, but to most people, they're just a few old rocks. The older woman seemed quite talkative. Shin Jitan couldn't help asking, "Are you a university professor?" "Yes, young lady." "How did you guess?" "You have the air of one." "I just guessed," Shen Jitong said with a smile. When she learned that the woman really was a professor, Shen Jitong immediately felt a sense of respect. She had only finished high school, and because of the current situation, she hadn't been able to attend college. But her love for learning had never faded. Knowing the woman was a professor made her eager to talk more. "I'm from the Archaeology and Cultural Heritage Department at Jing University. This trip is to help restore a newly unearthed batch of cultural relics."
What?
"You're an expert in artifact restoration? May I ask your name?"
I'm Shen Skitang.
"I'm very interested in restoration techniques. Could I ask you a few questions?" "My name is Dai Yanxiu. I didn't expect you to be interested in cultural restoration, Miss Shen." Dai Yanxiu adjusted her glasses, looking at Shin Jitong with growing appreciation. There weren't many young people these days who were willing to devote themselves to studying traditional culture. Most were more interested in things like steel production or increasing crop yields. Of course, that was understandable. When a country was still developing, survival came first. If people couldn't fill their stomachs, who had the energy to study culture? To many, artifact restoration seemed worthless. They thought those old, broken things should just be thrown away, not carefully repaired. Even some of Dai Yanxiu's own students had turned against her, dismissing her research and cutting ties with her, which had deeply saddened her. Still, there were always a few wise people who quietly worked to protect cultural relics, even if they had to do it in secret. In the eyes of others, her interests seemed worthless, but when Shin Jitong mentioned them, her eyes sparkled brightly. This made Dai Yanxiu feel how rare and precious she was, and he quickly became enthusiastic about her. "Professor Dai, if you don't mind my bothering you, I would like to ask you some questions about artifact restoration during our trip." "Is that okay?" Shun Jitong boldly made her request. Some of the artifacts in her collection were damaged. If she learned restoration techniques, she could use her skills to save these items and also pass the long hours meaningfully. "No problem. Now, it's not about whether we want to teach you, but whether you want to learn," Dai Yanxiu said with emotion. "Professor Dai, could you leave me your contact information? In the future, if I have the chance, I'd like to continue learning from you." Shun Jitong wrote down Wu Yuanjing's address at the southern base for Dai Yanxiu, then mentioned she was also heading to the frontier and would probably stay in Lusher. "This is my address at Beijing University, and this is my address when I go on business trips to the frontier, also in Lusher. My trip this time will be quite long, mainly staying at the museum to help restore some artifacts. Since we're in the same city, if you're interested and have free time, you can come and observe. It will help you improve quickly. You can also help us with some basic restoration work to get a feel for it," he said. "Really? I can do that." Shin Jitong was overjoyed. "Of course. I wish I could teach you everything now. These days, not many young people are passionate about this field. We usually admit students through transfers. But if they don't truly love it, they won't last long or do well. Many transfer students graduate and switch careers, avoiding frontline work or trying to get administrative positions. It's a pity for the years they spent studying," Dai Yanxiu sighed. Shun Jitong didn't expect that even prestigious schools had such regrets. As they talked, their relationship grew warmer. Dai Yanxiu even took out a stone rubbing from his box to show Shin Jitong, explaining how to appreciate artifacts. He spoke fluently and passionately, and Shin Jitong suddenly realized that Professor Dai was deeply knowledgeable and a true scholar. When she asked further, she learned that Dai Yanxiu was actually a doctoral supervisor and the vice dean of the Museum Studies College. Seeing that Shin Jitong was genuinely interested in artifact restoration, Dai Yanxiu took out 2 textbooks on the subject from her luggage and gave them to Shin Yanxiu, encouraging her to learn the basics on her own first. If she encountered any difficulties in her studies later, she could write to her, and she would make time to reply. The two of them talked more and more easily. At this moment, the door of the private room opened again. Shin Jitong thought it was Wu Yuanzheng returning, but instead, a strong, muscular man entered. He had a crew cut and was deliberately wearing a loose, small-sized sweatshirt, showing off his well-built muscles and exuding a sense of masculine strength. As soon as he entered, he saw only two gentle, refined women inside, and he was very happy. Especially the younger woman, with long black hair, fair skin, and delicate, attractive features. She was wearing a light gray linen short-sleeved, loose shirt and matching deep gray three-quarter pants. She looked like a movie star straight out of a magazine, very beautiful and captivating. The big man's eyes widened in amazement, and he stared at Shin Ji-tong for several seconds without looking away. "Comrade, are you the person in this room?" Shin Ji-tong waved her finger in front of his eyes, and he suddenly snapped out of his gaze, glaring fiercely. "Yes, I am the one in this room. The top bunk is mine. Pack up this junk and get out of my way so I can go up." He pointed at the stone rubbing placed on the lower bunk and said fiercely. Dai Yanxiu, who had seen such people's faces many times over the years, didn't argue and quietly started packing her treasures. Shun Jitong frowned and stepped forward to help Dai Yanxiu pack. "Hurry up, I'm getting impatient. What's with all this broken stuff? Do you have to wrap it layer by layer?" the big man said, pushing Dai Yanxiu aside and roughly throwing the stone rubbing into her suitcase himself. "These are cultural relics. You can't treat them so roughly." Dai Yanxiu looked worried. "Do I need your instructions to do my work?" "Get lost, woman." This time, the big man pushed hard, causing Dai Yanxiu to fall backward. If she had fallen, her head would have hit the bed frame, which could have been very dangerous. Quickly, Shun Jitong caught Professor Dai and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? How dare you treat Professor Dai like that? Oh, a professor. I've knocked down more than I can count myself. What are you bragging about? Beautiful lady, I see you have a pretty face. Let me remind you, hanging out with these rude teachers won't end well. Be careful, I might report you, and the train conductor. These intellectuals are secretly plotting to overthrow the government." The big man crossed his arms and tried to scare them. Nowadays, in the minds of people like him, studying is seen as wrong. It's so easy for him to accuse and report others without fear. Dai Yanxiu didn't want to involve Shin Jitong, so she quickly patted her hand and said, "Xiao Shin, forget it. Don't bother with him." "Forget it? I can't just forget it." Shin Jitong got angry. Today, intellectuals are looked down upon just like wealthy young ladies. Anyone can look down on them or find reasons to suppress them. Professor Dai told Shin Jitong not to argue with the man, which shows he agrees. But Shun Jitong always believes in respecting teachers and education. Seeing the big man disrespect Professor Dai, she couldn't stay silent. She swung her fist to fight back. "Little girl, just some fancy moves. Are you here to tickle your brother?" The big man saw Shin Jitong was about to hit him and found it funny. He didn't take her seriously and reached out to grab her fist, trying to take advantage. But Shin Jitong, who drank the space spirit spring water, hit so hard that the big man's hand made a cracking sound, as if a bone broke.
Ouch.
"That hurts so much. You little girl, you're so strong." Holding his hand, the big man jumped in pain. "What's going on?" At that moment, the train carriage door opened, and Wu Yuanzheng came in. Seeing the tense atmosphere, he frowned and raised his eyebrows. His instinct told him someone was bullying his Tangedang. When he saw it was a soldier, the big man immediately felt he had backup. He pointed at Shin Jitong and Professor Dai and said, "I found these two intellectuals plotting to overthrow the government. I stopped them, and they even hit me. My hand is broken. Comrade, help me catch them and turn them over to the police." He's lying. It's clear he disrespected Professor Dai. He accused us of plotting, but we ignored his threats. He got angry, pushed Professor Dai, almost causing her to fall and hurt herself. I stepped in to stop him. The situation was clear. He often accused others unfairly. Shun Jitong stood with her hands on her hips, speaking calmly and confidently. "Comrade, don't be fooled by this little troublemaker. She may look pretty, but she's very fierce. Look at my hand, it's deformed. Comrade, you have to believe me. I come from a long line of poor farmers from the Brightness commune with a proper background." The big man quickly boasted about himself. Anyone hearing he's from a family of 3 generations of poor farmers would respect him more. But his usual tricks didn't work on Wu Yuanzheng. When he started cursing Shin Jitong with dirty words, it touched a nerve. Wu Yuanzhang's eyes sharpened, and the air around him turned cold. He grabbed the big man's collar and said, "Professor Dai, do you think you can just accuse someone like that? Are you still pretending to be a tough guy?" Despite his strong build, the big man immediately lost his ability to fight back when Wu Yuanzhang applied force. Wu Yuanzhang dragged him out of the room, shouting as he went. Shin Jitong and Professor Dai were both stunned. "Is he your boyfriend?" Professor Dai immediately saw that their relationship was unusual. "Yes, he is." Shin Jitong smiled sweetly, looking proud. She didn't expect that, under the threat of the big, proper-looking man, Wu Yuanzhang would stand so firm and protect them so well. "Your boyfriend is quite good." Professor Dai nodded confidently and asked, "Is he in the military?" "Yes, he's in the Air Force. He's on a business trip to the border. I was going to visit my friend working there, so I brought him along." Shin Jitong and Professor Dai started chatting comfortably about their lives. After a while, Wu Yuanzhang returned with a police officer. "Here is the luggage of that person." Wu Yuanzhang pointed to the bag left behind. "Okay, I'll take it and give it to him." "Thanks, Captain Wu, for helping us keep order on the train." The police officer politely took the big man's luggage. "Yuanzhang, what did you do?" Shin Jitong was surprised at how well Wu Yuanzhang handled everything, forcing the big man out of their compartment. "I handed him over to the police. He assaulted a military family member. What can he say in his defense?" Wu Yuanzhang explained that the police would take him to the next station's police station. Hearing this, Shin Jitong and Professor Dai felt relieved. "Great, I don't have to fear that person's threats of violence." Although they are not afraid, having someone like that nearby always makes people uncomfortable.
Professor Dai, ello.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Yuanzhang. I was assigned a task and happened to be traveling with you. The organization arranged for you to stay in our compartment so I can protect you. Unexpectedly, Wu Yuanzhang turned to Professor Dai and introduced himself seriously. "The organization said they would assign security personnel for me. It turns out it's you." "Thank you, and I appreciate your effort." Professor Dai's expression finally relaxed completely. Shin Jitong was stunned by what she heard. Seeing her confused look, Wu Yuanzhang smiled and said, "Tang Tang, I just went out to handle a task. I didn't expect that just leaving for a little while you all would be disturbed. I told the train conductor that no one else should enter this compartment." "That's great," Shin Jitong said happily. On the train, sharing a compartment with strangers is like opening a mystery box. You never know who you'll meet. If it's someone like that big man earlier, the whole trip would be unpleasant. Without bullies, the three of them felt much more comfortable in the compartment. Shin Jitong didn't expect Professor Dai to be under such high-level protection. There must be a reason, but she didn't want to ask. From the conversation between Professor Dai and Wu Yuanzhang, she gradually understood a little. Professor Dai was going to study and repair a cultural artifact related to a sensitive military material. If Professor Dai could figure out the specific details of that material, it would be very important for the military's new weapons development. No wonder Wu Yuanzhang was assigned to protect Professor Dai. At lunch, Wu Yuanzhang asked what they wanted to eat and went to the dining car to buy food. He explained that because of Professor Dai's special status, it was better not to walk around the train freely to avoid giving enemies a chance. Professor Dai said she was fine with anything, just needed energy for work, and she wasn't picky about food. Shin Jitong admired Professor Dai's dedication to her work. She had plenty of delicious food in her space, but couldn't share it with everyone. She said she would just have rice and simple vegetables. Wu Yuanzhang went to the dining car to get their meals. When he returned, he was carrying 2 trays. Shin Jitong's tray had rice, stir-fried meat, and tofu. Professor Dai's tray had braised pork, marinated eggs, tofu, and rice. After finishing their meal, Wu Yuanzhang cleaned up and took the trays back to the kitchen. Professor Dai shyly said, "Little Shin, your partner worked hard. There's no need to thank him. He's serving the people." "Professor Dai, your value is unmatched, and it's only right to take good care of you." Shin Jitong accepted the thanks on Wu Yuanzhang's behalf. When Wu Yuanzhang returned, he saw them discussing academic topics about artifact restoration. He was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Jitong to be interested in this. Jitong is really smart. She learns everything quickly. Professor Dai guided her, and she listened eagerly, always praising her good grasp of the knowledge. He remembered that Jitong used to enjoy playing the piano and molding clay figures. She said she wanted to become a sculptor when she grew up. He never thought her interests would change. Captain Wu, I have a small favor to ask. May I speak openly? Seeing Wu Yuanjing return, Professor Dai suddenly said. Professor Dai, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will do anything. Seeing that Professor Dai seemed hesitant, Wu Yuanjing quickly expressed his willingness. It's not that serious. You see, Shinji Tong is very interested in artifact restoration. I didn't expect her to be so talented. She understands the knowledge I teach her very well, and she can think independently, even offering new ideas. I think she has great talent. It would be a pity not to teach her more. When we go to the frontier, if there are no special tasks, could I borrow Shinji Tong to work with me? I'd bring her along to participate in my projects. Maybe she could even become a backup talent for the country. Professor Dai has taken a liking to Shinji Tong. The current university system is very tough. Good students can't get into university, and those who do often only produce mediocre work. Such a background makes it hard to learn difficult and specialized subjects. Although Shinji Tong is just a high school student, after talking with her, Professor Dai feels she has a solid educational foundation, a noble demeanor, and a deep family background. A girl like Shinji Tong is much better than those talents recommended for university. There's no problem on my end, but I need to ask Jitong for her opinion. On Wu Yuanjing's strong face, whenever he mentions Shinji Tong's name, his features unexpectedly soften. At this moment, he looks at Shinji Tong with a curious and affectionate gaze. You can tell if someone loves another person just by their body language. Whenever Wu Yuanjing looks at Shinji Tong, his heart and eyes are full of her, and his features relax. Professor Dai, it's my honor to learn from you. Shinji Tong didn't expect such a pleasant surprise on the train. Seeing that the young couple both agree, Professor Dai is overjoyed. What Wu Yuanjing didn't expect was that during the journey, he was the biggest victim. He could only watch helplessly as his fiancée eagerly absorbed knowledge from Professor Dai, ignoring him completely. Professor Dai probably hasn't met such an eager and hardworking student in a long time, and he wants to teach her everything he knows. They discuss endlessly. Finally, before lights out at night, they stop their conversation. Shinji Tong and Professor Dai go to sleep on the second-floor beds, while Wu Yuanjing sleeps alone on the lower bunk to keep watch. More than half an hour later, Shinji Tong feels everyone has fallen asleep. She pulls the blanket over herself and curls up inside. This way, even if Professor Dai wakes and looks in her direction, he would think she's hiding under the blanket. Wu Yuanjing, on the lower bunk, naturally wouldn't get up without reason to look upstairs. Even if he gets up at night, he would only see the bulging blanket. With his manners, he wouldn't rashly lift the blanket to check. After making her cover, Shinji Tong enters her space. She hasn't been in her space all day and is delighted to find that the vegetables she planted have ripened. She quickly harvests them. The watermelon has sprouted, with large leaves about the size of a palm. She didn't have time to set up a trellis, but the grapevines are growing quickly and have climbed onto other fruit trees. The apple and longan trees are now about as tall as a person, but it looks like they still need several days before flowering and fruiting. Shinji Tong waters the orchard and vegetable garden with spiritual spring water. After finishing her farm work, she goes into the villa and takes a nice shower. God knows how uncomfortable she felt earlier, unable to shower before sleeping. After her shower, she feels like she's come back to life. Then she boils some spiritual spring water to make a big pot of tea, planning to give some to Professor Dai when she has the chance. She realized that when giving something to others, it was best to dilute it with water. The concentration of the spiritual spring water shouldn't be too high to avoid being noticed immediately. Especially for someone as sharp as Wu Yuanjing, she might be detected right away. Shinji Tong does not plan to tell Wu Yuanjing the secret of the space spiritual spring. It's not because she doesn't trust him, nor because she's selfish and wants to keep it for herself. It's because Wu Yuanzheng is a soldier with heavy responsibilities. If she tells him the secret, he might face a difficult choice. Loyalty to the country requires reporting, but doing so could harm Shen Jitang. Rather than risk that, she prefers to keep the secret herself. Shen Jitang is still exploring the functions of the space. For example, she recently discovered that the flow of time inside the space is different from outside. Time inside the space is frozen, but outside, time continues normally. No matter how long she stays inside, her sense of time outside remains the same as everyone else's. This frozen time inside explains why food in the space stays fresh. Since time is stopped inside, food naturally doesn't spoil or go bad. For Shen Jitang, this feature means she has unlimited time to learn. Inside the space, she drinks spiritual spring tea while frantically studying artifact restoration techniques. Eventually, she even started practicing on actual damaged artifacts belonging to her grandfather, choosing less valuable ones to practice on. She has been learning in the space for about 10 years. When she came out, it was still early morning, everyone was sleeping soundly, and the train was rushing along with a loud clatter. Shen Jitang didn't expect that spending a night on the train would give her the sudden idea to activate a new function of the space, allowing her to quickly become an expert. Her theoretical knowledge now rivals Professor Dai's. But in practical experience, she still has a long way to go. During her hands-on practice in the space, she had no guidance, only her own exploration, summarizing and correcting. Some methods she used might not even be correct. However, all of this will be easily solved once she reaches Lu City. She only needs to accompany Professor Dai to work, which will expose her weaknesses to her and allow her to receive personal guidance. Once she improves her practical skills, she will quickly become one of the top artifact restoration experts in the country. Shen Jitang peacefully fell asleep on the train's sleeper berth. Wu Yuanzheng was actually half asleep and half awake because he had the important duty of protecting her. During that time, he only heard Shen Jitang turn over once, and it was after midnight. Jitang slept so peacefully, not making any fuss. This was Wu Yuanzheng's first time sharing a room and sleeping with Shen Jitang. Thinking that just a wall apart was her delicate body, Wu Yuanzheng felt a flutter in his heart. Since the accident in his youth, he had lost contact with Jitang for many years. This time, he was determined to protect her with all his heart, to prevent her from being hurt again, and to stay by her side forever. Wu Yuanzheng remembered when Shen Jitang was injured. The memory was still fresh. Afterward, everyone said Jitang had lost that part of her memory. Wu Yuanzheng thought that was a good thing, as it spared her from pain. But unfortunately, her lost memories also included him. From feeling sad and confused at first, Wu Yuanzheng eventually accepted it. As long as Jitang was not troubled by painful memories, he was willing to stay hidden behind her and quietly protect her. After reuniting with Jitang, Wu Yuanzheng found that she still hadn't remembered that painful time, but she remembered him. This was the best outcome. Wu Yuanzheng reminded himself not to bring up that past again, fearing that Jitang's old headache might flare up again. The train stopped at a small station late at night, and several men of different ages got on. Their expressions were dull, like most uneducated people, with only their eyes flickering when they exchanged glances, hinting that they were not ordinary. The early morning on the train was full of new experiences for Shen Jitang, especially waking up with Wu Yuanzheng. So far, the closest physical contact between them was that hug at the dock. But even without any intimate acts, being with him made Shen Jitang feel safe. Because she knew that no matter what, this man was willing to stand by her side. Someone who would risk his life for her wouldn't have any reason to dislike her. Shen Jitang got out of bed and saw that Wu Yuanzheng and Professor Dai were still asleep. She tiptoed out of the carriage to take a walk around. She had washed up in the space villa, so she didn't need to use the train's public bathroom. So far, Shen Jitang is very happy with the space. It not only has storage functions but also serves as a moving farm and provides a comfortable, clean home environment. Fourth, that guy took all our organization's funds and has been out of contact for a night. He probably ran off with the money, right? Third, he booked car number 1109. When most people wake up later, you can pretend to walk into the wrong compartment and check. The two men stood at the door of the train car, smoking and whispering. The train's engine noise and their quiet voices made it hard for anyone passing by to hear what they were saying. However, Shin Jitong, having drunk the spirit spring water, now had heightened senses and clearly heard their conversation. She didn't care what they were talking about, but the familiar compartment number 1109 made her heart skip a beat. Isn't 1109 her usual compartment? Shin Jitong acted as if nothing was wrong and walked past them. When they saw someone approaching, they stopped talking. At that moment, the train stopped at a fairly large city station. Shin Jitong's eyes lit up, thinking this was a good excuse. No matter how good the train food was, it couldn't compare to homemade dishes. On her way back to the compartment, she found a quiet corridor. She took out the small steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks she had packed earlier from her space, and entered the compartment. Inside, Wu Yuanzheng and Professor Dai had just woken up. Wu was folding the blankets, which were neatly shaped like tofu blocks with sharp edges. Shin Jitong smiled and said, "It's not a base. Why fold the blankets like tofu? Just used to it." Not folding them like this feels uncomfortable. Wu Yuanjing turned and saw the food in her hand, then asked softly, "Did you go buy food?" "Yes, the train just stopped, and I had 10 minutes. I hurried down to buy something. Luckily, I made it in time. Next time, don't take risks. If the train leaves, you won't catch up," Wu Yuanjing warned, then took the breakfast from her hand and placed it on the table. "Professor Dai, come have breakfast."
I just bought some things.
"I don't know what you like," Shin Jitong greeted. After a night of intense studying, her professional knowledge had greatly improved without her realizing it. Her temperament subtly changed as well. Professor Dai only felt that Shin Jitong had become more calm and intelligent. She was a bit surprised that her mental strength could develop so quickly. When facing Shin Jitong, she felt like she was talking to a very professional colleague. The other person was confident, polite, and spoke appropriately. On a mental level, they could communicate as equals. Professor Dai thought this must be a trick caused by her low blood sugar from waking up early without breakfast. So she smiled and said, "Thank you, Shaoshin. I'll go wash up and be right back." Just as Professor Dai opened the door to the private room, two men rushed in. They pushed Professor Dai aside roughly and squeezed into the room, glaring fiercely around inside. "What are you doing?" Wu Yuanzheng saw Professor Dai being pushed and stepped forward with a serious face to ask. "Hey, comrade soldier, sorry, we've got the wrong place." The bald man leading the group checked the room, but didn't find who he was looking for. Seeing Wu Yuanzheng in military uniform, his expression changed quickly, and he hurriedly bowed and apologized. "Wrong place? Is it okay to push someone like that?" "Apologize." Shin Jitong couldn't stand it and stepped forward to scold. The bald man and his companions looked at Shin Jitong's face and were momentarily stunned, impressed by her appearance. But they quickly lowered their heads and said to Professor Dai, "Sorry, Auntie. We accidentally pushed you."
Sorry about that.
"Please forgive us." After saying this, the bald man hurriedly left. Professor Dai shook her head silently and said, "Such restless people. Luckily, I often go outdoor archaeology, so I'm pretty tough. Otherwise, being pushed around like that, I might have broken bones." However, Wu Yuanjing thought these men weren't so simple. Because after they entered, their eyes kept looking at the bed as if they were searching for someone. Could it be related to the big man who was taken away yesterday? After Professor Dai went out to wash up, Shin Jitong said, "Brother Yuanzheng, when I bought breakfast just now, I saw that the bald man and his companions smoking at the door of the carriage. I overheard some of their words, and it was very strange." So Shin Jitong repeated their conversation and explained, "I didn't say anything when I came in because I was worried I might have heard wrong. But I didn't expect them to come in right away, and their excuse was the same, saying they went to the wrong place. I feel like the person they're looking for might be the big man who was involved yesterday. If so, that man isn't so simple. I will contact the patrol officers and also take these two people for questioning. Currently, enemy agents are infiltrating. Based on their tone of voice, they might be undercover spies. Wu Yuanzheng, experienced and quick to judge, immediately made a decision. He didn't have time for breakfast and went out to contact the patrol officers. When Professor Dai came in after washing up, he saw Wu Yuanzheng was not there and asked, "Where is Captain Wu? He has something to do. Let's eat first." Shen Jitong handed Professor Dai a soy milk. Nice, authentic Shanghai flavor. I didn't expect to find such breakfast outside Shanghai. I like it, Professor Dai praised. Shen Jitong chuckled. Professor Dai is from Shanghai and works in Beijing. This time, she came back on vacation to visit her parents. She didn't expect her vacation to end so soon, and she was called to go on a long trip by her superiors. She was a bit disappointed because she hadn't eaten enough of Shanghai's home-style food, but this morning, her wish was fulfilled, and she felt very happy. After they finished eating, Wu Yuanzheng returned to the compartment. Shen Jitong told him to eat quickly, or the breakfast would get cold and not taste good. Wu Yuanzheng didn't refuse. He finished his breakfast quickly and then said to them, "There are indeed enemy agents on the train. The two people who just entered the compartment have already been caught in the act. However, according to witnesses, there were 4 people in total. Now, 2 of them have disappeared. There are 3 hours until the next stop. If we don't catch them within 3 hours, they might slip away." What? Are those 2 really enemy agents? There are more on the train. Shen Jitong was also frightened. She rarely traveled far before and didn't expect such danger now. Luckily, Wu Yuanzheng was here. She had thought about going alone to the border to find Ru Yun, but it seems she was being naive. The 2 caught are very stubborn and refuse to reveal the others. Witnesses gave some descriptions, but they didn't pay much attention at the time, so they only remember roughly. It's a pity, they probably will escape. Wu Yuanzheng sighed. I have an idea. I don't know if it will work, Shen Jitong suddenly said. What idea? Wu Yuanzheng was surprised. He didn't expect the gentle, shy Jitong to come up with her own plan. It's really good. Although she is no longer the little girl who always held onto her clothes when going out, seeing her gradually become capable of handling things on her own, Wu Yuanzheng feels genuinely happy for her. Wasn't I studying artifact restoration with Professor Dai all day yesterday? One of the techniques involves restoring faces. Professor Dai, how about we work together using this method? Maybe we can recreate the suspect's face as seen by the witnesses. What do you think? Professor Dai was momentarily stunned but quickly understood and smiled, saying, "We can try." I hadn't thought before that restoration techniques for artifacts could be used this way. Hearing Professor Dai agree, Wu Yuanzheng immediately stood up and asked the security officer to bring the 3 witnesses to room 1109 to describe the suspect's features. Actually, these 3 witnesses had already roughly described the suspect to the police earlier. But at that time, they didn't think much of the suspect, only glancing briefly. As they tried to recall, their memories became more blurry. Some hadn't seen the suspect's entire face, only the eyes and nose, and could only describe the eyes as very sharp or fierce. Due to their limited education, they couldn't clearly describe the exact expression. So, these witnesses couldn't provide much useful information. Now, calling them back, Wu Yuanzheng wasn't very confident, but it was worth trying. The restoration technology for artifacts involves reconstructing damaged faces on sculptures, using a fixed module to guide the process. But now, they needed to use the witnesses' descriptions to create a suspect's image, which is even more difficult than restoring a sculpture. Professor Dai took out charcoal pencils and paper from her luggage, clipped the paper onto the drawing board, and began sketching. To her surprise, Shen Jitong's questions were very targeted, about the suspect's eyes, nose shape, contours, whether the light was backlit or frontlit, whether it was a side or front view. As a typical young lady from Shanghai, Shen Jitong was well-rounded in arts, sports, music, and academics. She started learning piano at 4, painting at 5, horseback riding at 6, swimming at 7, and foreign languages at 8. Whatever she wanted to learn, her mother arranged for her to study, though how well she learned varied. But in fact, after consistently practicing, Shen Jitong has learned most of her skills quite well. So, in front of Professor Dai, she can confidently discuss the sketch, darkening the nose wings, adding a side shadow to the eye sockets. With the help of a few witnesses, the two of them spent about an hour and a half, finally completing the initial portrait. Is it him? After their final cooperation and adjustments, the finished drawing was ready. Professor Dai showed the portrait to the witnesses. Yes, it's definitely them. Although I didn't see the details clearly at the time, the spirit and feeling are there. One witness, a young man from the countryside, was quite educated and described it very accurately. It's those two. Their eyes are just like the poisonous snakes in our village, cold and scary. You really are educated people. You can actually draw this. This witness was a simple man from the Northwest. Wow, it's these two faces. You are amazing. You actually drew them. It's even better than a photo. Another witness, a young man from Guizhou, looked at Shinji Tong and Professor Dai with surprise and admiration. It looks like this portrait is quite accurate. I'll take it to the police now and look for them in the whole carriage. Wu Yuanjing looked at Shinji Tong with deep admiration. Then he took the portrait, memorized the faces on it, and quickly left the compartment to find the police and cooperate. Professor Dai and Shinji Tong worked hard for nearly 2 hours. They were fully focused and highly concentrated. Now that they relaxed, they both felt tired. Shinji Tong poured a cup of hot tea from her thermos and handed it to Professor Dai, saying, "Professor Dai, I brewed some ginseng tea. Drink it, it can help relieve fatigue." "Good, thank you." Professor Dai was thirsty and drank it without hesitation. This was century-old ginseng tea brewed with a little spiritual spring water. After drinking, Professor Dai felt refreshed quickly, with his mental fog and fatigue swept away, and he became more energetic. "Little Shun, this must be top-quality ginseng tea. It's impressive. Now I feel full of energy. Professor Dai, it's my grandfather's old stock. Should we continue with the lesson?" Through Professor Fong's practical demonstration just now, Shinji Tong realized her weaknesses in this area and naturally didn't miss any chance to ask for guidance. "No problem. I'm feeling energized. Let's continue the class." Professor Dai, rarely encountering a diligent and eager student, was very happy. She took out her notes from teaching graduate students and began explaining graduate courses to Shinji Tong. Even Professor Dai didn't realize that she was teaching Shinji Tong, who had only attended classes for 1 day yesterday, graduate-level material. Perhaps during their cooperation just now, she subconsciously regarded Shinji Tong as a student capable of handling graduate courses. It wasn't until halfway through the lesson, when Shinji Tong responded confidently, that Professor Dai stopped teaching. Curiously, Shinji Tong asked, "Professor Dai, why are you stopping? Are you tired? Would you like some ginseng tea?" "No, Xiao Shun, you should be taking doctoral courses. Shinji Tong, you are a rare genius. I underestimated you. With so much knowledge, you can understand and connect everything so well." Professor Dai was so excited that she called Shinji Tong by her full name. She covered her mouth, thinking back and forth, feeling it was incredible. But now isn't the time for strict teacher-student respect. If she told others how extraordinary Shinji Tong was, Shinji Tong might be discouraged. "Professor Dai, I'm not a genius. I used to be at home and had contact with experts in artifact restoration, so I learned quite a bit. My grandfather is Shinming Rui, a businessman in Shanghai. He has a strong interest in antiques and calligraphy and has collected many items. Before, he often invited artifact experts to appraise and restore his collection. I grew up around this, and I often asked masters for advice, so I have some background." Shinji Tong had to reveal her background to prevent Professor Dai from getting overly excited and praising her excessively, which might cause unnecessary attention. "Your grandfather is Shinming Rui? Oh, no wonder. Your family has a strong scholarly tradition. No wonder you learn so quickly. I'm glad I took you on as a student. Xiao Shin, I have a suggestion for you. Listen, nowadays university admissions are mostly based on recommendations. When you go to the base, find a job in the archives, and then have the base recommend you to university. If you apply to Peking University and become my student, I can ensure you a continuous path from bachelor's to master's and doctoral degrees. As vice dean, as long as Shinji Tong is recommended into the university, Professor Dai would fully support her." She has the influence and ability to make it happen. And the key point is that Shen Jitong has the ability to do so. Professor Dai is not afraid of being accused of favoritism. This matter can withstand investigation. She believes in choosing the best people, regardless of family ties. If someone dares to complain, Professor Dai can simply call on a more influential person to support Shen Jitong. Shen Jitong was stunned. She hadn't expected that she still had a way to get into university. How about it? Little Shen, are you unwilling? I can't force you if you don't want to, but it's a pity about your talent. Seeing Shen Jitong silent for a while, Professor Dai smiled awkwardly. Nowadays, intellectuals are highly undervalued. If their ideas are not correct, they can be easily discredited. Most people don't want to get involved with the academic world. Moreover, Shen Jitong is from a military family, so she probably doesn't want to be entangled with someone as experienced as Professor Dai. No, Professor Dai, I want to.
Of course I want to.
I was just too excited and didn't expect such an opportunity. I reacted without thinking. Realizing this, Shen Jitong quickly agreed. Really? Little Shen, you want to be my student? That's wonderful. My knowledge will have a successor at last. Professor Dai was overjoyed. Seeing Professor Dai so happy, Shen Jitong quickly poured a cup of ginseng tea and respectfully said, Professor Dai, I offer you this tea as a toast. From now on, you are my teacher. Good, good. Having a student like you makes me feel at peace even in death. Professor Dai took the tea and drank it in one gulp, looking very pleased. They agreed that after Shen Jitong joins the military, she would first find a clerical job, work hard to perform well, and then be recommended by her superiors to attend university. Since it was already August, she missed the recommendation period, so she would have to wait until next year. However, Shen Jitong was quite satisfied with this plan because she wanted a year to get along and build a good relationship with Wu Yuanzheng. Everything was just right. Shen Jitong now has wealth beyond what she could spend in her lifetime, so she doesn't need to worry about daily expenses. But in life, she can't just wear luxury watches, jewelry, and carry heavy gold bars to earn respect. Even in later times when wealth was a source of pride, people valued more than just financial power. People live in the world, and they also need status, power, and reputation. For example, Wu Yuanzheng is now a soldier. All kinds of villains and evil people are afraid and panicked in front of him, while ordinary people respect him greatly. These are the signs of his social value as a soldier. Shen Jitong's past life depended on the love of her elders. After getting married, she could still enjoy a comfortable life thanks to Wu Yuanzheng's affection. But she cannot be someone who always depends on others. She also needs to have her own social value, which makes her feel like a real person. Although intellectuals are deliberately suppressed in this era, the times will still call on them, pushing them to the highest positions. Therefore, becoming a scholar useful to the country and society is undoubtedly her best choice. When Wu Yuanzheng returned to the box, his serious face was replaced with a relaxed expression. Seeing this, Shen Jitong quickly asked, Brother Yuanzheng, did you catch the enemy agents? Thanks to your hard work, we caught 2 people. They even put on a little makeup to try to escape, but your sketches not only captured their looks but also their spirit. Although they made up, their aura couldn't be changed easily. Our sharp-eyed comrades recognized them and arrested them. Initial questioning shows they are indeed a couple of enemy agents inside the country. The big man who caused trouble earlier was recently bought by them. They asked the big man to transfer the organization's funds, but he lacked self-control. As soon as he got on the train, he caused trouble with us, and it happened to be with Professor Dai, whom I was protecting. After I caught him, he had no training in handling such situations and caused a lot of trouble. After losing contact with him, the group quickly took the train to find him. The final result is that we caught them all. Now, the railway police are contacting the security department to transfer them at the next station. Maybe more members of the organization will be uncovered. Professor Dai, Tang Dang, you have made great contributions this time, Wu Yuanzheng said happily. We just did what we could. Professor Dai modestly adjusted his glasses. Shen Jitong smiled happily, feeling proud. In her heart, this was just a small incident on the train. Helping Wu Yuanzheng complete his task made her feel a little proud. The days on the train were relatively peaceful. Professor Dai taught, and Shin Jitong learned. At night, when it was time to sleep on the upper bunk, Shin Jitong took the opportunity while everyone was asleep to enter the space, tend to the fruit and vegetable garden, and review what she had learned during the day. With the space as her learning tool, Shin Jitong had already mastered all the knowledge taught by Professor Dai by the time they reached their destination, though practical application still required some time. During this period, Shin Jitong also found excuses to share 2 batches of fresh grapes and apples grown in the space with everyone. Wu Yuanzheng and Professor Dai both secretly wondered why this long train journey didn't feel as tiring as usual. Wu Yuanzheng thought to himself that it was because he was with Tang Tang, and being happy made him feel better. Professor Dai's explanation was that she had gained a proud student, and nothing could be happier than that. Neither of them noticed that the food and drinks Shin Jitong provided to them seemed a bit fresher and tastier than usual. After 3 days and nights of travel, the train finally arrived at Lusher Station. Wu Yuanzheng had already arranged a car to pick them up at the station. First, they were taken to the Lusher History Museum. Before parting, Professor Dai reminded Shin Jitong to visit her whenever she had free time. Shin Jitong said she would come right after visiting her best friend. Next, Wu Yuanjing needed to report to the military district. Coincidentally, Shin Jitong inquired and found out that the Border Frontier 108 Farm and 107 Farm were both near this military district. Wu Yuanzing arranged for Shin Jitong to stay at the military district guest house. "Should I book a room?" At the front desk of the military district guest house, a clever young soldier saw their close demeanor and mistakenly thought Shin Jitong was a military family member, not realizing they still needed some formalities. "2 rooms, Wu Yuanjing quickly said. "She is my partner, but we haven't registered our marriage yet." When he said this, Wu Yuanjing's face turned bright red. Luckily, he had long-term training, and his skin was a wheat color. Otherwise, his face would have been too obvious. "Yes, that's what he said. Here's my introduction letter. We'll take 2 rooms." Led by Wu Yuanjing, Shin Jitong also started to stammer. The young soldier touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward too. "This is simply a matter of whether to rent 1 room or 2. Why does it seem like the lovely couple in front of me is acting out a beautiful love story, like in Lin Hai Shui Yuan, with a pure white dove and a brave young hero?" Xiaobing looked at the letter of introduction and learned that Wu Yuanzheng was a regimental commander. He couldn't help but feel respectful. At 27, the regimental commander was quite rare, not just in their group army, but across the country. It showed that this handsome young leader had achieved great military success. Shin Jitong saw the admiration in Xiaobing's eyes and felt proud inside. "Tang Tang, you rest inside. I'll go report and get my mission. Then I'll come back to take you to Farm 108, Wu Yuanzheng said as he took Shin Jitong to her room on the 3rd floor. "Okay, you go ahead. Don't worry, I won't wander around. I don't know this place well," Shin Jitong said obediently. Wu Yuanzheng left, closing the door securely before he felt at ease to go. Shin Jitong looked around. The room was about 25 square meters, decorated with a military style. The neatly folded blankets and quilts, the tidy water cups, though simple, with just a bed, a table, and a chair. The environment was very clean and spotless. Shin Jitong was quite satisfied. Alone in the room, she immediately entered her space. First, she took a nice bath, then squeezed some grape juice. The space had a grape rack hanging with bunches of grapes. They were so many she couldn't finish eating them all, and juicing used up a lot. Besides drinking herself, she put some in cups to share with Wu Yuanzheng. Since they would live together in the future, Shin Jitong didn't plan to hide much from Wu Yuanzheng. Otherwise, her space would lose most of its usefulness. She promised herself she wouldn't tell anyone about her space, but she would keep its secrets. However, the snacks and drinks she occasionally made in her space had to be accepted unconditionally by Wu Yuanzheng. She bet he would ignore it. On the black soil of her space, watermelons had already started to bloom and bear fruit. Shin Jitong happily imagined eating watermelon smoothies to cool off in a few days. In the rice fields, the rice she casually planted was already sprouting. In about 10 days, it should be ready for harvest. It seemed her space could fully support self-sufficient food crops, so she wouldn't worry about starving anywhere she went. After finishing these tasks, Shun Jitong went back to her space to rest on the high-quality mattress she bought for over 10,000 yuan. She had been sleeping until someone outside knocked on the door. Then she slowly woke up. Suddenly, she remembered she was in a special space, so she quickly came out and spread the blanket on the bed as if she had just finished sleeping. Only then did she groggily go to open the door. After Wu Yuanjing knocked, he patiently waited for Shun Jitang to open it. Unexpectedly, when Shun Jitang opened the door, her shoulder was half exposed, and she was wearing a light purple, sheer sleepwear that outlined her body's curves faintly. Yuanjing, you're back. Shun Jitang looked clearly still sleepy. She glanced at Wu Yuanjing vaguely, still half dreaming, and didn't realize why his gaze was so strange. She turned to go inside, and Wu Yuanjing froze outside the door. Should he go in or not? Her current outfit made him feel very excited. If he went inside and they were alone, he wasn't sure if he could control himself from doing something wrong. Yuanjing, why aren't you coming in? Shun Jitang called him. But after calling, she tilted her head and saw her reflection in the mirror at the entrance. It turned out that when she was sleeping in the space, she had changed into a thin, see-through, cool sleepwear, and when she woke up, she forgot to change out of it. This kind of sleepwear creates a hazy, mysterious feeling, like looking through fog, beautiful and alluring. But honestly, Shun Jitang wore it only because it was cool and comfortable, not to attract anyone. There was no other intention. However, it was too late. Wu Yuanjing came inside from outside, closed the door behind him, and suddenly embraced her tightly, holding her close. Tang Tang, you smell so good. Wu Yuanjing's tall figure wrapped around her completely. Shun Jitang felt his strong body and the possessive desire in his tight embrace. Startled, she quickly wrapped her arms around his firm waist, then looked up at him and gently closed her eyes. The girl in front of him, with a face like a peach blossom, long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, moved with her breath, flickering and making his heart itch. Wu Yuanjing received Shun Jitang's loving invitation. He clumsily kissed her lips. His large hand held her slender waist, but as if worshipping a deity, he dared not disrespect her lightly. Finally, they moved from clumsy exploration to daring teasing, getting lost in the game of chasing the mysterious snake, and enjoyed it fully. Wow! Shun Jitang parted from him, still feeling his breath on her tongue. I'm almost out of breath, she said. Her face was blushing, and she smiled shyly. She still hadn't learned how to breathe easily during intimate moments. Wu Yuanjing held her in his arms, gently patting her back and saying, I was too eager. After a while, both of them caught their breath. Shun Jitang pushed him away shyly and said, I'll go change my clothes. Wu Yuanjing's love for her was clear in his actions. Seeing her run into the bathroom shyly, he couldn't help but smile. His usually cold and handsome face looked warm and bright, like the sun shining and a gentle spring breeze. When Shun Jitang came out of the bathroom, she had actually just stepped out of the space. She was wearing a light blue linen long-sleeve top, breathable and sun-protective, with light brown fitted linen pants. Yuanjing, are you done with your task? Do you need to go to work soon? She asked quickly to avoid awkwardness. No, I don't have to work until tomorrow. I can stay with you today. You wanted to go to Farm 108, right? I looked at the map. It's about 20 kilometers from here. I'll drive you there, he said. But I have a friend, Wang Jiqiang. He heard I was asking about Farm 108 and said his sister lives there. He wants to join us to visit her. Is that okay? Of course. Let's go now. Where is your friend? He's waiting downstairs. We can go down now, Wu Yuanjing replied. That's when he remembered he had been so caught up in the flowers that he left Wang Jiqiang waiting downstairs for a while. Shun Jitang also thought of this. Her previously calm face suddenly turned red again, looking a bit guilty. Actually, if they were honest and open, no one would think much of it. She handed him a glass of grape juice and said, Drink this first. I'll wash my face. Since Wang Jiqiang was already waiting, she decided to wash her face with cold water to calm her nerves. Wu Yuanjing thought the juice his fiancé made was delicious, sweet and sour, cool and refreshing. He finished it in a few sips. The elegant crystal glass used for the juice looked luxurious, clearly something Shen Jitong usually used. Wu Yuanjing felt very happy. He used the cup that Jitong was drinking water from. Tang, I will wash the cup. Wu Yuanjing walked to the bathroom door. Leave it to me, I will wash it. Shen Jitong was drying her face with a towel. She casually took the cup and washed it. Wu Yuanjing waited in the room for her. Shen Jitong quickly applied some sunscreen from her bag. The UV rays in Lushur are very strong, so it's better to put some on. Then she picked up the cup and said, Let's go. Wu Yuanjing accompanied her downstairs. Wang Jiqiang, this is my fiancé, Shen Jitong. Jitong, this is Wang Jiqiang. Wu Yuanjing introduced them. Shen Jitong looked at Wang Jiqiang. He seemed quite young, about 24 or 25. He had clear features and was about 1.75 meters tall, looking like a lively young man. Wang Jiqiang saw Shen Jitong. He was initially surprised and stared at her for a moment, but then he stopped looking and greeted warmly. Shen Jitong thought he was very polite, and her good impression of him increased. A faint idea appeared in her mind. Isn't Wang Jiqiang the kind of person Ruyun likes? Ruyun is her best friend. She often describes the kind of partner she wants. Wang Jiqiang seems to match her description. Wu Yuanjing continued to introduce, saying Wang Jiqiang is the leader of the radar team at the base and a very hardworking person. These were polite words, but they praised Wang Jiqiang, and he was quite pleased. Hearing that Wang Jiqiang was quite good, Shen Jitong thought Ruyun could indeed get to know him. Shen Jitong had never played matchmaker before, and didn't know what was needed to help two people find a good match. After the three of them got in the car and started their trip, Shen Jitong suddenly had an idea. She thought, shouldn't she first find out if he is married or not? Otherwise, if he already has children, it would be awkward. The first condition is that Wang Jiqiang must be single. The rest depends on their fate. They need to meet and see if they like each other first, then other things can come later. This is a great opportunity for the two to meet naturally. So, after driving for a while, Shen Jitong took the initiative to start a conversation. Captain Wang, is your hometown at 108 Farm?
Oh no.
My hometown is in Jiangsu. My parents moved to the frontier 50 years ago to support the development there. My eldest sister married at the 108 Farm. We siblings are very close, and I often visit her when I can. Today, I overheard Captain Wu say that you all are going to the 108 Farm. I haven't been to my sister's place in 2 months, so I plan to visit her, as well as see my nephew and niece. Lieutenant Wang also carried a bag, clearly filled with gifts for his sister's family. It seems their family has a very good relationship. This family atmosphere is much better than the one in Ruyun's family, which favors boys over girls. According to policy, they can only return to the city in 1978, which is still 12 years away. Even if Ruyun is alive and can go back to Shanghai in the future, her family's difficult living conditions would leave her with nowhere to stay. By then, her 2 brothers will probably be married and have children. The family will live in just 1.5 rooms. Would Ruyun have to stay in a bridge tunnel? She might not be welcomed back by her family. Lieutenant Wang is really kind to my sister. Shen Jitong and Wang Jiqiang were chatting happily. Meanwhile, Wu Yuanjing was driving, feeling puzzled. He thought, Tangdang is so talkative now. Sure enough, they had been apart too long. Her personality has already changed a bit from what he remembered. But just thinking about that sweet kiss earlier made Wu Yuanjing feel happy inside. No matter how much Tangding changes, he still likes her. While Shen Jitong was talking with Wang Jiqiang, she realized that her own charm was quite strong. For her sister, she was willing to go all out, using all her conversation skills, probing carefully to learn about Wang Jiqiang's family. Wang Jiqiang has 2 older sisters and a younger brother. He is currently single and has no girlfriend. His parents work at a dairy factory in Lushur. His 2 sisters are married, and his brother is an apprentice at the dairy factory. His eldest sister married at the 108 Farm because her husband was also in the military, transferred to the 108 Farm, and is now deputy director of the farm's Armed Forces Department. She works at the farm civil affairs office. His second sister is a primary school teacher and is married in Lushur. Her husband works at the police station. He and his brother are still looking for partners. Their family is very stable and considered a golden family. With such a good family background and Wang Jiqiang's excellent personal qualities, he could easily find a partner at a good organization in Lushur. However, without trying, how can we know if there will be a result? Shin Jitong is determined to change Ryun's fate, hoping her good friend can have a happy life. At this moment, Wang Jiqiang happens to ask Shin Jitong who she plans to visit at the farm. He says he will see his sister and asks her to take good care of Shin Jitong's friend. Shin Jitong is happy about this. Even if the matchmaking doesn't work out, it's good for Ryun to make new connections. Ryun is a young girl from the countryside with no one to rely on. Wang Dajia and her husband are important people at the farm, and with their support, others are less likely to bully her. If she has problems, she can also find a place to talk. So, Shin Jitong suggests, let's have dinner together tonight. I'll invite your sister's family and Ryun to get to know each other. Wang Jiqiang agrees happily. Actually, just because Shin Jitong is friends with the sister, Wang Jiqiang feels it's right to ask her to take good care of Ryun. Friends are like family. Family members of soldiers should look out for each other. The road from Lushur City to the farm is full of vast deserts, with yellow sands blowing across the land. The lonely smoke rises straight up, creating a very different atmosphere from the southern charm of Shanghai. The 108 farm is built in an oasis in the desert. According to Wang Jiqiang, the main work at the farm involves land reclamation, growing crops, and fighting desertification to expand the green area. Shin Jitong thinks about Ryun's small body and wonders if she can handle the intense work. From a distance, the green patch of the farm slowly expands as they approach. This is the dormitory area. New young workers live here, Wang Jiqiang explains, familiar with the farm. I don't know where Ryun lives on the farm. It's probably time for her to finish work. Brother Yuanzheng, please stop the car. I'll ask around. Shin Jitong sees a group of people carrying shovels and hoes walking toward them. She thinks they look like young workers and asks Wu Yuanzheng to stop the jeep. Wu Yuanzheng parks the car by the roadside. Shin Jitong gets out and looks around, trying to find someone to ask. Among the workers, a young girl wearing a big straw hat steps forward. When she sees Shin Jitong, her face first shows surprise, then she suddenly runs over. After rushing up to her, the man threw away the on his shoulder and happily hugged her. Tang Tang, is that really you? I thought I was seeing things or mistook someone else. I can't believe it, it's really you. Ryun. It's you? Shin Jitong also hugged her tightly, tears of happiness falling down her face. It's so good that Ryun is still alive. Holding her, warm and real, full of life and energy. After a moment of joy, Ryun let go and asked, You came all this way? Are you here to help out too? No, I came especially to see you. Shin Jitong looked at her with tears in her eyes. Ryun's skin was tanned to a honey color, but her features remained fair and delicate. Clearly she had taken good care of herself. This is a special kind of elegance unique to girls from Shanghai. I don't believe it. Over 3,000 kilometers, and your family let you come alone. She truly couldn't believe it. Shin Jitong was a delicate young lady from a wealthy family. Could she really endure the pain of traveling by train alone? She was so beautiful that if she had come alone, she would have been kidnapped many times on the way. Even if she arrived safely, her health wouldn't hold up. So, no matter what, Ryun didn't believe Shin Jitong would come just for her. I definitely came to see you, but I didn't come alone. I came with my fiancé. Shin Jitong's words made Ryun feel shocked. What? You have a fiancé? Which young master from Shanghai? Ryun always knew Shin Jitong came from a wealthy family in Shanghai. When they were together, she would tease her as a young lady of a noble family, and Shin Jitong wouldn't mind. So, in her mind, anyone who could match Shin Jitong would surely be from a well-off family in Shanghai. Here, this is my fiancé, Wu Yuanzheng. He's a soldier. Seeing Shin Jitong had found Ryun, Wu Yuanjing got out of the car and approached them. When he reached Shin Jitong, he heard her introduce him. Wu Yuanjing stood beside Shin Jitong and greeted Ru Yun. "Hello, I am Wu Yuanjing. Hello, I am Ru Yun." Shui Yun looked closely at Wu Yuanjing's face and showed a slight surprise, but it quickly passed and she smiled. "It's noon now, Ru Yun. Do you have a restaurant nearby? Let's find a place to eat together." "Yes, there's a restaurant on the next street." "Wait a moment, I'll put down wash my face and come." Ru Yun felt embarrassed because she looked dirty and dusty. "Okay, go ahead. We'll wait here." Shui Yun quickly picked up her and left in a hurry. At this time, Wang Jiqiang also got out of the car. Seeing Ru Yun's back as she left, he asked with a smile, "Sister-in-law, is this your close friend?" "Yes, we met in middle school. We've been friends for 5 years now. We're going to eat together later. Would you like to join us?" "No, I'll visit my sister first." "We'll meet again tonight." Wang Jiqiang politely declined, gave his sister's address, and then left carrying his bag. Wang Jiqiang only glanced at Ru Yun's back and didn't seem very interested. Shin Jitong was not disappointed. Her original idea was just a sudden whim to help create a match. If they weren't meant to be, she wouldn't mention it again. Anyway, she would think of other ways. About 10 minutes later, Ru Yun hurried back. She changed into a floral dress she used to wear in Shanghai, tied her hair into a neat ponytail, and looked much more energetic and bright. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I live in a shared dormitory, a small, simple place. Besides the bed, there's nothing else. When guests come, there's nowhere to sit, so I didn't invite you in." "Understood. Let's go eat." Shin Jitong looked at her, who had become much thinner, and felt a pang of sympathy. Seeing Ria now was like seeing her past self. She was sent to the countryside, married off, but really, she was just abandoned by her family. They placed her somewhere they didn't want to see or hear about, squeezing out her last value, feeling they had fulfilled their duty. After that, they ignored her, leaving life and death to fate. Wu Yuanjing followed behind them, watching as they held hands and leaned close, chatting about funny stories from the past, occasionally laughing like silver bells. Wu Yuanjing felt a sense of peaceful, happy days. This scene is so beautiful. He never dared to imagine that one day he would visit Tongtong's hometown and introduce her to his friends with pride. Wu Yuanjing felt a warm feeling of happiness rise in his chest. Here is our farm's big restaurant. It's a bit simple, but the food is pretty good. The head chef is also a young person from Shanghai, and he can cook authentic Shanghai dishes. They stopped in front of a small, plain restaurant. Ru Yun smiled and introduced it. Shin Jitong thought she looked in good spirits now. Although her palms had calluses, she was cheerful and not overwhelmed by past hardships. This showed that no one around her was bullying her. Her tragic death later was probably caused by the pressure of the storm, and someone might have dug into her background to use as a report for the authorities. In Shun Jitong's mind, every group had certain, bad, indicators to meet, which were tough tasks. If there were no clear targets, they would dig into backgrounds to find suitable people to meet the goals. Shun Jitong sighed inwardly, but kept her expression calm and said, "Then let's try the flavors from Shanghai, thousands of miles away." Inside the restaurant, there were only 5 tables, but only one was occupied, making the place seem quiet. The occupied table, according to Ru Yun's secret words, was for the farm office hosting higher officials. She also said that this small restaurant mainly served such official receptions. If the government didn't come here to eat, the restaurant wouldn't survive. Shin Jitong saw that the guests at that table were drinking Hongshan liquor, and the dishes included lamb spine, big plate chicken, and roasted lamb chops, meat dishes. It was clear that the government was generous. This meal cost quite a bit, around dozens of yuan. "Tang Dang, Wu Group leader, shall we order some Shanghai dishes and a big plate of chicken? That way, we can enjoy hometown food and local specialties. Do you want rice or thin-skin buns as your main dish?" Ru Yun was quite good at planning. "Whatever you all prefer, I'm fine with anything," Wu Yuanjing said. They enjoyed their gathering, with Wu Yuanjing mostly in the background, only speaking when needed, otherwise quietly following behind. "Let's order some staple foods for everyone to choose what they like," Shen Jitong suggested. All right, let's do that. They agreed. Shui Ruyun went to place an order with the shop owner. Wu Yuanzheng grabbed a cloth from the shop, found a bucket of clean water, washed the cloth, and wiped the greasy dining table several times. It felt much cleaner and fresher. Brother Yuanzheng, I didn't realize you are so particular. Shin Jitong smiled happily. After sending the family of her troublesome father to a better place in Hong Kong and bringing the Gao family down from their high point in life to a low point, Shin Jitong felt very free. Now, every day was a happier day. Wu Yuanzheng smiled silently. Then Shin Jitong realized that Wu Yuanzheng was cleaning the table for her. It was another day of him taking care of her. That's not good. Shin Jitong shook her head. Oh, Wu Yuanzheng understood and asked with a smile, why is that not good? Don't take care of me so much that I lose my ability to live independently, Shin Jitong said seriously. No, you're always strong. But taking care of you is like a rule in my mind. It just happens automatically, Wu Yuanzheng said seriously. Shin Jitong had nothing to say. She raised her delicate eyebrows and suddenly playfully asked in his ear, Then, will you wash my feet? Yes, I will. Wu Yuanzheng replied in a serious tone, but his voice trembled slightly, hiding strong feelings. Shin Jitong originally wanted to challenge him, but she didn't expect him to challenge her back. Her face turned red instantly. She shyly backed away and rolled her eyes at him. The food isn't ready yet. You can eat some watermelon to cool down. This is a watermelon grown in the desert, very sweet. Ru Yun brought a plate of sliced watermelon and helped Shin Jitong relax. Wang Jiqiang arrived at the farm residential area. As soon as he entered the community, he saw his nephew playing marbles with a group of children. Wang Jiqiang called out, Little Stone looked up, happy, stopped playing marbles and ran over shouting, Uncle, you're here? You haven't come for a long time. I missed you so much. Little guy, such sweet words. Do you know that Uncle brought some delicious food? Wang Jiqiang picked him up and hugged him. Little Stone is 6 years old, thin and light. Lifting him was very easy. Uncle, this is my uncle. My uncle is a soldier. Little Stone was proudly showing off to his friends. Some friends saw him running away halfway and stopped playing marbles. They wanted to ask him about it, but when they heard that his uncle was an officer, they immediately backed off, feeling a bit scared. They could only watch enviously as the uncle and nephew interacted. Uncle, I want a hug too. Nearby, a little girl ran over and hugged Wang Jiqiang's leg. Seeing she was his niece, Wang Jiqiang happily picked her up and said, Xiaoling, where did you go to play just now? Didn't you see me? Uncle, we were playing hopscotch over there, Xiaoling replied. Then she suddenly shouted at a chubby little boy, Xiaohu, this is my uncle. He's an officer, a company commander, a very important officer. After saying that, Xiaoling crossed her arms proudly and stuck out her tongue at the boy. Xiaohu probably often teased Xiaoling before. Now, hearing that Xiaoling's uncle was visiting and was a high-ranking officer, he was so scared he didn't dare speak and quickly ran away to the side. Wang Jiqiang chuckled and said, You two little kids, are you pretending to be powerful just because of your uncle? Uncle, they are bullying me. Who? Which ones are bullying my Xiaoling? Wang Jiqiang looked serious and looked around firmly. Suddenly, a few little kids couldn't handle the pressure and started crying loudly, saying, Company Commander, we won't bully Xiaoling anymore. I'll give her back the candy I took, and I won't do it again. Xiaoling, you'll be the first to jump the hopscotch. The bullying group was just a bunch of small, insignificant kids. Under the stern gaze of the company commander, they quickly surrendered, waving white flags. Xiaoling and Little Stone were carried by Wang Jiqiang on each side, walking proudly with their heads held high, arms crossed, like two victorious flags fluttering in front of him. Just these two little troublemakers and you, uncle, had to carry them in? You must be exhausted. When Wang Hongmei saw her brother carrying her children in happily, she came out to greet him. Mom, Uncle helped us scare away those bad kids. Little Stone was the first to report his achievement. Fat girl, and the others kept bullying me. When they saw that Uncle was a company commander, they ran away in fear. Xiaoling also admired her uncle very much. Are you coming to be the kid's boss? You haven't come for 2 months, and they can't control the bad kids anymore. Wang Hongmei felt both amused and annoyed. Wang Jiqiang, smiling foolishly, put down the 2 children and handed his bag to his sister, saying, "There are 5 jin of pork belly, 10 jin of rice, and a jar of brown sugar. Oh, and a bag of milk candies to satisfy the little ones. Why are you bringing so much? We don't lack these at home. It's from our parents. I also have a meat coupon, so I bought a bit more. The kids are growing, so they need more meat." Wang Jiqiang, a single man, usually eats and stays in a group place, so he doesn't spend much money. Helping his sister is an easy thing for him. Wang Hongmei brought out a big watermelon and said, "This year's farm had a good watermelon harvest. Everyone got a big one. You came just in time to try it." Wang Jiqiang cut the watermelon himself, dividing it into 2 small pieces for the children, and asked, "Where's brother-in-law? Hasn't he finished work yet?" "Not yet. He went to the county to get a task. I heard they want to strengthen ideological education. He's going to learn new ideas and will pass them on when he returns." "Oh, when will he come back?" "He's coming back in the evening. The training lasts 3 days. Today is the last day." Without him, the 2 little ones were running around everywhere. "If you hadn't just brought them back, and dinner was about to start, I wouldn't know where to find them." Wang Hongmei complained with her words, but her eyes shone with maternal love as she looked at the children. "Sis, today I took my comrade's car here. His girlfriend said they want to invite us to dinner tonight. Her best friend is from Shanghai and came to our farm from the city. Let's all go tonight. Meet them, and if anything comes up later, we can look out for each other." Wang Jiqiang then talked about the dinner plans. "Oh, a girl from Shanghai. Is she pretty? Does she have a boyfriend?" Wang Hongmei's focus shifted. "I don't know. I only saw her back, not her face. Why would I ask if she has a boyfriend?" Wang Jiqiang was eating the watermelon, feeling it was sweet, and kept praising it. "Eat, you only think about eating. Are you so careless about your future marriage? Now there are many excellent girls among the educated youth. They have city experience, have gone to school, and are very well-mannered. If you could find someone like that, our parents would be so happy they'd wake up smiling." Wang Hongmei was worried because her younger brother was fully focused on his career. He was already a grown man, and if he kept delaying, it would be hard to find a good partner. Even though he was now a leader, girls might think he was too old. Suddenly, she heard that there was a girl from Shanghai at the farm, and she became excited. Nowadays, young people get married early. If a 23-year-old hasn't found a partner, the family usually starts to worry. By 25, if still single, the family's concern grows even more. Wang Jiqiang shook his head in frustration. He didn't really care about his age. He had a clear example right in front of him. Captain Wu was 27, but his partner looked only about 20 and was very beautiful, like a star. As long as a man is good enough, he shouldn't worry about finding the right girl. But this idea doesn't work with parents or even with his sister. As long as he doesn't marry, he's just a single man in the village called Wang Shatzi. He could only quietly watch and wait. "Jiqiang, what time shall we have dinner tonight?" Wang Hongmei looked at her brother, who started to go silent whenever the topic of a partner came up. She had an idea. If her brother wasn't suitable, she would try herself. When she liked someone, she could talk to them more often and invite them to her home, creating chances for her brother. Thinking this way, Wang Hongmei became more interested in dinner plans. "It's probably around dinner time. I told my comrade your address, and he'll come to visit us. Would you prefer to eat at home? Eating out is expensive. I can cook a few dishes here, delicious and easy." Wang Hongmei was determined to help her brother find a match and was working it. "It's not a bad idea. I was thinking, since I'm the head of the household, I shouldn't let our squad leader treat us to a meal, right? So, let's eat at home. Do we have any dishes? Backyard chickens are almost ready. You can catch the biggest one, help me slaughter it, and we'll make a big chicken dish, stir-fried pork, and some handheld rice." That should be enough. Wang Hongmei planned to prepare a feast. Wang Jiqiang nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go catch the chicken now. Don't rush. Let's have a simple lunch first. I'll make some cold noodles." Wang Hongmei sighed, thinking about her silly younger brother who hasn't married yet. She always felt something was missing. He has achieved success in his career, but without a family, how can he become a mature and steady man? At the restaurant, Shen Jitong happily enjoyed a large Western-style watermelon from the border region, praising, "Really good, better than the ones in Shanghai, sweet, soft, and melts in your mouth." Foods here everyone enjoy. At this moment, the waiter brought out the sweet and sour pork ribs that had been prepared earlier, along with rice and thin-skinned buns. Everyone started eating and chatting. "Ruyun, before I came, I visited your home and found out your older brother got married. They live in the room you moved out of, right? Going to the countryside was really a good decision. The room is now empty, and my brother can get married too," Ruyun said happily, but inside, she probably felt a little sad. Shen Jitong smiled and said, "Your sister-in-law doesn't seem very happy about you returning. She said there's no place for you to stay." Shen Jitong spoke so frankly that even Wu Yuanzheng was surprised. He felt that Tongtong's words might hurt people's feelings. But she probably had another reason for saying this, right? After all, Shen Jitong is very kind-hearted, and he's seen a lot. She would say such hurtful words for a reason. Forget about the older sister-in-law. Second brother is also getting married. The family needs to make another room for him, but the older sister-in-law is already upset about it. This was what my older brother told me on the phone the day before yesterday. He also complained about second brother, asking why he didn't find a bigger house, and why he insisted on being a son-in-law, fighting over the house with him. If they need to change the room, the one where my older brother lives now will have to be shrunk by 1/2 meter in depth. The older sister-in-law is so angry about this that she argues with our parents every day. Ruyun already knew all this. Shen Jitong looked at her face, which no longer had the youthful spirit she had in Shanghai. Instead, there was a tired look in her eyes, and he felt sorry for her. But some things need to be said clearly so she won't hold on to illusions, and she can find a new way forward. Shen Jitong and Ruyun's friendship started in 7th grade. That day, Ruyun fainted in the school bathroom. Coincidentally, shortly after she fainted, the school rang the bell for class, and since no students were in the bathroom, no one noticed. Just as Shen Jitong was the last to come out of the bathroom, she saw Ruyun fainted on the ground. Based on her symptoms, Shen Jitong guessed she had low blood sugar. She gave Ruyun a piece of candy to eat. Gradually, Ruyun woke up. Shen Jitong felt happy because she had helped her classmate. Ruyun was grateful that Shen Jitong helped her in a moment of danger. Without realizing it, they became good friends. While they were talking, at the drinking table from earlier, a man in his 30s stood up. He held a bottle and a glass and walked over to their table. "Hey, pretty girl, soft skin and tender, you must have just arrived at the farm, right? Come, have a drink with me. From now on, I'll look after you." The man placed his glass in front of Shen Jitong, poured wine into it, and signaled for her to toast him. "Who are you?" Shen Jitong saw he was drunk, but since the table was for official meals and the man was probably someone important at the farm, she didn't get angry right away. Instead, she frowned and asked. Wu Yuanzheng was about to stand up, but Shen Jitong pressed his hand under the table. "Who am I?" "Ruyun, you should introduce yourself to them." The man looked proud, clearly thinking he was important. "Director Liu, these two are my friends. They came to visit me, not farm workers. Tang, this is Director Liu, who manages our farm's files. He's straightforward. He's just drunk today. Director Liu, I'll drink this glass with you," Ruyun explained to both sides, then picked up Shen Jitong's glass to try to ease the tension. But unexpectedly, Director Liu didn't want to give Ruyun face. He snorted coldly. "Ruyun, I told you to go drink with them before, and you said you couldn't drink. Now, how come you can? This glass, I think your friend should drink it. It's more suitable." Shen Jitong's eyes sharpened dangerously. She didn't expect that Director Liu was in charge of the files. And Ruyun had already offended him before. For a man who thought he was powerful, being refused when asking a woman to drink was like slapping him in the face. It was a serious insult. It seemed he already held a grudge against Ruyun, or at least had some bad feelings. He definitely knew Ruyun's file details. No wonder so many young people from the countryside at the farm were targeted. So that's how it was. Yun's appearance is already quite outstanding among ordinary people, and it is not surprising that such a man would be attracted to her. Some men are just so cruel. If they can't get what they want, they destroy it. Thinking that this man probably ruined Yun in her past life, Shen Jitang couldn't bear it. She suddenly stood up and shouted, "What do you mean? The youth going to the countryside is to help build the local area. How can you still ask someone to go drink with you? She refused, and you still cause trouble? Aren't you just trying to cause trouble?" Section Chief Lu didn't expect that this beautiful girl, who looked like a movie star, would dare to accuse him. He was already tipsy, and now he was acting confused. His eyes widened with a fierce look as he said, "This is my territory. Today you drink this wine, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, you can't leave here. I'll drink. Please don't make things difficult for my friend." Yun was frightened and quickly begged. Section Chief Lu was a middle-level manager at the farm. The middle and upper levels stuck together tightly. If they offended him, they wouldn't have a good life on the farm in the future. But there was no time to think about the future now. She had to ensure Tong Tong's safety first. Now it's too late to apologize with words. You have to kneel and drink. Section Chief Lu was aggressive, relying on being a local to bully outsiders. He was not soft at all. Seeing Yun look scared, Shen Jitang was furious. If she really knelt down, she felt a surge of anger. She swung a fist directly at Lu's face. Lu didn't understand what was happening. He saw stars flying before his eyes and then felt a sharp pain. He howled and touched his face, seeing blood on his hand. You woman, you hit me." Lu looked at his bloody hand in shock. "I'm bleeding." Yun was stunned, thinking this was the end. She had already hit Lu, who was very domineering, and now things would only get worse. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Shen Jitang's hand, and said anxiously, "Tang Tang, this person is very difficult. You two should leave quickly." "I will stay here." Shen Jitang and Wu Yuanzheng were both stunned when they heard this. Neither Wu Yuanzheng nor Shen Jitang expected that at this moment, Yun's first thought was to give up herself to protect them. Having such a loyal best friend is as precious as having a comrade you can rely on in battle. Shen Jitang never expected that Yun could have such a spirited side. Since Yun said that, she couldn't just leave. Shen Jitang quickly pulled Yun behind her and angrily pointed at Section Chief Lu, saying, How do you usually bully others? No wonder my friend was so scared of you. You even dared to threaten her to kneel and apologize with a drink? I think you're the biggest hidden enemy among the people. I will report your bad behavior to the local youth office. You. Section Chief Lu didn't expect Shen Jitang to be so sharp-tongued and was speechless for a moment. Most importantly, his behavior today was indeed unreasonable. Usually, everyone just tolerated him when he bullied them, and no one dared to stand up and argue with him, which made him arrogant. Now that Shen Jitang is criticizing him with reason, he really couldn't find anything to say in reply. Old Lu, you've had a few too many drinks, and you're talking nonsense. Let's all step back and not pursue this matter. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached from the other table to mediate. He was wearing a blue shirt with a hero-style pen pinned to it, looking like a government official. Deputy Zhang, how can we just let this go? I am injured. Section Chief Lu covered his nose. Although the bleeding had stopped, he still felt pain. If he hadn't been hit by Shen Jitang himself, he couldn't imagine that this delicate young woman had such strength. You started talking nonsense first, which provoked her. What? You think no one listens to you? Deputy Zhang's face darkened. Seeing this, Lu's section chief, now a bit sober, had no choice but to sulk and return to his table. Sorry, everyone. Section Chief Lu's words and actions were inappropriate. I apologize for him. He was just drunk and talking nonsense. When he's sober, I will take better care of him. Let's just forget about this. Deputy Zhang, with a square face and a dignified appearance, but with wrinkles like needles on his forehead, looked like he was always a bit grim even when smiling. Tang Tang, this is our Deputy Director Zhang. Since he's here to be fair, let's just let it go. Yun tugged at Shen Jitang's sleeve. Shen Jitang nodded and said, Deputy Director Zhang, you heard what Section Chief Lu said today. In the past, he asked Ryun to drink with him, and she refused. This time, it's almost the same situation. He doesn't respect the young people working in the countryside. When someone refuses his unreasonable requests, he uses his position to bully them. You were here today to stop him, but what about later? Do you think he might hold a grudge and try to get back at her afterward? He won't. I give you my word. Section Chief, Liu will not take revenge. I'll make sure to discipline him properly. Deputy Director Zhang's polite tone surprised Ryun. All right, we'll trust you for now. But if Ryun faces any trouble or retaliation later, we'll come straight to you and Section Chief Liu. Shin Jitong made her point clear. Deputy Director Zhang had already noticed that Shin Jitong and the man beside her carried themselves with confidence and authority. They didn't seem like ordinary people. After hearing what Section Chief Liu had said earlier, which made him look like a local bully, Zhang realized that if they reported him to the county office, it would cause serious problems. That's why he hurried over to smooth things out. Shin Jitong's firm attitude only made him more certain that she was someone important, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, comrade. Nothing like that will happen again. Let's put this matter behind us." "All right, I'll take your word for it." Shin Jitong knew that Zhang's promise might only be temporary. If they wanted to take revenge later, they still could, but for now, this was the best solution. Deputy Director Zhang, hello. My name is Wu Yuanjing, and this is my identification, Wu Yuanjing said, finally speaking up. He handed over his military ID to Zhang. He had been assigned here to assist with research and training, so after reporting for duty, the local office issued him a new ID with a local address for convenience. When Zhang saw that Wu Yuanjing was already a regimental commander at such a young age, he was both surprised and relieved that he hadn't defended him. He quickly returned the ID with a respectful smile and said, "Commander Wu, I'm truly sorry for what happened. Our local management isn't as strict as the base, so discipline has been a bit loose. Don't worry, I'll make sure he writes a self-criticism report. As for Comrade Ru Yun, we absolutely will not retaliate against her. I assure you of that." Wu Yuanjing nodded coldly, his sharp gaze fixed on Deputy Director Zhang, cutting like a blade, which made him feel a bit afraid. This guy, young but already a team leader, must have experienced life-and-death battles and probably has blood on his hands from dealing with many enemies. Thinking of this, Deputy Director Zhang felt a chill. After repeatedly apologizing, he retreated to his table. However, they clearly had lost interest in drinking and entertainment, and soon they left the venue. Shin Jitong, driven by her past hatred, impulsively punched Director Liu. Although Deputy Director Zhang spoke kindly, she knew the matter wasn't over. She took the initiative to say, "Ru Yun, I think I might have caused you trouble. Maybe I should stay here with you for a few more days?" "Fool, you can stay with me for a few days, but not for a lifetime. It's okay. Deputy Director Zhang is a good person. Since he promised to keep an eye on Director Liu, he will do what he says. You can rest assured." Shin Jitong blinked without speaking. Wu Yuanzeng understood that Shin Jitong was secretly planning something. But he also focused on Deputy Director Zhang. Earlier, when Deputy Director Zhang was talking to them, a watch on his wrist caught Wu Yuanjing's attention. He recognized it as a custom watch from West Point Military Academy, called Chester d'Or. That watch is only worn by the Air Force at West Point, symbolizing their elite status. And a deputy director of a farm wearing such a custom watch? That was suspicious. Thinking of this, Wu Yuanzheng made a plan. After dinner, Wu Yuanjing suggested, "Let's go find Wang Jiqiang."
Good idea.
"Otherwise, my place isn't suitable to host you," Shui Ryun said shyly. "No problem, Ryun. Things are a bit rough now, but they will get better," Wu Yuanjing replied. Shin Jitong remembered Professor Dai's words about the possibility of units recommending workers, farmers, and soldiers to go to university. She planned to talk to Ryun about it later. Since dinner was over, Ryun wanted to pay the bill quickly. But when she asked the waiter, he said their table had already paid. Ryun was surprised and asked, "Who paid?" "The person who paid was the man you were with." The assistant pointed at Wu Yuanjing. "Big brother Wu, I am the landowner. I should pay for this meal. Why did you pay instead?" At this, Yun felt a bit embarrassed. It's just a small matter. There will be other chances for you to treat us. Let's go. We're going to find Wang Jiqiang. Wu Yuanzing wouldn't let the young girl pay. He chuckled and said. From what Shen Jitong had just shared about her family, Yun felt like she had been left behind by her family. Any extra money she could save was a safety net for her future. Wu Yuanjing's actions made Shen Jitong very happy. She didn't plan for Yun to pay for the meal, but she intended to secretly leave some money and a ticket for Yun when she left. But unexpectedly, Wu Yuanjing took the lead. Anyway, a generous man is always more likable than a stingy one. Since Wu Yuanjing had already paid, Yun didn't say anything more, and they set out together to find Wang Jiqiang. Yun had been on the farm for a while and was quite familiar with the environment. She took the lead and soon found Wang Hongmei's house. This should be it. Looking at the neat brick and arch house in front of her, Yun felt genuinely envious. This was the most impressive house on the farm. It followed the style of Yan'an cave dwellings and Soviet-style architecture. Although it was just small single-story houses, the couple both worked, and if they had children, they could have 3 rooms. It was enough for a comfortable life, much better than her own humble dwelling. Excuse me, is this Hongmei's house? Yun checked the house number and asked loudly. Yes, comrade. Who are you? Inside, Wang Hongmei heard someone calling outside and hurried out. When she saw a girl she didn't recognize, she was surprised. The girl was dressed fashionably, with a pretty face and clear skin that hadn't yet been damaged by the farm's strong sunlight. She looked fair and clean. When she spoke, her eyes curved like crescent moons, and she was smiling, making her look very charming. My name is Shuerian. I brought my friend to see Comrade Wang Jiqiang. Yun introduced herself. Oh, so you're Jiqiang's friend. Come in quickly. Jiqiang, come out and meet your friend. Wang Hongmei's eyes lit up when she heard the name. Isn't this the name of the Shanghai girl-educated youth that the younger brother just mentioned? This girl looks exactly like her taste, and she thinks she and her brother are quite a good match. Her attitude immediately becomes very enthusiastic. Captain Wu, you're here. Come inside and sit. Wang Jiqiang was playing with his 2 nieces. When he heard some movement outside, he immediately came out and saw Yun standing in front. Yun's calm posture, bright eyes, and the unique urban charm of a girl from Shanghai instantly won him over. Wang Jiqiang felt as if he could hear his heartbeat. When Yun looked up and saw Wang Jiqiang, she thought he seemed steady and reliable, giving off a comforting feeling. However, Yun didn't think much and went inside Wang Hongmei's house with everyone. Wang Hongmei was pouring tea and handing out sunflower seeds, praising the 2 girls for being beautiful and clearly from the city. She also said her parents came from Zhejiang to support the frontier and are neighbors to their hometown, so they are like family. Being away from home, everyone should look out for each other, she said. Wang Jiqiang felt that his sister was especially warm today. Seeing her constantly asking Yun questions, he felt a bit awkward, like checking household registration. So, Wang Jiqiang interrupted and said, Sister, didn't you say you wanted to invite Captain Wu and them for dinner tonight? I've already prepared the chicken. You go handle it. Handle what? When your brother-in-law comes back, let him do it. He's quick and cooks better than me. But Wang Hongmei was very persistent and didn't want to leave, wanting to chat more with Yun and learn more about her. Although Shen Jitong was more beautiful than Yun, Wang Hongmei already knew she was Captain Wu's partner, so she naturally wouldn't have any other thoughts. Her full attention was on Yun. Hearing Wang Jiqiang's words, Shen Jitong also sensed Wang Hongmei's unusual behavior. Was her sister paying close attention to Yun? Could she also be trying to match Yun with Wang Jiqiang? Seeing this, Shen Jitong's curiosity was sparked, and she became excited, joining their conversation. With Shen Jitong involved, Wang Hongmei quickly learned that Yun was still single, had no boyfriend, and had never been in a relationship before. Yun's family has 2 brothers. Her father works at a candy factory, and her mother is unemployed. One brother is married, and the other is about to be. Yun is a high school graduate who writes very well, and was once the editor of the school newspaper. Of course, Shun Jitan cleverly revealed these details during their chat. Although she hopes Ruyun will find a good partner soon, girls should also be modest and not seem eager to get married. Oh, Ruyun, my Jiqiang is just like you, simple and honest. He's 24, a company commander in the army. He focuses on work and hasn't thought much about finding a partner. Don't you worry about that. As an older sister, Wang Hongmei finally took a cautious step forward. Commander Wang, with such good qualities, why haven't you found someone yet? Shin Jitang, in her 2 lives, was trying to play matchmaker for the first time and was a bit awkward. When she said this, Wu Yuanjing nearby couldn't help but laugh silently. He finally guessed that Shin Jitang also wanted to help Ruyun find a match. If it worked out, it would be a great pair. Ruyun can't go back to Shanghai anymore. If she married Jiqiang, she could stay with the army in Lushi, and her living conditions would improve a lot. Nowadays, people often say, marry a man, clothes and food. Living conditions are tough now. In winter, many people wear cotton-padded jackets filled with straw. During hard times, becoming a military family member means stability and security, something many young women dream of. I've been focusing on improving myself. Plus, since missions are risky, I didn't want to cause trouble for my family. But now that I'm older, finding a suitable partner would be good. Jiqiang genuinely liked Ruyun and became more active and confident. If it had been before, he wouldn't bother with such topics. His sister, Wang Hongmei, immediately noticed her brother's change in attitude. She clapped her hands and said eagerly, Ruyun, what do you think of my brother Jiqiang? You're both unmarried and about the same age. Why not get to know each other? As soon as she said this, Ruyun blushed deeply. She didn't expect that her visit today would turn into a matchmaking event. Big sister, don't pressure her to decide. I'm the man, so I should be more proactive. I think Ruyun has excellent qualities, and I really admire her. I'm a soldier, ready to risk my life for the country at any time. If Ruyun doesn't mind, I hope we can get to know each other better. I never expected Wang Jiqiang to be the first to confess. Shin Jitang was very surprised. Wu Yuanjing paused and secretly smiled, thinking, so Wang Jiqiang is also a romantic? Just after meeting Ruyun once, he already wanted to start a relationship. Is this what they call love at first sight? Now, it depends on Ruyun's attitude. Ruyun didn't expect that her first meeting with Wang Jiqiang would include such a direct confession. She blushed and felt nervous, unsure how to respond. She looked to Shin Jitang for help. Tang, what should I do? Ruyun, Commander Wang also said he just has good feelings for you and wants to get to know you better. Don't be nervous. Think about your feelings and decide when you're ready. There's no rush, right? Commander Wang? As a trusted friend, Shin Jitang played a calming role. Ruyun held her hand, feeling more confident. That's right, I feel the same. Wang Jiqiang and I just met for the first time, and we don't know each other well yet, but I think we can get to know each other better. Wang Jiqiang's words were as sweet as honey. This made Shin Jitang think of Wu Yuanjing. Yuanjing usually has a cold face, and she never expected him to say so many sweet words to her, words she loved to hear, without repeating himself. It seems that when people find true love, their words become naturally better. If Shin Jitang hadn't come to meet her, Ruyun might still be considering whether she could return to Shanghai in the future. If she could go back, she definitely wouldn't look for a partner locally. But the messages Shin Jitang brought, along with what her brother hinted over the phone, made her realize her position at home. She had already given up her wedding house to her 2 brothers and had nowhere to go. And even if she could return to Shanghai, what then? As a single woman of a certain age, without a job or a home, would she end up homeless? Shin Jitang's earlier words played a subtle role at this moment. Ruyun hesitated and said, Wang Jiqiang and I just met, and we don't know each other well yet. Maybe we should get to know each other better first. Wu Yuanzeng didn't know that Shin Jitang was eager to make this match happen because, according to her previous life story, Ruyun was about to face serious trouble because of her identity. The only thing that could protect her was her status as a military family member. Of course, Wang Hongmei's family also has strong influence on the farm, since her brother-in-law is an important middle-level leader there. With these connections, Ru Yun should be able to get through the tough times. Comrade Ru Yun, I agree with your opinion, Wang Jiqiang said. He felt nervous inside. Confessing his feelings in front of everyone was something he never dreamed he would do. And he was doing it to a girl he just met, so boldly. Maybe, in some way, he and Ru Yun are destined to meet. Otherwise, why had he never met someone he liked before, and just seeing her once made his heart race? How about you two chat here while we go for a walk outside on the farm? Shinji Tong suggested kindly. Wu Yuanjing understood and nodded at Shinji Tong, then said, Tang, let's go for a walk outside. Little friends, do you want to show us around? Wu Yuanjing also wanted to take the two mischievous children with him. He was very thoughtful. Shinji Tong secretly praised him. Big sister has white rabbit candies. Since we're leading the way, each of us can have 2 pieces, she said. The children, tempted by the candies, immediately jumped up from Wang Jiqiang and said, Me. Shinji Tong took the candies out of her pocket and handed them to the children. They were honest and quickly grabbed each other's hands and went outside. On the way, they kept passing candies to the adults, asking for help to peel the wrappers. Shinji Tong and Wu Yuanjing successfully distracted the children, but the kids had their own plans. Uncle, are you higher in rank than my uncle? The little boy asked innocently. Probably, yes. Why? Wu Yuanjing replied. Oh, if you're higher, you must be better than my uncle. Can you carry me? The boy asked boldly, clinging to Wu Yuanjing. Wu Yuanjing patiently bent down and picked up the boy who was holding onto his leg. Shinji Tong also picked up little Ling. Now, she was strong enough to carry a small child easily, just like Wu Yuanjing. Wu Yuanjing was a bit surprised that his daughter, Tang, was willing to hold a runny-nosed child. Shunji Tang took out a handkerchief and helped Little Ling and Little Shi wipe their noses. Then she handed the handkerchief to Little Shi and said, This handkerchief is for you to keep in your pocket. If you have a runny nose, you should wipe it with this. That way, you'll stay clean, okay? Big sister, I want a handkerchief too. Seeing her brother had a pretty handkerchief with little flowers embroidered on it, Little Ling also eagerly asked, You have one too. Yours has a little bird embroidered on it, just like your brother's. To stay clean, Big sister gave you her handkerchief, okay? Little Ling straightened her back and happily agreed. Shunji Tang pretended to reach into her pocket but actually took out a handkerchief from her space and gave one to Little Ling. Little Ling also said thank you to her big sister. Wu Yuanjing realized that Little Ling called Tang big sister and called him uncle? A generation apart. Isn't it? Is he that old? People say children speak honestly without thinking. Wu Yuanjing's face darkened. Little tiger, this is my uncle. He's the squad leader, and his rank is higher than my uncle's. Little Shi saw his usual rival in the play area and immediately climbed onto Wu Yuanjing's shoulder, showing off. Squad leader? Your uncle is a squad leader? Yes, our uncle is a squad leader. Look at his uniform. It's very high-ranking. Little Ling proudly said. Hearing this, Little Tiger shivered and looked at Wu Yuanjing with a dark face. He was so scared he ran away quickly, crying as he ran and shouting, Squad leader, don't hit me. The children playing nearby exploded in chaos. The bullies among them ran away. What are they compared to little Karami? Suddenly, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. From today on, no children on the farm dared to bully Little Shi and Little Ling. The siblings took advantage of this and became famous. Wu Yuanjing saw their plan and couldn't help but laugh and cry. He said to Shinji Tang, Tang, these 2 kids are not simple. In the future, if they join the army, they'll be excellent recruits. They understand tactics and strategy, and they know how to use situations to their advantage. Shinji Tang also noticed this and admired the clever children. At their age, she wasn't as sharp. Little Shi, do you want to be a soldier and catch bad guys in the future? Wu Yuanjing joked. Yes. There are many bad guys on our farm. If I become a soldier, I can catch them all. Little Stone spoke honestly and straightforwardly. What's going on? There are many bad people on your farm. Isn't your dad the Minister of Arms? Shouldn't he catch them? Wu Yuanjing initially didn't take it seriously and thought the kid was just talking nonsense. My dad doesn't believe me. Our Uncle Zhang, the deputy director, once told Uncle Lu that he made money from dead people. I told my dad, and he patted my forehead 5 times, telling me not to talk nonsense. Little Stone's words made Wu Yuanjing feel uneasy. Oh, Little Stone, I believe you. Tell me, how did Uncle Zhang make money from dead people? Little Stone was a clever kid. Although he was speaking like a child, his words had some truth. They just said he made money from dead people. Oh, and I think they also mentioned a plane in the desert. Little Stone scratched his head, trying hard to remember the scattered words he heard. When asked again, he said he didn't hear anything else. He had overheard this by accident. At that moment, he was climbing a tree to get a bird's nest when Uncle Zhang and Uncle Lu passed by underneath, chatting as they walked. He overheard part of their conversation. Later, they walked away, and he didn't hear anything more. Shun Jitong listened to Little Stone and became alert. They had offended Uncle Zhang and Uncle Lu during dinner. Although those two lost the fight, they would surely want revenge. If they could prove those two had problems, Ruyin would be truly safe. Brother Yuanzeng, should we check those two? Shun Jitong and Wu Yuanjing took the children to an open space to play. Seeing them having fun, Shun Jitong quietly asked while they were distracted. Yes, we must check. I don't know about Uncle Lu, but Uncle Zhang definitely has issues. Wu Yuanjing mentioned the watch. Shun Jitong was very clever. She combined several clues and said excitedly, could it be that Uncle Zhang found a crashed enemy plane in the desert? His watch was taken from a pilot. To hide the money he found on the plane, Uncle Zhang kept quiet about the plane crash in the desert. Jitong, your mind could be a detective's. But your analysis is pretty close to the truth. Wu Yuanjing admired the place, his eyes full of affection for his wife. But we only have that watch now, no other evidence. Even if we call Deputy Director Zhang to ask, if he insists the watch was a gift or found somewhere, we can't do much. We can't accuse him. Shun Jitong frowned in worry. Didn't he think he had suddenly gained a fortune? Then I'll make a loud noise to scare him out. Wu Yuanzing already had a plan in mind. Brother Yuanzing, I'll wait to hear your results. Seeing Wu Yuanjing's confident face, Shun Jitong felt hopeful about this matter. Let's move forward with this now. I'll go find the local manager. You stay here and watch the kids, okay? He was a bit worried Shun Jitong might not handle the mischievous children well. No worries, you go quickly. I'll definitely keep an eye on them. Actually, these two kids spent all day playing on the farm, so they didn't really need supervision. But since they brought the kids out, they would definitely bring them back. So, Shun Jitong stayed to watch the children, while Wu Yuanzheng went to talk to the farm manager. Big sister, where did Uncle go? Why didn't you go with him? After playing for a while, Xiaoling saw Wu Yuanzheng leave and ran over to ask Shun Jitong. Only then did Shun Jitong realize that Xiaoling's way of addressing him was a bit off. No wonder Wu Yuanzheng looked annoyed whenever they called him uncle. Thinking about how Wu Yuanjing might be annoyed but couldn't get angry, Shun Jitong couldn't help but find it funny. Uncle has something to do. He'll be back soon. Big sister has chocolates for you. Be good, okay? Shun Jitong casually took out 2 chocolates from her space and gave one to each of the siblings.
What is this?
Coal? Can I eat it? Xiao Shi too was suspicious, holding the dark chocolate carefully and sniffing it. Put it in your mouth and eat it. But don't eat too much at once. Be careful of cavities. Shun Jitong broke off a piece and put it into Xiaoling's mouth. Tasty, fragrant, sweet, better than white rabbit candy. Xiaoling looked surprised. Seeing this, Xiao Shi too also bit into his piece, then showed a blissful expression. When Wu Yuanjing returned and saw Shun Jitong playing happily with the 2 children, he found them smiling and very happy. Her thick, long hair was originally tied in a ponytail, but Xiaoling playfully pulled the hair tie loose, letting her hair fall over her shoulders like a smooth black silk ribbon. It made her skin look as soft and white as milk. Wu Yuanjing stood nearby, quietly watching them play without disturbing them, with a slight smile on his face. Shun Jitong felt someone watching her. When she looked back casually, she saw Wu Yuanjing standing under a tree. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a halo effect around him, making him look heroic and powerful, like a warrior god, which made her feel dizzy and amazed. "Brother Yuanjing, you're back? How did it go?" Shen Jitong asked as she let the children play by themselves and hurried over to meet him. "I told the farm manager that we received a secret report about an enemy plane that might have crashed nearby in the desert. We've sent people to search and might ask local villagers to help. The manager's name is Wei. He takes this seriously and plans to hold a meeting tonight to organize the work," Wu Yuanzheng explained briefly. "Okay, I will keep it a secret," Shen Jitong said, not asking for more details, trusting that Wu Yuanzheng had his own plans. She waited patiently for the results. Seeing that it was getting late, they took the children home. When they arrived at Wang Hongmei's house, Shen Jitong became curious and eager to listen, like she was about to enjoy some gossip.
"Ruyun, we're back," she said.
Ruyun and Wang Jiqiang were chatting happily. At this moment, they looked much more relaxed and were joking with each other. "Uncle, we just ate chocolate. Sister gave it to us," Xiao Ling boasted. Wang Jiqiang was holding one child on each arm. The kids loved to cling to him. Seeing this, Ruyun smiled and said, "The children really like you." "Yes, I've been close to them since they were little." "I like kids too," Wang Jiqiang replied. Just then, Xiao Shitu asked Ruyun, "Are you our auntie?" Uncle still hasn't found an auntie, and Grandma often scolds him. "Every time he comes to our house, my mom also scolds him." Shen Jitong thought Xiao Shitu was adorable. Ruyun's face turned red with embarrassment, but she didn't deny it. Seeing Ruyun like that, Shen Jitong realized there was a romantic connection between them. That's great. Her wish might come true. "Hey, are there guests at home?" "Jiqiang, is this your friend?" At that moment, a tall middle-aged man carrying a bag entered the room. Seeing the unfamiliar faces, he quickly greeted everyone warmly. The two children saw him and immediately jumped down from Wang Jiqiang's lap, running to hug his leg and calling him Dad affectionately. "Brother-in-law, these are my friends," Wang Jiqiang quickly introduced everyone. After some polite chatting, he learned that his brother-in-law, Wang Jianxi, was going to a meeting to deliver a message. Curious, Wang Jiqiang asked, "Brother-in-law, what new ideas did you bring back from the meeting?" Wang Jianxi replied, "The main new idea is to strengthen efforts to down on certain people, especially those from poor backgrounds. I think there will be more struggles ahead. This wasn't a secret and was meant to be shared." Wang Jianxi explained the main points of the meeting. Ruyun, who had been calm, suddenly looked worried after hearing Wang Jianxi's words. Her face changed, and she became visibly uneasy. Shen Jitong noticed Ruyun's unease and immediately understood why she was worried. She found an excuse and called Ruyun outside. "Ruyun, do you know that your status has been changed to landlord?" "Jitong, how do you know that?" Ruyun was shocked. Her personal file was private. Since she came to the farm, she hadn't had time to write to Jitong. How did Jitong find out about her changed status? Shen Jitong thought to herself, revealing the truth would make Ruyun lose all hope in her family. So she said, "Before I came here, I asked about your address at your home. I accidentally overheard your sister-in-law, Huang Qian, say that she used her connections to change your status to landlord. Her explanation was that labeling you as a landlord made your family seem powerful in the city, so rural people wouldn't dare to bully you. She was concerned about you and wanted to protect you."
"What?"
"Huang Qian changed my status to landlord without permission," Ruyun exclaimed. She had wondered why, upon arriving at the farm, others looked at her differently, saying she was a rich landowner and that she should work harder to reform. At first, she didn't understand, so she asked Liu, the archivist, to check her file. But Liu used alcohol as a way to threaten her. When she refused, he became angry, insulting her, saying that as a landowner's wife, she shouldn't be proud and that she deserved to be trampled under his feet. Clearly, the young people from Shanghai who went to the countryside mostly had the same background as me, small city artisans. But I was treated differently. When Officer Liu scolded me, I finally understood why. No wonder everyone pushed the heavy and dirty jobs onto me. Turns out I was seen as a landowner. "Oh, Huang Qian, we have no grudges or conflicts lately. Why are you treating me like this?" Ru Yun was so angry and upset that she cried while leaning on Shun Jitong's shoulder. Ru Yun, if there's no personal gain, does Huang Qian really need to owe favors and do things that hurt you? Shun Jitong patted her back to comfort her and also reminded her to see the reality clearly. I understand now. It's about the house. She wants me to go to the countryside, hiding my landowner status, and be harshly tested there. According to Minister Wang's instructions, I might even be taken away for struggle sessions. With my personality, I definitely couldn't handle such blows. I wouldn't be able to survive. Yes, that's it. She wants to force me to give up. I can't go home, and the house will be hers. Ru Yun finally understood. Ru Yun, no matter what, I am here. I will stay with you through this tough time. Shun Jitong deeply knew how powerful the support of a friend can be when someone is in despair. This, Comrade Shun Ru Yun, sorry, I just overheard your conversation. At that moment, Wang Jiqiang's voice suddenly came from behind them. Ru Yun, who had been leaning on Shun Jitong's shoulder, was startled and trembling at his voice. She quickly moved away, wiped her tears, and stepped back. Comrade Shun, can you step away for a moment? I have something to say to Ru Yun. Wang Jiqiang took a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Ru Yun, helping her wipe her tears, then awkwardly said to Shun Jitong. Shun Jitong's heart moved. She sensed that Wang Jiqiang might have something very important to say. She nodded and politely left to go back to her room. Ru Yun, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. When I saw you come out looking upset, I was worried and wanted to check. I didn't expect to hear everything you said. Now that you hear this, I don't need to explain further. Thank you for your kindness, but let's just be normal friends. My status as a landlord might affect your progress and could even cause trouble for your family. Originally, although Shui Ruyun was happy talking with Wang Jiqiang, she kept politely refusing him. Now that Wang Jiqiang understands her difficulty, it's better to be open. Ruyun, you are wrong. What I want to say is, if you don't mind, let's get married. If you agree, I will go back to the base today to apply for marriage, and we will try to get the certificate as soon as possible. What? You want to marry me? Lieutenant Wang, I am a landlord. You heard that right, a landlord. Since learning her identity as a landlord, Shui Ruyun has been overwhelmed with fear, worried that one day a storm might come her way. She works very hard, even doing the dirtiest jobs, just hoping that if she is ever accused, people will see that she has earned her reputation through her labor and might show mercy. She doesn't dare to hope she can find a partner who would want to marry a landlord. The very word scares men away. Unexpectedly, the promising Lieutenant Wang wants to marry her. I now understand that your identity is a landlord, and I know it was changed by others to harm you. Ruyun, I want to marry you as soon as possible because a storm is coming and your status might cause trouble. Only by marrying me and becoming a military family member can I protect you, just like Comrade Shin married our squad leader. Our squad leader also used his future to protect Comrade Shin. Sharing hardships together, without regrets, that's how spouses should treat each other. Lieutenant Wang, do you really think that? Are you feeling sorry for me and acting out of pity? If that's the case, forget it. I don't want to burden you. Ruyun shook her head, but she was touched. Even now, Wang Jiqiang still cares for her. Unfortunately, they are destined to be apart. Ruyun, do you think I want to protect every female comrade like this? Do I want to marry them all? If the person needing protection wasn't you, would I be willing to marry you just to draw you in? It's because I fell in love with you at first sight. I truly like you, and that's why I want to marry you. Wang Jiqiang saw that she kept refusing and became anxious, so he explained everything openly. Squad leader Wang, as long as you don't refuse, that means you agree. Wang Jiqiang said firmly. Ru Yun stayed silent. After a while, Wang Jiqiang happily said, Ru Yun, you agreed?
Great.
I will go back tonight to report our marriage. With all the documents ready, we can apply in a month. Once approved, we'll get the marriage certificate immediately and handle your military family procedures. I'll see who dares to oppose you. What Wang Jiqiang didn't expect was that during this visit home, he met a girl he wanted to spend his life with, and he gained a lot. As long as you don't regret it, I will agree. Finally, Ru Yun hesitantly said, blushing. Ru Yun, that's wonderful. Once you agree, you can't change your mind. I won't change my mind. Ru Yun lowered her head, afraid to look directly into Wang Jiqiang's passionate eyes.
Good.
Since you won't change your mind, I have something important to tell you. Wang Jiqiang played it up as a mystery. What's the important thing? Ru Yun was confused. They had just started their relationship. What could be so important? Your identity was changed by someone. We can go back to Shanghai and fix it. Then, you'll still be a small crafts worker. Wang Jiqiang's words made Ru Yun suddenly understand. So it's possible? Isn't that like changing your destiny? Yes, because you are a military family member. If the authorities have doubts during the review, they can send a letter to request a re-examination. Your parents' identities probably haven't been changed. That means your claim to be a landlord isn't valid anymore. So that's how many benefits come with being a military family member? If she hadn't married Wang Jiqiang, she wouldn't have been able to get the letter to request a re-review, and her identity wouldn't have been changed.
Ru Yun understood now.
That's wonderful. If I really can change my identity, all the unfair treatment I suffered before will be worth it. Tears welled up in Ru Yun's eyes. They agreed to take their time walking back. On the way, Shun Jitong was waiting for them. Seeing how close they were, their hands often touched, and Ru Yun didn't resist. Shun Jitong approached them. Seeing Shun Jitong's bright, spring-like smile and the curious sparkle in his eyes, Ru Yun felt shy. Wang Jiqiang saw that the moment was good and decided to stop. He smiled and said, "You all chat. I'll go help my brother-in-law with cooking." Watching Wang Jiqiang walk away happily, Ru Yun showed a shy smile. Before Shun Jitong could ask, she honestly told her, Jiqiang asked me to marry him, and I said yes. He said he'll return to the army tonight to submit the marriage application.
What?
You're already planning to get the marriage license? Shun Jitong was very surprised. This speed was only a little slower than her and Wu Yuanjing's. She and Wu Yuanjing only exchanged a quick telegram, like a message between two countries. You come, I'm here. Wu Yuanjing. Got it, I'll come. She had thought about their relationship developing into love, but didn't expect it to happen so fast, to the point of getting the marriage license. Diteng, do you think we're moving too quickly? Ru Yun repeated Wang Jiqiang's reasons for wanting to marry her. Oh, I see. Commander Wang is a responsible person. When you find true love, it can happen in just seconds. Although it's fast to get the license, I can accept it. Jiteng, that's great. As long as you're not laughing at me, Ru Yun said. Shin Jiteng didn't expect Wang Jiqiang to fall in love with Ru Yun at first sight. But it wasn't surprising. Although Ru Yun's family background in Shanghai was ordinary, she grew up there and had the unique charm of a city girl. No wonder Wang Jiqiang was captivated by her. Plus, Wang Jiqiang was really clever. He even thought of changing Ru Yun's identity through the marriage review. He was just too perfect. Now, only one question remained. Shun Jiteng asked, Ru Yun, are you willing to marry him? Or are you doing it because he can help you? Both, Ru Yun answered honestly after thinking. Love can come so quickly, like a tornado. Sometimes it's just a glance. Other times, a shared joke sparks love. That's why love can be so fascinating. Shun Jiteng no longer doubted. She took Ru Yun's hand and said, Congratulations on finding someone you like. You're the same. How did you meet Captain Wu? You two are far apart and I've never heard you mention him. How did he suddenly appear? Gossip is a woman's nature. Ru Yun had never had the chance to ask her friend about her love life. He said, My grandfather arranged a marriage for me when I was young. We have been engaged since then. I didn't talk about it before because I felt shy. Shen Jiteng briefly explained Wu Yuanjing's situation. When Ru Yun heard this, Wu Yuanzheng immediately sent a marriage proposal after receiving Shen Jiteng's message, without hesitation. She smiled and said, Captain Wang probably went to learn from Commander Wu, right? Their actions are so similar. Wow, that's quite possible. Shen Jiteng also found it amusing. When they returned to Wang Hongmei's house, Wang Hongmei likely heard from Wang Jiqiang about wanting to marry Ru Yun. She became even more friendly toward Ru Yun. Ru Yun, you, and Xiao Xin can sit comfortably. Don't bother helping. Ji Qiang can do it himself. She insisted they not help. After a while, Wang Hongmei cut a watermelon and said, "Our home doesn't have much, but there's plenty of watermelon. Come, eat some to cool off." Xiao Ling and Xiao Shirtu had already started calling Ru Yun Auntie Ru. Ru Yun's face turned red. She suddenly remembered that Ji Qiang hadn't yet informed his parents and elders. Would they be unhappy? As for her own family, Ru Yun thought about how they had been so determined to send her to the countryside, not even giving her extra money, only the 230 yuan subsidy for going. She didn't want to contact her family. Thinking about Huang Qian's attitude, she wondered if her family found out she was doing well, whether Huang Qian might incite her family to ask for a high bride price and sell her again. Fortunately, now she was thousands of kilometers away from her family. As long as she didn't say anything, they wouldn't hear a thing. Dinner was very hearty. The main dish was a big plate of chicken, and Shi Jian took out Mare's milk wine for everyone to drink. Since Wang Jiqiang and Ru Yun's relationship was now public, Wang Hongmei was in a good mood. She kept pouring drinks for Xin Jitong and Wu Yuanzheng, praising them as matchmakers who helped make the marriage happen. Wu Yuanzheng asked if there was a guest house at the farm, and it turned out there was one. Although the farm was remote, it occasionally hosted visitors from higher authorities. Near the office building, there was a small government-run guest house. Wu Yuanzheng and Xin Jitong planned to stay there that night. Xin Jitong wanted to spend more time with Ru Yun, while Wu Yuanzheng had other plans. During the meal, Xin Jitong mentioned the difficulties caused by Deputy Director Zhang and Director Liu. Shi Jian was very angry when he heard this. As a retired soldier, although he was only the deputy head of the farm's armed forces department, he still held some respect and authority. From now on, Ru Yun will be under my protection at the farm. Who dares to bother her? Section Chief Liu, who is disrespectful and whose wife is from a wealthy farming family, even dares to threaten Ru Yun using her status? Don't worry. Once your marriage is made public, they won't dare to harm Ru Yun. Shi Jian is a calm person. When he speaks, he is serious and straightforward, not like he's bragging. Xin Jitong feels a bit more at ease. Now, even if Deputy Director Zhang and Section Chief Liu don't find any other tricks, Ru Yun won't be persecuted anymore. Thinking about her good friend living a happy life makes Xin Jitong feel free and joyful. She took a sip of Mare's milk wine and started to feel a little tipsy. After the gathering, Wu Yuanjing asked for directions to the inn and said he knew the way, refusing their offer to see him off. On the way, seeing Xin Jitong walking a bit unsteady, he quickly helped her walk. "Don't worry, I'm not drunk. Don't think I'm drunk. I have a strong alcohol tolerance." On the way to the inn, Xin Jitong boasted confidently. Wu Yuanzheng responded affectionately. "Yes, my Tangdang is the best, even at drinking. You have a strong alcohol tolerance. Hey, don't lean to the side or you'll fall into the water channel. Want me to carry you? Humph, I know you're laughing at me inside. I have a thick skin, so I'm not afraid of your jokes. I don't want you to carry me. I'll walk by myself and walk straight." Under the night sky, Xin Jitong's eyes sparkled. Her fair skin glowed under the moonlight, making her look like a fairy descending from the moon palace, enchanting everyone. Hearing her insist on walking straight, it was obvious she was about to lose her balance. Wu Yuanzheng was both annoyed and amused. He suddenly picked her up horizontally and strode toward the inn. Suddenly, Xin Jitong's body lifted into the air. The feeling of weightlessness made her panic briefly, but Wu Yuanjing's strong and steady embrace made her feel safe immediately. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressed her face against his chest, and muttered, "I'm heavy. How far can you carry me? How far do you want me to carry you?" Wu Yuanjing only felt the soft, fragrant woman in his arms. The alluring scent of Xin Jitong seeped into his nose, making his throat tighten. The sign of the inn was shining brightly nearby. As they approached the inn, Wu Yuanjing finally put Xin Jitong down. Fortunately, the people at the farm had gone to bed early. It was past 9 o'clock, and there was no one on the road. They were the only two people walking. "Comrade, please prepare 2 adjacent rooms." Qing Yuanzheng took out the proof of reservation. The night shift clerk was a woman. After carefully checking the proof, she said, "Rooms 103 and 104. How many nights will you stay?" One night costs 1 yuan per room and includes a pot of hot water. There is also a 50-cent deposit for the key. We'll stay 2 nights. Qing Yuanzheng paid 3 yuan at the front desk. Then, holding a hot water kettle, he followed the clerk to find their rooms. The clerk opened room 103. Qing Yuanzheng signaled her to go ahead, and he helped Shin Jitong into the room. He pulled the string by the door frame, and the light turned on. Inside, there was a single bed. It looked quite clean because the room was very dry. Even though no one had stayed there recently, there was no musty smell. Qing Yuanzheng closed the door and helped Shin Jitong to the bed. She lay on her back on the pillow. "Tang Tang, do you want some water? I can pour some for you." "No, I don't want water. I'm sleepy and want to sleep." Shin Jitong shook her head with her eyes closed. "Are you feeling unwell?" Qing Yuanzheng gently touched her face, his hand light. His palm had calluses, and he softly stroked her face. It felt rough, a little itchy, but very comfortable. I don't feel unwell." She shook her head again. She didn't expect Qing Yuanzheng to be so honest. Was it because she lacked charm? She thought he might kiss her next. But unexpectedly, Qing Yuanzheng's hand left her face, and he got up, not knowing where he went. Shun Jitong sighed inwardly.
Such a simple guy.
Soon, Qing Yuanzheng returned. He wrung out a warm towel and gently wiped her face and hands. His movements were tender and careful. Shin Jitong felt her heart melt. This was more charming than a kiss. She never imagined that the rough man Qing Yuanzheng could be so gentle and patient with his loved one. She felt so well taken care of. Could this be a dream? Shun Jitong was so comfortable that, under the influence of alcohol, she drifted into a light sleep. When she woke up, she saw the bedside lamp on. The room was empty except for herself, covered with a thin blanket. Although it was very hot during the day, the temperature dropped sharply at night. Not covering herself would make her cold. She looked at her watch and saw it was past 2 in the morning. After a good sleep, she felt refreshed. So, she didn't hesitate and entered the space. First, she boiled some linquan water to make tea. After drinking a pot, she felt more awake. The linquan water can also help with hangovers, which Shun Jitong gradually discovered. In the space, a new batch of Shanghai greens matured. Shun Jitong liked eating these fresh, tender green leaves. After harvesting, she planted cauliflower. As long as there are seeds in the space, she doesn't need to worry about the seasons. They can grow anytime. The watermelons also ripened, more than a dozen big, round, tempting watermelons. Shun Jitong stored the watermelons and replanted the farm's collected seeds. Apples, longan, lychee, and grapes all bore fruit, hanging heavily from the branches. Shun Jitong wasn't sure whether to thin the fruits, but with the spiritual spring watering the plants, she thought it might not be necessary. The rice stalks turned green, probably filling with grains. In a few days, when they turn yellow, they should be ready to harvest. She watered the orchard and vegetable garden with the spiritual spring water. The rice paddies were also filled with it. Then she went to the basement and practiced boxing for an hour. She realized she only needed to master 2 moves. One for punching, and one for defending. Because she was a woman and not very muscular, she was often underestimated by opponents. This allowed her to surprise them with quick punches. Whenever she punched, her strength was enough to knock the opponent down, making them lose their fighting spirit. As for defense, it was to guard against some people acting unfairly and attacking her first. She just needed to punch fast enough and control her strength precisely. After practicing boxing, she remembered the weapons she had collected and couldn't resist the urge to handle them. Wu Yuanzheng was a soldier and surely familiar with weapons. But she couldn't just give him this frightening collection of weapons without explaining their origin. However, she was already considering giving them to him. The credit should go to Wu Yuanzheng, paving the way for his promotion. Haha, as they say, a wife should marry a wise man. She was a true virtuous wife. Shun Jitong opened the weapon box and chose a Smith & Wesson pistol. Weapons needed to be handed in, but she also wanted to keep some for self-defense. Cold weapons could never match firearms. She couldn't rely on fists alone for protection. What she found strange was that when she picked up the pistol, she seemed to instinctively know how to use it, loading bullets into the magazine, unlocking the safety, shooting, all in one smooth motion. When the gunshot was fired, she suddenly remembered that she was only about 10 years old when her grandfather took her to the shooting range and even arranged for a coach to teach her. The buried memories became clearer, and Shin Jitong realized she was also very skilled with the carbines in the weapon storage. After half an hour of shooting practice, Shin Jitong was very proficient with the weapons she had. Elders planned carefully for their descendants, thinking ahead. Every time Shin Jitong fired a shot, she understood it was her grandfather's way of protecting her. He probably didn't want her to use these skills, but he had to teach her how. After finishing training with all the weapons, Shin Jitong let out a long sigh. She selected some for self-defense in the future, and the rest she decided to donate to contribute to the country. Now, with strict domestic regulations, ordinary people don't have access to weapons, so keeping these for self-defense is enough. After training, Shin Jitong went for a bath. In her space, time is frozen, so she has plenty of time to learn. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, after her bath, she started studying theory and even tried repairing some old, damaged artifacts, which turned out to be very effective. Shin Jitong felt she had reached the level of a graduate in restoration studies. To improve further, she could only hope to practice with Professor Dai and wait for her guidance. She left the space and, when morning came, went to knock on Wu Yuanjing's door, wanting to bring him breakfast. However, after knocking for a while, Wu Yuanjing didn't answer. The receptionist heard and yawned, calling out to her from afar, "Miss, your boyfriend left in the middle of the night yesterday and hasn't come back yet." Shin Jitong was surprised. No wonder no one answered the door. It turned out he hadn't slept in the room last night. "Thank you." Shin Jitong thought to herself, "You're still quite good. Just a bit loud in calling." Fortunately, the inn was empty, with no onlookers. Otherwise, some people might have felt sorry for her.